Anyone who has played mobile games knows that the games that appear on mobile phones inexplicably are often not regular works. Not only are the graphics rough and the gameplay simple, but it is also likely to be full of various loopholes. Even the game will be uninstalled and deleted after a short time of playing. But a mysterious game suddenly appeared on my phone. After entering the game, I became the leader of the Yemenhuti armed forces who were besieged by warlords from all sides. I thought it was just an ordinary war game, but I fought back with my command ability. But I didn't expect that the game would come true the next day. At this moment, I was awakened by a loud noise and my roommate's voice came from my ear. "Hurry up, get up, go to class, there will be roll call today." I looked at the time vaguely, yawned, put on some clothes casually, washed up quickly, and followed everyone to the classroom. My roommate kept talking all the way to the classroom, and he still hadn't stopped talking. I was almost numb from listening to him. Finally, I finished a class. I was about to go buy breakfast when I heard some roommates talking about something. "Have you heard? The Fish Gills army beat the government army last night, fought all the way to the capital, and even occupied the presidential palace." I turned my head and saw that the person who spoke was Li Railiang. He has always been very interested in military affairs, especially the recent tense situation with wars raging everywhere. "Huh! Government troops?" I frowned. Li Railiang smiled smugly, looked at us, and added, "I can see that you don't care about international affairs." I spread my hands and thought, what does the Han army's capture of the presidential palace last night have to do with going to the morning office today? I didn't pay any attention to it. "I tell you, Dongzhou is becoming increasingly unstable, and war is almost inevitable," he continued to chatter. "You don't know, there is a Dragon Country man behind this, can you believe it?" "People from Dragon Country?" I frowned, and the people around me also showed surprised expressions. "Yes, Abdul obeyed the orders of that Dragon Countryman." Li Railiang's tone was full of excitement. "I heard that the Huti army was originally poorly equipped and had no hope at all, but as soon as that man gave instructions, the whole situation turned around." I was slightly stunned. Li Railiang was optimistic about the victory of the Houthi army. But then, the changes in the situation seemed full of unknowns, especially the huge gap in modern weapons. As they chatted excitedly, I began to wonder, how come this war was similar to the game I played last night? Was it just a coincidence? I shook my head and decided not to think about it any further. A city in Dongmo that had just experienced the baptism of artillery fire was filled with smoke, and there were ruins all around. It was obvious that a fierce battle had just taken place here. An lab man in green military uniform was directing the cleanup of the battlefield, while on the top floor of the presidential palace, Abdul was reporting the battle situation to the mysterious dragon man in front of him. "We have wiped out the government forces and seized a large number of weapons and supplies. What do you think of these prisoners? Should we deal with them directly or keep them?" he asked respectfully. "Stay here first and see if you can get some information from them," the dragon man instructed calmly, his voice deep and powerful, giving people a sense of decisiveness. Suddenly, there was a loud bang, and the entire presidential palace shook. Outside, a rocket exploded, shattering the windows. "We are under attack!" Abdul shouted, and then several rockets fell, and the whole situation fell into chaos in an instant. In the chaos, Abdul watched helplessly as the arm of the dragon man he respected disappeared almost instantly due to the shock wave of the explosion. After breakfast, I returned to the dormitory and found myself alone in the room. I lay on the bed, took out my phone, and prepared to play some games. Although the graphics of the game, Real Battlefield, are a bit old, it is fun to play. The most important thing is that it does not force you to spend money, which is really a conscientious work. "Huh! Attacked?" As soon as I came online, I saw a piece of news that surprised me. "Your troops were attacked. Location: Presidential Palace. Losses: HP -11, troops -127, prestige -50. I treated him calmly, and after stabilizing the situation, I opened the military intelligence page to find out that the enemy was Anlab's army. This game actually directly applied the real war template. "The planner is really courageous." I smiled, and my heart became even more excited. The situation was getting more and more exciting, and I was ready to launch a counterattack and blow the horn of counterattack. I opened the faction interface and carefully checked the current situation. Although I played for a while last night, and even did some important things. But in fact, I haven't studied the game data in depth. If you really want to play it well and thoroughly, you must understand the basic data of the game. Currently available funds, $2.1325 billion. Strongholds, 3. Industrial facilities, none. Civilian facilities, none. Military factories, none. Available troops, 82,457, unit, people. Ports, none. Technology points, 0. Prestige, 125. Main city, none. After reading these data, I couldn't help but sigh. They are so poor that it is unimaginable. The 2 billion startup funds seemed sufficient on the surface, but it was not enough to support my army of 80,000 people. In a short while, the money would be exhausted. To be honest, compared to some of the richest people in China, my current funds are simply not worth mentioning. Moreover, there is no basic infrastructure, let alone a fixed base. If you want to change this situation, you must act quickly. Let's see what's in the construction system. I made up my mind and opened the game's built-in construction system. As soon as I turned on the system, all I could see were various industrial facilities, civilian facilities, and various professional factories. These things had already existed, they should have told me earlier. I immediately felt like I had opened the door to a new world. However, to build these facilities, technology points are needed. For example, to build a steel plant, more than 1,500 technology points are needed. To build a rubber processing plant, more than 1,200 technology points are needed. To build a complete military factory, more than 5,000 technology points are needed. Although other civilian facilities are cheaper, they cannot be built either because I currently have 0 technology points. Just when I was about to give up, I found a reputation store and immediately clicked in. The items in this store were simply amazing. All soldiers strengthen 300 prestige points, improves the physical attributes of all soldiers, including agility, strength, running, endurance, etc. Firearm enhancement 500 prestige, increases firearm accuracy, power, range, etc. Honeycomb UAV construction blueprint 1200 prestige, highly intelligent integrated UAV with fully automatic strike capability. These black technologies could appear on a real battlefield, it would be unimaginable. The power of dimensionality reduction attack would be enough to leave the enemy nowhere to escape. But the problem is that my prestige is almost 0 now, and I can't afford anything. However, just because I can't afford it now doesn't mean I won't be able to afford it in the future. I started to take stock of my situation and decided to build a main city first. As a warlord leader, I cannot wander around with my army forever. I must have a stable base of my own. Only by having your own territory can you continue to develop subsequent facilities, such as military factories, etc. Otherwise, even if the facilities are built, they may be destroyed by the enemy at any time, which is obviously unacceptable. Just when I had this thought, a task pop-up window suddenly popped up. Task release: build the main city. As a qualified leader, you should have your own stable territory, declare your sovereignty, and become famous all over the world. I couldn't help but smile. This game really has a telepathic connection with me. It just happened to give me a task. It was simply heaven's help. It takes 100 prestige points to build the main city. After capturing the presidential palace, I got more than 100 prestige points, which is more than enough. I chose to buy it without hesitation. As for the location of the main city, I decided to take the presidential palace under my feet as the target location. This was originally the presidential palace of the government army, and now it is occupied by me, so it is the most suitable place to build the main city. I clicked the build button, and the subtitles gradually appeared in the lower right corner. Abdul, leader, it is very dangerous to build a main city in this place. Please think twice. Abdul's words left me slightly stunned. I didn't expect that NPC would care about these things and could make such rational suggestions. Although Abdul's worries were justified, after all, this was once the presidential palace of the government army, and it was likely to become the target of a counterattack by the enemy and the Anlab alliance. If there were no adequate defensive measures, the pressure would indeed be great. However, if we can hold this place, gain international reputation and boost morale, it will be a huge benefit. I thought for a moment and decisively chose, OK. In an instant, a video suddenly appeared on the phone screen. Abdul in the video stood in front of me with reverence in his eyes, as if he was looking up to a god. He said excitedly, "Leader, are you sure you won't reconsider this? Our forces may not be able to resist the large-scale attack of the government forces and the Amlabai coalition forces at present. If they insist on capturing this place, our chances of winning may be less than 50%. At this moment, a small speaker logo suddenly appeared on the page. After clicking it, I could actually type my own words to persuade Abdul. It was so interesting that I could get real-time feedback based on my answer and even get rewards. I typed without hesitation. Abdul, I know you are worried, but this is the capital of Yemen. Controlling here in the future means we can control the ports and military points, and then expand our influence across the country. And this place has the most complete industrial base. Only here can we complete the real transformation and become a powerful country like Longwa." After hearing this, Abdul in the video was shocked and said in a trembling voice, "Mr. Jiang, I didn't expect you to be so far-sighted. I know that my decision to follow you must be the right one." Prestige +1. There are actually feedback and rewards. This game is really beyond my imagination. Then, the cutscene began to play. Abdul, wearing a ragged military uniform, stood in front of me, lost in deep thought. He realized that his previous concerns were too narrow, and the mysterious leader in front of him, both in terms of strategic vision and decision-making ability, far exceeded his imagination. "Mr. Jiang, your injury." Abdul looked at me worriedly. Although I was seriously injured and my arm was blown off, my miraculous recovery ability shocked him completely and he was speechless. He could no longer understand how powerful my technology was. "Don't worry," I said lightly, my voice low and powerful, as if I was fearless. Abdul's eyes flashed with shock, and he finally understood that this was not just a recovery, but a miracle. He knelt on the ground in awe. Others followed suit and knelt down, reciting lofty honorifics. After a while, the cutscene finally ended. "Building the main city requires a main city construction order, are you sure?" I confirmed it without hesitation. There was nothing to worry about. The high-tech in the Reputation Mall is dazzling, enough to resist the attack of government forces and Arab coalition forces. Of course, I have my own plans. Although the presidential palace is dangerous, as the capital, it has the most complete infrastructure and a certain foundation for light industry. What about other places? I took a quick look and saw only impoverished areas, with nothing and extremely poor. Building the main city in these places will cause endless troubles. Moreover, the situation of Yemen is special. From the perspective of geographical location, this place should not be poor, but rich. There is no shortage of oil here, there are people, and there are important trading ports. Whether it is exporting oil or developing maritime trade, Yemen can easily get rich. But why is it so poor? The fundamental reason is that Yemen lacks an industrial base, external interference, and harassment from local armed forces. For these reasons, Yemen has not been able to develop. The most critical problem for Yemen. If the financial problem can be solved as soon as possible, a unified government can be established, and internal strife and external interference can be ended, then a counterattack is just around the corner. After confirmation, the system starts building the main city. The construction progressed rapidly, and soon I received a system prompt. Main city construction completed. Congratulations on completing the main city construction task. Unlocked achievement, newcomer to the official career. I rubbed my hands, the reward is coming soon. Sure enough, a golden reward prompt box appeared on the screen. Congratulations on getting prestige value, 300. I was delighted. Prestige points can be exchanged for various high-tech rewards in the prestige store. 300 prestige points are already quite considerable. I click OK. New reward prompt box appears again. There are rewards? I click to check it out without hesitation. Congratulations on obtaining a Special Forces unit. Introduction. This unit is loyal and absolutely faithful, and will never rebel against you. I noticed the words, absolute loyalty. In other words, they would not have any objection if I ordered them to die. In war, the value of an absolutely loyal army is self-evident. Let's train this troop as our trusted ones first. I quickly came up with an idea. A new Special Forces unit was added to the camp. I clicked to view their detailed information and gave this unit a name, Qinglong Special Forces. Then, I selected a team member with the highest attributes, and promoted him to captain. They all have foreign faces, and I considerately gave them foreign names. Captain Alpha. Vice Captain Maxon. I opened their equipment column and equipped each team member with the strongest weapon in my hand. As my absolutely loyal troops, all equipment must be given priority. Soon, the combat power value in the upper right corner continued to rise. This is the first time I discovered this combat power system. I clicked to check and found that the combat power has reached 140,000. There are still many features in the game that I haven't explored yet. Some features are grayed out and cannot be operated. There are also unlocked areas on the map, which means that there is still a lot of room for development in the game. Very interesting. This is the first time I have played such a detailed and rich game. Moreover, its settings are almost completely in line with reality, and the sense of substitution is very strong. By the way, I haven't signed in today. I opened the sign-in system, clicked sign in, and wondered what reward I could get today. Sign in successfully. Congratulations on receiving disposable oil resource detector. Tip: keep signing in to get more detection packages. Oil detector? That's a great reward. As one of the largest oil storage areas in the world, Zhongdong has a large amount of untapped oil resources underground. If a detector can be used to discover new oil fields, the funding problem can be easily solved. Suddenly, I remembered that according to the game data, the oil reserves in Yemen are indeed scarce. It's not because Yemen is poor, but because its exploration technology is too backward. Even the proven oil resources cannot be mined due to technical limitations. I wouldn't be surprised if gold mines were found in such a large area. Therefore, the sign-in reward this time can be said to be very impressive. It seems that the essence of human beings is to make money. I laughed at myself. With funds, not only can you thrive in reality, but you can also have a strong advantage in the game. Use a detector. Please select the detection area. I thought for a moment and directly increased the detection range to the maximum. System detection, please wait. Detection completed. A data chart appeared on the screen. I took a closer look and found that it was just as I expected. Yemen was not poor. On the contrary, it was extremely rich. The map shows that there is an oil field near the presidential palace with huge reserves, which can reach 120 million tons if fully exploited. Less than 20 kilometers away, there is a natural gas deposit with reserves of up to 10 billion cubic meters. Unexploited oil field. Reserves, 120 million tons. Development difficulty, 3 stars. Current situation, exploitable. Unexploited natural gas. Reserves, 12.7 billion cubic meters. Development difficulty, 3.5 stars. Current situation, exploitable. I had only one thought in my mind: I'm rich. With so much oil resources, once it is mined, the financial problem will be solved immediately and a solid foundation will be laid for future development. Natural gas is an endless source of funds, and its reserves are so large that they cannot be fully mined in the short term. I immediately opened the military panel and prepared to send people to mine. However, the problem came again. It was the same old problem: the backward technology became a fatal flaw. I forgot this in my excitement just now. When I took a look at the current mining technology, I couldn't help but sigh. This technology is so backward. I looked through the information and found that Yemen's current mining technology is still at the level of Dragon Country in the last century. No wonder they have been in trouble. A big problem is in front of me, and the key to solving it is to find a suitable mining method. However, the technical problem is difficult to make up for in the short term. The most painful thing in the world is to detect vast amounts of resources but not be able to mine them. I smiled bitterly. What I saw before me was not an oil field but a mountain of gold and silver. Yet, despite my confidence, I continued to look through the data. A few minutes later, I helplessly discovered a fact: Longwa is rich in resources, but due to the complex geographical environment, the development costs are generally high, and the cost of each barrel of oil is about $50 to $60. The mining cost in Dongzhou is only $10, but with Yemen's backward technology and lack of modern scientific and technological support, the mining cost is likely to be on par with that of Longhua. With this calculation, even if I extract oil at all costs, I probably won't make much. In desperation, I turn on the system's technology tree function. After all, this is a game, there must be a solution, right? Otherwise, how can I continue? Low-level oil extraction technology $300 million. Intermediate oil extraction technology $500 million. Advanced oil extraction technology $1.5 billion. I looked at the $2 billion in my pocket and hesitated. But don't forget, the money has to be kept for the expenses of nearly 100,000 people under my command, and it can't be spent carelessly. Finally, I decided to give up and save my life. Then I thought of a way: the reputation store. I just finished building the main city, and my prestige value has soared a lot, maybe it can come in handy. Natural mineral mining technology, currently unlocked. Level 30 prestige, development costs per barrel, $55 to $60. Level 70 prestige, development costs per barrel, $30 to $45. Level 150 prestige, development costs per barrel, $10 to $20. After browsing for a while, I was amazed. Upgrading the technology tree can indeed reduce costs. Just by paying prestige points, you can unlock mining technology, and even the supporting facilities can be upgraded. I almost jumped for joy. Even for advanced mining technology, the required prestige is only 250 points, which is well within my ability. After capturing the presidential palace and building the main city, my prestige value has exceeded 300, which is more than enough. Do you want to spend 30 prestige points to upgrade the natural mineral mining technology? I clicked confirm without hesitation and upgraded the mining technology to advanced level in one go. Having just completed the upgrade, I breathed a sigh of relief as the mining problem was finally solved. Just as he was about to send someone to start mining, a prompt box suddenly popped up. Hint: the host can use prestige points to materialize a full set of mining technology into reality. Do you want to try to materialize it? Realize into reality? I was stunned for a moment, feeling a little confused. Can technology really be brought into reality? This is too fantastic. However, since there is this option, I decided to give it a try. After clicking confirm, the system popped up a message: host's prestige value is insufficient, please accumulate prestige value as soon as possible. I sighed helplessly. It turns out that to realize technology, prestige must also match the technology tree. This is a bit of a pit. Moreover, if a complete set of oil extraction technology is realized, what does that mean? It is shocking to think about it. I am afraid that even the country will be affected. Would you like to give me a model? I couldn't help but smile and guessed that this was probably a model. After all, this game has no Krypton gold items, and you can also get models, which is a conscientious game. When the prestige points are high, it would be nice to get a model to play with. Yemen Presidential Palace. Leader, what do you want? Alpha appeared in the office and reported to Jiang Yi respectfully. I have a task for you. What mission? Alpha took a blueprint and a sophisticated device, examined them carefully, and immediately took orders. Mission content: complete the extraction of oil and natural gas based on the detector in your hand. Alpha was shocked. He had never seen such sophisticated technology. When he learned that the blueprint recorded a super-large oil field with a capacity of 100 million tons and a natural gas mine with a capacity of 10 billion cubic meters, he was stunned. This is a technology that can completely change the fate of their group and solve the financial problems that have plagued them for many years. Alpha replied firmly. Leader, we will definitely complete the mission. Abdul beside him said excitedly. Leader, you are simply a god. Maxon also said. Under your leadership, we will surely move towards glory. Although these words are a bit exaggerated, to them, I am their only support. Alpha smiled slightly. Don't worry about this, just follow my instructions. Meanwhile, I was looking at my phone in the office, feeling a little embarrassed. I had just posted a task, and a cutscene was played. But to be honest, the modeling of this game is so realistic that it feels like a real thing. I looked at the task bar on the left side of the phone, current task, exploit the oil field. Alpha led the team out. I was in a great mood, as huge wealth was beckoning to me. Although the marching time was not short, it gave me some time. I took the opportunity to exit the game interface and prepared to check what the Yemenhuti armed forces look like in reality. After all, this game is so realistic that I even doubt whether it is made one-to-one based on reality. If this is true, then the game production team is too strong. Of course, we cannot rule out the possibility that they have strong backgrounds and are not afraid of being blocked. Just as I turned off the game, the counselor called. Jian Yi, there is a competition. You can represent our class to participate. I was a little impatient. What game? For the innovation and entrepreneurship competition, the school requires that every department must have participants. No one from our department has signed up yet. Would you consider it? When I was about to refuse, the counselor whispered. Actually, in this competition, it would be great to win a prize, but the most important thing is that even if you don't win, you can still get credits. Now, my interest was piqued. How could I miss this opportunity to earn credits? But isn't it a bit too much trouble? The counselor added. To be honest, we don't expect you to win the award. You can find any topic you want. The evaluation criteria are very loose. It's mainly to make up the numbers. After hearing this, I agreed. I simply signed up and submitted the materials. As for the topic, I'll talk about it later. I looked at the time, and it was almost time for dinner. My stomach was also protesting. Let's go eat. I temporarily put aside the matter of looking up information. In a desert scorched by the scorching sun, a mining team of more than 2,000 people arrived at their destination in an orderly manner. Under the command of Alpha, the team used detectors to conduct a large-scale scan of the ground. Commander Alpha! According to the scan results, this is the oil field the leader mentioned. Alpha smiled and ordered the team to start topographic survey to prepare for the construction of mining equipment. Soon after calculation, the drawings of the mining facilities were handed over to Alpha. Discussed with Abdul for a few sentences, and after confirming that everything was correct, he ordered the construction to begin. This is the first task the leader has given us. We must complete it seriously and never let the leader down. A team of several thousand people quickly got involved in the construction work. The scene was magnificent and shocking. During this process, Alpha and his subordinates worked closely together to ensure everything went smoothly. At the same time, someone standing in a corner quietly took out his mobile phone, took a few photos and a video, and then sent them out secretly. At the highest command post in Shadua, the atmosphere in the meeting room was serious. I think everyone knows about the changes in Yemen. This is very disadvantageous to us. Yemen's former president, Hadi, said seriously. He was referring to the overthrow of the government forces in Yemen and the takeover of the presidential palace by the Hun armed forces. Fortunately, the Hadi was negotiating with the Sarawakians abroad and managed to escape the coup. However, he still has an army that can fight back and vows to take back power. Don't worry, as long as we reach a deal with Sha'ate, with their current strength, it's not worth mentioning at all. That's right. The funding chain of the Yemenhuti armed forces is weak. The Amlab alliance in Dongzhou has already organized around them. They will soon be unable to hold on. After hearing these words, the people present relaxed a lot. Everyone seemed to think that the Yemenhuti armed forces were just a flash in the pan. Without financial support, they could not stay strong for a long time. However, just when everyone breathed a sigh of relief, an urgent secret report suddenly arrived. What? Handi stood up in surprise, his eyes full of disbelief. Are you telling the truth? How is this possible? I didn't even discover this oil field before. How did they find it? This is impossible. The reporter was a dark-skinned man wearing a white turban. He was convinced. Yes, I am sure it is them. Looking at this video and photos, it is clearly shown that the Houthi armed forces are building oil field extraction equipment, and Commander Abdul is among them. As soon as the news came out, the entire conference room was instantly shaken. The senior executives who were originally relaxed suddenly became nervous. No, we can't let them get the rights to exploit the oil fields. Otherwise, they will not only get funds to support development, but also equipment that is enough to change the situation. What worries them even more is that the reserves of this oil field are astonishing. If it is successfully exploited, the equipment of the Houthi armed forces will be qualitatively improved, and they may even never be defeated. But the capital is now in their hands. If we directly seize the oil fields, the costs will be too high. The conference room fell into silence. Just when the atmosphere was tense, Han Di knocked on the table and signaled everyone to be quiet. No matter what, they cannot succeed in exploiting this oil field. It is not only a threat to our security, but also the biggest asset for their attack. Han Di said calmly. This may not be a bad thing. The Shadro have been considering whether to continue to help us take back Yemen, or to support another group of forces. As long as we promise to share most of the profits from this oil field with them, they will definitely support us. He knew very well that with the military strength of Shadro, it would not be difficult to stop the Houthi armed forces from exploiting the oil fields and destroy them. After careful consideration, Hadi immediately decided to go to the Sarawak presidential palace in person to start negotiations. On that day, several fighter jets took off slowly from the Sarawak military base and headed towards the airspace of Yemen, and the situation was on the verge of breaking out. In the evening, my roommate and I returned to the dormitory and talked about the innovative technology competition we participated in the afternoon. At first, my roommate just mentioned it casually, and I didn't pay much attention to it. Later I learned that this competition was held by the country to encourage college students to engage in scientific research and development and stimulate innovation. After hearing this, I immediately took it seriously. After all, the competitions hosted by the country are of different quality and worth a try. However, the specific planning is still handled by Wang Hai and others. It would be great to win the grand prize, but it doesn't matter if you don't. The most important thing is to earn credits. After all, I'm here mainly to get credits. The discussion lasted a little late, and after finishing it I lay down to rest. I woke up the next day and found that I had no classes. I stretched my body, lay on the bed and played with my phone, and opened the game to play a few games. Yesterday I asked someone to build oil field extraction equipment, and I wanted to see how it was going. It should be almost finished, so I was a little excited. It is said that men have great ambitions. Who has not had the ambition to rule the world? If it is not possible in real life, it is also good to satisfy your desire in the game. After opening the game, I found that the loading speed was extremely fast and the picture was extremely smooth. Many big companies, such as Penguin and NetEase, cannot achieve such smoothness. It seems that the production team of this game is quite capable. After entering the game, I signed in first, and the system prompted, "Sign in successfully. Congratulations on obtaining Calvin Model Fighter, Quantity X10. I was stunned for a moment, and then a message popped up. Fighter Pilot X10. This reward surprised me a little. The fighter jet that was originally just a concept actually appeared in the game. My heart beat faster. I was penniless before, but now I have obtained such powerful equipment all of a sudden. The development speed is too fast. I looked at the silver-white fighter jet. The cool sense of technology and the smooth design made me give it a thumbs up. So cool. So cool. Especially the pair of huge gun barrels at the front of the fighter jet, which gave it a strong sense of pressure. It was like a work of art. I clicked on the detailed data and saw that the performance of this fighter jet actually surpassed many top fighter jets in reality. I couldn't help but sigh. If it appeared in the real world, it would dominate the sky and kill gods and Buddhas. Just as I was excited, my phone vibrated and an exclamation mark flashed in the upper right corner of the screen. It was an urgent military situation. I quickly clicked on it and found that the emails showed that my team was attacked. When I clicked on the video, I saw a piece of mining equipment being bombed. It turned out to be the oil field base I had built before. Various high-end equipment was being built smoothly, but part of the place was bombed by the enemy, causing large-scale damage. I raised my eyebrows and discovered the traces of enemy planes F-15 fighters and Tornado fighters, with teams of 15 and 21 respectively. They were actually sent by Shatu? I sneered in my heart. I clearly had no direct grudges with Sarawak, so why did they suddenly attack? I soon understood it might be that the Yemen government forces found Sarawak, and the two sides hit it off. Seeing the enemy approaching aggressively, I smiled slightly, and the fighter plane I got by signing in came in handy. Although the F-15 and Tornado fighters are old models, they are no match for the new Calavan fighters. Sure enough, soon I took 10 fighters to face the enemy, ready for an air-decisive battle. A few seconds later, the explosive attack of the fighter jets caught the enemy off guard. Several F-15 fighter jets were destroyed in a flash before they could react. The situation changed dramatically in an instant. Watching the dazzling performance of the Calavan fighter in the air, I couldn't help but smile. Sure enough, the concept fighters are not something that those old equipment can easily touch. Their strength is completely on a different level. If this continues, the enemy's more than 30 fighters may not even fill my teeth. However, I am already satisfied. At least, after testing the true combat power of the Calavan fighter, I have a clearer understanding of my current military strength. The battle continued. 10 Calavan fighters flew together, completing difficult turning operations in the air, leaving the other side's pilots dumbfounded. At that moment, it seemed as if they were in a world of alien technology. The most surprising thing was that this mysterious force suddenly appeared and destroyed their 3 fighter jets in an instant. Where did this mysterious force come from? As they watched in confusion, 10 Calavan fighters quickly surrounded all the enemy planes. The enemy finally fell into despair and launched missiles in preparation for the final decisive battle. However, just after the missile was launched, it was interfered by some mysterious interference, deviated from the originally set course, and failed to hit the target. Boom, boom, boom! With the precise attack of the Calavan fighter, one F-15 fighter and tornado fighter after another exploded in the air, and flames splashed everywhere. The wreckage of the fuselage fell like rain. The entire battle lasted only a few minutes and ended with the Calavan fighters' crushing victory. Mission accomplished. I clapped my hands and clicked the button to return home. 10 fighter planes quickly turned around and evacuated the battlefield one by one. Alpha and Abdul stared at all this with astonishment in their eyes. Is it just like this? Alpha suddenly realized something. This must be the support fighter plane sent by the leader. Yes, that must be the case. Abdul was shaking with excitement. Except for the leader, no one could provide such support. They could not imagine that the leader actually had such a powerful fighter in his hands. This discovery filled their hearts with awe and admiration. On the enemy side, the news that more than 30 fighter planes were destroyed quickly spread back, shocking the entire high-level government forces. What? All destroyed? Handi's face turned pale, anger and confusion intertwined. More than 30 fighter planes, almost invincible, how could they all be destroyed in just a few minutes? This is simply impossible. However, more than an hour later, some videos and data from the battle scene were transmitted back, with irrefutable evidence. Khadija collapsed in his chair, gasping for breath. He was numb. The Houthis actually had such advanced fighter jets? This was incredible. Not only that, even their Saudi F-15 and Tornado fighters were destroyed in an instant, without any chance of fighting back. Hadi fell into a brief contemplation, and after a while, he hurried to the Saudi presidential palace and requested to meet with President Salman. Salman was furious when he heard the news. More than 30 fighter planes, almost one-third of all fighter planes in Saudi Arabia, were lost, and the entire top leadership was deeply saddened. Waste! All waste! Salman scolded Handi, accusing him of not understanding the enemy's equipment situation. Hadi was helpless. I don't know either. The Houthis are so poor, how could they have such advanced fighter jets? All this was completely beyond their expectations. The enemy's original plan was to give the other side a few more years and gradually defeat the other side. Who could have thought that the Houthi armed forces would rise so quickly? The two countries' top leaders held a long meeting and finally decided to hold off for the time being and wait and see what happens. After all, the situation is beyond their control, and continuing to push forward will only bring more losses. At the same time, a prompt suddenly popped up on my screen, showing that I had successfully intimidated the Yemen government army and the Shat government army, and my prestige points increased by 1,000 respectively. The shocking effect of this battle far exceeded my expectations. Not only did it allow me to gain a large amount of prestige points, it also allowed me to further upgrade my technology in the prestige store, continue to expand the industrial chain, and take the next step. I opened the map and instructed Alpha and his team to repair the mining equipment and start collecting oil. At this time, my financial income increased significantly, and my economy developed rapidly. By the way, now that my prestige is high enough, I should be able to get a set of equipment models, right? I suddenly remembered that the game provides the option of materializing equipment. Soon, I selected the device and clicked the Manifest button, and a countdown appeared on the screen. Manifestation successful, countdown, 120 hours. Next, I started planning road construction, which was crucial to expanding my territory and improving transportation efficiency. Over time, my wealth has continued to grow and has reached 2.5 billion, which is an amazing growth rate. It's time to use these resources to continue to expand your strength. I understand that we cannot rush for success, and the same applies to development. Just like we cannot become fat overnight, everything must start from the basics and proceed step by step. Only by laying a solid foundation can we build a taller and stronger building. So, I started from the most basic part, gently promoting light industry, civilian technology in agriculture, and gradually upgrading them to prepare for future factory construction and military expansion. After working for a while, my progress gradually improved and I have reached the advanced level in all areas. I looked at the time and realized it was already late at night. I stretched and prepared to go to bed. Suddenly, Wang Hai, who was in the lower bunk, woke me up with a cry of surprise. Holy crap! The Houthi armed forces actually killed the Shat? The noise woke up the others, and the dormitory was suddenly filled with noise. Keep your voice down! It's 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, stop making trouble! Why are you so excited? Everyone opened their eyes and rolled their eyes at Wang Hai. Sorry, I'm too excited. Godfathers, please continue to sleep, hee hee. Wang Hai smiled disapprovingly, and everyone forced themselves to close their eyes and continue to sleep. But Wang Hai's shout woke me up completely, and I tossed and turned in bed. Houthi armed forces? Kill the Shat? Something was wrong with this, so I got out of bed and walked to Wang Hai's bed. He was watching the news and had clicked on the latest report. Let me see it. I snatched his phone and stared at the news content. The report mentioned that a large-scale conflict had just occurred between the Houthi armed forces and the Shat, and the latter suffered heavy losses. What was played next was an interview video. The background of the picture was a huge mechanical equipment, and the person being interviewed was a dark-skinned man wearing a hat. We hereby solemnly warn Shat and the enemy that you are no match for us. Under the leadership of our great leader, we will eventually move towards prosperity and greatness. If you know what's good for you, please stop resisting. His words were passionate, and his tone was full of confidence. In addition, I have something to say to all my fellow Yemen compatriots. We already have the most advanced and powerful weapons in our hands. The battle just now is the best proof of this. As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere on the screen became more tense. This is the current leader of the Wisher Armed Forces, Abu Abujal or something. Wang Hai looked at me and added excitedly. He continued to click on the next interview, where the reporter asked how to successfully resist the joint action of the Saudi and Yemeni government forces and defeat the other side's fighter jets. Abdul did not reveal any specific details. When reporters pressed him, he simply responded, "This is our secret. We cannot disclose it." After the interview, Wang Hai took the phone back from me and couldn't help but sigh. The recent performance of the Houthi armed forces is really shocking. They even broke into the presidential palace and the government army was defeated. Then they went to war with Saudi Arabia. This momentum is really shocking. I listened to Wang Hai's excited speech and couldn't help asking, "Why are you so happy?" He disagreed. Of course. This battle was fought beautifully. The Houthi armed forces have been suppressed for so many years. I never thought they could turn the tables. When the other roommates heard this, they poked their heads out of their beds and joined the discussion. Do you know that the Houthi armed forces were extremely poor before, and now they can achieve this level, which is absolutely a miracle. Moreover, Shat suffered heavy losses this time, and it is estimated that a lot of fighter planes were lost. The top leaders must be heartbroken. Wang Hai continued to explain with great interest. Everyone was drawn into the topic and became more and more excited. Don't you think that the Houthi armed forces have suddenly become so powerful that there may be some big shot behind the scenes manipulating them? A roommate asked half-jokingly. Wang Hai shook his head and said seriously, Absolutely. There must be someone behind the scenes giving instructions. Maybe it was some super boss who made this originally insignificant army suddenly become so powerful. He spoke so logically that although I didn't quite believe him, I still had some doubts in my heart. Read less novels and don't think like that, Wang Hai firmly believed. This is absolutely true. I bet there's a super powerful person behind this. Just when I was about to ignore him, I suddenly realized something. The battle took place at 12:25, and at that time, I was also commanding fighter planes in the game to engage in an aerial battle with Shat. This coincidence made me feel a little uneasy. Could it be that the game content is updated in real time? Is the production team in trouble? Does all this have anything to do with me? Gulp. I swallowed, the doubts in my heart grew heavier, things were becoming more and more strange, as if they were moving in some unpredictable direction. I have to do something to verify my guess. I suddenly turned over and sat up, pulled the charging cable to charge my phone, and then reopened the game. On the screen was the email video I had watched before. The picture was still so real, and the details of the air battle seemed as if I was there in person. The oil extraction base where Abdul was. Abdul. Click on the character information and a dialog box pops up on the screen. Abdul, leader, is there anything you want to tell me? An idea suddenly occurred to me, and I immediately started inputting instructions, preparing to assign him a task. Jiang Yi, I have something to tell you. Do as I say. Abdul, no problem, leader. I need you to arrange a press interview at 2 o'clock this afternoon. The content is, we have successfully crushed the plan of Shatuo, and the oil production is progressing smoothly. It is expected to start exporting to the world soon. Oil is liquid gold, and countries around the world are scrambling for it. Competition among sellers is extremely fierce. The most effective way to stand out is to lower the price. If the price is slightly lower, people will naturally choose to cooperate with us and buy our oil. As for the market's reaction, I don't care at all. Making money is the most important thing. Moreover, our mining costs are extremely low and our equipment is advanced. Other countries simply cannot compare with us. A moment later, I added, revealing the core of the plan. In addition, if Longwood needs to import our oil, I am willing to provide a 28.8% discount. After all, I am a dragon countryman, and I always have a sincere heart. If this game is connected to the real world, then I also want to make a contribution to my motherland. This move will also help enhance our international influence, and help further expand the reputation of the Wuxia Armed Forces. By the way, let's set the theme of the press conference, as we are going to lower the oil price. It suddenly occurred to me that the oil price is a matter of great concern to the world, and this topic will definitely attract more attention. Abdul, okay, leader, is there anything else that needs to be arranged? Not for now, I will contact you if there is anything. Abdul, okay, leader, I will implement it as soon as possible. Thank you for your trust. Well, get busy. After the order was given, I breathed a long sigh of relief and wiped the sweat from my forehead. I can't help feeling a little nervous, wondering if I can see this news on the news this afternoon. If not, then we can only say that it is all coincidence, and my guess is nothing more than a wild idea. But if this news really comes out, it would be interesting. This means that I can remotely influence the situation in the entire East continent, and use the sign-in system and generous rewards in the game to easily influence the direction of the world. In the future, he will dominate Dongao and eliminate unrest. I can even control the situation of the whole world. I will make those countries that have been unfriendly to Dragon Country pay the price. World Police? It's time to change people. Dongao Oil Extraction Base. Abdul, is there anything wrong? Alpha saw Abdul stand up with a serious expression. The leader has ordered me to return to the main city to prepare for the press conference. Abdul responded briefly, turned and left the lounge, heading towards the car back to the main city. Although he didn't understand why the leader gave such an order, he firmly believed that completing the mission was the most important thing. The leader is the man of destiny. I must not let him down. He looked determined and swore secretly. A few hours later, Abdul returned to the main city. His first thing was to arrange the details of the press conference to ensure that everything went smoothly. During this period, I continued to plan in the game, updating the layout of the city, and renovating industrial areas, residential areas, and rest areas. In particular, my capital area, after reconstruction, looks much more grand than before. I also set up patrol teams to ensure the safety of the city. Subsequently, I decided to assign a part of the army to be responsible for industrial transportation. But for some reason, I felt uneasy that night, and my motivation seemed to be gone. Forget it, let's talk about it tomorrow. I decided to go and have a rest first. After all, I didn't know whether I would be able to see the report of my press conference in the real news tomorrow. The next morning, my roommates woke me up. I participated in school activities with them and attended a discussion class on the innovation and technology competition after lunch. After a busy morning, I had lunch and prepared to take a nap. Before going to bed, I set the alarm for 2 p.m. That was the time I asked Abdul to arrange the press conference. At 2:30, the alarm clock rang on time. I rubbed my eyes, picked up my phone, opened the current affairs news, and refreshed the homepage. If the game were related to reality, the announcement of a price cut in oil would surely cause a sensation and would be reported by domestic media. But after a few refreshes, I see nothing. Maybe the press conference will take some time, I said to myself, and decided to wait and see. Taking advantage of this time, Wang Hai and others asked me to go to class. It was already 3 o'clock when the class was over, and I turned on the current affairs news again. Jianyi, why are you so concerned about the news? Wang Hai felt strange. Jianyi seemed to be a little abnormal today. He was always checking the news. I ignored him, feeling a little anxious, and refreshed the homepage on my phone again and again, but still couldn't find any relevant content. Just when I was feeling lost, suddenly, the banner push on my phone caught my attention. Phoenix News, latest news, at 1400 hours on the same day, the Houthi armed forces announced a high-profile oil price cut. Chapter 11, Games Can Manipulate Reality. Sign into a nuclear warhead? Jianyi was stunned for a second. He had been browsing for such a long time but didn't see anything. He was actually waiting for it to be pushed to him. Are you playing with me? I quickly clicked on the news. Good afternoon, netizens. Welcome to follow our station at 1511 this afternoon. According to the latest news, the Houthi armed forces, which suddenly discovered a large-scale oil field a few days ago, suddenly held a press conference that day and announced a high-profile oil price reduction. According to industry insiders, this may have a significant impact on the oil industry, especially other oil-exporting countries in the East China Sea. Another surprising news is that the Houthi armed forces also revealed that any country that wants to import their oil can enjoy a 28.8% discount. This report is comprehensive. Jianyi read it patiently, and his expression gradually changed from calm to surprised. Good job. This game, is it really related to reality? Jianyi can now really confirm that he can really remotely control the real Dongzhou through the game. Why is it 28.8? This is the number that Jianyi particularly emphasized to avoid misunderstanding. The result is unbiased, even the whispers are correct. Everything that happened before could be said to be a coincidence, but this time, it can't be a coincidence, right? Besides being shocked. A bold idea emerged in Jianyi's mind. If that's the case. So the valuable embodiment function, is it not just a model as I imagined, but is it real? Can I really materialize a complete set of oil extraction equipment into reality? Gulp! Jianyi swallowed his saliva. An expression of ecstasy immediately appeared on his face. Interesting. So interesting. For Jianyi, there is no risk in influencing reality through the development of games. Because it is impossible to be exposed. There is no need to worry about being united by the various countries in East Asia and being beheaded. In the previous missile attack, one of his hands was blown off, but the character in his game recovered quickly. This shows that he is invincible in some way in the game. So, Jianyi can completely control the real Dongzhou little by little through the game. Various rewards for the game. This means that Jianyi will definitely be able to develop easily in a short period of time. Become an important role that influences the world. And develop quietly. And become a hidden boss who silently promotes changes in the global situation behind the scenes. Not a certain region, not a certain country, but the whole world. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Jianyi felt his adrenaline surge, it was too exaggerated. The same thing. Interesting, so interesting. Oh, right. Jiang Yi hurriedly opened the reputation store and found that the item he had chosen to materialize was still in the countdown. Prestige value. This is a good thing. You can click on the technology tree, exchange things in the reputation store, and materialize gain props in the future, which also requires prestige. Jiang Yi began to study the mechanism of this game carefully. Since it can affect reality, Jiang Yi definitely can't continue to treat this game as a game. We need to take it seriously and thoroughly understand all the mechanisms. Jiang Yi remembered that the previous few times he gained prestige points were because he did something in the game. The first was the occupation of the presidential palace. The second time is to build the main city. Then, in the air battle with Shaate, he defeated the opponent badly. I understand. Jiang Yi's eyes lit up. He thought that he should do something to intimidate the other forces, or do something that would have a huge impact on the world and shock the world. Prestige, prestige. It is easy to understand that only when one's fame is fully established can one have prestige. Thinking of this, Jiang Yi realized that if he wanted to develop, he had to keep doing things. Jiang Yi opened the taskbar. I want to start from the taskbar. End the chaos in Dongzhou and unify Dongzhou. Take the southern region by force and destroy the Yemen government army concentration camp. Prestige value reaches 10,000. Complete 3 battles that shock the world. Earn $10 billion. There are so many tasks to complete, and there are still many entry points. However, many of them are currently difficult for Jiang Yi, and how to implement them specifically remains to be discussed. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Yi temporarily exited the task interface because today's sign-in task had not been completed. Every sign-in reward is good. I want to see what I can give this time. Sign in. After completing the sign-in successfully, the reward was also distributed. Jiang Yi took a closer look and was immediately shocked. Congratulations on obtaining 3 nuclear warheads. Nuclear warhead? Am I seeing that? Jiang Yi took a closer look, rubbed his eyes, and then confirmed that he was not mistaken. It was indeed a nuclear warhead. Jiang Yi was of course no stranger to nuclear bombs. One of the most powerful and destructive weapons of our time, it is nicknamed the equality device for all beings by the public. Once a nuclear bomb is launched, in addition to the direct destructive power caused by the explosion, the radiation produced can easily turn a large city with a population of tens of millions into a dead place with no grass growing. In today's chaotic international situation, nuclear bombs are also one of the important weapons for mutual deterrence between countries. Let me put it this way. The lighthouse country acts as the world's policeman all over the world, being arrogant, domineering, and plundering. Even those lackey countries that rely on the beacon country. He relies on the power of his lighthouse father to do whatever he wants. And if these oppressed countries have a few nuclear bombs in their hands, even their lighthouse father wouldn't dare to do such a thing. Very good, this thing can definitely be used as a magic needle to stabilize the sea, haha. Jiang Yi smiled. If you are satisfied, you can collect the reward to the warehouse. Certainly. It is not enough to have a nuclear warhead, you also need various supporting equipment for launching it. Jiang Yi doesn't have these for the time being. But now that we have nuclear warheads, it's just a matter of time. In short, having this thing is like having a secret treasure in your box, which can be very effective at critical moments. It is no exaggeration to say that it is a magic weapon for comeback. Main urban area. Several heavy trucks drove in slowly under the cover of night, and then entered the warehouse under the command of Abdul. What big move has the leader made? Maxon asked Abdul curiously. I don't know. The leader just asked me to bring the things back and take good care of them. Abdul shook his head. It required 3 heavy trucks to transport it, and it was so mysterious. He knew that the thing was not ordinary, but he didn't know what it was exactly. Squeak. As the heavy metal door closed with a bang, Abdul and Max also left the warehouse. Received the nuclear warhead. Jiang Yi suddenly became bolder. After repeatedly observing the maps of various places in Dongzhou, a plan came into his mind. Anyway, we have nuclear warheads as a backup. The cost of trial and error has been greatly reduced. As long as the plan succeeds, the benefits to Jiangyi will be enormous. Chapter 12 Raid. Seize the port and start the war. Jiangyi's plan is actually very simple. Just recently, Jiangyi found a key on the map. That is the port of Aden located west of Yemen. In terms of geographical location, this place has very high strategic value. First, the port of Aden is located on the northwest coast of the Gulf of Aden on the southwest coast of Yemen. It controls the entrance and exit of Honghai and the Asan Ocean. It is a transportation hub between Europe, Honghai, Asia and the Pacific Ocean. It is also the largest seaport in Yemen and the second largest refueling port in the world. Engaged in re-export trade, with regular flights to all parts of the world. Therefore, it can be said that the port of Aden holds the important economic lifeline of the country. By controlling the port of Aden, we can gain most of Yemen's economic control. Yes. Jiangyi's plan is to find a way to take over the port of Aden. Taking over the port will make subsequent oil exports, weapons imports, etc. easier. The only thing to note is, risk and return go hand in hand. There are a large number of soldiers stationed in the port of Aden, so it will take some effort to take it. Jiangyi has always been decisive in doing things. Abdul and Maxon were quickly called over. As for Alpha, his temporary mission is to command the oil extraction base. Looking at the two character models in the game, they came in front of me. Jiangyi had no illusions in his mind. At the same time, at Yemen, Abdul and Maxon also came to me like in the game, right? The conversation content appears on the screen. Abdul, leader, what are your instructions? Jiangyi clicked the input box and started typing. I'll give you a task. Find a way to take over the port of Aden tonight. Is there a problem? Abdul, leader, this may be a bit difficult. There are many troops stationed there, and it is guarded by many levels. Moreover, as a key military point, the soldiers stationed there have very advanced weapons at hand. I am afraid it will not be that easy. Maxon, yes, Commander, we are in the development stage. Why don't we wait until we have enough funds and develop a wave before making a decision? Now Jiangyi already knows. Abdul and Maxon are not simple game characters, but human beings with flesh and blood. If you think about it carefully, their concerns actually make sense. The port of Aden is such an important location. It is equivalent to the lifeline of the Yemen government forces. How could it be possible to be taken down so easily? But Jiangyi never regretted the decision he made, nor did he cancel it midway. The other side's weapons are advanced? Then you are more advanced than the other party. Jiangyi asked Abdul and Maxon to wait for a while he opened the reputation store. It is worth mentioning. Several press conferences before, especially after the announcement of oil price cuts and preferential export policies to Manhwa, it has increased a lot of reputation. Because this incident actually caused quite a stir, it was reported on all major domestic hot searches, especially military channels. Prestige value, 1399. Adding the remaining points from before, the total prestige points is about 1,400. That's enough. A wide variety of modern and advanced firearms appeared in front of Jiangyi. Dazzling. There are also perverted future products such as portable electromagnetic guns, plasma lightsabers, and proton bombs. But the prestige required. Jiangyi took a glance and decided to give up. For him, the figures were astronomical at the moment. The only things that can be bought are some firearms that are slightly more advanced than those used on modern battlefields, but not beyond the scope. Compared to these, Jiangyi directly shifted his attention to the tank column on the next page. Because the most direct way Jiangyi can think of to improve combat effectiveness is actually to use the unreasonable little bully on the battlefield, the tank. The second is affordability. Can afford it. Jiangyi carefully selected several models that seemed to have the best data performance. Some of them attracted Jiangyi's ideas. VZ.58 Concept Arm Tank. Data Introduction. 4-person crew. Firepower. Level 9 122mm gun, 440 single shot, 4-round magazine, small reload takes 3.5 seconds. 257 penetration AP shells, 325 penetration APCR gold shells, excellent gun control data, 8-degree depression angle. Armor, K568 all-round alloy covers the entire body and has extremely strong defensive performance. Mobility, very good power-to-weight ratio, top speed of 94 km per hour, light and convenient rotation speed. PL-01 stealth concept tank. Data introduction. The crew is 3, but there is a crew compartment at the rear that can carry 4 infantrymen. Weapons. The main weapon is a 105mm or 120mm tank gun installed in an unmanned turret with a stealth design. It uses an automatic loader and has a maximum firing rate of 6 rounds per minute. The auxiliary weapon is a 7.62mm machine gun with 1,000 rounds of ammunition. Armor. The exterior has modular armor based on ceramic aramid material, which can provide NATO STANAG 4569 Level 5 standard protection, and can also be equipped with additional armor. Mobility. Equipped with a 940 horsepower diesel engine, the maximum road speed can reach 109 km per hour. Fire control system. Advanced. Its observation and aiming system is equipped with a laser rangefinder with electronic stabilization, a day and night low-light camera and third-generation thermal imaging. Y-58 land combat tank. Performance introduction. 4 people in the crew. Firepower. Equipped with XM360 120mm lightweight low-recoil smoothbore gun, and the auxiliary weapon is an XM9 1430mm chain-fed automatic gun, which can fire standard 30 by 113mm series shells. Mobility. Lightweight main gun and tail-mounted loader, lower height, reduced frontal projection area, hybrid power system. Armor. Modular armor made of carbon aramid material covers the whole body. The data of these 3 models are good, and their performance is higher than that of any country's current active tanks in the world. Moreover, the price is not expensive and the cost performance is high. Jiang Yi chose to buy. Let's start with 5 each. You don't need too many, and you have drones to use. 15 tanks adopting the tactics of tank infantry cooperation, plus the tactical cover of aerial drones, are definitely enough to destroy the enemy. Purchase completed. Jiang Ye's heart was bleeding after spending 1,200 prestige points on 15 machines. But fortunately, there is a saying that goes, you can't catch the wolf if you don't give up. Taking over the port of Aden in this battle will certainly make the Hutian armed forces famous, and will be the first step towards becoming famous around the world. Will you still worry about not having prestige by then? Soon, Jiang Yi called together all the people involved in the operation. A total of more than 3,500 people. Ahem. Before the formal battle, Jiang Yi, as the commander-in-chief, naturally had to give an impassioned speech. Everyone, this will be our first step to becoming famous all over the world. Please cheer up. As long as we win this battle, the future world belongs to you and me. Relying on his eloquent tongue, Jiang Yi made everyone excited and pumped up in his short speech of more than 10 minutes. Jiang Yi smiled. It seems that I do have the demeanor and talent of a leader. Chapter 13. The war begins. Tomorrow, I will be famous all over the world. Jiang Ye's speech has great impact. Abdul gathered everyone in the open space in front of the main city. There was a visible desire for battle in everyone's eyes. This was something Abdul had never seen before. He never thought that the men under his command would have such a side. After all, the people under his command are not regular troops and have not received professional training like those of other countries. Let's put it this way, anyone can see that his army is amateurish. And at this moment, he actually saw in the serious figures of this group of people the professional qualities of soldiers that were more professional than ever before. A successful leader. He is good at inspiring people and making his subordinates follow him wholeheartedly. Abdul had only seen this kind of leadership style in books and in those top leaders who were renowned all over the world. The top floor of the main city. Jiang Yi is using the third-party perspective of the game to examine the huge army of thousands of people below. Yes, very spectacular. At first glance, it does seem to be the case. Abdul, leader, let's set off and take over the port of Aden. OK. Jiang Yi clicked the OK button, and Abdul set off with his men. After they left, Jiang Yi thought about it, and felt that it was not very safe. So they found Maxon again and asked him to assemble another 5,000-man army to follow up as a follow-up guarantee. The first formal battle to capture the city must be taken seriously. The other end. Port of Aden. A man in white military uniform and with deep eye sockets received a phone call. A few minutes later, the call ended and his expression became heavy. Want to seize the port of Aden from them? The man's name is Ahmed, and he is the highest commander stationed in the area of Aden port. The person who just called was his immediate superior. Tell him that the Houthi armed forces will take action tonight, and they are likely heading for the port of Aden. As the Yemen government army, the original direct ruler of this territory, the Yemen government army's intelligence capabilities are unquestionable. Ahmed smiled coldly. You dare to come? I will make sure you never come back. He turned and walked away from the camp. 10 minutes later, all the camps that were originally dark and resting suddenly became brightly lit. Main business interior. Ahmed was discussing something with several other senior commanders. Ahmed pointed at the map, serious. They will definitely pass through here when they come. We will set up an ambush here. Of course, we cannot send out all our forces at once. We only need to harass them a little to make them lose their composure. Then we will deploy heavy firepower in the rear and fight them to the death. But the man standing next to Ahmed looked serious. They have such powerful fighter jets. I'm worried. Don't worry. Speaking of this issue, Ahmed laughed. They have fighter jets, but they dare not use them because they want to seize the port in order to take over the trade business brought by the port of Aden. If they bomb, all the port facilities will be destroyed. Even if they get control of the port, they can't use it, right? This sentence gave several other senior commanders an epiphany. They all showed expressions of appreciation. Yes. They thought too little about it. In other words, the opponent's fighter's advantage was directly eliminated in this battle. They are even less afraid when it comes to ground combat. The Houthi armed forces will always be the Houthi armed forces. Moreover, they have all kinds of heavy firepower at hand, as well as a natural advantage in controlling the terrain. Nearly 10,000 people took action in the camp. Under the command of Ahmed, they were distributed in different places in the port. The air was filled with the smell of gunpowder, and a war was about to break out. Jian Yi has been paying close attention to military intelligence. Abdul and his companions finally arrived near the port. Jian Yi immediately began to give orders. It is impossible for the other party to fail to notice such a large-scale action. Maybe they are already prepared to welcome us. Only a fool would charge head-on. Of course, we have to defeat them one by one from different places. Jian Yi roughly divided the camp into 6 groups and appointed a team leader for each group. Some were used for cover, some for charging, some for outflanking, and some for flanking raids to catch the enemy off guard. War begins! Jian Yi pressed the start button. Thousands of soldiers, under the cover of night, launched a massive attack on the port. The situation at the port of Aden is complicated. It is divided into the outer port, oil port, inner port, old port, and several newly built container terminals. Among them, the outer port is mainly for ships to anchor and berth. The channel depth is 16 meters and the anchorage depth is 6 to 20 meters. Jian Yi's strategy is to defeat them one by one from the outside to the inside, that is, to take over the outer port first. Ahmed stared at the thermal imaging display, and when he saw the other side launching a large-scale attack, he immediately gave the order to hold on through the intercom. Da-da-da-da! The tranquil night sky was broken by the fierce sound of gunfire. The port, which was eerily quiet a second ago, suddenly turned into a hail of bullets. Seeing this, Jian Yi's expression relaxed a lot. The other party indeed had an ambush. If we had charged forward mindlessly instead of choosing a dispersal strategy, we would have lost a lot of men and suffered heavy casualties by now facing such dense firepower. That's right. Jian Yi did not send out tanks or drones in the first wave of attack. The main purpose is to test the opponent's firepower and the combat effectiveness of the soldiers at hand. Jian Yi paid close attention to the casualty ratio of both sides. After the equipment upgrade during the last attack on the presidential palace, the various assault rifles used by our side are more sophisticated and advanced than those of the enemy. Plus the soldier strengthening effect. Jiang Yi believes that theoretically his side can gain an advantage. The result disappointed Jiang Yi. 327-342. Yes. This is the current battle loss ratio. 10 minutes into the battle, our side has an advantage in statistics, but the number of casualties is almost the same as that of the enemy. This was something Jiang Yi couldn't accept. Why? Sighed. No wonder. The Houthi armed forces were not regular troops after all. I arranged my own tactics, but they might not understand what I meant. The fighting style used is still the old guerrilla style. The fight was not decisive or clean at all. In an offensive battle, if you fail to capture the target in a timely manner and allow the enemy to firmly occupy the stronghold, your disadvantage will only increase as time goes by. Ha! Ahmed laughed when he saw that he had defended the opponent's attacks so easily. The adjutant at the side flattered. General Ahmed, we will definitely be able to annihilate the enemy in this battle and put a damper on their fighting spirit. Ahmed glanced at him and sneered. He didn't need to say it. He only knows that after this battle, his name will appear on the headlines of media around the world tomorrow. Chapter 14. Decapitation Operation. The battle is decided. The battle continues. The intensity of the incident was beyond Jiang Yi's imagination. Fortunately, Jiang Yi had a backup plan and asked Maxon to bring another group of people to follow. 15 minutes later, Maxon arrived at the battlefield. Ahmed seemed to be a little proud and thought that Jiang Yi was just SOSO. Originally he could have held his position, but now it is difficult for Jiang Yi to break through in a short time. The fighting power of Huti's armed forces still cannot keep up. But Ahmed ordered the men guarding the rear to fight outside the port, preparing to decide the outcome here. Jiang Yi noticed this keenly. Ahmed realized that he had made a fatal mistake. Maxon, I have an important task for you. Maxon, Commander, you say. Go around to the center of the enemy camp, find the enemy leader and behead him, is that okay? Maxon and Alpha are both super special forces rewarded by the system. Personal attributes, abilities. Far beyond ordinary soldiers. It can be said to be an all-round warrior with full hexagon points. As the saying goes, catch the leader first. Jiang Yi's plan is to take the head of the other side's commander. Faced with a leaderless situation, the other side will naturally be defeated quickly. Maxon, no problem. For assassination and decapitation, you can't bring too many people, so Maxon brought 7 people from the special forces. These 7 people are the best, the elite among the elites. After a few minutes, Abdul seemed to be unable to hold on any longer. His mission was to command the army and engage in direct confrontation with government forces. Seek Maxon's support from Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi had no choice but to tell Abdul the truth. When Abdul heard this, he became worried. Abdul, leader, the enemy is in the core area of the large army. It will be very difficult to bypass so many people and behead them. Don't worry, Abdul, I have observed that the number of troops in the front of the enemy has obviously increased, which means that the enemy has mobilized its rear forces. Now the armed forces in the rear must be relatively empty. Abdul suddenly realized. Worthy of being a leader. Every move is carefully calculated. If Jiang Yi hadn't said it, he wouldn't have noticed that the other party had any signs of recruiting new members. Jiang Yi didn't blame Abdul. I haven't received any professional training, that's what I am talking about. Otherwise, the Houthi armed forces would not have been beaten so badly by government forces before he took over. Certainly. Abdul must have his own abilities to be able to become the leader. He still has a lot of room for improvement. Maxon sets out to carry out the beheading. Jiang Yi was not stingy with his troops and chose to go all in, sending all the reinforcements to the front. The firepower at the scene was even more intense. On the Yemen government side, Hadi and others were closely following this battle. The port of Aden is very important. Losing the port means losing a huge source of economic income, so there is no room for error. Fortunately, at this time, battle reports were sent back from the front line. They learned that the Houthi armed forces were unable to break through their front line and were being beaten back step by step. Hadi and a number of high-ranking officials of the Yemen government showed relieved smiles. This group of third-rate teams, after defeating us once, really thought they were invincible and actually set their sights on the port of Aden. A hint of fierceness flashed in Handi's eyes. To be able to reach his position, Hadi must be a tough guy. If he seizes the opportunity, he will not give the other party any breathing space and will wipe out the other party in one fell swoop. The scene returns to the battlefield. The increase in personnel finally helped to advance the battle. Jiang Yi observed the map and found that the enemy's resistance force in the northwest of the outer port was weak in strength. Jiang Yi immediately ordered Abdul to take action. More than 1,000 soldiers were mobilized from other places to launch a fierce attack on the weak areas. In just 12 minutes, the defensive army was finally wiped out. Just when Jiang Yi was about to make a final push, the enemy reinforcements arrived. Abdul, damn it! It seems the opponent's defensive strength is greater than we thought. However, Jiang Yi was not panicked at all. What are you afraid of? The reinforcements that can come now are all internal defense forces. The more reinforcements they have, the more empty their internal strength will be. The decapitation mission will be easier to complete, right? Abdul. Okay. Worthy of being a leader. I learned another lesson from Jiang Yi. His image in Abdul's heart was greatly improved again. The only suspense left is whether Jiang Ye's beheading mission can be completed successfully. Abdul's eyes sparkled with great respect, and he was looking forward to it. Ahmed's location. It is the inner harbor area. The inner harbor environment is very complex. Under the cover of night, Maxon and several of his men quietly reached an old fishing port. Fishing all year round makes the floor slippery. The air was thick with the smell of fish. Maxon squatted down next to a cold storage and looked into the distance. Opposite was a shipyard. To get to where Ahmed is, you have to pass through the ship repair yard and then bypass an ice plant and aquatic product processing area. The areas along the way are heavily guarded. After a brief observation, Maxon set his sights on the 2 docks in the shipyard. In the dark night, several figures nimbly jumped onto the metal support of the dock, exerting force with their arms and swinging all the way to the other side. The slightest noise was perfectly covered by the sound of the wind. Jiang Yi observing the battle situation on the front line. Cut to Maxon. Is it that deep? Jiang Yi smiled. The coordinates showed that Maxon and his men were already near the command post where the other side's commander-in-chief was located. Jiang Yi issued an order. Do it neatly. Maxon, good, Chief. At this time, Maxon leaned against the wall, put his feet to work, climbed up the wall, and landed. Maxon looked through the window of a small building in front of him, and saw Ahmed directing the battle inside. A few minutes later. Several miserable howls were heard from inside the building. Maxon kicked a corpse away from his feet and walked towards Ahmed with an expressionless face. You, who are you? Ahmed's pupils shrank, his expression was terrified, and he kept backing away. And Maxon has no bullshit. He took a step forward, raised his knife and slashed it down. A few tenths of a second later, Ahmed fell in a pool of blood. Cool. The reward prompt box appeared on Jiang Ye's mobile phone screen at the same time. Beheading mission. Completed. Reward, 200 prestige points. All soldiers strengthened 3%. I don't seem to have seen this task in the task list. Is it a hidden task? Jiang Yi raised the corners of his mouth slightly and smiled. Anyway, this trip was quite rewarding. Now that Ahmed is dead, the outcome of this battle is already determined. Then, Jiang Yi asked Maxon to use the communication equipment that Ahmed used to command the frontline soldiers to speak to all the soldiers. At the same time, without Ahmed's command, the soldiers on the front line gradually became confused and didn't know how to act. Just when they were wondering what happened, Maxon's voice was heard in the earphones of several team commanders. Chapter 15, Capture the Port. Gene Enhancement Potion. Maxon, everyone, please pay attention. Your Commander-in-Chief Ahmed has died in my hands. If you want to survive, put down your weapons and surrender as soon as possible. Maxon said calmly. But these words were like a thunderclap, reaching the ears of all government troops. What? Commander Ahmed is dead? On the front line, countless people were confused and looked at each other with horror. I can't believe it. They were just about to say it was impossible, Ahmed couldn't have died like that. But then I thought, this voice came from Ahmed's command post. In other words, the other party is at their command post at this moment. Can get the communicator and convey the message to them. It can only explain one situation. Ahmed is indeed dead. But that was Ahmed, the famous commander of the Yemeni government. He had made outstanding military achievements and fought in several large-scale battles that were famous in Dong-o. Just died like that. It's a mess. Soon all the guards were in complete chaos, and the first line of defense collapsed. Jiang Yi realized this was an opportunity. Immediately let Abdul organize forces and launch a massive attack in one fell swoop. The damage ratio also went from being slightly better on Jiang Yi's side to being much better. At this moment, the port of Aden. Everyone fled in panic, dropping their weapons and running for their lives. The commander is dead, what are you still doing? Impossible to win. This battle has completely collapsed. Several team leaders struggled to swim upstream from the crowd and shouted at the chaotic crowd. Calm down! Calm down! Pick up your weapons again and do not let the other side occupy the port. Violators will be executed immediately. Another squad leader wiped the blood from his mouth with his hand and said, Do you think you can escape? You can't survive even if you surrender. Pick up your weapons and fight back. Jiang Yi from a god's perspective. Taking a general look at the situation below. Jiang Yi was happy. Still resisting? The mobilization ability of several team leaders is still good. Under their organization, some government troops picked up their weapons again and prepared to continue fighting. But it's a mess. Without a commander, they are just a group of headless flies. Can't stir up any waves. Jiang Yi clicked on the combat deployment. Currently, the weapons that can be deployed include tanks and drones. Both come out at the same time. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The entire port suddenly shook, and 5 VZ.58 armed tanks, 5 PL-01 stealth tanks and 5 Y-58 land combat tanks appeared on the battlefield. The sudden appearance of 15 huge machines. Everyone was dumbfounded. Boom, boom, boom. The Y-58 land combat tank took the lead in firing several XM360 120mm lightweight low-recoil smoothbore guns at the enemy. There was a huge noise, like a small earthquake. Boom! Dazzling flames burst out from the place where the attack occurred. Dozens of enemy soldiers were instantly blown to pieces by the devastating power, and then vaporized by the high temperature. This power is quite good. Jiang Yi was very satisfied. This is the power that a conceptual tank should have. There is a large open space in the southwest of the outer port, which was originally used to store containers. Geographical location is not important. Jiang Yi can bomb with confidence. After the Y-58 land combat tank, the VZ.58 armed tank and PL-01 stealth tank also launched a fierce artillery attack. 105mm or 120mm tank guns and 325 APCR series shells fell one after another. More than a dozen battlefield behemoths, every time they are launched, they are like roaring steel beasts. There is a saying that goes, if you are poor, you should use tactics to infiltrate. If you are rich, you should use firepower to cover. This scene is simply inhumane. Before long, the scene turned into a sea of fire. The government forces are as desperate as they can be. I don't know where this tank came from or why it has such powerful firepower. It's simply perverted. On the other side is the dock, which is an important area. Jiang Yi did not use tanks to bomb, but instead used drones to carry out precise and targeted strikes on the enemy. This is also where the ground forces mainly attack. The resistance of the resistance army lasted less than 5 minutes before the attack was declared broken. Leader, we have successfully occupied the outer port. Abdul was very excited. His face was flushed because of excitement. Because he never thought that one day the Houthi armed forces would become so powerful. It can easily defeat the government forces and capture the port of Aden, one of the lifelines of Yemen. This is a miracle, no. A miracle! Jiang Yi smiled and looked at the little man on the phone who was jumping and cheering, expressing his inner excitement. I have already thought of the scene in Dong-o where Abdul himself performed these actions. Don't get excited, this is just our beginning. In the future, our territory will be even larger, and our influence will gradually cover the blue star. These words made Abdul very excited. He hurriedly knelt down in front of Jiang Yi. He also spoke various high and respectful words. Jiang Yi was speechless. Do these Amlabians like to kneel down and worship for no reason? Gain control of the outer port and continue to advance. Before long, the enemies in the inner harbor were also completely wiped out. Maxon and 8 other people broke out from the inside and fought against Abdul. Abdul asked about Maxon's situation considerately. Maxon raised his arms to show off his muscles, meaning that he was unharmed. This was the first time Jiang Yi witnessed Maxon's strength. All I know is that Maxon and Alpha are the 2 with the strongest attributes among the special forces rewarded by the system. This battle. Maxon sneaked in, killed Ahmed, and then fought his way out from the inside, killing hundreds of the enemy with 8 people. This record can only be described as terrifying. He is definitely a god of war level figure on the battlefield. If Jiang Yi remembered correctly, Alpha's attributes seem to be even higher than Maxon's. TSK. It seems that the system rewards must be of high quality. These 2 will be trained as gods of war in the future. The scene switches to the chaotic inner harbor, and Jiang Yi has people start cleaning up the aftermath. What remains is an old port and several container terminals. The situation in the old port is relatively complicated, with 9 berths, 6 floating towers and 3 refueling berths. If you want to become bigger and stronger, it is not enough, you have to expand. As for the container terminal, it depends on the situation later. A gentle breeze blew, leaving ripples on the sea surface of Pingjing. The sky in the distance gradually turned pale. It's almost dawn. After several hours of fighting, the old port and the container terminal were finally taken over and were completely under Jiang Yi's control. So far, Jiang Yi won a great victory in this battle. After stretching in bed, Jiang Yi felt refreshed. The last enemy troop was also eliminated. The part that Jiang Yi was most looking forward to had arrived. A golden border flashing with golden light appeared on the screen. Congratulations on completing a capture battle. Reward, Gene Enhancement Potion. Chapter 16. What a perversion. The strengthening potion is a bit too abnormal. Gene Enhancer? A bottle of blue liquid in a glass test tube appeared on the phone prompt box. It's not what I think it is. As a contemporary young person who has loved surfing the internet for many years, this thing is not uncommon in novels, movies, and TV dramas. In American movies and TV shows, people who take this stuff all have superpowers, either extremely strong or as fast as the wind. Or control the wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. In short, the effect is exaggerated. Jiang Yi was numb. Because he suddenly thought that the props in the game can be materialized in reality. Thinking of this, Jiang Yi pointed his finger at the screen to check the specific data of the gene enhancer. See if it is what you think. After reading it, Jiang Yi couldn't help but open his mouth in surprise. Gene Enhancement Potion. Data Introduction. It can enhance the user's metabolic function and all body functions, improve brain utilization, and reach the peak of human potential, including but not limited to strength. Strength is greatly improved. Endurance. Possessing endurance far beyond that of ordinary people, able to complete long-distance running in a short period of time and continuously carry out high-intensity activities. Speed. Includes movement speed and reaction speed, and responds quickly to external stimuli. Ability to withstand blows. Muscle tissue and bones are strengthened, comparable to professionally trained special forces soldiers. Self-healing ability. Improve the speed of the body's self-repair. Excellent endurance. After the endocrine system is strengthened, it can secrete more adrenaline faster when injured or in severe pain to relieve pain. Improved flexibility. Improve the softness of joints and the flexibility of corresponding muscles, making the body more agile. Directions oral. Element. Production. Source. Yes, by observing all the effects and data, Jiang Yi was surprised to find out. Isn't this just a knockoff of the Super Soldier Serum? Super Soldier Serum. In the Marvel Universe, Captain Steve Rogers of the Beacon Nation is injected with the Super Soldier Serum. This serum can turn a thin person into a muscular man who can stick stones with his hands, and possess abilities such as strength, speed, endurance, and agility that surpass those of ordinary people. Specifically, he pulled a plane with his bare hands, took a punch from Thanos, etc. In reality, that would be an incredible feat of killing an elephant with just 3 punches. Although the gene enhancer rewarded by the system may not be that powerful, the effect may be very close. I wonder if it can develop the human body to its peak level after using it. Jiang Yi lowered his head and murmured, I'm really looking forward to it. Jiang Yi couldn't wait to click to receive it and check it out in the warehouse. At this time. Tip: this item has been unlocked, and the host can purchase it again through the Reputation store. Can I buy again? Jiang Yi didn't expect the system to give him so many surprises one after another. This kind of strengthening potion can be purchased repeatedly. It's against the will of heaven. It's a bit against the will of heaven. Jiang Yi initially wanted to materialize it in reality, and use it himself. That's good now. I'll have enough prestige in the future to assign tasks to all my subordinates. Build an invincible enhanced special forces. If that were the case, then gods would be killed and Buddhas would be killed. Check out the prestige value. Jiang Yi opened the data column. Current prestige value, 837. More than 800. The price has increased a lot. Jiang Yi thought that it was because the news of his taking over the port of Aden had gradually spread and had an impact. Later, the Yemeni government forces and the Saudis knew that the port of Aden had been successfully captured by them. It will definitely cause a bigger sensation. The prestige reward is definitely more than 800. Jiang Yi opens the Fame store. Gene Enhancer, 200 prestige. Not cheap either. Jiang Yi exchanged a bottle. Including the free bottle rewarded by the system, there are 2 bottles in total. Jiang Yi thought about it and did not materialize it immediately. Instead, he planned to let Alpha and Maxon try it first. The 2 of them are an absolutely loyal unit rewarded by the system and will not rebel. They are Jiang Yi's right-hand men in the game at present, and Jiang Yi has no regrets in using them. Alpha, Max, this is your reward. The 2 were flattered and looked at the gene enhancer. Maxon, leader, this is. Don't worry about it, just take it directly, I won't harm you. Maxon, okay leader, please don't misunderstand me, that's not what I meant. Dot. Jiang Yi nodded. Watch Maxon and Alpha take the genetic enhancer. At first, there was no change between the 2. But after a few minutes, Jiang Yi clearly found that the 2 men had become different. Their bodies were more muscular, and their already well-developed muscles were even more developed. Every inch is like steel and filled with power. The 2 of them seemed to realize that something was wrong. Alpha, leader, why do our bodies? Oh, this is a medicine that can strengthen the body, go and try the effect. Jiang Yi said. The 2 came to the training camp. This was for the purpose of training soldiers and was built together with the main city. It's still rather crude at the moment, but it's adequate. Alpha walked straight up to a dummy and punched it. Bang! With a loud bang, the dummy was knocked flying 4 or 5 meters, and then slid several meters on the ground. Alpha looked at his own performance in shock. Alpha, leader, Jiang Yi was also shocked. This was too exaggerated. This dummy weighed 200 pounds. Of course, Jiang Yi had to remain calm. Ahem, this is a normal effect, Alpha, you did a good job. Alpha, thank you for the praise and reward, leader. Then Maxon tried it. He also knocked the dummy away with 1 punch and carried away an object weighing hundreds of pounds. What surprised Jiang Yi the most was the speed. Because Max and Alpha are both muscular men. However, overly large muscles will lead to relatively inflexible posture. But both of them achieved a score of 8 seconds in the 100-meter test. What concept? You know, the world record is only 9.58 seconds. This effect is a bit unexpected. Jiang Yi hurriedly exchanged a bottle from the Reputation store and materialized it into reality. Who doesn't want to be Superman? The prestige required to materialize is 500. Do you want to materialize? Alright. To materialize it into reality, it actually requires 500 prestige points, and Jiang Yi accepted it. Confirm. Just when Jiang Yi was curious about how the reward would appear, a text message on his cell phone rang. I picked it up and saw that it was a courier message. Jiang Yi arrived at the school gate, received the express package, and when he opened it, he found that it was indeed a gene enhancer. Open and consume. It tastes good, with a light minty scent, much better than Jiang Yi had imagined. After taking it, my body felt swollen and hot, and my whole body felt as hot as a burning furnace. Jiang Yi could clearly feel that his body was adapting to this feeling. Soon after, I felt sleepy. Jiang Yi returned to the dormitory and prepared to take a nap. Chapter 17. Sha Ti's defense is broken, how can he be so strong? Before going to bed, Jiang Yi did not forget to instruct Alpha, Maxon and Abdul to handle the aftermath of the port. Only then did I fall asleep peacefully. And just after Jiang Yi fell asleep, Abdul and his men immediately began to clean up the port. The main person in charge is Abdul. As for Max, he was responsible for writing the battle summary of this capture battle. Everything is going on in an orderly manner. Oh, except for the battle summary. McKesson is also responsible for detailed data reporting of the port. Port usage needs to be recorded. To completely take over the port and lay the foundation for subsequent trade development. Sandy. VIP guest house. The fighting on the front line did not worry the enemy at all, as they knew the battle would continue for some time. Ha-Di knew that he was too old to endure the pain. I just went back to my room and went to sleep. He thought that when he woke up the next day, he would receive news that the Houthi offensive force had been wiped out. After all, they have always attached great importance to the port of Aden. It is heavily guarded and the weapons used are very advanced. And there is such an excellent commander as Ahmed in charge. He didn't even know how they were going to lose this battle. However, the hurried footsteps outside the house woke up Han-Di from his sleep. What's going on? Han-Di was having a sweet dream and was woken up like this. He was in a bad mood and yelled angrily outside. Oh no, Mr. President! The person who came in to report was a high-ranking official from Yemen who was temporarily staying in Sarawak with Hadi. It's bad? What's wrong? There was a flicker of doubt between Han-Di's brows. What could happen so late at night? Could it be the port of Aden? But if it was the port of Aden, they would definitely win, so how could something bad happen? Tell me what's going on. Han-Di realized that something was wrong, and he turned over and sat up in bed, almost twisting his waist. It's like this. The senior official hesitated, worried that the enemy would be furious upon hearing the news. But what needs to be said still needs to be said. We just received news that our army has been defeated and has been completely annihilated by the enemy. Not only has the port of Aden been completely lost, but even General Ahmed. What? This news was like a bolt from the blue to Han-Di. He couldn't believe his ears. Can you say that again? The senior official had no choice but to repeat what had just happened. After hearing this, Han-Di's eyes became dull, his arms hung limply in front of him, and he fell into a daze. Mr. President, are you okay? For more than a minute, Han-Di did not react at all and stood there like a piece of wood. Help me up! After a long time, Han-Di finally came to his senses. He stood up tremblingly and almost stumbled and fell to the ground. Fortunately, he was supported in time. Where are you going, Mr. President? The executive's tone was worried and a little panicked, and he didn't know what to do. Take me to Salman! Han-Di almost uttered these words with gritted teeth. If someone had told him 2 hours ago that they would lose this defensive battle to the Houthi armed forces, he would think that the other person is crazy and has a mental problem. Such a huge gap. How could I lose? The professional qualities of their government forces are not possessed by that group of Houthi armed forces. However, he didn't expect that such a thing would actually happen. 10 minutes later, Kandi meets Salman. Salman was woken up so late in the night, and was very impatient. It was not even daylight yet, and nothing could be discussed during the day. Wait until Hani tells Salman the whole story. He is stupid. He stood there in a daze, his expression almost as shocked as Han-Di's when he just heard the news. How could it be? Salman doesn't understand. Just a few days ago, Weren't the government forces under the control of the Kazakh enemy still suppressing the Houthi armed forces? Logically speaking, the gap between the two sides has always existed, and it should not be possible to make up for it so quickly. Could it be that the Houthi armed forces have suddenly come to their senses? Unreasonable. This is so unreasonable. I don't know either. In this battle, we also lost the general. General Ahmed is dead. Hadi's face was filled with sorrow. Ahmed was a great contributor, and was hailed as a war god-level commander in Yemen. He ended up dying. No one can accept it. After losing the port of Aden, all the businesses there will have to be taken over by them. Salman sat down and thought for a while before saying, "This won't do. We must teach them a lesson. They are too arrogant." Yes. With the support of Salman, Khalid was almost crying. After all, he is the leader of a country. When have you ever suffered such injustice? Well, you guys gather your forces and launch a counterattack. What do you think? Salman comes up with an idea. Shatu and Yemen have a cooperative relationship. They have great interests in the port of Aden. They also suffered heavy losses in the defeat of this battle. Handi shook his head. But the Houthi armed forces have been gaining momentum recently. I don't know why they have suddenly become so powerful. I'm afraid it will be difficult for us to overwhelm them again in a short period of time. The implication is obvious. Need some help. In the Battle of the Presidential Palace and the Battle of Aden Port, they suffered heavy losses. Don't worry. At this point, Salman changed his previous dejected expression and said fiercely, "We have recently been communicating with the Lighthouse country to discuss cooperation. Just 3 days ago, the Lighthouse country has promised us to give us a batch of advanced weapons. I don't believe that we can't beat them with the Lighthouse country's weapons in hand. It can be said that there is nothing in Shate. But we can't say that Shate has no money. Therefore, in a certain mysterious Oriental country, he is nicknamed a rich man with no humanity. If you don't have weapons, buy them. This is Shate's consistent style. Don't ask, the answer is that you are rich and willful." Hadi looked excited. Really? That's great. Salman smiled coldly. Of course, the Houthi armed forces have been in the limelight these past 2 days, and we can't continue like this. Sarawak is one of the strongest countries in East Asia. Always want to be dominant. Become Dongzhou's voice in the world. However, in the past 2 days, the Houthi armed forces have been in the limelight, holding various high-profile press conferences and even saying that they would lower the price of oil. You know, oil is an important industrial chain supporting the development of Sarawak. What the Houthi armed forces did was tantamount to destroying their jobs, and he has been unhappy about it for a long time. Even if the enemy does not ask for help, he will still teach the Houthi armed forces a lesson. The conversation lasted more than an hour. Khan and Salman discussed the details and soon signed an agreement. After Hadi left, Salman also convened Sarawak's top leaders to hold a discussion on how to deal with the Houthi armed forces. All senior executives agreed. Plan drawn up. Next, we just need to wait for the weapons from the Lighthouse country to arrive, and then we will attack the Houthi armed forces first. Chapter 18, hotly discussed around the world. Prestige skyrocketed. Hanuman left Salman and lost all desire for sleep. What happened at the port of Aden will be on the headlines around the world early this morning. Let them humiliate the government forces. Shameful. The government army, the regular army, was actually defeated by the armed forces such as Houthi. So embarrassing. Sure enough, the next day, at 8 o'clock in the morning. With such a big commotion happening at the port of Aden, it is impossible that the outside world didn't know about it. Without waiting for Abdul and the others to announce, the news leaked in advance. Global Headlines Weekly. According to reliable sources, at about 3 a.m. today, the Houthi armed forces and the Yemeni government forces engaged in a fierce battle at the port of Aden. The battle lasted for several hours and ended with the Houthi armed forces winning a comprehensive victory. In this battle, the Yemeni government forces not only lost the port of Aden, but it was reported that a senior commander was beheaded, and the loss was heavy. Global Hot News. The Yemen government forces were completely defeated, and the Houthi armed forces rose up in an all-round way. What happened behind this? Who was behind everything and pushed the Hunthian armed forces to complete their transformation? The two media with the largest audiences in the world once reported. It immediately sparked heated discussions around the world. Netizens from different countries around the world simply found it incredible. There was a crazy discussion online. Impossible? The Huthi armed forces are so powerful? In my impression, the Huthi armed forces have always been suppressed by the Yemen officials. What happened? The Houthi armed forces have been too high-profile recently and have done several big things. Oh my god, did the Houthi armed forces receive help from gods? Why did they suddenly become so powerful? This is unscientific. The poor and poorly equipped armed forces seem to have become a different organization in the past few days. This is too weird. I think there must be someone behind this who is manipulating all this and silently helping the Huthi armed forces. Oh god, this is mind-blowing. It's nothing but shocking. Especially military fans from all over the world, those who usually keen on following military channels. They knew how unbelievable the news was. If it weren't for Global Headlines Weekly and Global Hot News, they would all be authoritative media. They may even think it is fake news. Now, the sudden rise of the Houthi armed forces made many people feel that the world is about to change. Dragon Country. Fuck! I told you, this Huthi armed force is really awesome, it's incredible. If there's no gods helping them, I'll show you how to swallow shit. Jiang Yu was woken up by the noise while he was drowsy. When I looked up, I saw Wang Hai discussing military affairs with other people in the dormitory. Houthi armed? Jiang Yu was completely awake. Could it be that the news of taking over the port of Aden last night has spread? Jiang Yi quickly picked up his phone and opened Douyin. Really? The first hot search that comes into view. It was the Battle of Aden port last night. Houthi armed forces raided the port of Aden, and the Yemeni government forces were completely defeated. Jiang Yi smiled slightly. Look, what a domineering title. It is not an exaggeration at all, because the Yemen government forces were indeed completely defeated last night. Yeah. This isn't guerrilla warfare anymore. Next to Wang Hai, a boy wearing glasses, named Li Shiheng, exclaimed. This guy didn't pay attention to military affairs before. But because Wang Hai was a real military fan, he was also infected and gradually began to pay attention. Especially the recent major moves by Huthi armed forces are truly amazing. When the incident happened, he saw the news immediately. I also participated in discussions with other netizens online. Wang Hai. That's right. I guessed last time that after the Houthi armed forces announced the oil price cut and had their own economic system, they would definitely develop into a regular army. Look, it's only been a few days, and they have seized the port of Aden. This port is one of the important economic lifelines of Yemen. All kinds of exports and imports have to pass through here. I believe that soon after the Houthi armed forces become richer and richer, Yemen will completely change. No. I'm afraid that the whole Dongol will change. At this time, Wang Hai looked up inadvertently, and found that Jiang Yi had woken up. He and Jiang Yi had a good time. He immediately blinked at Jiang Yi and said, Jiang Yi, tell me if I am right. This Huthi armed force is really surprising, with big moves one after another. Good job. My roommates were actually discussing this matter enthusiastically. Yes. Jiang Yi agreed with a smile. Continued to listen to their discussion. Li Shiheng exclaimed, These Huthi armed forces are real men. They dared to do this. I have checked the information of Aden port. It is an important strategic location of Yemen and is heavily guarded. This is really brave. But if you asked me, it's the attitude of other countries in Dongol, such as Shadou. They don't want the Houthi armed forces to rise, and they will definitely unite to deal with the Houthi armed forces in the future. But they are really not afraid of trouble. Did this group of Huthi armed forces pick up some secret weapons in the desert? Ha, I think it's possible. For example, these major events and the results of the battle. Many people value the character of a real man who will fight back if he refuses to obey, knowing that doing so would lead to an attack by the Allied forces. But not afraid at all. What a courage! What a courage! Several people couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Say, Wow, what a man! Jiang Yi let out a long sigh and lay back on the bed. The noise he made was louder than Jiang Yi had imagined. Oh, right, prestige. This is good stuff. I believe it has increased a lot. Jiang Yi opened the data page. Current prestige value, 1395. Really? More than 1,000 prestige points have been received, and it is not long since the report was released, so the subsequent influence will continue to ferment. The final prestige value gained is definitely more than this. There are no classes all day today. But after looking at the date, I remembered correctly that I had a physical examination today. Jian Yetzai used the gene enhancer. There was no obvious change at this moment, I just felt relaxed all over. It's a good idea to test it with the side profile. Jian Yi clenched his fists and noticed that the veins on his arms were bulging. It seems more powerful. Jian Yi wasn't sure either. Noon. The students gathered in the playground. Wan Hai and his friends were still discussing military matters, ranging from Dong-O to the future world pattern. The discussion was in full swing. The physical examination has begun. The first is a 1,000-meter run. Damn, it looks like my grades are in jeopardy. Wang Hai sighed. He was a bit fat, and the type of person who never exercised. Jian Yi patted his big belly and said, I told you to exercise more often, but you didn't listen. Wang Hai rolled his eyes and said, Speaking of me, you should pass the test first. The physical examination officially begins. Jian Yi exerted force with his feet suddenly, and the whole person jumped out more than 10 meters away. Wow, Jian Yi was shocked. His body was so light and powerful. Others, including Wang Hai, Li Shiheng, and others, showed surprised expressions. Damn? Cheating? Soon, Jiang Yi finished running 1,000 meters. The instructor in charge of recording looked at Jiang Ye's final result and fell into deep thought. 2.17. He is numb. If I remember correctly, the world record for men's 1,000 meters is 2.11, right? Chapter 19. Almost breaking the world record? That's too good to be true. What's wrong? Did you take the wrong medicine? There is not just one teacher but several teachers who are responsible for compiling the grades. The other instructor saw him in a daze with the stopwatch in his hand and joked. No, you can see for yourself. He handed the pocket watch in his hand to the other person. Then everyone present was stunned, with incredible expressions, as if they had seen a ghost. After more than 10 seconds, everyone's attention slowly shifted to Jian Yi. Classmate, what's your name? Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi replied. I didn't know my results at that time, but I almost broke the men's 1,000-meter world record. Gulp. The instructor swallowed his saliva and his scalp felt numb. There are actually such talents in our college? Teacher, are your grades very bad? Jiang Yi looked puzzled. He seemed to be quite fast, and he was even the first. So far, the others were left far behind by him. No matter how bad it is, it shouldn't be too bad. No, it's not bad, it's... He didn't know how to describe it, it was too exaggerated. Some time ago, jokes about fragile college students were popular on the internet. It is said that contemporary college students generally gasp for breath after climbing to the second floor. As a result, Jian Yi almost broke the world record. You tell me, this is a crispy college student? Then he slowly pulled Jiang Yi aside and asked Jiang Yi some details. For example, name and age, family background, interests in sports, etc. It's not privacy after all. Jiang Yi said it. When talking about his interest in sports, Jiang Yi showed average response. This not only did not disappoint him, but made him even more excited. The response is average, which means there is not much interest and professional training is not usually carried out. Even under such circumstances, he still ran a result that almost broke the world record. Genius! A true genius! If Jiang Yi works harder in this area, he will be able to specialize in racing in this track in the future. He couldn't even imagine how terrifying Jiang Ye's achievements would be. I'm afraid even the World Championship is easy to come by. I can tell you clearly that the world record for women in the 1,000-meter race is 2 minutes and 28 seconds, while the world record for men is 2 minutes and 11 seconds. Your time just now was 2 minutes and 17 seconds, which has already broken the women's world record, and you almost broke the men's record as well. The tutor decided to tell Jiangyi the truth. He decided that Jiangyi, such a rare and good material, must be trained well. With his potential, he will definitely win glory for the country in the World Championships. By then, he, as a mentor, will be able to put some glory on himself. It's exciting just to think about it. What? Jiangyi took 2 minutes and 17 seconds? Is this true or false? Fuck? World record? Jiangyi, are you serious? I can't tell. Jiangyi has been hiding his talents all this time? What the fuck, dude? Seriously? At this time, other students finished running one after another. As soon as Wang Hai and others reached the finish line, they heard the conversation between the instructor and Jiangyi. They came over in surprise to join in the fun. They just couldn't connect Jiangyi, their classmate who spent every day with them, with the world record. But Jiangyi did run very fast just now. Everyone saw it. In response to everyone's compliments, Jiangyi just smiled awkwardly. Well, it's not that exaggerated, I just got lucky. The instructor patted Jiangyi on the shoulder and said, Jiangyi, you don't have to be modest. I've only heard of people who were lucky enough to win the first prize in the lottery, but I've never heard of anyone who was lucky enough to almost break the world record. A large group of students surrounded Jiangyi. Some of them looked at him with admiration. Speaking of which, Jiangyi is quite popular in school. He is about 1.8 meters tall, with a handsome face and three-dimensional features as if carved by a knife. It is the level that you can enter the entertainment industry right after graduation. Now with his invincible sprint performance, and the buff of being a sports student, I wonder how many girls are secretly attracted to him. The instructor said earnestly, Jiangyi, let me recommend you to join the provincial team. With your talent, I believe you can definitely do it. The people there won't say anything. It's all about strength. As long as you work hard, you will soon become famous and let others see your shining points. As for your future prospects, I don't need to tell you, right? With Jiangyi's talent, he felt it would be a waste of his talent if he didn't join the provincial team now and the national team in the future. What a waste of talent! If a country has such people, they should go out and make achievements, bring glory to the country, and should not be buried. And most people, believing in Jiangyi, are not willing to stay in an ordinary university. Damn it, Jiangyi, now that you've become rich, don't forget us! When Wang Hai and others heard this, they were shocked. My good brothers, this is about to take off, and they all started to cheer. Yes, if you become rich and powerful, don't forget me. Hey, we agreed at the beginning that we would share the good and the bad together, don't forget it. Godfather! Jiangyi looked at this group of people speechlessly, feeling a little amused and helpless. Okay, stop messing around. Jiangyi turned to his instructor and said seriously, I'm sorry, Mr. Li, I think let's forget about it. I don't want to think about it for now. During college, I want to focus on my studies first, and then I'll think about the rest later. Becoming a national team means you will naturally enjoy endless beauty. The family tree must be opened on a separate page. However, Jiangyi is not interested for the time being, as he still has to lead troops to fight. Compared to the glory of being in the national team, Jiangyi still enjoys the feeling of being a silent boss behind the scenes and promoting the world. It seems like I have to keep a low profile in the future or establish myself as a genius, otherwise there will be more and more trouble. Jiangyi said in his heart. With this simulated reality game, you will be able to get all kinds of incredible rewards from it in the future. There will be more and more shining points and unique things about Jiangyi. Sooner or later it will arouse suspicion. It would be much more convenient if you could establish a genius persona for yourself. All you will get is admiration. No matter what differences you show about yourself that are different from ordinary people, people will only think it is natural and not suspicious. After leaving the playground, Jiangyi spent the next few hours thinking about how to establish this character. By the way, how are the preparations for the innovation technology competition going? Just at this time, Wang Hai was discussing the competition with others. Yes, isn't this competition a good opportunity to establish a genius image? This gave Jiangyi a reminder. This competition is an authoritative competition held by the country and is of very high value. And I just manifested oil extraction equipment in the game. The technological content of this equipment is much higher than the current average level of oil extraction in Longwa. For a while, a plan emerged in Jiang Ye's mind. Chapter 20, Sandstorm Raid. Port Protection Device Star Shield? First, this set of equipment is not currently available in China and is the only one of its kind in the world, because the technology tree has reached an advanced level. In terms of oil extraction, it is completely ahead of the world. If Jiang Yi chooses to hand over this entire set of mining equipment to the country, Jiang Yi couldn't imagine how big a sensation it would cause. I'm afraid the entire Lonka Institute will be shaken, with doctors, academicians, and the like rushing to research the equipment. It will take a few days to materialize, so don't rush. Jiang Yi decided to stabilize the situation for the next few days before the mining equipment was fully realized. It doesn't matter what time it takes. Lying on the bed in the dormitory again, Jiang Yi turned on his mobile phone, started the game, and wanted to see how the game was progressing. Game loaded successfully. Jiang Yi clicked on the map, found the oil field, and checked the collection volume. Not bad, not bad. We have collected so much, enough for the first batch of export trade. Jiang Yi nodded with satisfaction. That's right. Sign in first. Jiang Yi turned on the sign in button. The rewards for each sign in were not bad, so Jiang Yi was looking forward to what this time would be. Sign in successfully, congratulations on getting 10 large cargo ships. Sure enough, the reward that appeared on the screen confirmed Jiang Yi's guess. 10 large cargo ships. Each ship is of 10,000-ton class. If you were to buy a cargo ship of this level, the price of each one would be at least tens of millions. With 10 ships added together, it's like Jiang Yi did nothing and got hundreds of millions for free. The export problem that I was just thinking about has now been solved. Because exports require cargo ships. I have to say, this game is really human-friendly and takes everything into consideration. Storehouse. Jiang Yi opened the warehouse, took out all the cargo, and then asked the crew to send them to the port of Aden. If everything was almost ready, the export business could begin. The next step is to make money while lying down. After making money, you can upgrade weapons, train soldiers, build the main city, etc. All can start working now. According to Jiang Ye's idea, if the plan goes well, the Hushi armed forces will soon be able to make a name for themselves all over the world. Suddenly, a flashing exclamation mark in the upper right corner attracted Jiang Ye's attention. Battle report? Jiang Yi remembered that he did not fight a war, nor did he allow anyone to cause trouble. Then there is only one reason for the battle report. Attacked. Jiang Yi quickly clicked it and took a look. It is true. Enemy, sand. Enemy attack type, fighter. Military aircraft live. F-22 Raptor Fighter X-7. F-16 Fighting Falcon Fighter Jets X-12. Location of the attack, Port of Aden. After reading the military intelligence, Jiang Yi looked slightly displeased. At that time, in order to ensure the integrity of the Port of Aden, it could continue to be used after it was obtained. Jiang Yi himself was reluctant to let the fighter plane take off. Otherwise, the Yemen government army would not be able to hold out for even an hour. Now it's something that even I can't bear to fry. It was actually blown up by others. Shate obviously wants to cause trouble. Port. Jiang Yi clicked on the port to check the damage and found that in the first round of bombing in Shate, a dock, a pier, an outlet, and a warehouse were destroyed. Fortunately, the loss is acceptable. Because the warehouse is still empty, and no goods have been stored yet. As for the rest, they can be fixed with some time. In short, the impact is not significant. F-22 and F-16? What caught Jiang Ye's attention was that the fighter jets dispatched by Shate this time were unexpectedly different from the last time. This indirectly shows that Shate purchased new weapons. And these two fighter jets are both from the beacon country. As a beacon country that acts like a troublemaker around the world, China has always been the main supplier of weapons to Sarawak. Jiang Yi realized that if he had the chance, he would have to teach the lighthouse country a lesson. Let them quiet down. Jiang Yi believed that if he became the world overlord, his prestige would increase several times, right? Then use the prestige gained from attacking the lighthouse country to upgrade your own combat power, and continue to attack the lighthouse country. This creates a virtuous cycle. Jiang Yi could only say that this plan was perfect. Ahem. Seriously speaking, this attack made Jiang Yi realize a serious problem. The port is such an important location that it cannot be without defense. There has to be a defensive force. Otherwise, if the other party comes and smashes something every time, who can stand it? In addition, if the port is frequently attacked, merchant ships from other countries probably wouldn't dare to approach, and business couldn't be conducted. Let's repair the port first. Jiang Yi sighed silently, and he would settle the score with Shada later. Barracks. Go! Jiang Yi dispatched all the idle personnel in the main city to the port, and asked them to repair the port. Secondly, build some necessary facilities. Excluding the oil field workers and the troops stationed in the main city, there are still tens of thousands of people left. There is currently sufficient staff. With so many people working together, you can imagine how efficient they are. Not long after, when we looked at the map again, we found that the places that had been destroyed by the bombing had been mostly restored. There is strength in numbers. Then there is the issue of improving port facilities. Shop. Then, Jiang Yi opened the store, because if he wanted to protect the port, heavy defense was the key. Soldiers cannot defend against fighter planes. Jiang Yi didn't want something like this to happen again. However, the situation is similar to last time. Various defensive equipment is very complete. What about nanoprotective devices that can easily resist attacks from any known missiles, plasma energy shields that can defend against nuclear power and block radiation, and even anti-gravity defense devices? These are bug protection weapons of the killer level that can only be seen in science fiction movies. The only downside: expensive, too expensive. Jiang Yi's current funds are only enough to buy a fraction of the cheapest nanoprotection device. This is just playing with wool. Jiang Yi continued to flip through the pages, thinking that there would always be something suitable and affordable for him. After a while, Jiang Yi found it as expected. Star Shield. Introduction: an advanced air defense system with multiple uses, high performance and intelligence, designed to provide all-round and multi-level air security protection for cities, important facilities, military bases, etc. Main components: detection and tracking system. The Super Phased Array Radar Array is composed of multiple phased array radar units of different bands, which can achieve 360-degree scanning without blind spots. The detection distance of aerial targets is up to 1,500 kilometers. It can track thousands of targets at the same time and can accurately identify various targets including stealth fighters, small drones, hypersonic weapons, etc. Infrared/electro-optical composite tracking system, distributed on high towers in different locations, used for supplementary tracking and precise identification of targets in complex electromagnetic environments, or when the radar is interfered with. Missile Launcher Unit. Missile Configuration. Xingyao Long-Range Interception Missile. With a range of 800-1200 kilometers, it is mainly used to intercept long-range bombers, cruise missiles and ballistic missiles in mid-course. Features: ultra-long-range interception capability. Relying on long-range interception missiles and powerful detection systems, it can detect and destroy threat targets at a long distance. Chapter 21: Public Opinion Offensive. Skyrocketing Prestige. If I were to say what Jiang Yi likes most about this game, the introductions to all the equipment and weapons are very detailed. As you can see from the introduction, this is a magic weapon for defending the port. Not to mention the 360-degree all-round detection without blind spots. The pair of aerial target detection range is up to 1,500 kilometers, and can track thousands of targets at the same time, accurately identifying the characteristics of various targets including stealth fighters, small drones, hypersonic weapons, etc. This thing is invincible in modern times. Let me put it another way. The distance between Sarawak's capital and the port of Aden is about 1,700 kilometers. This means that the next time the Shadow conducts a similar attack mission, their fighter jets will be directly locked by the defense equipment just after taking off 200 kilometers. If it is appropriate later, we can consider arranging one in the main city. Buy. Funds required for purchase, 300 million.00. Are you sure? Confirm. An automatic air defense device costs 300 million yuan. Jiang Yi had no choice but to buy it with great reluctance. This thing has high subsequent value. In Jiang Yi's opinion, it is worth spending 300 million to buy the safety and normal operation of the port. Once the port is up and running, the 300 million will be earned back quickly. Exchange. The purchase is completed. Jiang Yi clicks to redeem. Then Abdul was asked to lead people to install the equipment. It only took 5 minutes in the game before the installation task was completed. Abdul came in front of Jiang Yi. The screen starts a conversation. Abdul, leader, the Sarawak army just attacked us and caused us great losses. I think we should organize troops immediately and bomb them back? He has never been a person who is willing to suffer losses. If there is a grudge, it will be taken on the spot. Jiang Yi sighed. Abdul was loyal, but sometimes he was brave but not wise. No wonder he has been leading the Hutai armed forces for so long but has not seen any results. Jiang Yi spoke with deep sincerity. Abdul, sometimes fighting is not the best option, because as long as it is a war, both sides will suffer losses. No matter how small the loss is, it is still a loss. Abdul was stunned. Leader, what do you mean? What I mean is, there is a more effective way than fighting them head-on. Just do as I say, like this, and like this. After hearing this, Abdul's expression became shocked. Leader, I think I understand what you mean. He realized it at this moment. Could this be the ancient wisdom that is said to have been passed down from the ancient civilizations of the East? Abujul, you are very smart, but you still have a lot to learn, so take your time. Thank you for the compliment, Chief. Abdul left Jiang Yi and quickly organized a press conference. Jiang Yi controlled the character in the game and went to the press conference. Although it was called a press conference, there were actually only a few reporters on the scene, and Jiang Yi was mainly focusing on recording videos. This time, Jiang Yi decided to come in person. Clicking the small triangle icon on the screen, Jiang Yi began to enter the main content of this video. In fact, Jiang Yi had thought about it from the beginning. Playing with public opinion. The port of Aden is the largest export port in Yemen. In addition to the stationed troops, there are also a large number of civilians and merchants coming and going. This time, Reshape attacked innocent people. Many innocent people were killed or injured. Jiang Yi didn't care whether they lived or died, but he knew that this was a good outlet for public opinion that could be utilized. If performed well, it can double the international public opinion pressure on Sarawak. Then, Jiang Yi performed beyond his normal level and, in the video, severely denounced and condemned Shat's behavior of attacking civilians. On the other hand, they declared war on Shat and the Anlabai coalition, vowing to defend Yemen and protect civilians to the death. A declaration to the outside world. To outsiders, it seems to be from the heart. So exciting. Inspiring. Abdul, along with several reporters present, could not help but be moved. Not long after, the video was uploaded to the internet. Jiang Yi also used some of his own tricks to make the video reach more countries and more users. The recent major events of Houthi armed forces have attracted widespread attention and brought their own traffic. So not surprising. As soon as the video was released, it became popular. Absolutely popular. The Lighthouse Country, the White Elephant Country, the Indian Country, the Eagle Country, the Foot Basin Country, the Korean Country, the Manhwa Country, etc. The video has dominated the headlines in dozens of countries. Not for any other reason, just because Jiang Yi's speech in the video is so contagious and powerful. In addition, as an armed force, the Houthi armed forces are actually preparing to confront a wealthy country like Sarawak. No matter how weak Sarawak is, it is still a big country with the authority to make decisions in East Asia. It has the support of the Beacon country behind it. It's really courageous. Dragon Country. Domestic self-media and famous bloggers also began to report on it. It soon became known to everyone who usually paid attention to military channels. Depend on me, depend on me, depend on me. In the dormitory, it is said that important things should be said 3 times. Wang Hao uttered 3, damn it, s in a row. He watched the video with excitement on his face. In the video, there is a man in the shadows, with only his rough outline visible and his face completely invisible. And this man is the mysterious boss who recently led the Houthi armed forces, first seized the presidential palace, defeated the Yemen government forces, and then attacked Shatu. In the video, the boss's speech was powerful and his attitude was firm. Especially when talking about the future situation of Yemen. The words, "We will defend Yemen to the death and protect our people." It seems so handsome and so touching to him. The theme of the video is to condemn Saudi Arabia's attack on civilians and speak for civilians. But in the eyes of many people, this is tantamount to a declaration of war video, completely declaring war on Sarawak, the Yemen government forces, and the Anlaba coalition forces. Not only Wang Hai, but several other people in the dormitory also showed expressions of fanatical admiration. I want to know who this person is. He is so handsome. Listen to his declaration. It is so powerful. Damn, this is really exciting. No wonder this aura can make the Houthi armed forces so strong. He is definitely not an ordinary person. The smartest thing about this video is direct the topic towards humanitarianism. In the future, the international pressure on Sarawak will double, and it may even face sanctions from some opposing countries. As expected of a dragon countryman, it has the flavor of the wisdom of the great eastern country. Jiang Yi listened to their conversation and couldn't help but smile with evil humor. I wonder what expressions Wang Hai and the others would have if they knew that the big guy in the video was their avatar in the game? That's right. Jiang Yi thought that the commotion caused by the video should also be counted into the prestige system. This declaration video is so popular. Did the prestige value also increase? Thinking of this, Jiang Yi hurriedly opened his mobile phone and entered the game to check his prestige value. Current prestige value, 2,637. Good guy. That's all? Jiang Yi was surprised, and then ecstatic. Chapter 22. Establish a military research and development center. More than 2,000 prestige points is not a small number. Previously, I purchased various advanced concept tanks and materialized a set of large-scale oil extraction equipment, which only cost a total of about 2,000 prestige points. If used to upgrade the technology tree, the benefits brought by these more than 2,000 prestige points will be even more terrifying. Jiang Yi plans to keep these prestige points for now. Think about it later and then decide how to allocate and use it. In short, find ways to maximize utilization and maximize profits. For example, buy all kinds of heaven-destroying weapons in the store that can destroy the world and only exist in science fiction movies. Jiang Yi considers himself to be an ambitious person. After all, as a human being, who would be willing to live an ordinary life and not want to make a difference? With those things, let alone the Yemen government army, let alone the kingdom of Sarawak. Even though the country is now regarded as the world hegemon and a beacon of trouble all over the world, Jiang Yi does not take it seriously. Deal with these countries that continue to harm the world, provoke wars everywhere, profit from the blood of others, and make money from wars. Jiang Yi will not be merciful, nor will he have any psychological burden. On the contrary, eradicating these cancers, in a sense, is also a way to eliminate harm to the people and contribute to world peace. I don't know if I can finally reach 4,000 prestige points. Jiang Yi smiled secretly, feeling particularly excited. Things are still in the fermentation stage, and the price will definitely continue to rise, but I don't know how much it will rise. Over time. The declaration video is becoming increasingly popular on the internet, with more and more people paying attention to it. Gradually, professional media people speak out. People began to accuse Shatu of such behavior, which was the indiscriminate killing of innocent people and the desecration of life. Many international media outlets only realize the key point of the matter belatedly. This is big news. If we capture the hot topic, it will definitely become a big hit in international news. Major news agencies and world-class media have also joined in accusing Sarawak of corruption. Before long, Shatu was pushed to the forefront of public opinion. And this is exactly what Jiang Yi wanted to see at the beginning. See the plan accomplished. He also showed a relieved smile. For many years, he has been following military channels, paying attention to public opinions from various countries, and acting as a young man surfing the internet. This website was not wasted. I have already thoroughly understood the international public opinion wars. As Abdul read the news, his admiration for Jiang Yi reached an unprecedented level. High. It's really high. It was really just because of one video that Sarawak's reputation plummeted and it was criticized and scolded by various countries. For a country, being accused of isolation by the whole world is a terrible thing. There are some countries that originally had a bad impression of Sarawak or had hatred against it. They are all prepared to take advantage of this good opportunity of public opinion to impose sanctions on certain aspects of Sarawak, including but not limited to directly freezing some of Sarawak's assets in their country, the export and import of various commodities, increasing tariffs, etc. Jiang Ye's operation. Let Shate suffer a serious loss of vitality. The leader is simply a god. It's right to follow the leader, Abdul said happily. The Shadua and Yemen government forces who saw the video gnashed their teeth. Despicable, so despicable. I didn't expect Jiang Yi would play like this. If Jiang Yi had directly counterattacked, they would not have been under so much pressure. Because they have the latest equipment, they are not worried even if a fight breaks out, as it is still uncertain who will win. If this continues, they may not be able to withstand the international pressure. As for their lighthouse father, maybe we have to talk to them. Damn it! Salman stood in the presidential palace, gazing at the scenery outside the window and cursing. Just over 10 hours after the incident, it caused too much of a stir in the world. Even the top leaders of various countries have to take it seriously. Lighthouse country, white elephant country, black chicken country, stick country, foot basin country, etc. Because it's a matter of great importance. Although the Houthi armed forces are only a local force, the combat effectiveness they have demonstrated now has far exceeded that of the regular army of an ordinary small country. The defeat of the Yemeni government forces is a good example. He can even compete with Sha'ate. This further proves that the strength of the Houthi armed forces should not be underestimated. Among them, Manhwa also launched a special investigation on this matter. Before long, all the information about the Houthi armed forces was thoroughly investigated. A sand table simulation was also conducted on the recent battle to capture the port of Aden. Conclusion. The Hunza armed forces were able to go from being extremely poor and being suppressed by the Yemeni government forces to suddenly rising up and competing with Sarawak, a major oil exporting country. It took less than a week. And according to the investigation, the Houthi armed forces seem to have their own fighter jets. This is not the scariest thing. The most terrifying thing is that the advanced level of this fighter is ahead of that of Saudi Arabia. This shows that their fighter jets are very advanced, and it is impossible to find out which country sold them. Then there is only one result left. Houthi armed forces conduct their own research. If you want to research fighter jets on your own, you first need the technology. Technology is not enough, you also need to have a sufficient production level, produce enough materials, and then use complete technology to process them. There are so many areas involved. If all of this is true, then the level of strength currently demonstrated by the Houthi armed forces is far from their true strength. Both the performance and future development potential are enormous. However, because the Houthi armed forces are not currently a prominent team, they are also a hidden danger. The current location of the Houthi armed forces. It firmly controls the entrance and exit of the Gulf of Aden to the Red Sea. It is also an important maritime transportation channel for countries around the world. Who knows who the Houthi armed forces will aim their guns at as they continue to grow? For a while, dozens of countries in the world were shocked after conducting in-depth investigations into the Houthi armed forces. The current leader of the Houthi armed forces. It has also become a question of curiosity in all countries. They searched through all the information and finally found out that the person currently leading the Houthi armed forces was a dragon countryman. After further investigation, the result was that there was no such person. At this time, Jiang Yi was looking at his prestige value, which had skyrocketed to more than 5,000, and fell into deep thought. He didn't even know that he had already reached the top levels of major countries and attracted great attention. Some high-ranking officials even offered a reward in secret. Anyone who knows any personal clues about Jian Yi can receive a sky-high reward, etc. Although he didn't know what happened, Jian Yi was very excited about the sudden increase in prestige. The funds in the game accounts have reached about 4 billion. It's twice as much as the first time I played. Today is a holiday. After solving the lunch problem in the cafeteria, Jian Yi went to a milk tea shop near the school, ordered a cup of milk tea, and then played games while enjoying the air conditioning. Click on Construction mode. The map immediately becomes virtualized and enters a controllable interface. Jian Yi is about to start building his first complete military research and development center. Chapter 23. Just spend it casually, and 1 billion is gone? You can buy it directly in the mall, using ready-made ones, but it is not cost-effective and is too expensive. It is far less affordable than developing it yourself. He has almost 100,000 troops. If Jian Yi had to buy all the sophisticated equipment, he would go bankrupt in a minute. But if we build a military production center and conduct independent research and development, then the cost will be reduced a lot, which is completely acceptable. On the other hand, weapons are something that every country lacks. When the equipment is produced, can it be exported, making a fortune by becoming an arms dealer? Jian Yi slapped his thigh and admired his own business acumen. The money spent on construction is not a small amount, so I have no choice but to give it up with reluctance. Soon, Jian Yi chose a complete production chain. It covers an area of 7.62 square kilometers. The cost of building a complete set of buildings is 835 million.00. Are you sure? More than 800 million. It's really damn expensive. The main reason is that Jian Yi wants to develop high-tech equipment that is at the forefront of the world, and the equipment he needs are all high-precision and highly intelligent instruments. This aspect is too expensive. Everything else is fine. Confirm. After clicking the confirmation button, the map begins to change rapidly, and the little people simulating the construction are working desperately. Fortunately, Jian Yi didn't have to wait too long, just a few minutes later. Construction completed. The area is located near the main urban area, less than 3 kilometers away. The reason why the buildings are built close together is mainly because Jian Yi thinks it will be easier to manage. Looking at the map, the layout is well organized and the facilities are complete, and it really looks like that. The military factories RD center is mainly divided into several areas. Some of them are more important. First is the production workshop. It has multiple highly automated weapons and equipment production lines, covering different types such as light weapons, heavy equipment parts, etc. It has an independent ammunition production workshop and is capable of producing conventional ammunition of various calibers. Then there is the RD Center. Equipped with advanced computer simulation system for weapon design, test performance simulation, etc. There is a special materials laboratory that researches and develops new high-strength, lightweight, corrosion-resistant, and other special materials for use in military equipment. In order to better understand the performance of the weapons under development, there is also a special testing site. The site is divided into several small areas, including a large outdoor live-fire shooting test range that simulates the performance of weapons and equipment in various combat environments. There are various environmental simulation test rooms indoors, such as high temperature, high cold, high humidity, high salt fog, etc. Then there are the storage facilities. There are 4 large warehouses in total, which can store finished weapons, ammunition, and various spare parts. At the same time, it has constant temperature, fire prevention and explosion prevention and other safety measures, which is very comprehensive. Of course, the current military factory cannot start working directly. Jian Yi still needs to set some parameters. For example, what weapons and equipment to develop, etc. Jian Yi clicked to check out the parameters of various devices. The parameters were dazzling and gave Jian Yi a headache after just one look. Simply raise all attributes to a higher level. The weapons developed in this way have excellent performance and are at the world's leading level. He is from the Beacon country, and everyone calls him Daddy when they see him. For example, an automatic pistol that is as powerful as a sniper rifle and can easily penetrate 5 centimeters of concrete, while its accuracy error is infinitely close to 0. Jian Yi just wanted to ask, if you saw this thing on the battlefield, would you be afraid? Others have a caliber of only 0.7 and weigh only a dozen pounds, but they can cause substantial damage to tanks, not to mention even penetrating assault rifles. If these things appear on the scene and the military strength of both sides is at the same level, our side will definitely crush them ruthlessly. When these big dog owners in the lighthouse country see this, they will be furious at the existence of cheating dogs. Finally, Jiang Yi temporarily divided the production equipment into several items. One of them is the development of light weapons. A high-precision rifle with accessories such as a long-range scope and silencer. Portable individual mortar. Oh, and there are also special force-dissipating bulletproof vests that can resist sniper rifle-level damage. Now that we have light weapons, we can't leave behind heavy weapons, such as anti-tank missiles, supersonic high-explosive bombs and their components. In addition to these weapons for regular soldiers, Jiang Yi also needs to build a special force. That is, special forces, performing some special tasks. It just so happened that he had a group of special forces led by Alpha and his men. Taking into account that special forces usually carry out special tasks, Jiang Yi also gave them special care. An advanced individual combat exoskeleton system is specially developed for it to enhance the soldier's load-bearing and mobility capabilities. Intelligent battlefield reconnaissance robot. Various portable assassination weapons. Let's stop here for now. These are enough for the time being. If there are any deficiencies in the future, Jiang Yi has thought of ways to make up for them. That's right. Not everyone can develop military weapons, so Jiang Yi has to hire some special personnel. After looking at it, I finally spent 200 million. A group of scientific researchers were bought, including design experts, weapons development experts, and equipment engineers. A group of technical workers are responsible for online operations and equipment maintenance-related work. Logistics support personnel are mainly responsible for medical services, cleaning, and command to ensure the normal operation of the factory. After doing all this, Jiang Yi breathed a sigh of relief. It is said that war is a waste of money. Now I see that it is true. Just to build a military factory and buy some talents, 1 billion yuan was gone. Fortunately, these efforts are necessary, and the results will be evident when the combat effectiveness of the troops under his command is greatly improved after being armed. Otherwise, most people would really vomit blood. And the key point is, once the entire production area is built, the subsequent research and development costs will not be so outrageous. On the contrary, it will be much cheaper than the military product prices in the market that Jiang Yi knows. After we arm ourselves, we will start exporting. It shouldn't take long for us to earn back the 1 billion yuan. Jiang Yi comforted himself in this way. Next, Jiang Yi assigned the personnel and clicked the button to start the automatic work research and development. This is another advantage. From now on, Jiang Yi doesn't need to worry about anything, as it will be fully automatic and integrated research and development. Perfect. Just when Jiang Yi took another big step forward. Because the declaration video was so popular. Many countries have taken advantage of this inhumane and internationally illegal act by Sarawak to impose sanctions on them. The direct economic losses amounted to tens of billions. This is just a preliminary calculation. In addition, some foreign companies have taken the initiative to withdraw their investments in Sarawak, and large enterprises have unilaterally terminated their cooperation. It is still unknown how many billions Shate will lose in the end. It can be said that the hearts of the senior executives of Shate are bleeding badly. Finally, the top leaders of Shate could no longer sit still and held a video conference specifically to discuss the issue of attacking Jiang Yi. All the participants were the top decision-makers in Sarawak. The kind that doesn't show up easily. There is only one theme for this meeting, and that is to kill the Houthi armed forces. Chapter 24 Assassination Plan, Jiang Yi is in danger? At the meeting, everyone looks serious. Meetings of this level are only held when a major accident occurs in the country. In the past, it was held only a few times a year. This shows the seriousness of the matter. Seeing that everyone was silent and didn't know how to start, Salman took the lead and said, "Everyone, we have to make a decision on this matter. Those shameless guys are creating international public opinion in this way, which has a great impact on us. If we do nothing, it will only encourage their arrogance. You are all excellent leaders of the Shatul. I believe that you will have no problem dealing with the Houthi armed forces. Now, tell us what you think. Even if the plan goes wrong, we should not put the blame on one person, because this decision will be made by us together. Salman knew that these old men were worried that they would be held accountable and take the blame if something went wrong, so they were waiting for others to speak first. He had no choice but to issue a disclaimer first. Let them feel free to make suggestions. However, the atmosphere on the scene remained silent. Salman looks depressed. After more than a minute, someone said, "Well, I have a plan. What do you think?" "Oh? Say it." It's so hard to get an opportunity to speak, and Salman can't miss it. The person who spoke was an old man who looked to be in his 60s or 70s, wearing a white turban. The old man's name is Harawi. He was a senior commander of the Sarawak army. In his early years, he had personally fought on the battlefield and made military achievements. "Don't you find it strange that the Houthi armed forces have suddenly become so powerful?" Harivi, here is a soul-searching question. Everyone frowned and thought deeply. In fact, everyone had thought about this problem. But because of our understanding of the current leaders of the Houthi armed forces, very little is known. It can only be left unresolved. Yes, the source of everything may be this leader, Harawi explained with a serious face. Ever since he appeared in the Houthi armed forces and took over the control of the Houthi armed forces, the strength of the Houthi armed forces has been advancing by leaps and bounds. This is too weird. I think the main reason for the Houthi armed forces to become stronger is this person. Everyone nodded in agreement. Without a doubt. As a fellow East Asian country, Sarawak actually has a deep understanding of the situation in Yemen. In the past, they could never have imagined that the Houthi armed forces would evolve to become so powerful in just 1 week. Even fighter jets are available. There are also various high-precision weapons on hand. The most outrageous thing was that tank weapons that they had never seen before appeared. One shot can destroy everything. After the Battle of Aden Port, the data sent back after the war was a huge stimulus to them. That is not the combat power that the Houthi armed forces should have. And this is the key to the rapid development of the Houthi armed forces. They should have thought of it earlier. He is the current true leader of the Houthi armed forces. This person is said to be a mysterious dragon countryman. No one knows his identity yet. Salman sighed. This person's identity is too mysterious. He once tried to ask Longwa for help, but the reply from Longwa was that there was no such person in Longwa. There are no relevant clues at all. At this point, Salman and all the other senior Shadow officials present became extremely fearful. This guy. Who exactly is this person? Can an army complete such a huge transformation with the power of just one person? Where did he get those powerful weapons? For example, fighter jets, tanks, drones, swarms. They contacted the lighthouse country afterwards and were told about those things, but even the lighthouse country didn't have them. It can't be that he conjured it with his bare hands, or picked it up from the desert? Weird. So weird. Thinking about it carefully, all the senior officials of Salman and Sarawak felt extremely terrified. They didn't even dare to think about it. It is hard to imagine what shocking things the other party will reveal if they continue to dig deeper. They only knew that this person must be eliminated. Otherwise it will bring fatal threat to the sand. Several recent incidents are good examples. Harawi continued, So my plan is actually very simple. We will carry out a decapitation operation. If it succeeds, the Houthi armed forces will lose their leader and will be leaderless. They will just be a mob and will not be our match. But it's easier said than done if you want to kill him, a senior executive retorted. If it was so easy to execute, they would have acted long ago. Why would they have to wait until now? Snort! Harivi snorted coldly and glared at the senior executive who had just spoken. What do you know? Of course we can't make our purpose too obvious. We can borrow a trick from the art of war of Sun Tzu, a mysterious country in the east. We can make a feint to the east and attack in the west. Harivi put his plan. I told you the whole thing. It's hard to say, but it's also simple. The last airstrike on the port of Aden must have made the Hunthian armed forces believe that the port of Aden is now the first target of the Shah. They just need to continue sending troops to harass here. The enemy will definitely increase the protection of the port of Aden. At this time, a large number of troops going out will cause the main city to be empty of troops. Secretly send second-line troops to the main urban area of the Houthi armed forces to carry out decapitation. The enemy will certainly not expect this, and the difficulty of the decapitation mission will be greatly reduced. Finally, after several hours of discussions with all the top leaders of Sarawak, Salman decided to go for this plan. There is no better way for now. Oh, right. Salman suddenly remembered something. We have spies and assassins in Yemen. I think the success rate will be higher. Salman was so angry about what happened recently that he almost forgot about it. In order to deal with Yemen, they made various preparations, such as placing undercover agents and training spies. Until now, the people they instigated or planted are still working for them. Salman believes that there must be some kind of collaboration here. The success rate of assassination should be quite high. Plan drawn up. That night, the Shadow office building was brightly lit, and everyone was busy all night. Before dawn the next day, Shate urgently dispatched military aircraft. And what a coincidence is. At this time, Jiang Yi was looking at the test video of the surface-to-air defense system sent back by Abdul in the direction of Aden port. I can only say that it is worthy of being a product of the system, and must be a top-quality product. All the simulated missiles launched by Abdul were intercepted. The interception rate reached an astonishing 100%. With such a high interception rate, even the beacon country cannot guarantee that it can achieve it. No. It definitely cannot. Oh right, it seems that the 7th day of signing in is coming soon, and there seems to be something good in the weekly reward. I remember when I first started playing this game, there was a prompt when I signed in for the first time. Jiang Yi didn't pay attention to it at the time and just treated it as a small game. The meaning of games to Jiang Yi is definitely different now. Jiang Yi is looking forward to this. Chapter 25, Black Technology System, Force Field Protection Shield. Before going to bed, Jiang Yi notified Abdul and the others to strictly control every place just in case. Abdul immediately dispatched a team of several thousand people, dispersed to various locations in the main city, oil collection sites, and the port of Aden. We also set up tight defenses at some important transportation locations. Only then did Jiang Yi fall asleep peacefully. The next day, the singing of birds outside the window woke Jiang Yi from his sleep, and he rubbed his sleepy eyes. Pick up the phone on the pillow and open the game. The game was loaded. Jiang Yi did not see any information about the enemy attack, but he found a reconnaissance report. Investigation report. Source: Sandy. Details: at 5:40 a.m. last night, several fighter planes were detected taking off from coordinates 101.354 and approaching our airspace very quickly. Really? The other party is indeed here. However, the other party would never have thought that the details of their takeoff could be clearly detected by the air defense equipment they had set up. Are you here to see me off? Jiang Yi smiled slightly. It just happens that we can test the air defense equipment and see its real effect in actual combat. Jiang Yi ignored the warning. Open the sign-in system. Sign in. After pressing the sign-in button, Jiang Yi looked at the phone screen expectantly. I don't know what the special rewards will be. You have signed in successfully. Congratulations on receiving the following rewards. A set of Black Technology System. Do you want to receive it immediately? Black Technology? Jiang Yi narrowed his eyes. Black Technology, Black Technology. Anything that is not perverted enough is not worthy of the words, Black Technology. Jiang Yi became excited and clicked the receive button again. Force Field Energy Shield. Introduction: a force field energy shield that only exists in concept in the current world, with extremely powerful and terrifying protective functions. Coverage radius: 50 kilometers. It can shield any radar, satellite, and other detections, achieving total invisibility in the true sense. Principle: through a set of complex quantum generators, continuous quantum field fluctuations are generated within a certain spatial range, causing specific changes in the spatial physics rules within the shield area. Characteristic: The strength of the shield can be automatically adjusted within a certain range according to the threat level and energy supply, from being able to withstand any conventional missile to being able to withstand the impact of a nuclear bomb. It is possible to set a specific frequency or identification signal to allow friendly personnel, equipment, energy beams, etc. to pass harmlessly, while blocking all other threatening objects and energies. Visible and invisible modes. You can choose to display the shield as a translucent energy light curtain, usually with a signature color such as blue, green, etc., or completely invisible, but the protective effect still exists. Hardware composition. 1. Core generator. It is composed of an ultra-dense energy crystal matrix, and is the source of energy and the initiator of the quantum field. Made of nanocomposite materials, it has high heat resistance and high conductivity. It has an automatic repair function and can quickly restore energy conduction when it is slightly damaged. Related scientific theories. Kármán space field theory. Proposed by the famous scientist Kármán, the theory explains how to achieve effective isolation of energy and matter by distorting the space field. Beta quantum interference law. It explains how energy waves of different quantum states interfere with each other and form a stable force field structure, which is the core theoretical basis for shield construction. Depending on the strength of the energy shield, the energy consumed per hour is between 10,000 and 150,000 units. After reading the introduction, Jiang Yi narrowed his eyes. The introduction is very detailed. The theories for the application of the principles were all listed, but Jiang Yi didn't care about that. What Jiang Yi cares about is, the introduction actually says that this force field energy defense shield can not only identify the enemy, but also defend against any conventional missiles, as well as withstand the nuclear bomb. Jiang Yi initially thought he had seen it wrong. Because currently in the world, there is no weapon that can truly and effectively defend against nuclear bombs. So in the eyes of many people, once a nuclear war starts, everyone will be destroyed. And this force field energy shield can actually defend against nuclear bombs? Jiang Yi swallowed his saliva. It's black technology, it's indeed black technology. The game's system never deceives me. Secondly, Jiang Yi noticed that the coverage area of this force field energy shield reached an astonishing radius of 50 square meters. It can accommodate a small city. Isn't it obvious in the game that it's giving itself a natural absolute safety zone? You know. As the actions become more frequent, the Houthi armed forces will become more powerful. There will be more and more people who are wary of their own status and strength. With the safe zone constructed by the force field energy shield, Jiang Yi doesn't need to worry about safety issues at all. There is one thing worth mentioning. Jiang Yi didn't know what the consequences would be if he died in the game. Is it possible that you will no longer be able to continue the game, and lose control of the game and the world? It is also possible to be resurrected. But it needs to consume some game props, etc. But no matter what, Jiang Yi doesn't want to lose this game. Jiang Yi still hopes to rely on the game to achieve his hegemony step by step. Therefore, Jiang Yi had to ensure that he would never die in the game to avoid the first possibility. Jiang Yi checked the map. It fully expanded, the range is more than enough to accommodate the entire main city. Jiang Yi showed joy on his face. With a thought, his hands quickly operated on the screen of his mobile phone, and soon, the core of the force field energy shield was installed in the center of the main city. Start up! Jiang Yi was excited. With slightly trembling fingers, he clicked the start button to activate the force field energy shield. This thing is the only one of its kind in the world. I wonder how crazy the world's top scientists will be when they see this equipment. On the screen, a transparent electronic membrane expanded rapidly, expanding to the size of the entire main city building in just a moment. It's like watching a science fiction movie, where the protagonist activates something amazing. This is... Suddenly, the energy consumption prompt in the lower right corner appeared in Jiang Yi's vision. Current energy efficiency, 12%. Why is it so low? Jiang Yi took a quick look and found that he was careless. The energy consumption required for this level of energy shield is a terrifying number. All the power systems in the main city combined can only achieve 12% of the shield efficiency. Of course, this is not a problem for Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi opened the reputation store and spent more than 200 prestige points to build a super-large power plant specifically for the force field energy shield. Power plant construction completed. Jiang Yi checked the efficiency again. I was surprised to find that the shield efficiency has increased from 12% to 95%. Current energy efficiency, 95%. Although it is not 100%, Jiang Yi is already very satisfied. Chapter 26, Fighter Plane Explosion, Top Fireworks Show. You know. With an efficiency of 95%, it is enough to resist any weapon currently on Earth. Even a nuclear bomb. Next. With this force field energy shield, Jiang Yi can rest assured and not worry about anything. Today was an unusually quiet day. According to the coordinates of the ground-to-air defense equipment, the fighter jets sent by Sarawak stopped more than 80 kilometers away from the airspace of Yemen. I guess they want to wait until night to take action. Sure enough, it was night. Jiang Yi received a message from the control equipment that Sha Ti's fighter jet took off again. Jiang Yi checked the coordinates and estimated that they would reach the port of Aden in an hour and a half. Sandy, the highest intelligence agency. Salman was sitting on a chair, staring intently at the big screen in front of him. He decided to personally command the battle. At this time, Salman looked at the restarted fighter jet. He was determined to win and full of confidence. How's the killer we arranged? Salman asked his subordinates through the intercom. In order to make the plan succeed smoothly, they divided the decapitation operation into several departments to carry out simultaneously. One department is responsible for one area. This is done to reduce mistakes and increase the success rate of assassination. We have arranged for 6 professional assassins and a special forces team of 17 people to be on standby in the main city area recently built by the Houthi armed forces, waiting for our orders. A voice came from the intercom that made Salman feel at ease. That's good. There was murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Thinking of all the losses they had suffered recently because of Jiang Yi, he wanted to catch Jiang Yi and skin him alive. Time passes by little. During this period, Salman felt that time was passing very slowly and the days were like years. An hour later. Salman looked at the big screen. The coordinates showed that the location of the fighter jets they sent out was very close to the port of Aden. According to the plan. Next came the airstrike on the port of Aden. Attract the attention of the Houthi armed forces, and then take advantage of their attention on the port of Aden. Air raid on the main urban area and assassinate Jiang Yi. Mr. Salman, I have good news. Our fighter jets are so close to them. There seems to be no movement over at the Aden port. They probably didn't notice our raid. At this time, a subordinate used satellite maps to observe the general situation of the port of Aden. Just like last time, the port of Aden was quiet. There was no intention of preparing for the next attack. Snort! Salman snorted. They deserved it after successfully launching a sneak attack last time and being so unprepared this time. Things seemed to be going better than he had imagined. He originally thought that since the port of Aden had been attacked last time, the other party would definitely strengthen their defenses this time. As a result, they are a bunch of guys who don't learn their lessons. A successful airstrike would attract more of the enemy's attention to the port of Aden. The defense of the main city will become looser. Salman couldn't help but look smug when he thought about what happened next. Mr. Salman, we are entering the bombing range. Should we start bombing? Salman got excited and said hurriedly. Blow it up. Blow it up for me. The harder the better. Port of Aden. More than 24 fighter planes were circling in the sky. In the cockpit, fighter pilots all turned their eyes to the radar. After receiving the order, they all set their sights on the most important dock in the port of Aden. If this dock is blown up, the utilization value of Aden port will be reduced by at least 1/3. Target locked. Requesting launch. Emission. Following the order from the commander-in-chief, dozens of positioning missiles were launched from more than 20 fighter jets. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Missiles streaked across the sky and fell with destructive force. The effective range of this missile is several hundred meters. It can easily destroy everything within a few hundred meters and turn it into nothing. Salman smiled. As if he saw the next second, The Aden port terminal was engulfed in flames and the Houthi armed forces were in panic. He wanted to let the Houthi armed forces know that there would be a price to pay for going against them. But the next second, Salman suddenly froze, his expression dull, as if he had seen a ghost. In the originally peaceful Aden port, suddenly several shadows appeared in a corner and shuttled back and forth quickly, directly locked onto the missiles they launched. Bang! The missile exploded in the air, creating a huge fireball that emitted a scorching breath. What's going on? Salman looked surprised. No! The missile we launched was intercepted! The commander-in-chief in charge of flying the fighter jets spoke through the intercom with a horrified expression. Were we intercepted? Salman and all the senior commanders of Sarawak who were paying attention to this matter were stunned. Intercepted? How is that possible? Is the port of Aden fortified? But through their satellite maps and radar scans, they did not find any prevention and control systems. Where did this come from? Salman and the others were all stunned and stood there at a loss as to what to do. Jiang Yi watched the interception scene through his mobile phone screen with amusement. I am very satisfied with the performance of the prevention and control system. At the same time, Jiang Yi also thought about how surprised Salman and others would be at this moment. This is a conceptual-level air defense weapon. If it can be scanned by your broken satellite map or third-rate radar, how can it still be called a conceptual weapon? The good show continues. Without exception, all missiles launched from the direction of Sarawak were intercepted by interceptor missiles of unknown origin. The sound of explosions and the fireballs of the explosions hovered over the port of Aden. The first wave of attack was easily blocked. Salman was furious, his face flushed, and he said angrily, "Keep going! Keep bombing! I don't believe he can intercept them all." A pilot flying a fighter plane. Operate the control panel to restart the launcher. At this moment, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. They looked up and found that rockets had been locked on them without them knowing when. Boom, boom, boom. Because the incident happened suddenly, no one had time to react. All the fighter planes were hit by the frontal artillery fire. After a loud bang, one fighter plane after another burst into brilliant fireworks in the sky. The pupils of Salman and other senior officials of Sarawak shrank sharply. Watched their fighter planes being destroyed one after another. His breathing was rapid and his face was pale. The reversal seems a bit too fast. It's pretty nice. Jian Ye's mood was completely opposite to theirs. He swore that this was definitely the most exciting fireworks show he had ever seen, no doubt about it. The explosion was truly spectacular. After all, it was a fireworks display worth billions. Chapter 27, Assassination? Start showing off your skills. Salman roared like crazy. The entire command room was filled with Salman's insults and angry speeches, which frightened the adjutant and some subordinates beside him and made them tremble with fear. I didn't dare to speak at all. You damned bastards, I swear, I will tear you into pieces. At this time, Harivi, who had proposed the plan earlier, said, Well, Mr. President, do you think we should focus on beheading first? Yes, behead him. He must be killed. Salman immediately ordered his men to start bombing the main city area. They lost the fighter jet, but if they successfully completed the decapitation mission, it would not be a loss. At the same time, more than a dozen fighter jets were rapidly approaching the main city area. Salman did not hesitate and ordered the pilot to launch the missile. Boom, boom, boom. In order to completely eliminate Jian Yi, Sha Te used a new self-developed missile this time. The main purpose is precision strike. It can easily bring down a building with dozens of floors. Dozens of missiles. Close-range firing. In this situation, even if there are anti-aircraft missiles, they are of no use at all. Because it's too late. The missile fell at a speed visible to the naked eye. It's over. Salman was excited again. The beheading mission was completed. He immediately held a press conference to wash away the previous shame and was ready to directly announce to the public that Jian Yi was a terrorist. They kill each other to contribute to society. As for whether the outside world recognizes it or not, that's none of his business. But ideas are always full, and reality is always bare. Salman thinks this time it is a sure win. The missile was falling rapidly, and just when it was about to hit the target, suddenly, the missile disappeared. Yes. Disappearing from the screen in an instant, this scene once again made Salman and a group of Sarawak's senior officials open their eyes wide. Salman, everyone had question marks on their faces. What happened? Video display error? But checking the background parameters, everything is running as usual. Hurry, slow down! Slow down! Sal yelled loudly. The video of the scene just now was immediately slowed down and reprojected on the big screen. The direct missile was about to hit the city, and suddenly, the front of the missile seemed to touch something. Then, a giant protective shield that covered the entire city, which seemed to be composed of thousands of densely packed electromagnetic nets, enveloped the city below. When the missile warhead touches the electromagnetic net, the place that has just been touched will immediately show a phenomenon similar to melting, and eventually disappear from beginning to end without a trace. After watching all this, Salman sat down on the chair. Heavy breathing. Shock. Incomprehensible. Not only him, but all the senior executives of Shate were stunned. This can no longer be explained by common sense. This is unscientific. Of course, they couldn't imagine that force field energy shields were something that only appeared in science fiction. Their lighthouse fathers would tremble when they see it. If they can understand it, then there must be something fishy. Jiangyi originally didn't care about the attack on the main city, because there is a stand energy shield. I'm not afraid of nuclear bombs, so why should I be afraid of your missiles? But after seeing the information, I still took a look and found that the energy efficiency had dropped. Dropped from 95% to 79%. It seems that after being attacked and the energy shield absorbs all the damage, it also needs to be replenished and repaired. Jiangyi murmured. This makes me feel a little sad. Although there is a superpower plant, and it can be reconnected in a short time, it still feels like a precious treasure that has been wasted. Damn! Jiangyi got angry. Quickly operate on the mobile phone. Get him, you must get him. Just when Jiangyi was arranging his troops, the phone suddenly vibrated. A striking prompt appears on the phone. The plot is triggered and an assassination occurs. Mission: survive the assassination. Stab, assassinate? Before Jiangyi could react, the phone screen went black for about a second, then lit up again. Jiangyi was surprised. The screen actually turned into FPS mode, which is the first-person perspective. I felt like I was playing CS, controlling the character in the phone. Good boy, can you play like this? Jiangyi has been playing this game for a week and thought he had mastered it, but now it seems that he is still too inexperienced. This function has all. The background of the picture on the screen is his office in the main city. Arms. Jiangyi clicked on the weapon option, and the character took out 2 pistols from the drawer. Jiangyi understood. Someone is trying to assassinate me. My mission is to survive, and the best way to deal with the assassination is... Isn't it just about killing the assassin? Jiangyi chuckled. You can say he is not good at anything except games. Jiangyi operated the slider on his phone and the character walked out of the office. Dongo. Bang bang bang. In the dark corridor, a figure shuttled back and forth amid the hail of bullets, nimbly and lightly avoiding the bullets, and ran all the way to the office on the top floor. Alpha was sweating profusely. He never expected that there would be a killer in the main city. His current mission is to tell the leader about the assassin. I finally arrived at the office and opened the door, only to find that there was no one in the office. Oh no, could it be? Alpha's pupils shrank to the size of a needle tip in an instant. His duty is to follow the leader till death. If anything happens to the leader, he will feel ashamed to live and will end his life without hesitation. But before that, he will go for revenge. Bang! There was a sudden loud noise behind him. Alpha turned around suddenly and saw a corpse thrown on the ground, with blood staining the carpet red. The bullet hit him exactly between the eyebrows, and it was obvious that the shooter was a very skilled marksman. But when he looked up, he found that the person who had just thrown the corpse over was none other than the leader. The blood on his clothes told him that the leader might have killed quite a few people. Leader, you. Alpha showed a surprised expression. How could the leader be so powerful? These are professional killers, world class. It's really exciting. Jianyi became addicted to the game. The graphics looked exactly like the real thing. Continue to control the character downwards. When we arrived at the stairs, several killers were lying in ambush in the corner and shooting. Jianyi was not in a hurry and was calm. He moved gracefully and narrowly avoided the bullet. The main theme is a crazy test on the brink of death. Sideways. A backhand shot. Phew. The bullet left a bloody hole in the killer's forehead. Another kill. Footsteps were heard downstairs, and Jianyi suddenly had an idea and flipped down from the balcony. The two killers were about to go upstairs, but when they turned around, they found Jianyi standing behind them, smiling at them. Bye. Pull the trigger, instantly +2. Two people rushed in from outside the door and fired at Jianyi continuously. Jianyi did a backflip and dodged the bullet in midair like an acrobat. Then land again and give the opponent a headshot. Alpha, leader, I didn't expect you to be so powerful. Jianyi didn't expect that his operation might be so brilliant that it actually triggered Alpha's system dialogue. Jianyi clicked the small triangle and typed a few words casually so as not to affect the continued operation. Basic exercises, don't do it. Alpha was confused. What does basic operation, don't go 6 mean? Soon, relying on his superb skills, Jianyi rushed from the top floor to the first floor and eliminated more than a dozen killers. But from the looks of it, the number of killers seems to be more than that. Chapter 28, Killing on the Battlefield. Unlock the combat system. Interesting. Jianyi smiled slightly. He ducked sideways and hid behind a supporting column of the building. It seems that the other party is determined to take his life this time. Footsteps were heard, and Alpha came to Jianyi with several guards. I'm sorry, leader. It's our fault for letting these people break in here. Please punish them as much as you can. This kind of thing happened because of Alpha and his colleague's serious dereliction of duty. There's nothing to say about this. He was willing to be punished. After this incident, even if Jianyi wanted to execute him, he would not have any complaints. None of your business, Jianyi said indifferently. This matter is more complicated than you think. Deeper than I thought? What do you mean? Jianyi smiled faintly. You will know later. Okay, now the most urgent thing is to get rid of these people first. Jianyi's control over the main city is beyond doubt. It is impossible for local personnel to enter the main city area so close at this time without being discovered. Then there is only one possibility left. There are enemy spies or spies within the organization itself. After understanding the connection between games and reality, Jianyi conducted a brief investigation into the situation in the Donglo area in recent years. I know there are many Anlabian countries in Donglo. To a greater or lesser extent, there are traces of infiltration by hostile forces within. Since taking over the Huti armed forces, he has never conducted any investigation into their internal strength. So it is actually normal to have some spies. But Jianyi didn't expect there would be so many. The equipment is backward, the local infiltration is so serious, and the quality is not as good as that of the regular army. It would be a miracle if such an armed force could develop. Jianyi shook his head. This incident served as a wake-up call for me, and I decided to clean up the house afterwards. Then, Jianyi continued to control the character, walked out of the main city building, and planned to confront these enemies head-on. FPS-type games are my strong point. I participated in the city competition at that time. Jianyi always crushed his opponents, stepped on their heads, and easily won the championship. There's nothing false about it. Near the main city is a temporary training ground that Jianyi usually asks Alpha and others to use as a training ground for soldiers. There is a specially arranged simulated battlefield inside. Jianyi rolled over, easily stepped over the wall, and stepped inside. The other side. Several people dressed in black Special Forces uniforms, holding various assassination weapons, emerged from the darkness. Under the cover of night, each of them looked like a ghost. He's gone in there, come on! At the command of the leading commander, everyone immediately rushed into the training ground. And this is exactly what Jiang Yi wants to see. In the dark night, Jiang Yi pulled the trigger, and the bullet fired, instantly shooting the man who rushed in first in the head. Blood mixed with brain matter and various unknown liquids splattered everywhere. The smell of blood is sickening. Everyone looked horrified and shocked. Damn it, that guy is there! He found us, be careful! The killers scurried for cover. In the training ground, they scattered around using various cover used for acting. Jiang Yi hid behind a makeshift shelter made of several discarded tires. Hide? Do you know how to hide? 2 at 3 o'clock, 1 at 6 o'clock, and 2 at 11 o'clock. If you were looking at this from God's perspective, would think that Jiang Yi was surrounded. But in fact, it was Jiang Yi who surrounded them alone. Alpha and others also led their men into the training ground at this time, ready to use their familiarity with the terrain to annihilate the enemy. He divided several of his men into 4 groups and asked them to attack from different directions. In 3 minutes at most, reinforcements will arrive from the base, and by then none of these killers will be able to escape. The Alpha pistol is loaded. Sudden. Bang, bang, bang. The dense gunfire reached everyone's ears, and Alpha felt something was wrong at the first moment. Leader! But then he heard the screams of several killers. Ah! Jiang Yi stepped on several corpses, quickly moved forward, and picked up the pistols they had dropped on the ground. He replaced the magazine and disappeared into the darkness in a flash. Alpha was stunned. How to be a strong leader? He can't figure it out. The expressions of the remaining few killers hiding in the dark changed subtly at this time. They didn't expect that the target of this assassination was so abnormal. After a few people discussed it, they decided to end the battle quickly. Gather in the direction you just sent out. The other party can't move so quickly, so they are probably still in the same place. Soon, several people met in the dark. Looking around, there was no one else except a few bodies underground that had just been killed by Jiang Yi. Damn it! When did this guy move? And it's right under their noses. Could the other party be invisible? Waiting for me? Jiang Yi's voice, as calm and gentle as the breeze, came from the darkness. Several people looked shocked, as if they had seen a ghost. As a professional killer, he reacted within a few tenths of a second and fired several shots in the direction of the sound. But the bullet missed and embedded itself into the wall. Then, a shadow suddenly flashed forward and came in front of the few people. Jiang Yi grabbed one of them, on the screen. A reminder for combat skills appeared. Jiang Yi needs to react in a very short time. Jiang Yi narrowed his eyes and quickly operated the screen with his hands. This game is awesome. In addition to first-person shooting, there is also close combat. Inside the training ground, Alpha finally found Jiang Yi's location and was ready to rush over to protect Jiang Yi. Just see, in the darkness. Jiang Yi hugged one of them and threw him over his shoulder. Puff! The fall landed on the killer's neck, and the killer spurted out large mouthfuls of blood and died. The remaining killers looked even more shocked. Is this still a human being? Moving so fast? Before they could react, Jiang Yi had already nimbly dodged several bullets, then kicked his legs against the wall, using the force to fly into the air. During this time, he grabbed a person's wrist. Lift the opponent up like a sandbag and slam him hard to the ground. Under the huge force of the fall, blood flowed from all 7 orifices. Alpha was stunned. He couldn't believe that this was the leader he usually saw. So strong! As a professional special forces soldier, he is among the best in the world. However, at this moment, he thought that if he were to face the leader, he might not be a match at all. Puff! As Jiang Yi broke the last man's neck, the battle came to an end. Jiang Yi clapped his hands and cleaned the dust off them. Deal with the battlefield. After leaving a word, he left the place in a leisurely manner. The screen returns to normal. Jiang Yi took a deep breath. This was more exciting and realistic than any fighting game he had ever played before. It would be so exciting if I could actually fight in person. Jiang Yi sighed. A prompt suddenly appeared on the screen. Host has completed an assassination mission. Congratulations on unlocking the combat system. Chapter 29 New Ability, Substitute arrives. The sand troops withdraw. Combat system? What's this? It can't be a system that can unlock combat skills or something like that, right? If so, that would be great. It will be easier to kill everyone in the game from now on. Jiang Yi couldn't wait to click and view it. Battle system. Introduction. Using this function, the host can descend upon the substitute and perform the operation personally. Restrictions. Prestige is required and there is a time limit. The longer the arrival time, the more prestige points are required. Prestige required for one advent, 800. The prestige points required per minute thereafter, 50. Jiang Yi. Lost in thought. In other words, by using this function, I can directly descend into the form of my stand-in character in Dong-O and take the stage myself? Jiang Yi was numb. Isn't it such a coincidence? I was just thinking, how exciting it would be if I could go there in person. It's much more interesting than playing games. The result system, you tell me. Can it really be achieved? Jiang Yi thought it was about unlocking some fighting system and obtaining some fighting skills. It seems that my thinking is still conservative. But Jiang Yi soon realized that this function was not that simple. Because you need prestige to come down. The prestige points spent on descending once is not a small amount for Jiang Yi. The startup alone costs 800, and the subsequent cost per minute is 50. In other words, it costs 1,300 to descend once in 10 minutes. You know. You could even talk to more than a dozen concept tanks in the Reputation store. Jiang Yi had something in his mind that he didn't know whether he should say it or not. Hide overview. What's this? Jiang Yi was complaining in his heart, when suddenly, a not-so-obvious hint below the prompt attracted Jiang Yi's attention. Click to take a look. Note, if the host dies during the advent, the game will end immediately. If the host has not arrived, and the substitute in the game is injured, the blood will be deducted to different degrees. After the blood is deducted, it can be automatically restored over time, and you can also buy props to quickly restore the health value. If the host substitute dies in the game will also end. But the host can buy a blood lock opportunity. After the blood is locked, even if the substitute suffers serious damage, even if it is hit head-on by a nuclear bomb, it will retain the drop of blood to avoid death. Prestige required to lock blood once, 1,000,000. Because this function is quite special, please use it with caution unless it is absolutely necessary. After reading it, Jiang Yi finally understood what the system meant. First, if he were to become a substitute, he would die after appearing in Dongzhou. Game over. Here, the system did not say whether Jiang Yi himself would die as well. But Jiang Yi understood that the consequences would definitely be serious. The game is over. Who knows if it can be restarted? Second, the avatar mechanism in the game. Recovering blood after being injured is a normal game operation. I was attacked once before and my blood was deducted, but it was quickly restored. Jiang Yi didn't care at that time. It seems that I have to be more cautious in the future. Because the game's stand-in died, the game ended. This mechanism is similar to that of a famous sword. After purchasing it, you can get a chance to avoid death. Even a nuclear bomb. To be honest, Jiang Yi was moved when he saw this. This is so powerful. It's just like cheating. However, Jiang Yi quickly restrained himself. Because this price. Jiang Yi can't accept it at all at the moment. 1,000,000 at a time is too expensive. Anyway, it's better to have something than nothing. What if one day in the future this trick works wonders at the critical moment? Call! Jiang Yi put down his phone and took a deep breath. The game was more complex and the mechanics more comprehensive than he had imagined. This made Jiang Yi think about another question. In the game, whether it is powerful ground-to-air defense equipment, or bug-level force field energy shields that can defeat the whole world. These are strategic equipment. If Jiang Yi wants to keep himself safe, he still has to start from himself. Isn't the lighthouse country awesome? But the presidents of the lighthouse country are still being assassinated one after another. This illustrates a problem from the side. No matter how powerful strategic weapons are, they are useless. Because if someone wants to kill you, all it takes is one shot if they give you the chance. This time the game gave an assassination reminder, but it may not happen again next time. I need to strengthen my stand's survivability, Jiangyi murmured. His importance to his own Donglo Empire is still too great at this stage. 2 methods. One starts with making oneself strong. Make the stand extremely powerful, not afraid of assassination, enough to easily fight against similar situations. Another method. As the saying goes, the best defense is offense. Therefore, the only thing Jiangyi could think of was to take the initiative. Why not? Try both. Making choices is a child's behavior. Jiangyi is already an adult. I want them all. Click on the Reputation Store. Reputation Store. Jiangyi began to look for props that could enhance his personal protection. For example, increasing armor, increasing health points, etc. As a game in essence, Jiangyi believes that there should be similar props in the store. It happened not long ago. The entire high-level conference hall of Shate was in silence. They are waiting for a message. At this moment, a message finally came back on the screen. After reading the battle report, Salman and everyone else were stunned. Failed again? Salman slapped the table angrily, his eyes red. What's going on? Trash. All of them trash. With so many people, can't you take him down? What are you doing? If he said that he was dissatisfied in the previous battles. But this time, he really had nothing to say. First, Jian Ye's prevention and control equipment was completely defenseless. The new fighter jets that I just got from Lighthouse Dad are gone, all gone. Then the missiles that bombed the main city mysteriously disappeared. Their frontline department has been investigating since the incident, but has not yet obtained any clues. Apart from knowing that the missile disappeared strangely and contrary to common sense, nothing else is known. At last, the assassination mission also failed. A professional special forces team, 6 or 7 top professional killers. This configuration. No matter where in the world, it is more than enough to assassinate most of the top leaders of countries. They really don't understand. How did this fail? Mr. President, we might as well withdraw our troops first. Harivi, who was silent in the audience, realized that if he did not withdraw his troops and wait for the Houthi armed forces to react, he would organize a resistance force. I'm afraid that all the fighter planes bombing the main city area will be destroyed there. Salman was shaking with anger. Retreat! Retreat! In the end, the only remaining trace of reason prevailed, and Salman ordered all fighters to withdraw from Yemen in disgrace. Chapter 30. One person killed an entire group of killers? Leader! The Shatwa troops have withdrawn! Jian Yi returned to the lounge and was resting while shopping. Alpha brought his men and, after getting Jian Ye's consent, pushed the door open and came in to report. Oh, I see. Jian Yi hummed. They run fast. Jian Yi really planned to send people to snipe Shati's bombers. Since he ran away, forget it. There will be plenty of opportunities to make Shate bleed in the future. Leader, this matter. Alpha suddenly knelt down and began to plead guilty. This time he had failed in his duty seriously and was willing to accept the punishment. Well, I'll punish you with 1 day of detention. There is no doubt about the loyalty of people like Alpha. After all, they are rewarded by the system. The more loyal you are, the more you will worry about this matter. Jian Ye's symbolic punishment would make him feel better. Okay, thank you for the punishment, leader. Alpha has been following Jian Yi these days, and his way of speaking has started to take on a bit of the Dragon Country style. After Alpha and the others left, Jian Yi continued browsing the store. After a while, he finally found the one that Jian Yi thought was most suitable. A set of protective clothing full of sci-fi atmosphere. Quantum shield protective suit. Functional principle. The built-in energy generator uses quantum entanglement technology to form a powerful energy field around the protective suit. It is not a traditional physical shield, but a force field based on the quantum level, which can effectively disperse and resist external impacts and energy damage. Features. The energy field can be precisely adjusted and responded to in different situations to adapt to various complex attack forms. Restrictions on use. Due to the high energy consumption and limited continuous opening time, the usage time needs to be planned reasonably. Maintenance and care. It is necessary to check the stability of the energy module and the integrity of the circuit on time. Subsequent maintenance. You can purchase automatic repair equipment, which can perform one-click repairs if the equipment damage rate does not reach 70%. Maximum damage. It can directly resist damage from Barrett armor-piercing bullets, and can also completely block certain small-scale explosive bullets. Exchange. It costs more than 600 prestige points. It is worth mentioning. From the last declaration to the present, Jian Yi has gained a total of more than 4,000, but less than 5,000 prestige points. Subtract the recent miscellaneous usage. There are about 3,500 left. Congratulations on obtaining Quantum Shield Protective Suit. Then, a set of silver-white protective suit appeared on the screen. Jian Yi could use 3D rotation to comprehensively check the protective suit in all directions. This protective suit has an overall streamlined design and is made of metallic material. There are shimmering textures on the surface, and some inconspicuous semi-hidden adjustable module interfaces. It looks pretty cool on the outside. But this thing. Can you resist Barrett? You should know that Barrett is known as the king of sniper rifles, and its armor-piercing bullets can even penetrate the armor of some tanks. Of course, Jian Yi would not doubt the system introduction. After all, there are many things in the system that are more outrageous than this. It's not surprising that he can defend Barrett. The only drawback is, this thing has limitations and will be damaged. Although it can be repaired, if the damage rate is too high, according to the system introduction, it should be impossible to repair. Forget it. At least it's enough for now. Being able to resist Barrett means that Jian Yi can ignore any hidden weapons. As for the rest, who uses missiles for assassination? No need to worry at all. After making sure he could rest easy, Jian Yi began to plan his next step. Take the initiative. First, Jian Yi thought that it would not be a good idea to attack Sha-Te directly because there was a government army in between. When you are doing your own thing, the Yemeni government forces will definitely continue to interfere. Jian Yi needs a stable internal environment. Need to have a stable territory. Then it becomes crucial to unify the Yemen and put an end to the civil strife that has lasted for more than 10 years. As for how to do it, thinking about the previous campaigns, they all achieved good results internationally. Jian Yi thought that he could continue to imitate him. Don't take the fighting power of the Yemen government army seriously. Actually, it is not difficult for Jian Yi to unify the Yemen. In terms of combat effectiveness, it is more than enough to defeat several Yemen government forces. Capturing the current military president alive is no problem. But Jian Yi needs a suitable opportunity and a reasonable reason to take action, in order to avoid international public opinion. Otherwise, if there is backlash from international public opinion at this time, it will still cause some trouble for Jian Yi. Jian Yi's current power is not yet strong enough to ignore the entire world. Of course it's not possible now, but that doesn't mean it won't be possible in the future. Wait until Jian Yi will be able to conquer the world in the future. What is public opinion or not? Facts have proved that when you are strong enough, even if you are deeply trapped in public opinion, there will be people who will take the initiative to jump out and rescue you. Strength is king. There is no way, Jian Yi is too tired to complain, this damn world is just so realistic. A few hours after the incident, all combat data from the front line was transmitted back, and Salman immediately reconvened all Sarawak senior officials for a meeting. The others haven't had time to rest yet. He was urgently recalled. Coupled with the various high-intensity meetings recently, everyone has dark circles under their eyes and looks listless. Only Salman, like a few radicals, didn't care even though his eyes were bloodshot. More than an hour. After layer upon layer of analysis, the results were so bad that Salman and others fell silent again, finding it a bit hard to accept. The main reason why they would lose this battle was actually because of the Houthi armed forces. The equipment of that group of Houthi armed forces was better and more advanced than theirs. Yes. A group of Houthi armed forces who are so poor that they can only wear slippers are equipped with more luxurious equipment than them. How could they, who have always been known as the rich people of Dongzhou, accept this. Where did their equipment come from? Did you really pick it up in the desert? That's not right. We are all deserts, so why can you be the only one to pick it up? Oh, right. Hariri then took out a USB drive which contained a video. This is the last video that the soldier we assassinated sent back before he died. I have copied it here. Oh? Let him out now! Salman didn't want to wait even a moment. The staff inserted the USB drive and played the video on the big screen. The video is quite long and starts from the moment they start the mission. Salman asks someone to skip the video to the key. The progress bar comes to the last part. In the darkness, they encountered the leader of the Houthi armed forces, and just when they thought there would be a fierce battle, all they saw in the picture was a figure with an unclear face, moving around like a ghost. Before their people could react, they fell to the ground one after another. The opponent's attacks are vicious and every move is deadly. I could hear screams. People who listen to it feel numb. All from their people. After watching the video, Salman and others' faces changed drastically. Is this still a human being? One person killed all their killers, a special forces? Chapter 31 is trending? Prestige skyrocketed, success and manifestation. After experiencing this incident, Shati's attitude towards this matter has completely changed. At the beginning, they all thought that the Houthi armed forces were not to be feared, and that with the latest weapons, they could still defeat the Houthi armed forces. What happened next? They are there for all to see. The senior management of Shate was as anxious as ants on a hot stove, running around in circles. As a last resort, we can only take a long-term view. That night, they all couldn't sleep, but Jiang Yi had a good sleep and woke up the next day feeling refreshed. As usual, the first thing I do when I wake up is check the news. As expected, what happened in Dongzhou was reported again. Shata returned in defeat. Heavy losses. Due to the recent instability in the situation in Dongzhou, it has long become a hot topic of concern around the world. So it has already happened, and all kinds of media around the world, big and small, are rushing to report it frantically. Overnight, it became a global trending search again. Jiang Yi, you finally woke up. Wanhai, who was in the lower bunk, saw Jiang Yi wake up and said excitedly, "You don't know, something big happened again last night." Since a few days ago, Wanhai discovered that Jiang Yi also began to pay attention to military affairs intentionally or unintentionally. I thought it was because of my recommendation that Jiang Yi became interested in military affairs. Whatever happens now, I must tell Jiang Yi. Wanhai took out his mobile phone and operated on the screen with great interest. After a while, he produced a video. Take a good look at this top-secret video. It was hard to get it from the internet. It is not available in China yet. Jiang Yi thought it was something else. He took the phone from Wanhai and saw that it was a video of himself controlling his stand-in and killing the killers. Although no one knew what happened last night better than Jiang Yi. But I thought about my wonderful performance last night. Jiang Yi still thought it was worth revisiting, so he watched it carefully. In the video, there are so many wonderful counterattacks and unexpected attacks that if you don't know, you might think it's a special effects movie. Damn, this plot, even if it was shown in a movie, I would still call this movie a godly drama. Wanhai sighed sincerely. I now admire this big brother more and more. First, he led the Houthi armed forces to make so many big moves, and then he himself is so strong. I think these stupid foreigners must be surprised when they see the video. Dismantling nice on an empty stomach? Ha! Jiang Yi smiled and returned the phone to Wanhai. Is it that magical? Shit! Is there any need to question this? Wanhai has obviously become a loyal fan, a diehard fan. You are just a troll on the internet, isn't that amazing enough? Those are professional killers. If they were ordinary people, 10 lives wouldn't be enough. I understand, this big brother is definitely a martial arts master. I say that the things that our ancestors can pass down are not without reason. TSK. Jiang Yi shook his head and looked at Wanhai's serious expression, feeling a little amused. I didn't take it seriously with him. Jiang Yi had actually seen this video. He had watched it last night. Many of those killers died instantly, and had no chance to send the video back to Shatu. Who do you think did this? It's Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi's purpose in doing this is very simple, which is to cause a stir and gain prestige. Judging from this performance, the effect should be very good. Thinking of this, Jiang Yi hurriedly took out his mobile phone and played a game to check his prestige value. Current prestige value, 7,654. It's more than 7,000? Jiang Yi's eyes lit up and he was overjoyed. Rounding off, I get 8,000 prestige points. As things continue to develop, we should be able to reap some benefits. Fatty, lend me your ladder, Jiang Yi said. You need a ladder to access the internet. This guy uses Bluebird every day and is very professional in this field. Wang Hai quickly sent the ladder. After Jiang Yi finished downloading it, he went to the external network for a browse. The situation of external online discussions has changed. From the beginning, many people were paying attention to the situation in Donglo, but now the discussion has turned to Jiang Yi personally. Hot topic list number 1. The current leader of the Yemenhuti armed forces. See the comments below. Holy crap, is this guy really a god? Why is he so strong that he wiped out an entire army of assassins by himself? Mysterious dragon countryman, is this the way to break the fast of nice? It's amazing. Oh god, look what kind of monster you created. Why is he so strong when we are all human? The above, the people of Long Country don't believe in God. They believe that manhwa created humans. So you should ask manhwa about this matter. They are all human beings, so why are there such big differences between them? Ahem. In my opinion, this person shouldn't be from Dragon Country. Dragon people can't be so powerful. I think he looks more like one of our Koreans. TSK, classic. That's right. After all, the theory that everything originated from Korea has never been refuted. Jiang Yi smiled and shook his head. The Tang family's comments on foreign websites are just as outrageous, especially those from South Korea. All I can say is that they perform very steadily. Reopen the game. At this time. Reminder: the oil extraction equipment has completed the countdown to materialization. Finally done? Jiang Yi just remembered this because the countdown to the manifestation was several days long. Jiang Yi almost forgot about this matter. Very well then. Jiang Yi has not chosen to materialize it for the time being. Such a huge set of equipment needs to be materialized in a suitable place. Check the arsenal instead. The construction started after the last one was completed, but the pace was too slow. Jiang Yi realized that this couldn't go on. Because Jiang Yi already has a new plan, to recruit soldiers and expand the team. I simply used 1,000 prestige points and clicked on acceleration. Abdul, I have issued a conscription order. I promise to provide the most advanced weapons to anyone who joins us. At the same time, we will ensure all kinds of basic guarantees and provide benefits that cannot be provided elsewhere, etc. Abdul, good leader. After Abdul left, Jiang Yi clicked on the building mode. What happened last night made Jiang Yi realize that the training ground was still too simple. So Jiang Yi planned to build a training ground with more complete facilities and more comprehensive functions. Can help you quickly train excellent soldiers, non-commissioned officers, etc. We can't let those who have just joined the team go directly to the battlefield without any training. Just take whatever you have and give it away. Super large training ground. Scale, can train 10,000 people at the same time, can be increased later. Talent. Soldier training bonus increased 12%. NCO training bonus increased 15%. Construction time required 15 days. The attributes are pretty good, and there are special bonuses for training soldiers, etc. Jiang Yi was very satisfied. This can train elite troops in a short period of time. It only took half a month to build it. Forget it, build! Training camp is under construction. Prestige -700. Chapter 32, The Coming of the Day, Military Parade. After doing all this, Jiang Yi stretched on the bed, then turned over, got out of bed, and left the dormitory. Just now, the counselor sent a message. The innovative technology competition that Jiang Yi participated in before requires all participants to formally submit their materials today. On the way there, Jiang Yi kept looking through the information and checking the detailed information of this complete set of automatic oil extraction equipment in the game. It is unrealistic to hand over a complete set of mining equipment. But if you can materialize one of the materials, then there will be no problem. Soon, Jiang Yi determined what he wanted. Manifestation. Successful realization. This time is the same as last time, you need to pick it up by express delivery. Jiang Yi arrived at the school gate and got his package as expected. When you open it, you will find a small piece of new gel material packed in a beautifully packaged box. Then, Jiang Yi did not deliver the materials immediately. Instead, he went to the library, found a place where no one was, and took out paper and pen. I wrote down my understanding and analysis of this material on paper. Of course, Jiang Yi copied all of them from the game's system. Jiang Yi did this because he was worried about what would happen after he submitted the materials. I don't understand the above. I don't understand the potential and use of this thing. In this way, Jiang Ye's goal would not be achieved. To be on the safe side. Soon, Jiang Yi finished writing all the content, then put away the paper and pen, and quickly scanned the contents on the paper. Intelligent adaptive gel material. This is a relatively fluid, transportable soul-like material that can be transported to a designated location, such as underground, through a pipeline. After reaching the target location, it can be triggered according to the surrounding environment, such as temperature, pressure, specific chemical signals, etc., self-assemble in a short time, and cross-link to form a high-strength three-dimensional network gel structure. In my conception, this material can be used for the following functions. Mining assistance. When encountering complex multiple fractures and pore channels during the mining process, this material can adaptively form gel seals at these locations to prevent the subsequent injected oil recovery fluids, such as gas and chemical oil recovery agents, from being ineffectively lost to non-target oil storage areas, thereby concentrating oil recovery pressure and fluid dynamics to areas with high oil saturation and improving oil recovery efficiency. Because its gel state strength is controllable, when the downhole pressure is too high, the gel material can be moderately compressed to absorb part of the pressure to prevent the well wall from collapsing and casing damage, etc. When the pressure drops, it can restore a certain shape to maintain its sealing function. Information feedback. This material can be incorporated or compounded with nanoscale sensors, which can sense parameters such as pressure, temperature, and chemical concentration at the location, and transmit data to ground receiving devices through electromagnetic waves of specific frequencies, etc. To help oil production personnel synchronously understand the production dynamics and reservoir status of different areas underground in the oil field. Characteristic. To complete the mining mission, specific degradation triggers can be introduced, such as formulated fiber materials, chemicals, to quickly disintegrate their gel structure, turning them into harmless small molecules, making them recyclable. After being processed on the ground, they can be prepared into new intelligent adaptive gel materials for the next mining operation, thus achieving the purpose of reuse. Due to time urgency, I will continue to improve the application and prospects of this material. Perfect. Jiang Yi packed his things. A completely new material. Jiang Yi dares to guarantee that this material has high strength and controllability, can be incorporated into nanoscale materials, and is pollution-free, degradable, and reusable. Not just for oil extraction. In today's dragon country where various heavy and light industries are developing rapidly, there are far more places where it can be used. If this thing is handed over, it will probably cause quite a stir among the higher-ups. Half an hour later, Jiang Yi met the counselor, handed his things to him, exchanged a few words, and then left. The counselor took Jiang Ye's things and didn't care. She let Jiang Yi participate at that time. He was just there to make up the numbers. After marking Jiang Ye's information, the transaction was sold to the event organizer, which is the country. There are no classes all day today. Jiang Yi did not return to the dormitory. Instead, he walked out of the school gate and sat in a nearby cafe for a while. Period. Two middle-aged men with big bellies were talking about military matters, including the affairs of Dongno. Jiang Yi shook his head and smiled. It seemed that the recent events were indeed very popular. I opened the game and saw that my prestige value had increased by about 1,300 from this morning to now. The prestige value is almost 8,000. At the same time, the conscription notice issued by Jiang Yi and Abdul achieved good results. The size of the army expanded by several thousand more. Looking at the huge army on the map, Jiang Yi would be lying if he said he wasn't moved. A man should have great ambitions. Who hasn't thought about being a marshal and commanding thousands of troops? How about being extravagant and using an advent stand? Jiang Yi was really moved. Anyway, the prestige value is already 8,000. At the same rate, it will probably go up further. It doesn't matter if you spend some of it yourself. You only need 800 prestige points for your first arrival. Mainly, Jiang Yi really wanted to see in real life how magnificent his army was. Jiang Yi gave orders to Abdul. Abdul, please organize a citywide military parade in 1 hour. After sitting quietly in the cafe for more than an hour, when the time was almost up, Jiang Yi left the cafe on time and found a place where no one was. In the selection, find the advent system. The substitute arrives. Jiang Yi clicked, and then his eyes flickered. Jiang Yi felt dizzy. When the scene in front of him returned to normal, Jiang Yi found that the scene around him had undergone earth-shaking changes. This is an office with an old desk, some old floors, and a retro and Labian-style chandelier. This is exactly the office scene in the game. Jiang Yi had thought of many ways of descending, but he didn't expect it to be so direct. Was this teleported directly? At this time, a middle-aged man in green military uniform walked into the office. Leader, the parade can begin. Very good. It was the first time that Jiang Yi saw Abdul in real life. Under the guidance of Abdul, Jiang Yi came to the balcony on the 4th floor of the main city. From here, he could see the entire straight street below. At this time, there were huge phalanxes of soldiers standing there. They had serious expressions and were fully armed. In the hearts of these people, Jiang Yi has long become a godlike existence. For many people, it is an honor to meet Jiang Yi. After discovering Jiang Yi, all the soldiers looked over and saluted. Jiang Yi nodded with satisfaction. Spectacular. So spectacular. Because the incident happened suddenly, this was not all of his military forces, but only a part of them. If everyone gathers together, the scene will be even more shocking. Chapter 33, Military Parade Calls for Armament. Expansion. Expansion. The military parade begins. As the mighty army passed by, the concept tank that Jiang Yi exchanged from the system also appeared. Jiang Yi went to the first floor and took a closer look. A dozen concept tanks. It was like a roaring steel beast coming towards us. That feeling of oppression makes it difficult to breathe. Looks even more handsome in real life, Jiang Yi thought to himself. I haven't had this feeling when watching the game before. Jiang Yi seemed to be able to sense the despair of the enemies on the battlefield after encountering this thing. This is no different from cheating, okay? Abdul drove a special car for Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi got in the car and began to follow the parade formation around the entire city. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The car just started. There was a thunderous roar in the air. When I looked up, I saw fighter jets coming. The silver-white futuristic sci-fi style design is based on the bionic body shape of the Sueño. At this time, the high-speed flight state is accompanied by a supersonic sonic boom. Jiang Yi just said that he was so handsome. There is an impulse that makes one's blood boil. Upon seeing this, Abdul made a notification via the intercom. The fighter jet immediately performed several difficult maneuvers in the air. Vertical descent. It turned 180 degrees and took off again, even flipping several times in the air. These operations are simply impossible for other fighter jets. The performance of the fighter jets cannot do it, and the skills of the fighter pilots are even less capable of doing it. Leader, under your leadership, we will surely become even stronger. Abdul's voice was full of pride. Jiang Yi glanced at him, nodded without saying anything, pretending to be calm. Of course, I was already extremely excited. My heart is pounding. A real man should be like this. Everything before my eyes. This is my kingdom. The main city area is very large, and Jiang Yi didn't go back until he had completed a complete round trip. This was really cool, as I witnessed my own army and weapons in real life with my own eyes. I just feel a little sorry for the prestige value. Almost 2,000 gone. Of course, in addition to showing off and having fun, Jiangyi still gains something from this wave. First of all, I have a more concrete concept of my main city. The real experience is probably different from looking at the map in the game. First of all, the infrastructure is still not in place. Jiangyi started practicing these road operations from the second and third days of playing the game. The roads are almost ready now, but airports, highways and some basic livelihood projects are still insufficient. If we want to develop better, people's livelihood is very important. Otherwise, people won't be able to make a living, and will complain a lot, let alone the subsequent development of hemp rope tofu. Let's start with the improvement of people's livelihood first? Jiangyi was in deep thought. After a moment, I decided to do just that. After dinner, Jiangyi returned to the dormitory and began to plan the plan in detail on the notepad on his mobile phone. Jiangyi is a perfectionist. It took more than 2 hours. The planning proposal, which is several thousand words long, has been completed. First of all, the extraction of oil has brought the current fiscal funds to more than 6 billion, which is already very rich. Jiangyi's idea is to spend money. There is a saying that goes, money talks. There's nothing that money can't solve. Then the prestige value is also reduced. For example, the construction of buildings and some production functions can also be accelerated by prestige. Logically speaking, we have done a lot of things recently, so we should not be short of prestige points in the future. At least not in the short term. After the plan was drawn up, Jiangyi began to implement it in the first step, asking Abdul to announce the high-salary recruitment news. Attract talents from all over the world and employ professional workers. Why not use existing military personnel? Jiangyi's idea is that since the follow-up needs to be formalized, the military personnel will only be responsible for military operations. Discipline. In the military, it is the most indispensable thing. Soldiers should not be involved in miscellaneous work. And professional matters should be left to professionals. This is the only way to be efficient. Abdul got the hint from Jiangyi. Do it immediately. Not long after, the Houthi armed forces opened an open bidding and offered a price that many people could not refuse. This incident caused quite a stir. Especially the Yemen government forces. On the Sarawak side, I don't know what the Houthi armed forces are doing. And aren't they very poor? So rich suddenly? Is it true that it has completely risen because of an oil field? Hanuman and Salman could not sleep the whole night. What they are worried about now is not that they cannot defeat the Houthi armed forces, but that they don't know if the Houthi armed forces will continue to develop in this way. Will the war suddenly arrive at their doorstep one day? The magical thing about Dongzhou is that some countries have become rich by relying on oil. But there are also countries that have suffered disasters and wars because of oil. It caused some countries to be broken up and people to die. In rich places, such as Dubai, the locals live like gods, and all the dirty work is outsourced to foreigners. According to Jiangyi's understanding. In Dubai, most of the outsourced projects are usually given to ASIN. The price they offer is also relatively high. This has led to many Indians trying every possible means to steal jobs from places like Dubai and Alianque. The price Jiangyi is offering now is higher than those places, so there will definitely be many Indians rushing to come. When setting recruitment targets, Jiangyi mainly chose ASIN. It is estimated that $1 billion will be invested to recruit 66,800 people in succession. Is this confirmed? Confirm. Jiangyi has been playing this game for a while, and when it comes to spending big money, he won't feel as painful as before. You can't catch a wolf without risking your lamb. That's the truth. Delivery successful. Current enrollment 5. Current enrollment 11. Current enrollment 38. The next step is to wait patiently. On the first day, the total number of students enrolled was over 2,000, on the second day over 3,000, and on the third day nearly 5,000. In short, with the advertising effect of Abdul and the attraction of high-tech, more and more people are attracted every day. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. During this period, Jiangyi used a little acceleration. Everyone is present. Jiang Yi handed the planning map and construction plan that he had drawn in advance to Abdul, and asked Abdul to give orders for its implementation. For a while, highways, airports, food/pharmaceutical processing plants, hospitals, residential areas, various types of transportation fortresses, public transportation, etc. are all under construction. Looking at the map, tens of thousands of people started working at the same time. It's spectacular. The entire city is changing at a speed visible to the naked eye. That's right. Half a month passed, and Jiang Yi almost forgot an important thing. The training ground that was built before was also completed. Jiang Yi opened the map and found the place to build the training ground. Click to view. Training ground. There was a super large soldier training ground. Chapter 34, Training Ground. Preparation for Expansion. Jiang Yi has an army of about 100,000 soldiers at his disposal, plus the soldiers he recruited a few days ago. The current size of the army has reached nearly 150,000. Even with such a huge army, it was difficult to pick out a few elite soldiers. That won't work. No matter how many soldiers there are, if they have poor individual strength and no cohesion, they will be just a group of loose sand and will be of no use on the battlefield. How were the previous battles won? All of this relies on advanced equipment exchanged from the reputation store. When both sides have equal military strength. If we engage in a head-on conflict, our army will be completely defeated. Jiang Yi operated on his mobile phone, adjusted the training lineup, and then started the training with one click. Train. By the way, the training methods are divided into low efficiency, medium efficiency, and high efficiency. Jiang Yi spent another 200 prestige points to adjust the training efficiency to high efficiency. In training. Efficiency, highly efficient. In this way, if we train 10,000 people at a time, it won't take long before all 150,000 people can be trained. Just imagine this. A total of 150,000 elite soldiers, each of whom is comparable to the world's top-notch troops. How horrible would it be if put together? I'm afraid that if the poster commandos saw this, they would all cry. Jiang Yi's plan is to build the strongest armed force in the world. It's not just generally strong. What Jiang Yi wants is a force that can sweep away any army or any national force in the world. Then, with nothing to do, Jiang Yi opened the map and studied it for a while. Now most of the Yemen is displayed in green, which are the places occupied by Jiang Yi. If broken down, it can be divided into many important areas. Jiang Yi found some loopholes. Quickly dispatched troops to replenish the force. Especially for the strategic areas close to the main city, people are sent to guard them 24 hours a day. The remaining areas are controlled by the Yemen government forces. Mainly concentrated in the southwest. Jiang Yi smiled. At present, the best positions in Yemen are in our hands. Don't underestimate the Yemen government forces. They also control a lot of territory. But they were forced to back down. Moreover, most of these territories have no substantive function and are not even a strategic buffer zone. Jiang Yi clicked, and an attack button appeared below. Attack. However, after clicking attack, a warning appears. Offensive risk warning, red. This is an advanced warning. Generally, this advanced warning prompt will appear in places that are difficult to capture. Anyway, it's time to expand the territory, Jiang Yi murmured. The reason why no action had been taken before was that the Yemen government troops were entrenched in the remaining territory and defending it tightly. In order to avoid being breached, a lot of effort was invested. If he were to force his way in, even if he succeeded in taking it, Jiang Yi would still suffer heavy losses. It's still the same problem, the quality of the soldiers is poor. It is worth mentioning. The weakness here is not the individual combat power. After systematic strengthening, our soldiers are far ahead of the enemy in terms of physical fitness. The reason why we can't win even if we fight. Jiang Yi believed that the main problem was backwardness in combat experience and unprofessionalism. War. Most of the success does not depend on personal bravery, but on teamwork and strategy. Therefore, the training on the training ground, in addition to training the soldiers' personal physical fitness, is more about training how to fight and how to perform on the battlefield. This issue is resolved. Plus the support of excellent equipment. Jiang Yi believes that in the next battle, the casualty rate can be reduced to a minimum. Jiang Yi didn't want the soldiers he had raised with his own money to die on the battlefield without creating the expected value. It took some time. Made a specific battle plan. Now everything is ready, only the east wind is missing. As soon as the training mission was completed, Jiang Yi immediately led his troops to the north. Jiang Yi couldn't help but admire his own military talents. Even though he had never done this before, Jiang Yi knew exactly what to do and what to do next. In his previous life, he must have been a military god. Jiang Yi smiled jokingly. You have an invitation letter, do you want to check it? Suddenly, an email notification appeared on the screen. An invitation? Jiang Yi clicked on it casually. Fox of Resistance, hello, respected leader of the Houthi armed forces. We will hold an emergency meeting in 2 days, which is on the 9th of this month, and we sincerely invite you to participate. Location: Tehran. Silence. Jiang Yi remembered that this organization called Resistance Fox was a joint organization of Iran, Turkey, Day and other countries to resist imperialism and terrorism. As for why I invited myself, Jiang Yi thought about it and figured it out. Before he took over the Houthi armed forces, Ilang had always been the big brother behind the Houthi armed forces. It was Ilang who gave the Houthi armed forces self-sufficiency and helped them in all aspects. It can be said that he was supported by Ilang. In the eyes of Ilang, the Houthi armed forces are their most capable younger brothers. Holding a meeting at this time. This is not a simple matter. Could it be that he had been leading the Houthi armed forces and had caused too much noise recently? Have they taken this matter seriously? If that's the case, Jiang Yi has nothing to worry about. After all, there is no conflict of interest between him and Ilang, Turkey and Day for the time being. On the contrary, we all have the same opponents and common enemies, and are on the same front. Jiang Yi did not reply immediately. Instead, he thought for a moment. More than an hour later, Jiang Yi made the decision to attend the meeting. First, although these forces have not made any major moves for a long time, they have little presence. But their strength should not be underestimated. Take the Goose, for example. It is one of the 5 permanent members of the UN Security Council and is capable of competing with the lighthouse country. Although Rabbit Ear Chi is not that strong. But in terms of geographical location, the place where Turkey is located has extremely high strategic significance. If Jiang Yi could better unite several forces, then the Unity Gate, it will be no problem. Not to mention unifying Yemen, even occupying Sarawak and annexing Ilang will not be a problem. There was a gleam of ambition in Jiang Yi's eyes. No one resists power. When power is placed right in front of you, anyone will be tempted. Don't talk about hypocrisy or not. As a human being, the purpose of life is to fight for your reputation. If you don't become strong and swallow up others, then when others have that strength, you will be the only one who is swallowed up. This is reality. Jiang Yi opened the email again and gave a positive reply. I will attend this meeting. Shortly after, Jiang Yi agreed. Italian Intelligence Agency. The latest intelligence is that the leaders of the Fox Demons from all sides of the resistance will hold an important meeting at Ilang in 2 days. I suspect that this meeting may be unfavorable to us. When the news reached the top management of Yisili, it immediately attracted the attention of all the top management of Yisili. Chapter 35, Yisli's Conspiracy. Yisli, the lobby of the presidential palace. A huge crystal chandelier hangs straight down, illuminating every corner. However, it could not dispel the extremely tense atmosphere in the hall. A man in his 40s, dressed neatly in a suit, walked into the hall with a stack of documents in his hands. There is a huge round wooden table in the center of the hall. The table was filled with senior executives from Italy. As Lewin Riflin walked in, everyone's eyes fell on him. Lewin Rifling. Yisili is the current leader. He is also one of the current top decision-makers in Yisili, and holds most of the power in Yisili. Everyone, I believe you are already aware of the latest actions of the Resistance Fox. After Lewin sat down, he spoke in a serious tone. Everyone nodded. But no one spoke. Everyone looked at Lewin, waiting for him to continue. Over the years, Yisli and Ilong have been old enemies. Several major battles in Dongho. Both parties are the leaders. And because Yisli has the support of its big father, the lighthouse country, Yisli has never been defeated in so many wars. But recent events have made them panic. Rather than saying they were panicking, it would be more accurate to say that they felt things were weird and unpredictable. It's like this. For this meeting, the Resistance Fox specially invited the Houthis. As you know, this little-known organization has caused quite a stir recently. Lu Wen's face was full of worry. This is where the weirdness comes from. The rise of the Houthi armed forces was not enough to surprise them. The key is that the rise is too fast. After the incident, they have been paying close attention to it. The lighthouse country has also analyzed several wars between the Hun High Armed Forces and the Sarawak and Yemen government forces. Turn out, the Houthi armed forces have advanced equipment that they currently do not have. Yes. Including the lighthouse nation. The key point is, the beacon country has always been famous in the world for its advanced science and technology, and its leading position in the forefront of science and technology. Now, the equipment of the Houthi armed forces actually surpasses that of the lighthouse country. How can they remain calm? This matter simply cannot withstand further investigation. Lu Wen convened this meeting to gather everyone to discuss their views on the rapid rise of the Houthi armed forces. An old man with gray hair raised his hand. After getting Lu Wen's permission, he said with a sullen face, "Needless to say, this matter is inseparable from Manhwa. Apart from Manhwa, he could not think of anyone else who could provide such great support to the Houthi armed forces behind the scenes. Not even the goose." His speech was agreed by many people in the hall after more than an hour of discussion. The topic gradually unfolded. Manhwa is really something. Our Dongzhou affairs have nothing to do with them, but they actually intervened to this extent. The top management of Yisli seemed quite furious. Don't forget. According to reliable sources, the current leader of the Houthi armed forces is a dragon citizen. This matter is closely related to Manhwa. The reason why Manhwa did this is very simple. It is very likely that some kind of cooperation will be reached with Ilong in exchange for benefits. Dongzhou is rich in natural mineral resources. To the world, it is a big piece of cake, and it is impossible for Manhwa not to be jealous. Lu Wen's face darkened. He understood that in this case, he had to find a way to nip the risk in the bud. Otherwise, continue to cooperate with Manhwa and Ilong. God knows how much hidden danger it will bring to them in the future. I have a plan. The old man who had spoken up earlier raised his hand and said, Since they are planning to hold a meeting in Tehran, I think this is also a good opportunity for us, isn't it? You mean? Lu Wen adjusted his glasses and looked at him seriously. The man who spoke was called Muds, counting it as one of the veteran figures of Italy. Before Lu Wen took office, Muds is within the top leadership, has a very high say, and is also the core figure of the earliest Italian think tank. His advice is well worth taking. What I mean is, why not take advantage of this opportunity to eliminate all the high-level people who participated in the meeting in one fell swoop? When he said this, Mudd's eyes revealed invisible murderous intent. As long as the top leaders are eliminated, the Resistance Fox organization will be severely damaged. Maybe this attack will eventually lead to internal conflicts among them. To use an old saying from Dragon Country, let them collapse without being attacked. As for whether it will have an international impact in the future, he doesn't have to worry at all. Most of the world's well-known and authoritative media are in their hands. No one is better at controlling public opinion than them. Besides, he has a backup plan. Why not package it properly, put the blame on others for the attack, and distance yourself from Yisli? Lu Wen and everyone else present had this idea. The most suitable candidate popped into their minds at the same time. Sandy. It just so happened that Shadua had been fighting fiercely with the Houthi armed forces recently. There's even a motive. If this incident forces Ilong to officially take action, it will trigger conflict and start a war. Yisli can also sit back and reap the benefits in secret, and watch the fight between tigers from the mountain. Kill two birds with one stone. 3 hours have passed, meeting adjourned. A top-secret assassination plan was quietly finalized within Yisli. For the next 2 days, everything was peaceful. Jian Yi was training his troops as normal. After the training, the soldiers' attributes and military qualities were greatly improved. Line up again. Each soldier stood tall and straight with a dignified demeanor. The whole team's spirit and energy seemed different. This is what a professional army should look like. Jiang Yi sighed. It's not easy. It's also time to arm the Huti and train them into a regular army. At this moment, regardless of anything else, I just feel a great sense of accomplishment. But Jiang Yi also discovered the problem. That is military training and war, which are too expensive, and daily oil production is limited. Jiang Yi was worried that when the war really started, his treasury would not be able to hold out for long. Jiang Yi exchanged a detector at the reputation store and decided to continue exploring the oil field and carry out mining. This task naturally fell on Abdul, Alpha and Maxon. Because they had received professional training, Jiang Ye's main task for them was to lead the army. In the past 2 days, Jiang Yi ordered the Northern Army to continue advancing and expanded some territory. Finding undeveloped oil fields should not be a problem. Donglo is rich in oil. Putting down the phone, Jiang Yi yawned and rubbed his eyes. Today's mission is almost done. Next, wait for tomorrow's meeting. By the way, why is there still no news about the innovation and technology competition? Jiang Yi looked down at the time. It had been a few days since the materials were submitted, and Jiang Yi thought there would be results soon. Forget it. I guess the higher-ups will need some time to research this. Shake your head, turn off the lights and go to sleep. Chapter 36. The Arc of Resistance is in meeting. Tehran Blue. A very religious place. As the capital of 100 million wolves, it is the largest city in Iran. It is also one of the most prosperous places in West Asia. It is located in the north-central part of Iran and has a long history. It was once the capital of several dynasties. Economically, as the economic center of Iran, Tehran has rich oil resources and developed industries, mainly in petrochemicals, steel, machinery manufacturing, textiles and other industries. The permanent population has reached more than 10 million. The next morning, Jiang Yi arrived in the city by helicopter. Because it was a helicopter, it went directly to the conference center. During this period, Ilan had communicated in advance and did not encounter any obstacles. Jiang Yi brought Alpha with him on this trip. It is always easier to do things when you have a capable assistant by your side. After arriving at the destination, Jiang Yi got off the helicopter. The welcoming team had already been prepared on both sides of the road, including the etiquette team, welcoming ladies, etc. Somewhere further away, there are soldiers guarding the place layer by layer. Even professional snipers are arranged to prevent any accidents. All in all, security is in place. Among these people, Jiang Yi met several heavyweights. Hassan Lahani. Billion Wolf is the current president. Then there is Abdullah, who is not as high-ranking as Lahani, but should not be underestimated. His identity is the current vice president of Rabbit Ear. The fact that the president and vice president showed up in person was enough to show how much importance both Ilan and Turkey attached to this meeting. Certainly. It also indirectly illustrates Jiang Ye's current status. Cannot be taken lightly. Otherwise, even if these two people came to attend the meeting, they would not be able to appear here to pick up Jiang Yi at the airport. Next to the two of them stood a tall, 1.9-meter tall man wearing a military uniform and with a casual expression. With his sturdy build, he must be someone sent by Big Goose. Jiang Yi didn't have much impression of him. He thought he was just a small official sent by Big Goose. The international status of Big Goose cannot be matched by either Ilan or Turkey. It is normal not to attach much importance to such meetings. Moreover, for Big Goose, Dongzhou is not their main battlefield at present. At the enthusiastic invitation of Lahani and Abdullah, Jiang Yi followed them into the conference building. This meeting, held at Sadr Bey Palace. Sadr Bey Palace, also known as the Presidential Palace of Ilan. Hello. Let me introduce you. This is Abdullah, Vice President of Rabbit Ear Chi. This should be the first time you meet. Luhani introduced Jiang Yi considerately. He didn't know that Jiang Yi had done his homework before coming and recognized the other person. Interaction. An interaction button appears on the screen. Jiang Yi clicked the screen. The screen automatically enters the cutscene. In the animation, after shaking hands with Abdullah, Lu Hani introduced the official from Day to Jiang Yi. This is Andre, a senior official of Big Goose. Big Goose also attaches great importance to this meeting and hopes that we can have a good discussion. Hello? Jiang Yi stretched out his hand. The other party responded in Goose language and extended his hand to Jiang Yi. As they were talking, the group came to the conference hall on the first floor and sat down. Lu Hani was very enthusiastic throughout the whole process and never stopped smiling. The main attention is on Jiang Yi. It is also because, under the leadership of Jiang Yi, the momentum of the Houthi armed forces has been too strong recently. Sha Te was rejected several times and was defeated badly. Moreover, the Houthi armed forces also discovered oil fields. They mine on their own and have their own economic development. Put it in the past. The Houthi armed forces were extremely poor and had to rely on them for everything. Therefore, the Houthi armed forces would be willing to call Ilong Big Brother and work for them honestly. But the current Houthi armed forces are no longer what they used to be. Have their own development potential. He was worried that Jiang Yi would gradually break away from the Ilong group and work on his own with the Houthi armed forces. Wouldn't it be a waste of all their efforts in training the Houthi armed forces over the years? So of course he had to find a way to please Jiang Yi. Even if the two parties cannot maintain the previous superior-subordinate relationship, they cannot make the relationship awkward. Let the Houthi armed forces point their spearhead at Ilong. After some greetings. Without further ado, the meeting officially began. As the home dealer, Lu Hani was the first to say, "The purpose of calling everyone to this meeting is actually very simple. On the one hand, it is for us to communicate better, and on the other hand, I want to discuss with you the future development of the situation in Dalno." Speaking of this, Lu Hani smiled again and looked at Jiang Yi with a smile. "By the way, Jiang, in recent days you have made great achievements in Yemen and have done a lot of things. Well done! It's time to teach Sha Te a lesson." The relationship between Ilong and Shate is very complicated. But if you want to summarize it simply, 2 words are actually enough. Feud. The kind that wishes the other person would die completely. It was precisely because of this that when Jiang Yi was beating Sha Te, the fallen dog, Lu Hani often clapped and cheered in secret. Lu Hani finished. A dialogue box appears on the screen. Jiang Yi thought about it, clicked on the dialogue box, and typed a line of words in it. No, it's just that we were lucky and won a few times. We will need your care in the future." Lu Hani waved his hands hastily and said, No, you are too modest. In my opinion, with your leadership, the Houthi armed forces will surely achieve great things in the Dongzhou region in the future. Lu Hani didn't have much to say today. The main theme is to praise Jiang Yi to the sky. "I remember that not long ago, you were still looking for us to borrow equipment. It has only been a short time, and you have led the Houthi armed forces to produce so many good things. It is said that you have made fighter jets? Or is it a new product that the lighthouse country does not have?" First, give some random praises to make people feel elated. Then the true purpose is revealed. An ordinary person would really be fooled by him. It is obvious that he wants to find out the source of Jiang Yi's equipment. Oh, those are not worth mentioning. They are just fancy things and not practical. Jiang Yi simply brushed it off. "Mr. Jiang, if you are willing, we are willing to provide you with some technical support." Speaking of equipment, Andre was also very interested. "How about we jointly hold a technical exchange conference some other day?" Technical exchange conference? I'm afraid this is not a survey meeting, and he took the opportunity to come here to get the basics. Jiang Yi smiled and shook his head. It turned out that these old foxes in the political circle were more cunning than the other. Jiang Yi continued to be perfunctory. Lu Hani and the others tried to trick Jiang Yi many times, but Jiang Yi easily resolved the issue. Seeing that Jiang Yi's trick didn't work, they finally had to give up. Lu Hani had to bring the topic back to the point. "By the way, Jiang, I want to remind you that recently Issei Lai has the support of the lighthouse country, and it is said that they have achieved considerable results. They may cause trouble in the near future, so you have to be careful. Yemenhuti is well known for his love of stirring up trouble. The Houthi armed forces are gaining momentum and there is a high probability that they will be targeted. Jiang Yi typed the words, "Thank you for the reminder," on the screen, but didn't have time to send it. Sudden bang! Suddenly, a violent explosion was heard outside the window, and the shock wave shattered the windows of the conference room. Chapter 37, Suicide Attack? Don't worry, watch me do it. Faced with this sudden scene, everyone was dumbfounded. After realizing what had happened, they all looked horrified and frightened. Oh no, there's a terrorist attack! Retreat quickly, retreat quickly! Sorry, the meeting is temporarily over. Everyone should ensure safety first. Lu Hani and his companion shouted loudly to everyone and fled towards the back door in panic. However, in the panic, a figure stood out. Sitting there quietly, not moving. The glass fragments blown away by the explosion fell on the open space nearby. Don't panic, don't worry. Jiang Yi typed a few words on the screen and clicked send. If nothing unexpected happens, Alpha will calm down soon. Seeing Jiang Yi so calm, Lu Hani, Andre and Abdullah gradually calmed down. They turned their heads and looked at Jiang Yi in surprise. This is a terrorist attack. If things go wrong, someone might die. Don't be fooled by the fact that they are in high positions and have power that most people in this world do not have. But in the end, we are still human beings. Anyone shot will die. Jiang Yi was unexpectedly indifferent. He really is not afraid of death. This courage. They had nothing to say. The noise outside became increasingly chaotic. Gradually gunshots were heard, and then the sound of soldiers maintaining order. But despite this, the screams continued one after another. This was a suicide attack. The other party rushed forward with bombs tied to his body as if he was risking his life, and there was no way to resist at all. The soldiers wanted to stop them, but they could only do so physically. But they will die too. The interception efficiency was greatly reduced. Several people with bombs were getting closer and closer to the conference hall. Lu Hani was sweating profusely. These lunatics! They are really crazy. They are so desperate. What benefits have they gained? This kind of thing happened in their territory of Ilong. As a president, he feels humiliated and ashamed. There is more anger in my heart. This is a serious provocation and a provocation to the entire Beowulf. After calming down again, Lu Hani wiped the sweat from his forehead and said apologetically, I'm sorry, this is our negligence. I'm really sorry. Just as he finished speaking, several soldiers walked in from outside the meeting room. It's bad, Mr. President. The enemy has too many people. Some of them are about to charge over. Let's retreat quickly. Lu Hani sighed deeply. Well, how about we first? But he hadn't finished speaking yet. Several crisp gunshots were heard from the front yard of the conference hall. 4 or 5 middle-aged men from Donglo with bombs tied to their bodies rushed in. They were shot in the middle of their eyebrows and fell to the ground. Alpha flipped over and nimbly climbed in through the window. There is a fierce, murderous intent on his body. Leader, everything has been resolved. Jiang Yi looked at Alpha with affirmation. Well done. From the time Alpha saw the opponent to the time he opened fire, it took less than 2 seconds, accurately killing 4 or 5 fast-moving targets. Alpha's strength is still very trustworthy. Jiang Yi knew to bring him here. Can play a key role. Look, Jiang Yi guessed it right. It's not that Jiang Yi looks down on the people in the Ilong defense team. But faced with this sudden attack, many people were obviously thrown into disarray. And because of fear of death, he did not dare to intercept them. If Alpha was not here, even if no one present today died, the presidential palace in the capital of Ilong would not be able to be saved. At least it will become a ruin. This shows the importance of a leader having powerful and absolutely loyal subordinates. Lu Hani and others looked at Alpha in surprise, and felt that this man exuded an unusual temperament. This is no ordinary person. It was different from anything they had ever seen in any soldier king. They originally thought that Alpha was just an entourage that Jiang Yi brought along casually. Now I realize that Jiang Yi is not ordinary. Even the people around him are extraordinary. With his skills and strength, if the fight really came to fruition and the distance was so close, if Alpha wanted to do something reckless, no one on the scene would be able to stop him. They secretly rejoiced that they were not Jiang Ye's enemies. "What's going on?" Jiang Ye asked calmly. "Report." Alpha saluted and said, "This attack was initially determined to be a suicide attack. Although it has been completely resolved, unfortunately, no one is left alive. Keeping him alive can help us to interrogate him about military intelligence." "It's okay. I'll investigate later." Jiang Yi stood up from his seat and said, "Take me to see it." Everyone followed Jiang Yi outside. Everywhere I looked, I saw a mess, and the air was filled with the pungent smell of gunpowder and burning. Several of the bodies were shattered into pieces due to self-explosion. It was a horrific sight. Except for Jiang Yi and Alpha, everyone had a gloomy expression. "Leader, these bodies are still intact." At this time, Alpha pointed at several of the corpses and said that these were the killers who finally broke through the defense line and were about to attack the conference hall, but were killed in time by Alpha. He was shot in the forehead, and the bomb he was carrying did not explode in time. "This is Chateau? Someone from Chateau?" Lu Hani recognized the features of these people at a glance. Obviously, they were Chateau. Lu Hani was furious, his face full of anger. "What does Chateau want to do? Do you want to start a war in Dongmo at this time?" It is true that the two sides are enemies. But the key is that the two parties have maintained stable development in recent years without interfering with each other. What Shah Tu did directly touched his bottom line. Andre and Abdullah looked unhappy. They didn't care about the hatred between Shatu and Ilang, but this attack almost cost them their lives. This matter cannot be let go like this. After returning to China, I must unite with other countries to impose sanctions on Sarawak and force them to give an explanation. Well, this time it's all thanks to Jiang Zai. During the meeting, Andre, who had always been aloof and spoke less, actually took the initiative to compliment. Because of Big Goose's attitude towards this meeting. Not really taking it seriously. Andre was mainly there to go through the motions, and when he found that he couldn't get Jiang Yi to say anything, he completely lost interest in the meeting. What happened just now made Andre look at Jiang Yi with a new respect. Stay calm and collected. This is not the determination and courage that a young person like him should have. It's a bit shocking. No wonder he could lead the Houthi armed forces to this point. It should be. Jiang Yi smiled. Lu Hani said, "I'm sorry, everyone. I'm very sorry for what happened today. Don't worry, we at Ilan will not just let this go. I will find Shate and ask them to give me and everyone an explanation." Lu Hani is a little red and warm. At this moment, the idea of starting a war came into his mind. Jiang Yi raised his hand, signaling Lu Hani to calm down. Type a line of text on the screen. Don't worry, I think this matter may not be that simple. Chapter 38 No Weapons? Make your own. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's eyes fell on Jiang Yi. Not that simple? What do you mean? Andre frowned. Is there anything else to say about this? It is obvious that these corpses are from the Sand People. Andre squatted down and examined the burnt badge on the chest of the next corpse. If I remember correctly, this is the logo of a secret organization in Sarawak, which is said to provide services exclusively for the Sarawak royal family. No, don't you think it's too weird? Jiang Yi overturned Andre's guess. If this was really done by the Shadow, and they wanted to kill us, they wouldn't have to make such a big fuss. Moreover, the identities of these killers were exposed too quickly, and the other party was afraid that we would not know the identities of these killers after the matter was exposed, so they specially labeled them with the characteristics of Shadow people. Jiang Yi gave a professional analysis. Soon, Lu Hani and others gave a thumbs up and exclaimed, "Amazing! I was just blinded by hatred. Everyone is ready to find Sha Te to ask for punishment. If Jiang Yi hadn't reminded me, I would have almost fallen into the other party's trap." Jiang Yi said again, "I think let's sit down again and discuss it carefully." No one present had any objection. Under the escort of the soldiers, everyone returned to the meeting room, and some soldiers stayed behind to clean up the scene. Such a big thing happened, and it quickly became a sensation among the top management of Ilang. Jiang Yi and others just returned to the conference room. Several people in non-commissioned officer uniforms rushed to the scene. Lohani communicated with them. Some of these people left, and some stayed. There were 4 people left. Lohani introduced Jiang Yi and others, all of whom were high-ranking members of Ilong and generals. Status is important. There is another one with a special identity. He is a representative of Gaza. His name is Handel Moss. Everyone took their seats. One of the generals looked at Jiang Yi with an unpleasant expression. Jiang, you mean this time it wasn't Shate who did it? As expected. All the top executives of Ilong naturally put the blame on Shate. He just dispelled his doubts after hearing their president say that there might be a misunderstanding. But I still have doubts. It's still the same problem. Shatu and them are sworn enemies. Only the Shatua would hate them so much that they would resort to suicide attacks. Jiang Yi shook his head and wondered how these people got to this position. Such a simple question, but you can't even think about it. I believe everyone knows about the recent wars between Sarawak and the Houthi armed forces, and Sarawak was defeated every time. After several wars, Sarawak has been unable to cope with the Houthi armed forces. Do they still have the energy to deal with these things? Jiang Yi simply gave them a rational analysis. If Shate does this, they will face crazy retaliation from Ilang and other East Continent countries. Shate, which has already been beaten down, will face a situation where many heroes will be besieged. You don't think this is what Shate wants to see, right? The reasons for starting a war are often simple. Benefit. Yes. Almost all wars are caused by conflicts of interest or unfulfilled desires, which lead people to extend their evil hands to others. There is no benefit for Shate to do this. Instead, you will be caught in a situation where you are surrounded by enemies on all sides. Only a fool would do that. Everyone was in a trance. The look in his eyes when he looked at Jiang Yi again changed immediately. It was filled with a little shock and a little worship. As expected, he is a person from the mysterious Oriental country. This is a very logical analysis. In other words, this matter was framed by other forces on Shate. Savor it carefully. It seems a bit like the art of war. Who doesn't know that in the art of war, the Dragon Kingdom is the ancestor of the world? Abdullah asked seriously. Who would put the blame on Shate and deliberately stir up the conflict? Jiang Yi thought about it and asked, what else is there to say? I suspect the mastermind behind this is Issei Lai. Jiang Ye's reason for suspecting them was simple. As an invader, Yisli has deep conflicts with the countries in Dongno. Several wars in East Asia were caused by strong will. Anyone who has paid attention to these things will know that muddying the waters and taking advantage of opportunities to stir up trouble are common methods used by Yisli to make profits in Dongno. And apart from Yisli and excluding Shatu, Jiang Yi really couldn't imagine that there was a second country in Dongzhou that dared to do this in the home of Dongzhou's big brother Ilong. Talking about Yisli, Lohani and others also hated him to the core. No matter how much infighting there is in Dongzhou, we are all Anlate people and are ultimately one family. And Issei is a real invader. Everyone looked at Jiang Yi. After the analysis just now, there was no doubt that everyone had already regarded Jiang Yi as a backbone-level existence. Everyone wants to hear what Jiang Yi will do next. Jiang Yi could tell what these people were thinking from their expectant and angry eyes. So everyone, since Issei Lai wants to start a war and cause trouble, I guess we can't just be passive, right? Of course not. We must resist. Yes, at worst, we can start another East Continent war. Everyone was in high spirits, and couldn't wait to start the war. This time the enemy has come to our doorstep, and no one can swallow this humiliation. Jiang Yi smiled. Looking at the performance of everyone on the screen, I realized that this was a good opportunity to win people's hearts. Since I am leading the Houthi armed forces myself, I certainly cannot always be a subordinate of Ilong. It's time to build prestige and status. Jiang Yi looked at Representative Gasha. That is Handel Moss. Everyone's eyes followed Jiang Yi and fell on Hand. Hand suddenly became the focus of everyone's attention. Hand looked at everyone and then showed a helpless expression. The Gaza Strip borders Italy and is Italy's main target. Not only is there suppression by force, but development is also restricted in every way by the strong will. All kinds of resources that want to be transported into Gaza must be strictly controlled by Yemenhuti, so let alone equipment, even building materials and daily necessities. Not all of them can enter Gaza. Gaza City has thus become the largest open-air prison in the world, imprisoning countless Gazans and their dignity. Gasha hated Yemenhuti to the core and wanted to avenge her previous humiliation and turn the table against Yemenhuti. However, Gasha's own strength is weak, and she has basically no ability to effectively attack Yemenhuti. So it's not that Han doesn't want to, but that they really don't have the ability to fight against Yemenhuti. Too little equipment. Jiang Yi stood up, walked around everyone, came behind Han, patted him on the shoulder, and signaled him not to be nervous. How about this? You do as I say, and I'll have people prepared to stockpile gas cylinders, steel pipes, sugar, fertilizers, and other things, and then export them to you at a low price. As daily necessities, there shouldn't be any restrictions. This is the simplest and most effective method Jiang Yi can think of at the moment. No weapons? Use your brain, you can make it yourself. Chapter 39, Gas tanks are used to make shells. Do you know? Hear Jiang Yi's speech. Everyone was confused, looking at each other, thinking they had heard it wrong. Stockpiling consumption, sugar, gas cylinders, let Gaza import? Gaza is indeed short of supplies. But does this have anything to do with the topic at hand? Mr. Jiang, thank you for your kindness, but what does this have to do with resisting Escalating? Jiang Yi shook his head. These officials are truly rough and uncouth. I don't even understand simple chemical principles. This reflects the importance of a strong country and universal education. It must be said that Jiang Yi was very glad that he was born in Dragon country. Jiang Yi explained. These things together can produce a wonderful chemical reaction. Although the power is not as strong as a real rocket, it is not much different. It is enough for you. This? The corners of Han's mouth twitched. I always feel like Jiang Yi is talking about the Book of Heaven, which is a bit too outrageous. He has seen all these things in his life, but he has never seen an explosion. Jiang Yi ignored his puzzled look. It doesn't matter whether they understand or not. Then demonstrate it, and they know what they are talking about. What matters is, Jiang Yi wants to attract investment and develop the basic industries of Yemen. If we want to achieve comprehensive development, we cannot rely solely on oil fields. That way you can only become a big dog owner like Shate. There is no other industrial chain of its own. I don't have my own technology either. In order to avoid being beaten, they can only pay for bodyguards and purchase equipment from other countries at high prices. In fact, in Jiang Yi's opinion, this is quite frustrating. We must never go down this path. To do it, we must achieve comprehensive development, catch up with the rest of the world, and surpass the rest of the world little by little. Establish your own industrial system and commercial system. The production and export of basic light industry is the first step. As for the high-end ones, I will follow up slowly later. Jiang Yi can already imagine that in the future, he will independently develop and produce products and equipment, exporting all over the world and making huge profits. The strength of a country. We should not just look at one aspect, but whether the scale is large enough, whether it can be independently produced and self-digested, and complete a virtuous internal cycle without relying on technology from other countries or imports. The aspects involved are very broad. To sum it up in 2 words, comprehensive. Well, let me show you, and you should know. Jiang Yi said. Make a list and ask people to prepare the materials on the list. Sugar, fertilizers, gas tanks, steel pipes, and other things. These things are very common. It is still easy to get any along. While people were preparing things, Jiang Yi specifically talked about his own insights and views on Yemenhuti. The group listened with great interest. Learned it. This meeting has already begun to revolve around Jiang Yi. In fact, when I heard about the recent spectacular battles of the Houthi armed forces that shocked the world, many people are skeptical. Especially Ilam. How could they not know what their younger brother is like? As a result, now, I have witnessed with my own eyes the strong leadership and execution ability emanating from Jiang Yi. No one doubted Jiang Ye's ability anymore. Everyone looked at the young man in front of them with admiration. Is this the reason why the Dragon Country was able to revive and once again stand at the forefront of the world and become a superpower in just a few decades? Jiang Yi also let these Lab people feel the unique charm of the Dragon people. 10 minutes later, everyone came outside, which was a shooting range used by the high-ranking officials of Elong and the royal family for entertainment. The place is very big. Broad field of vision. It is the best place to test. Jiang Yi asked people to put all the prepared things on the ground and arrange them in order. Everyone watched Jiang Yi operate these things, confused. They still didn't know how to turn these things into the powerful bombs that Jiang Yi mentioned. If I had known this earlier, I should have studied harder. Under everyone's curious gaze, Jiang Yi had people heat the sugar to melt it, then add a certain proportion of potassium nitrate extracted from fertilizers, stir evenly, and pour it into a mold to cool. This makes a simple solid propellant. Because sugar contains a lot of energy, it is released slowly when burned. Potassium nitrate is added to accelerate the reaction rate. When potassium nitrate is heated and ignites spontaneously, it releases a large amount of oxygen, causing the white sugar to explode. Its power is enough to push the rocket into the sky. The people at Elong were not very good, and some steps had to be repeated several times before they were done properly. Fortunately, Jiang Yi finally achieved the desired effect. Finally, Jiang Yi asked people to put the prepared propellant and other explosive devices into the steel pipe. Make the fuse. A simple three-dimensional rocket is made in this way. Luckily, I was good at chemistry back then, and I saw these things on the internet, so I remember them clearly and don't need to search them on Baidu. In front of the screen, Jiang Yi smiled. There is a saying. Learn math, physics and chemistry well and you won't be afraid to travel around the world. Then, Jiang Yi saw on the screen a group of rough guys looking at the rocket launcher he developed with curiosity. His eyes still revealed doubt. But don't worry, they will soon realize that what they said is true. Okay, let someone light the fire. Lohani ordered with mixed feelings. A soldier stepped forward and lit a fire, and everyone quickly retreated. A few seconds later. Bang! With a loud bang, the ground shook and a rocket was actually fired from the barrel made of steel pipe. The shell eventually landed on a wall several hundred meters away. Amazingly powerful. The explosion created a large hole in the wall, and half of it collapsed. Lohani, Hand Abdullah, and other top leaders of Elong were all surprised. Damn? Really? This power far exceeded their expectations. Even so, Jiang Yi was worried that there was not enough space, so he asked someone to prepare a scaled-down rocket launcher. If the dosage is increased, the rocket launcher produced will be even more powerful. Except that the accuracy is difficult to control. This power is completely enough. Everyone gathered around excitedly and complimented Jiang Yi. I am completely convinced. You can't refuse to accept it. Jiang Yi pushed everyone away, took Handa aside and discussed the import plan with him. Because Gaza does not have its own industrial facilities, even things like fertilizers, sugar, and steel pipes have to be imported. Gasha is very poor and can barely afford to eat. Jiang Yi was also considerate, and gave them a friendly price. Hand was so moved that he almost burst into tears, and immediately said that he would import it from Jiang Yi. As both parties signed the order, Jiang Yi quickly opened the map and turned his attention back to Yemen. The advantage of the game is that even if the stand-in is in Elong, you can still use the dual perspective to operate in the game. Sugar refinery. Fertilizer plant. Steel plant. Build. Under construction. Jiang Yi exchanged several required factories at the reputation store in a row. Suddenly, a prompt popped up on the game interface. Gasha's friendship level plus 57. Chapter 40 New feature, Favorability. Favorability? What's this? It was the first time that Jiang Yi heard of the concept of favorability in a game. Is it a new feature? Jiang Yi clicked on the prompt. An introductory box appears on the screen. Favorability. After reaching a certain level of favorability with a certain faction, you can establish diplomatic relations, form an alliance, and jointly handle international affairs. The higher the favorability, the more extra benefits you can get when you reach a trade cooperation. Average favorability, 15. Note, if the favorability is lower than 15, it is considered negative favorability, which can be understood as the opposite hatred value. The lower the favorability, the higher the hatred value. Favorability levels: Level 1, Level 2, Level 3, Level 4, Level 5. Current favorability, 72, Level 1. Jiang Ye's guess was indeed confirmed. It is indeed a new feature. That's easy to understand. The average favorability is 15, which means that for countries or organizations with which we have no friendship or grudges, the favorability is 15. If it exceeds 15, it is positive favorability. Can promote cooperation between the two sides. If it is lower than 15, it is negative favorability, which can be understood as hatred value. 57 plus the guaranteed 15 favorability is 72. Is 72 only the first level favorability? If that's the case, Jiang Yi realized that it would become increasingly difficult to improve favorability in the future. Otherwise, if it increases by 50 each time, it will be 102 times. Congratulations! Your friendship with Shate has reached level 1, and you will receive the following rewards. X-Force. Introduction: a special forces team that is absolutely loyal and obedient to you. Proficient in land combat, decapitation, assassination, rescue. Staff 300. Jiang Ye's eyes lit up. Not bad. I actually got another absolutely loyal special forces team. And this time the number of people reached 300. You know, the special forces team led by Alpha that we had previously obtained from the system had less than 200 people. The system's rewards are getting more and more powerful. Jiang Yi sighed in his heart. Then, Jiang Yi checked the personal attributes of the Special Forces members and found that all of them had extremely strong combat capabilities. In reality, even the world's top soldiers may not be able to reach this level. It is perfect for special missions. Beheading, rescue, assassination, these are the actions that Jiang Yi will often encounter in the future. Especially beheading. If Jiang Yi can do it, the decapitation mission completion rate will reach 100%. It will scare the whole world. Just imagine this. Before the war even started, our side lost an important commander. Who wouldn't be afraid? Who dares to go to war with Jiang Yi? It took Jiang Yi more than 10 minutes to select the one with the best attributes. Set it as captain as usual. Naming. Jiang Yi thought about it. Just Henry. Captain Henry. Settings completed. It would be difficult for one person to manage a special forces team of 300 people. Jiang Yi said to Henry again. Henry, you can divide the personnel into about 10 groups, and then assign a team leader based on your experience. Henry, good leader. Jiang Yi didn't have to worry about what happened next, he simply closed the military camp. Return your attention to the scene. Jiang Yi and Han signed the contract, and all the leaders came forward to congratulate them. Congratulations! The Houthi armed forces will definitely become stronger through cooperation with Gasha. We sincerely hope that Gasha can be freed from the hands of those demons as soon as possible. It should be said that most people in the world have a relatively just heart. That's what Andre is like anyway. He didn't want to see war unless it was necessary. Lu Hani patted Han's shoulder and said, Why don't you thank Jiang quickly? If it weren't for Jiang, the problem of being blocked by Iseli and unable to resist might have continued for a long, long time. Han immediately turned to Jiang Yi and bowed sincerely. He said sincerely, Thank you very much. When Gaza develops in the future, we will never forget this kindness. Jiang Yi stood with his hands behind his back. Nod. This is just for your listening. After all, everything in the international arena is based on interests. Now both sides have interests, so they are together temporarily. As for what will happen in the future, it is hard to say. Of course, you still have to be polite. 10 minutes later, everyone returned to the conference hall. Ilan immediately sent people to purchase the materials needed for the rocket that Jiang Yi had just developed. Rockets are so convenient, fast, and most importantly cheap. Lahani thought that they should also make a batch for backup. The meeting continues. In addition to Yeisli, we also talked about Shate. Yilong has been afraid of Shatter for too long. It happened that Jiang Yi was there this time, and Lu Hani seemed to have opened up and kept complaining about Shatter's bad things. Jiang Yi directly gave Lu Hani a positive response. Don't worry, if we have the chance, we will continue to fight Shatte and won't let him have an easy time. The hatred for Shatta has already been formed. In Jiang Ye's opinion, there is no way out. He must fight to the end until the other party is convinced. And he is a famous dog owner in Dongno. How could Jiang Yi be willing to do that if he didn't rip them off heavily? After receiving Jiang Ye's reply, Lu Hani laughed out loud. Don't underestimate the Huti armed forces. As the younger brothers of Yilong, they were trained by Yilong in the early years. But Lu Hani knew. Things are different now. The relationship between the two sides had undergone subtle changes since Jiang Yi led the Hutai armed forces to take off. Especially after seeing Jiang Ye's performance at the meeting today. He even had the urge to recognize Jiang Yi as his elder brother. Certainly. Joke. As the leader of Yilong, face is still very important. It was more than 3 hours after the meeting ended and Yilong left. The intention is intense. All the senior executives looked uglier than if they had eaten a fly. After Lu Wen saw that their plan was easily seen through by Jiang Yi. He was so angry that he slammed the table, and his palms turned red from using too much force. Including Muds and other Italian veterans. They were curious about how this guy was so smart, and could be seen through so easily. They are very angry. But there is one thing we have to admit. That is Jiang Ye's vigorous and decisive style of doing things, his quick wit, his personal qualities, and the strength of his subordinates. All of them far exceeded their expectations and shocked them deeply. Such people should be allowed to continue to develop. It will likely have devastating consequences for them. Lu Wen, I think you understand that we must get rid of this man. Muds lost his temper and spoke first. No matter what method you use, assassination or beheading, or declaring war or sending people to bomb, anyway, this person's existence is very disadvantageous to us. We can't just sit back and watch. Lu Wen's pupil shrank slightly, and he held a pen in his hand. Killing intent gradually appeared in his eyes. Chapter 41, directly appointed as an academician? If it were true, Lu Wen had already had the intention to kill. Then Mud's words deepened his belief in doing so. Yeisli is like the little bully of Dongzhou. Keep the situation in Dongzhou firmly under control. Who did what, or the future direction of the situation in Dongzhou, is all decided by a word from them. Jiang Ye's sudden appearance has made the situation in Dongzhou gradually chaotic and uncontrollable. As an important strategic base, Yeisli couldn't just give up on Dongzhou's huge natural treasure trove. It is even more impossible for them to allow Jiang Yi to do whatever he wants on their territory. Jiang Yi didn't know at this time. I didn't do anything, but Yeisli hated me so much. Certainly. Even if he knew, Jiang Yi wouldn't be in any trouble. Yeisli is not a threat to him yet. Unless they want to start an all-out war in the Dongzhou region. Jiang Yi actually wished they would do so. By then, I will be the one to stir up trouble and make a fortune from the war. This is not Jiang Yi being shameless. Instead, he learned from the fierce and strong-willed lighthouse father. Who doesn't know that the history of the lighthouse country's rise is actually a history of war, and that it made its fortune through war? Here, Jiang Yi was inspecting several newly built factories and preparing to speed them up. Suddenly, my cell phone vibrated and a call came in from my counselor. Jiang Yi, are you free? Come to my office. Considering that it might be about the innovation and technology competition, Jiang Yi agreed immediately. 10 minutes later, Jiang Yi arrived at the office door. When he got closer, he saw a large group of people gathered at the door, all wearing security uniforms. Jiang Yi also saw a few familiar faces, such as the Vice Dean of Teaching, the Director of the Academic Affairs Office, and some directors and so on. In short, a large number of school leaders are there. What happens? Jiang Yi was confused. Could it be that the materials developed by myself have been taken seriously? Jiang Yi? He's finally here, come here quickly. Jiang Yi was wondering at the office door. When the vice principal noticed Jiang Yi, He showed an excited look and waved towards him hurriedly. Jiang Yi came in front of the vice principal. Just then I realized that the principal was there too. All the big and small celebrities in the school are here. This scene is definitely rare. Go in quickly, someone is looking for you. The vice principal motioned Jiang Yi to go inside. Jiang Yi looked around the office and was suddenly attracted by an old man who looked to be in his 70s or 80s. He was wearing a suit, well-mannered and meticulous. His deep facial features showed that he was definitely a handsome man when he was young. The moment Jiang Yi saw the old man, a name popped up in his mind. Wang Deming. I was a little confused. I didn't expect that this heavyweight figure was also here. He is an oil and gas field development engineering expert, petroleum development engineer, doctoral supervisor at the Petroleum University, and professor-level senior engineer. In addition, he has a more important identity. They are the first batch of academicians of Longwu Academy of Engineering. He received numerous national honors throughout his life. It has more than a dozen national invention patents, including several foreign patents. So many patents, so many honors. Even if he picks out any one of these qualities, it is enough to make him a national treasure. From the way he sits with the principal next to him smiling as a foil, you can tell how high his status is. By the way, Counselor Jiang Yi is also here. He looked at Jiang Yi in surprise and doubt. Even big shots like Wang Deming are here. She was wondering what Jiang Yi had done. Could he have caused some trouble? Otherwise, would it be necessary for the academician, who is so busy with his work, to come to the college in person to see him? And at this time, when he saw Jiang Yi, Wang Deming's eyes flashed with excitement, and he quickly stood up and walked out. Are you Jiang Yi? Wang Deming asked. Jiang Yi nodded. Yes, academician Wang. Do you know me? Jiang Yi smiled. As an academician of the Dragon Academy of Engineering, of course I know. Very good. Wang Deming patted Jiang Yi on the shoulder, his eyes full of admiration. Then I'll get straight to the point. I'm one of the judges for the innovation and technology competition held by your college. This time, I'm here mainly for you. Wang Deming was not interested in this competition at first. It's just a name. Who knew that during the selection process, he discovered something related to oil, which attracted his attention. After he carefully analyzed and studied the material submitted by Jiang Yi, he was shocked. Because he found that this material is very practical, once it is really applied in stone mining. I am afraid that it will directly bring about substantial changes to Longwu's oil extraction technology. Yes. It's an exaggeration. But you have to know. At present, Longwu's oil extraction technology is already very advanced internationally. It is very difficult to make further progress after reaching this level. Very difficult. Jiang Yi's material may be able to break the current bottleneck. In particular, Jiang Yi mentioned the idea of incorporating or compounding nanoscale sensors in his introduction to the material. It was as if a new world had opened up for him. There is a new direction for the research on future oil extraction technology. He immediately confirmed. This Jiang Yi is simply a genius. At least in the academic field of oil extraction, he is very talented. So he couldn't wait, and without telling anyone about it, he hurried to the college to see Jiang Yi in person. Jiang Yi was able to develop that kind of material and professionally write relevant applications for it. He thought that Jiang Yi's understanding of this aspect might go beyond that. This was the main purpose of his trip. Jiang Yi tried hard to appear calm. Academician Wang, do you want to ask me if there is more detailed information about the materials and an introduction to the subsequent related technologies? Yes, right. Could it be that? Wang Deming looked incredulous. Jiang Yi actually saw through what he was thinking. Jiang Yi smiled. He had already copied down all the relevant principles, parameters and practical applications of oil extraction equipment in the game in advance, just to wait for this moment. In the dormitory, wait for me, Jiang Yi said. After saying that, he returned to the dormitory as quickly as possible, and then jogged all the way back to the counselor's office. He introduced the complete set of detailed information and handed it to Wang Deming. Wang Deming's hands were shaking slightly. He swallowed and read it carefully. The information was very thick, and he only read it for more than 10 minutes. Immediately, the expression was shocked. As a professional, he didn't need to look closely, just a quick glance and he knew what Jiang Yi meant. Very complete and detailed. And it's reasonable. All of them can be applied to professional knowledge. He swears that the theories and techniques written by Jiang Yi. It is definitely feasible and not just something Jiang Yi wrote randomly. Jiang Yi, these, are you willing to hand them over to me? Don't worry, I won't embezzle your achievements. I will hand them over to the country truthfully. Just based on your contribution, you can be directly conferred as an academician. As soon as these words came out, everyone present was dumbfounded. Chapter 42. Is the principal also a flatterer? Especially the principal and vice principal. When I heard Wang Deming say this, my legs almost went weak and I fell to the ground. Academician? What is the concept? It is the highest academic title in science and technology, and engineering science in our country. Over 1 billion people across the country. How many people can be elected as academicians? The total is less than 2,000. You can imagine how valuable this is. When did such a godly figure come to their academy? What haven't they discovered yet? Counselor Jiang Ye's mouth was so wide open that an egg could fit in it. I've seen some awesome things, but I've never seen anything as awesome as this. Directly sealed the title of academician. What a niche text. We obviously know each other, but why do we seem so unfamiliar when we get together? Facing Wang Deming's inquiry, Jiang Yi said calmly, Academician Wang, you can turn it in with confidence. As a member of Dragon Country, I naturally want to make a contribution to the country. Otherwise, I would not submit this material report and technology to the higher-ups, right? The bigger the sensation, the better. The more Jiang Ye's genius personality becomes, the more established he becomes. So this is what Jiang Yi wants to see. Good. That's great. Even at the age of just entering college, he has such a strong sense of national sentiment. At this moment, Wang Deming was even a little moved. The most important thing for a country is undoubtedly the fresh blood of the future. Having young people like Jiang Yi makes him feel that Longhua has a promising future. Why worry about not growing stronger? Okay then, Wang Deming said. In that case, I will take this technical information away first. I will contact you later, Jiang Yi. Okay, Mr. Wang. Jiang Yi had a polite smile on his face. It is also an honor to be able to talk with such an old senior who has made great and outstanding contributions to the country. Wang Deming turned to look at the principal. Jiang Yi is in our school, so I'll trouble you to take care of him for the time being. No problem, absolutely no problem. The principal nodded repeatedly and didn't dare to say a word. He was also very excited. Jiang Yi graduated from their college, so this matter will definitely become very popular in the future. Their college will benefit from it, and he, as the principal, can also make a profit from it. Even if Wang Deming didn't say it, he had to take the initiative to make clear arrangements for Jiang Ye's future treatment. Even if he was treated as an ancestor, he would not have any complaints. Wang Deming nodded and felt relieved. This information will make a great contribution to the country's oil production. I can assure you that after the technology is handed over, you will definitely not be treated unfairly. Wang Deming looked at Jiang Yi again and said earnestly, By the way, if you have any ideas or concerns, you can tell me. As an old man, I have some connections, if nothing else. Jiang Yi liked to hear this. Top academician of the Longhua Academy of Engineering. People's social circles. Needless to say, you know how terrifying it is. It is no exaggeration to say that it is the top network circle in the country. Just because of what he said, Jiang Yi will have no problem walking around the entire academy, and even in the society in the future. So, are we also relying on the country? Yes, Jiang Yi, if you have any problems in the future, just tell me. The principal also came out to make a guarantee. Not to mention how much glory Jiang Ye's honor can bring to their school. Wang Deming, an old academician, personally stamped his seal of approval for Jiang Ye's technology. Their college has already produced scientific research results for not only this year, but also for the next few years. After this happened, the status of the college, is expected to rise significantly internationally. Wang Deming didn't stay in school for long. This matter is of great importance and cannot be delayed. After the principal and others repeatedly reminded them to take good care of Jiang Yi and not let anything happen to Jiang Yi, they left the college in a hurry. He has important things to do. Jiang Yi, the principal, the vice president, and others personally escorted academician Wang Deming to the school gate. Only after watching the other person leave did he turn around and return to the academy. By the way, Jiang Yi, this time you not only brought honor to the college, but also made a great contribution to the motherland. So, in order to facilitate your future research work, I will have someone arrange a single apartment for you. The principal also has high emotional intelligence. There was no direct suggestion to give Jiang Yi special privileges or give him a single apartment. Rather, it was to make it convenient for Jiang Yi to carry out his future research work without being disturbed. In this way, even if other people knew that the college gave Jiang Yi special treatment, no one would have any complaints. After all, it is reasonable for research work. Jiang Yi did not refuse. Because this is what you deserve. That's right. The principal thought of something else. In addition, considering your contribution to the college for your subsequent better research and development of technology, I have decided to sponsor you a scholarship privately. I will have someone put it on your card later. Principal, no need. Jiang Yi pretended to be polite. Because this is also what I have to deal with. Hey, don't be polite with me. You need money at your age. If you run out of money in the future, you can always come to me. The principal said with a smile. The vice president and the director of the academic affairs office who were accompanying him were all ashamed. The principal is usually very cold. When did you become so flattering? Oh. The reality of the world. Under the principal's repeated insistence, Jiang Yi finally had to accept the scholarship, reluctantly. Ahem. The other party insists on giving it, so we can't disappoint the principal, right? In addition to scholarships and single apartments, various benefits such as free tuition, extra points at the end of the semester, transportation discounts, travel discounts, meal discounts, etc. are all arranged. In short, he added everything he thought of. In fact, many of them are irrelevant. For example, extra points at the end of the semester, transportation and travel discounts. Jiang Yi is about to be appointed as an academician. Does he need these? Mainly he wanted to show that he cared. By the way, Jiang Yi, you seem to be still single, right? Finally, Jiang Yi was about to leave, and the principal pulled Jiang Yi aside and asked unexpectedly. Jiang Yi. I feel a bit amused and confused. Is he planning to introduce someone to me? Jiang Yi remembered that this guy did have a beautiful niece who just turned 18. He came to the school once, and because of his special status, he caused a sensation among many losers in the school. It is indeed beautiful. She dresses fashionably, has fair skin, and looks like a good girl. She is a real-life white, rich, and beautiful woman. But isn't it a bit too far-fetched to talk about this now? The vice president, the dean of academic affairs, and others almost burst into tears when they heard this. The principal is a bit crazy in his attempt to curry favor with others. Leave the college. Wang Deming took a special plane and arrived in Beijing more than 2 hours later. Without stopping for a moment, he rushed to the Chinese Academy of Sciences in Longhua. Here. It has the country's top oil technology experts. After many senior officials learned about this new technology, they immediately attached great importance to it and went there one after another. Now, everyone is waiting for Wang Deming's arrival. Chapter 43: The Possibility of Subverting the World's Oil System. Inside a laboratory. There are various sophisticated equipments on display, any one of which was developed and manufactured by the country at great expense. A group of bigwigs who are usually highly respected. I kept looking down at my watch, counting the time in my mind. Among them, a white-haired old man was holding the authoritative data on all oil extraction in Longhua in recent years. This person is none other than the president of Longhua Petroleum Engineering University. One of the most authoritative people in the domestic oil-related fields. Li Qingtian. In fact, the price of oil has always been at a very high level in the world. There are only a handful of countries that can truly enjoy oil freedom. It all comes down to that reason. The cost of oil development has reached its theoretical minimum in recent years, or even in the next 10 or 20 years. It's very difficult to go down any further. There is only one way to solve this problem, and that is to develop new oil extraction technology. As long as the mining cost goes down, theoretically, keeping it for your own use can save costs, and using it for export can make a lot of money. Apart from anything else, once a technology comes out that can greatly reduce mining costs, most countries in the world will try their best to cooperate. Apply for a patent then. That is to share patents, and the patent fees obtained from other countries every year are astronomical figures. It seems impossible, but in fact, it is not an exaggeration. Because oil is a resource in high demand. Otherwise, the world would not have developed its unique oil economic system because of oil. Here comes the point. In other words, if Jiang Ye's research and development is successful and the theoretical technology is applied in practice, then the Dragon Kingdom may be able to some extent subvert the world's oil economic system. One technology can subvert a world-class economic system. If I told this to others normally, I guess no one would believe it. But in this matter, there is a great possibility of success. This is also the main reason why so many bigwigs were so excited and gathered here to wait for Wang Deming. I never thought that this student not only developed new materials, but also actually had his own technical projects, haha. Just over half an hour ago, they contacted Wang Deming by phone and let everyone present know about this. If Wang Deming says it's feasible, then it must be feasible. After all, let alone the entire dragon country, even in the relevant fields around the world, it is not certain that there is anyone more authoritative than Wang Deming. Finally, after waiting for more than 20 minutes, a black business car stopped at the gate of the Chinese Academy of Sciences in Longhua. Wang Deming got out of the car under the care of several people. After all, he is in his 70s or 80s. The body is strong, but cannot withstand accidents. His superiors take his physical condition very seriously. Someone was sent to take care of it. Finally here, Academician Wang, Li Qingtian and others ran to the door to greet them. Wang Deming nodded, holding a document in his hand, and motioned everyone to follow him in. Wang Deming first took a sip of water, then glanced at everyone. I am glad to be here today. Or he could be an authoritative expert or industry insider like Li Qingtian. Or they are some senior personnel, very high-level ones. It is so important that even Wang Deming has to take it seriously. Everything is here. This is what Jiang Yi wrote. He researched the oil extraction technology and theoretical technology. I have identified the material before. It is a brand new material with a wide range of applications and good practicality. Wang Deming knew that everyone was very worried. Everyone is waiting for him. He also patiently explained. So, I am going to apply for it and start working on the realization of this technology. I hope to put this technology from theory to practice as soon as possible. The sooner this happens, the greater and wider the benefits to the country will be. No time to waste. Of course. When the time comes, please cooperate with me so that the project can be implemented as soon as possible so that I can get started. Thank you. Once this plan begins, it can be said to be a huge project that needs to go through layers of approval. Fortunately, these are all decided by everyone here. Don't worry, Academician Wang. An old man in a Zhongshan suit said in a serious tone. We will definitely not neglect this kind of good thing that benefits the country and the people. Once you apply, we will approve it. Li Qingtian smiled and said, Academician Wang, we are all old friends. There is no need to say these polite words. You have said that the project is feasible, so we are all naturally looking forward to it. By the way, is this really the result of a university student's research? This matter made him hesitate for a long time. I still couldn't believe it. Because of such professional technology, he initially thought that it was developed by a mysterious big shot in some university, or at least a doctoral supervisor. Later I found out it came from a college student. It's not even a famous university, just a normal average university. This is unbelievable. It's like a first-grade student working out mathematical Olympiad functions. No. It should be even more exaggerated than this. It's true, I've seen him. Wang Deming smiled. Sometimes you have to admit defeat. This is what is called the wave behind pushing the wave in front, and each wave is stronger than the previous one. Wang Deming answered affirmatively. Everyone swallowed their saliva, and their expressions changed subtly. They still couldn't connect a college student with such professional technology. This could disrupt the oil industry. High-end technology that subverts an economic system. Could something have gone wrong? Old Wang, do you think, is there a possibility that this student cheated? For example, by hiring someone to write for him? The old man wearing gold-rimmed glasses standing next to Wang Deming spoke. This person's name is Jiang Jianxing, a senior executive who has been friends with Wang Deming for decades. Wang De understood him at a glance. This question is a bit stupid. He can't even write technical theories or come up with anything, so who can he ask to write for him? After noticing Wang Deming's eye roll, Jiang Jianxing realized belatedly that the question he asked was a bit outrageous. First of all, the technology is definitely real. It was written by Jiang Yi himself. I have communicated with him, and he really understands the relevant knowledge. This is not a test of grades. Just take out your phone and search on Baidu to find the answer. How to make people cheat. Everyone present had to put aside their doubts and be convinced. They are also very excited that their country can produce such talents. They seem to be able to imagine that if this technology really becomes a reality, how shocked the world will be. Especially the beacon country, they will cry to death. By then, as long as Longwa takes a tougher attitude, I am afraid that their oil and dollar system will suffer a considerable impact. Chapter 44, The Youngest Academician? Public opinion war breaks out. Next. Wang Deming gave a transparent analysis of Jiang Ye's technology on the spot. The main purpose is to let everyone understand the feasibility, potential, and application of the technology. It lasted for several hours. I have only talked about less than 1/3 of it. Everyone was even more surprised. Jiang Yi could not be called a genius, but a prodigy. Many aspects are not explained by the big boss Wang Deming. Even these experts can't understand what's going on. Oh, right. Wang Deming suddenly looked at someone, almost forgetting something important. Jiang Yi has made such a great contribution, we can't let him work in vain. I'm thinking, why not make him an academician? Jiang Ye's contribution is definitely worthy of the title of academician. It's just that he is an academician. It is not up to him to decide who should be selected as academicians. But someone present had the final say. The person chosen by Wang Deming is named Zhang Cheng, and he has been a good friend of Wang Deming for decades. No one else has the final say on the selection of academicians. But as long as you apply for the charter, there will be basically no problem. The strongest network of contacts is not a lie. No problem, I can help you apply. Since Wang Deming said so, it was difficult for him to refuse. Besides, Jiang Yi deserved it. There was a subtle change in everyone's expression. Because if Zhang Cheng really applies, then today they will witness with their own eyes the birth of the youngest academician in the country. Academician? The highest science and technology in Longwa, the highest honor in engineering technology. Many so-called geniuses cannot reach this level in their entire lives. Some of the best geniuses have achieved this. Most of my life has passed. The youngest academician at present, if they remember correctly, is Academician Liu of the Academy of Sciences. He was only 38 years old when he was conferred the title of academician. At that time, it shocked the entire academic community. But Jiang Yi is good. This is going to break the record directly, and it has broken the pace of nearly 20 years. I believe this record will never be broken by anyone in the future. A word popped into everyone's mind at the same time. Unprecedented and unrivaled. By the way, in addition to being named an academician, I think we should also give him some substantial rewards, such as applying for research funding for him, and the privileges of major universities across the country. Li Qingtian proposed. Such talents have finally appeared and must be retained. Otherwise, this kind of talent will be lost. He would die of heartache. Let's discuss this later. Why don't we go back and ask him what he wants? What do you think? There's no point in saying so much now. Only by knowing what Jiangyi wants can we prescribe the right medicine. Okay, no problem. When everyone heard this, they all agreed. While there was a heated discussion on the other side. Under the arrangement of the principal, Jiangyi successfully moved into a single apartment. These single apartments were originally built by the college and provided accommodation for foreign teachers invited from abroad. It is a special benefit for them. However, in recent years, the quality of the Chinese people has improved significantly, and their bones have gradually become stronger. Major universities across the country have cancelled their preferential treatment for stupid foreigners. Some of them are left idle. After all, it is built according to the model of a dormitory, so it is not very luxurious and the area is not very large. However, all kinds of functions are available. The most important thing is the environment is good and quiet. You know, many people would not even dare to imagine receiving such treatment in a university. Jiangyi was lying on the soft and comfortable big bed. The game is being operated. Just now, Jiangyi commanded the army and ended a war that was not really a big war. There were a large number of participants, but no large-scale conflict occurred. Because when the Yemen government forces saw Jiangyi's army approaching, they chose to flee their territory. Jiangyi did it effortlessly. Take over another piece of territory. This news made the already poor Yemen government forces even worse off. Looking at the map, offense and defense are easy to change. The current situation of the Yemen government forces is a bit like the situation of the Houthi armed forces when Jiangyi first took over the Houthi armed forces. Forced to retreat to some corners. As for various strategic locations, they are all in Jiangyi's hands and the situation is very good. It shouldn't be a problem to unify Yemen next. The Yemeni government forces appear to be putting up a desperate resistance. In fact, it is just a dying struggle. Next, it depends on how long they can resist and avoid being taken down by Jiangyi. As for Reshape, it has been quiet these past 2 days, which is rare. It hasn't caused any trouble. It seems that it has become weak. After all, it was a few heavy blows. They just can't see the situation clearly and have no self-awareness. After Jiangyi hits them with a few sticks, they should wake up. Quite tactful. Jiangyi shook his head. Since the Reshape were not causing trouble, he would just put them aside for now and deal with them when he had the chance. Game daily. Then, Jiangyi opened a new system function, which Jiangyi had only recently discovered. You can get it from this game daily. Quickly learn about various national events and hot news happening in the game every day. Very convenient. Because of many things, there are differences between games and reality. Jiangyi couldn't rely on the news he got from reality to judge the direction of the situation in the game so quickly. Today's hot spots. The Lighthouse country strongly condemns the recent fierce war intentions of the 100 million wolves against Italy. It said that this will cause international conflicts and bring about wars, which is inhumane. Click here to view details. Escalating severely condemned Elang, saying that Elang was a fanatical war element. Click here to view details. The Mountain Eagle Nation severely condemned Elang and imposed trade sanctions, including but not limited to freezing some assets and increasing tariffs. Click here to view details. Napoleon severely condemned the 100 million wolves. Babai State strongly condemned Elang. The White Flag Nation severely condemned Elang. What's going on? Read the hot news. Jiangyi was stunned. Are they all condemnations and sanctions against Elang from various countries? This is too outrageous. And after a careful look, Jiangyi discovered something interesting. All countries that have announced condemnation and sanctions against billion wolves. They are all lackeys of the Lighthouse country. As for the reason, Jiangyi quickly found it from the Hot News Daily. In the early hours of this evening, Italy was attacked by rockets from Gaza. The attack caused heavy damage to Italy, including the destruction of 4 important buildings, more than 30 injuries, and 2 deaths. Jiangyi teaches hand strategy. Hand really put it to use. And it was used for the first time, with considerable results, but there were casualties. Based on this point alone, Jiangyi believed that Escalating must be furious. That's why they joined forces with the Lighthouse country and got so many countries to impose sanctions on Yawolves. As for why it is condemnation and sanctions against Yibawolves, not Gatha. It's actually very simple. Yeisli believed that the mastermind behind this incident was Ilong. The meeting had just ended and Yeisli was attacked. How could such a coincidence happen? Chapter 45. Whatever you want, we will definitely satisfy you. To this, Jiang Yi could only say one thing: well done. Yeisli has committed many evil things, and now this is his retribution. In the past, when he was doing all kinds of evil things in Dongno. Why don't you think about this day? Now that you've been beaten, you immediately act like a victim, trying to gain sympathy? Public opinion war. The lighthouse country is Yeisli's favorite, and one of the most commonly used methods. Jiang Yi could only say that this trick was not uncommon. It is really practical. There is no other effective way to deal a direct and quick blow to a country's economy and international public opinion. This made Jiang Yi think of a question. I also need to develop my media skills. The beacon country for so many years. They have always been keen on using the media they control to spread their mindless values around the world. At the same time, control all information that is unfavorable to them. Just let the world see what they want the world to see. This time is a good example. The attack that Ilong encountered first. But now there is no report about the attack on Billion Wolves in the international media. On the contrary, John was crying out for Yeisli. Build a media company first? Just do it. In the construction mode, Jiang Yi found the entertainment column and selected the media company. First time registration, $2 million required, are you sure? Register a company. It doesn't take that much money. But Jiang Yi wanted to do it on a larger scale, develop it in the future, and then slowly acquire other existing media companies. Gradually gain control of overseas media. This will allow you to gain a voice in the world. $2 million. The company was successfully registered. Jiang Yi spent some more money and hired talents in media-related fields. Basic staff can be less picky. But the top personnel must be elites. Jiang Yi will not be stingy in these aspects. Registration successful. Countdown to registration completion, 24H. Registration takes 1 day. Don't worry, wait patiently. Then, Jiang Yi made some personnel adjustments to his own forces. Let some personnel garrison the area that has just been captured. Some personnel return to the city for supplies. One more thing. As the situation becomes more and more chaotic, I appear in the public eye more and more frequently. Jiang Yi started the citywide patrol mode. This can ensure that previous assassinations will not happen again. Sugar refinery. Fertilizer plant. Steel plant. These also increase the speed of production. Things are different now than before, with plenty of funds and prestige. Jiang Yi decided to improve his basics. After temporarily experiencing the apartment, Jiang Yi returned to his previous dormitory that night. After all my stuff is still in there. Moreover, I have to find a reason to say goodbye to my roommates. Holy crap! What happened in our school? Someone was murdered. When I just returned to the dormitory, Wang Hai and others were leaning against the window looking down. I had no idea what they were looking at. Jiang Yi moved closer. Several escort vehicles were seen escorting a black extended commercial vehicle into the school. It attracted many students to watch. On the playground, people could be seen whispering, looking at each other in surprise, and talking to each other everywhere. Jiang Yi, why haven't I seen you for a day? Wang Hai just discovered that Jiang Yi had returned. Oh, something, Jiang Yi said casually. Wang Hai didn't care, but instead exclaimed to his roommates. I heard that the mayor and deputy mayor are in this car. What do you think happened in our school? All these big guys are here. Everyone shook their heads. If only they knew. I just vaguely knew that things were not simple. They couldn't imagine what could have happened that could make these big shots appear in their school at the same time. Jiang Yi frowned, but didn't care. More and more people gathered in the playground, and the maintenance team carrying explosion-proof shields came to maintain order. A cordon was set up and no one was allowed to approach. This aroused the curiosity of the onlookers even more. This is... What happened? Is the end of the world coming? Boom, boom, boom. After a while, there was a sudden knock on the door, and Wan Hai went to open it. I found that there were people in uniform and with serious expressions outside the door, and one of them looked familiar. Deputy Mayor? When he came to his senses, Wan Hai realized that he had seen the other person on TV. His face was immediately filled with surprise. At close range, the aura of this big shot is truly extraordinary. The serious aura made Wan Hai's mind go blank for a moment. What's the matter?" he asked cautiously. The deputy mayor smiled warmly and said, "Well, I'm looking for Jiang Yi." As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes fell on Jiang Yi, who was watching the show by the window. He had seen Jiang Ye's photo, so he knew him. "Jiang Yi?" Wan Hai and everyone in the dormitory couldn't believe their ears. "Did you hear that right? Who are you looking for? Jiang Yi?" Amid their questioning expressions, Jiang Yi came to the door and nodded slightly. After the two sides greeted each other, Jiang Yi followed the other party downstairs. "Someone's looking for me?" Jiang Yi asked in the corridor. "Clever." The deputy mayor smiled slightly, discarding his previous seriousness and appearing approachable. "All right." In fact, Jiang Yi already had a premonition. When they got downstairs, because there were too many people gathered and they were worried about accidents, a group of maintenance team members holding explosion-proof shields came to Jiang Yi and cleared the way for him, escorting Jiang Yi to the car. Period. Many classmates at school recognized Jiang Ye's identity, and their mouths opened wider than ever. The little expression was full of shock. So many big names came to the school with great fanfare. I thought something big had happened. It turned out that he was looking for Jiang Yi? The doubt and shock in his eyes. Jiang Yi swore that this would never happen in any other situation. On the playground, there was an uproar one after another. Why? When you are famous, you are prone to gossip. Jiang Yi sighed in his heart, and always felt that it was better to keep a low profile. In front of the car, someone considerately opened the door for Jiang Yi and asked him to get in. "Wang Deming is right up there." They returned to Jianghai almost immediately after finishing the meeting in Daijing. In addition, bigwigs such as Li Qingtian, Zhang Qing, and Jiang Jianxing all followed Wang Deming, just to see Jiang Yi. "Jiang Yi. Academician Wang." The two sides exchanged a few pleasantries, and Wang Deming got straight to the point. "Jiang Yi, I came back this time for no other reason than that you have made such a great contribution to the country. We have discussed it, but we don't know what reward to give you. How about this, you tell us what you want, and we will try our best to satisfy you if we can satisfy you." Jiang Yi nodded thoughtfully. "If nothing else, I just like this straightforward style of doing things. Not ink at all." "That," Jiang Yi said seriously. "I don't need any special treatment, and please help me keep these things hidden and suppress them." Jiang Yi has actually thought about this issue. If you want a mountain of gold for the contributions you have made, your superiors will do their best to satisfy you. But considering that I have too many secrets, there is another country over in Dongzhou. As I said, Jiang Yi currently just wants to develop quietly, and be a hidden boss who drives everything behind the scenes. I don't want to show up in public for the time being. Chapter 46. The Dragon Kingdom delegation makes a secret visit. A big tree attracts the wind. Overexposure will only bring trouble. Jiang Yi was at the age when he was very vain. Logically speaking, if it were anyone else, they would definitely try hard to get benefits. "Jiang Yi, what about this? He doesn't want anything?" "It's okay if you don't want it. And it's so glorious, it will bring honor to the family if others tell about it." Jiang Yi actually asked them to keep it secret? Wang Deming and others looked at each other. They didn't expect Jiang Yi to answer like this. "Academician Wang, I don't want to make a big deal out of this in order to avoid unnecessary trouble. I just want to do my research well. If there are any breakthroughs or new inventions in the future, I will definitely contact you first." Jiang Yi made up a fairly reasonable reason. All right. When Wang Deming heard this, he was surprised that they were looking for him for a new invention. Where in the world can such a good thing happen? I was very excited. Jiang Ye's skills are still high, and who knows, he might come up with something amazing someday. It is a great thing for him, and the country. I immediately decided to follow Jiang Ye's approach and not ask any more questions. Maybe this is genius. The reason why geniuses are different from others is that they are unique, and cannot be measured from the perspective of ordinary people. Old Wang, how about introducing us first? Li Qingtian waited for a long time, thinking about Wang Deming introducing him so that he could take the opportunity to get to know Jiang Yi. As a result, Wang Deming never mentioned this matter again. It made him very anxious. Oh, by the way, let me introduce you, this is Li Qingtian, the president of Longhua Petroleum Engineering University. Wang Deming just remembered that he had not introduced this group of people to Jiang Yi yet. And me. Don't forget me. Jiang Qing, Jiang Jianqing and other bigwigs were vying to have Wang Deming introduce themselves. He seemed to be quite jealous. You know, this is a car full of top bosses, who usually have great influence and are highly respected. I don't know. I thought it was Jiang Ye's senior fan meeting, with just a few ordinary old guys. Jiang Yi got to know them all. Finally, they all left their contact information for future communication. It was more than half an hour later when I returned to the dormitory. Jiang Yi walked in and stretched. A little tired. Wang Hai and the others were not asleep. When they saw Jiang Yi coming back, they surrounded him. What's going on, Jiang Yi? Have you done something wrong? What the hell is the city chief and deputy city chief looking for you for? What's going on? Jiang Yi, don't tell me that you've become rich, or that you're actually a hidden boss? Wang Hai and the others looked at Jiang Yi in surprise. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would have had no idea what Jiang Yi was, their roommate who they had been with for such a long time. Connect with the big guys. It's like a dream. Jiang Yi just knew something like this would happen. Fortunately, Jiang Yi had thought of an excuse in advance. The school held an innovative technology competition before, and I participated. I accidentally won a prize. The award ceremony came, it's nothing. Award? They know about the innovation and technology competition. When did Jiang Yi participate? And is it necessary for this competition to have so many bigwigs come in person to present the awards? Did you invent the trisolarans? There was a moment of silence. While they were stunned, Jiang Yi had already climbed onto the bed and started playing with his cell phone. Launched the game as usual. You have an unchecked email. Jiang Yi opened it out of habit. I was thinking it might be some military intelligence. Dragon Country favorability plus 55. The result surprised Jiang Yi, because this time it was not a battle report or military intelligence. It's another favorability reminder. Strange, I didn't cooperate with Longhua? Jiang Yi frowned. After a moment, Jiang Yi suddenly understood something. As the protagonist of the game, if I have good relations with the country in real life, will the system automatically count it in the game? It should be like this. Otherwise, I had just contacted official bigwigs such as Wang Deming. I received this prompt. Interesting. The good thing about this game is that it provides an immersive experience, bringing both reality and gaming into the mix without any sense of disharmony. That's right. Calculated in this way, the favorability between myself and the country has reached 70, which is the first level of favorability. Are there any rewards? Just when Jiang Yi was looking forward to the reward arriving in his account, the system suddenly prompted that a secret letter had been received. Longhua, dear ally, for the common development of both sides and to promote good relations between the two sides, we will pay a friendly visit to the Houthi armed forces in 3 days. This secret letter smells like a machine. At first glance, it is obvious that it was written by the system itself. However, Jiang Yi knew that the system would not send such an invitation letter for no reason. In other words, in a few days Longhua will really visit us. Jiang Yi was stunned. What does this mean? It took Jiang Yi more than a minute to gradually figure out the situation. First, the increase in the friendship between me and the Dragon Kingdom is the result of the system evaluating my behavior and drawing conclusions. In reality, the Longhua officials did not know that Jiang Yi was the actual controller of the Houthi armed forces. So I don't know about the invisible. The favorability between Manhwa and Huti armed forces increased. The reason why the delegation was sent suddenly. Jiang Yi believed that the system should detect it and automatically transform it into conditions favorable to Jiang Yi based on the actual situation. So this is the reward this time? Jiang Yi murmured in a low voice. All I can say is that the system is gameable. The Dragon Kingdom is one of the top 3 permanent members of the 5 permanent members of the UN Security Council, and occupies a great position and influence in the international arena. We can establish diplomatic relations and build good relations with Manhwa. The international road will be much easier after that. There are only benefits and no disadvantages for Jiang Yi. For example, this war of public opinion is a good example. With no one to help, they can only fall into the storm of public opinion. If Manhwa offered to help, Jiang Yi believed that there would be another result, at least much better than the current situation. Come for a visit? Jiang Yi gave a malicious smile and decided to give the Dragon Kingdom delegation a little shock. After all, it's the first contact, and the first impression is very important. We must make Manhwa realize that the Hutai armed forces are very strong and worthy of in-depth cooperation, so that they will not be looked down upon. At the same time, you can also gain some prestige by the way. After thinking about it, Jiang Yi first thought of equipment. As an armed force, the most important foundation of the Wuxia armed forces is its armament. Only when your fist is strong enough will others be afraid of you. Arsenal. Jiang Yi thought of the arsenal that had been built before and decided to start from there. It is worth mentioning. The arsenal has undergone a previous upgrade, and now all the equipment it develops can be DIY'd independently. But Jiang Yi doesn't have that much time to set it up himself. Random. Enter what you want roughly, and then generate it randomly. Soon, the information and parameters of a new type of rocket launcher appeared on the screen. Jiang Yi clicks to view. Chapter 47, New Equipment. Meeting with the Dragon Nation Anva. Name, C-type portable rocket launcher. Weight, 7 kilograms. Total length, 94 centimeters. Effective range, 1,500 meters. Maximum range, 2,200 meters. Firing rate, 12 rounds per minute. Ammunition type, high explosive rocket. Ammunition weight, 5 kilograms. Rocket initial velocity, 450 meters per second. Explosive power, equivalent to 75 kilograms of TNT. Shooting accuracy, at a distance of 500 meters, the error radius does not exceed 2 meters. Recoil, approximately 150 newtons. Number of operators, 1. Carrying method, shoulder or handheld. Advantages, quick fire, easy to carry, concealed, can easily penetrate high-strength alloy armor. Read the parameter introduction. Jiang Yi can only say, strong. It weighs only 7 kilograms and can be carried by one person, but it has the power to destroy high-strength alloy armor. In terms of visual performance, it greatly exceeds the conventional weapons of the same type currently used by various countries. Research and development. Jiang Yi decided to develop this model. RD countdown 35H. 35 hours? The secret letter said that the Dragon Kingdom delegation would not arrive for another 3 days. Fortunately, it's still in time. There was nothing more to do. Sleep. The next day, Jiang Yi discovered that the soldiers he had trained previously had completed more than half of the training. Click on the current attributes of these soldiers. Any one of them is more than twice the value of an ordinary person. Some are even more talented, with values reaching 3 or 4 times that of an average person. Almost at the superhuman level. And Jiang Yi has 150,000 people like this under his command. It's time to go to war. Jiang Yi was very excited. Not only did he train his physical fitness, but his combat experience also made up for the shortcomings. Get ready. Eager to try. I'll give you a small goal today. Take these 3 places separately. Jiang Yi selected several bases on the map that were strictly guarded by the Yemen government forces. These places are very risky to attack. Jiang Yi never tried it. But don't worry now. Go! On the screen, Jiang Yi watched his army march out in a mighty force. Soon, the army advanced rapidly, and it didn't take long for them to capture the first stronghold. Jiang Yi pursued the victory. The second one, the third one. The speed was much faster than Jiang Yi had imagined, and it was less than half of the time Jiang Yi had expected. Mission accomplished. Key points. The casualty ratio this time shocked Jiang Yi. For example, when we captured the first stronghold, more than 7,000 enemies were wiped out, while our side only lost more than 200 people. Yes. It's an existence that no one would believe if they told you about it. The damage ratio is about 35-1. We captured the second stronghold, with 4,500 enemies and 170 casualties on our side. Casualty ratio 26-1. The third game is considered to be the enemy's elite main force, and also an important economic route for Yemen. The enemy had nearly 10,000 people defending, and in the end our side lost more than 600 people. The casualty ratio was about 16-1. It may not be intuitive just by looking at the data. Let me put it this way. This casualty ratio is extremely incredible in all modern land wars in history, and it can be called a myth. A bit invincible. Jiang Yi couldn't help but hear a song in his mind, invincible, how lonely invincible, how empty. After several battles, when Jiang Yi looked at the map again, he found that it was greener. The red coverage area, which is the area controlled by the Yemen government forces, is almost completely covered by itself. If this continues, the unification crisis is just around the corner. In the next 2 days, Jiang Yi did not receive any news of the Dragon Kingdom envoy's visit. So they continued to capture cities. However, the previously developed rocket launcher was completed, and Jiang Yi couldn't wait to find a soldier. Have him take one out of storage for testing. Parameters belong to parameters. Whether it is used specifically is the key. Testing ground. A soldier was holding Jiang Yi's latest rocket launcher. The rocket launcher is red in appearance and has a wing logo on it. The muzzle is in the shape of a fierce beast's mouth. The appearance looks very cool and domineering. Jiang Yi prepared more than a dozen targets of varying difficulty and asked him to conduct bombing tests. First is 300 meters. Once launched, it hit the target accurately. A blazing fire ignited the scene, and the violent explosion shook the training ground. Jiang Yi looked excited. Powerful. So strong. Then came the 500-meter test, the 1,000-meter test, and the 2,000-meter test. Because the parameters say that the maximum range is more than 2,000 meters. All the results passed successfully. In terms of power, Jiang Yi exchanged a piece of Chabam armor from the Reputation store. This is tank armor made of a special material. On parameters. Against kinetic energy projectiles, it is equivalent to about 600 millimeters of homogeneous steel armor, and against armor-piercing projectiles, it is equivalent to about 1,300 millimeters of homogeneous steel armor. The structure of its depleted uranium armor is a mesh of depleted uranium, and the material thickness is approximately 125 mm steel, 95 mm titanium boride, and 105 mm depleted uranium. The average density of the composite armor is 10,317 kilograms per cubic meter. It is one of the strongest tank armor materials. Then, with a loud bang, the so-called strongest Chabam armor was directly shattered. Imagine if this shot was fired at a tank. What would be the result? Jiang Yi seemed to see a tank being blown into pieces. All I can say is it's spectacular. However, Jiang Yi soon discovered a problem. The power and range are both good and beyond expectations, but as the distance increases, the accuracy and stability decrease. I think so too. The parameters given are the data that can be achieved under absolutely ideal conditions. In reality, various environmental factors must be considered. But in Jiang Yi's opinion, none of these are problems. Because even in a test of more than 2,000 meters, the error is far lower than the 500-meter test of any existing similar rocket launcher in all countries. Yes. The error of this Z-type portable rocket launcher at 2,000 meters is smaller than the error of other similar rocket launchers at 500 meters. Such a comparison. Don't be too arrogant about performance. After the test was completed, Jiang Yi asked someone to send the video recorded during the test to hand. I believe Gaza will be very interested in this kind of rocket launcher. Sure enough, the video was sent out not long ago. Jiang Yi received an excited reply from Hand, as well as a large order. Jiang Yi was not stingy and quickly ordered a batch, then had someone deliver it to Gasha. And he told Hand to take good care of Yisli. Continue to build the foundation. There are almost highways from the main city to various places. Looking at the map, the neat and orderly planning gave Jiang Yi a strong sense of accomplishment. At the same time, the airport was declared completed. Everything is going on in an orderly manner. Time came to another day later. As soon as Jiang Yi turned on his phone, the system sent him a surprise. The Dragon Kingdom delegation has entered your territory. Do you want to receive them? Meeting rejection. It's finally here. Jiang Yi naturally chose to meet him. The game enters a cutscene. At the same time, Dongo. A special plane landed at the airport. On the plane, several middle-aged people in uniform, with an average age of 40 to 50 years old, got off the plane with trepidation. This time, their superiors gave them a task. Meet the mysterious new leader of Dongzhou. Chapter 48. Demonstrate technology to the Dragon Kingdom delegation. I heard them say that the new leader is from Dragon Country. Do you think, is this possible? Before getting off the plane, Wang Yunian suddenly looked at his colleague next to him, Gao Xiangzhong. The identities of the two. He is a senior diplomatic envoy of the Dragon Kingdom. This time, the two of them were the main ones representing Longwei to visit Yemen. The others are escorts. I don't know, probably fake. How could he be a dragon countryman? Gao Xiangdong chuckled. The two men slowly got off the plane. In the welcoming team, a man who was about 1.8 meters tall, wearing a top hat, and whose face looked very mysterious under the black brim of the hat was particularly eye-catching. Is this the mission? Jiang Yi also looked at the other person through the screen. I thought the delegation would at least bring a large number of people, but it seems not as grand as I imagined. After the other party came down, Jiang Yi controlled the character to approach. Click the input box. Good morning, everyone. Welcome. After saying hello, Jiang Yi politely introduced himself. Wang Yunian and Gao Xiangzhong were stunned. Isn't this fluent Longwei dialect so authentic? Could they really be from Dragon Country? Think of all the rumors on the internet. The two were slightly surprised, as they were just discussing this issue. And Jiang Yi also looks East Asian. After the two of them reacted, they introduced themselves and shook hands with Jiang Yi. Next came some pleasantries. What a pleasure to be here today and meet you. Jiang Yi also replied. I'm honored to have you two visit me. In short, it's the same thing. To be honest, we came here with sincerity. Longwei is very happy to develop and progress together with you. We hope that we can all achieve win-win cooperation. Gao Xiangzhong was the first to express his attitude. That's natural. Jiang Yi smiled politely. If Longwei is interested, we are also happy to cooperate. Jiang Yi announced it before. Dragon State has preferential policies for its exported oil, which is unique in the world. Let Gao Xiangzhong and Wang Yunian know. Jiang Yi meant what he said. If that's the case, then it's easy. On the contrary, it is difficult to cooperate with people who have evil intentions. At Jiang Ye's invitation, Wang Yunian and Gao Xiangzhong got in the car and took them to the main city. On the way, the two men looked at the newly built highway and some scattered factories with surprised expressions. They have been here before. As a diplomatic envoy, he frequently travels to various countries. In their impression, Yemen is just a poor and remote place with no foundation. Because of years of war, all they saw when they came last time were ruins. And now, the roads are neat and well planned, various factories are operating normally, and there are some buildings that I don't know what they are but are very luxuriously built. All these made them wonder if they had come to the wrong place. This is not the Yemen they imagined. Besides, I have the impression that many of the areas they passed through were controlled by the Yemen government forces. Could it be that the Houthi armed forces have already conquered so much territory and are about to unify Yemen? They gradually realized. Today's Wuxia armed forces seem to be more powerful than what they learned on the internet. Soon, the car entered the main city area. This was different from the dilapidated impression they had. Today's main urban area, apart from not having so many people and seeming less lively, has very luxurious buildings and facilities. Especially the main building in the city center. It looks solemn and imposing. Is it possible to build such a city in such a short time? A true infrastructure maniac? They didn't know what method the man in front of them had used to make Yemen undergo such a big transformation in such a short period of time. It's incredible. Arrived in the city. Mr. Jiang, what is this? As soon as he got off the car, Wang Yunyan's attention was suddenly attracted by a huge building not far away. The building is very tall. The outer wall is made of steel, a real iron wall, and the gate is tightly closed, which looks very mysterious. Oh, just a training ground, Jiang Yi said. Seeing that they were very interested in the training ground, Jiang Yi simply said, "How about I take you on a tour?" Okay. Upon hearing that they could also visit the training ground, Wang Yunyan and the envoys became interested. Jiang Yi took them to the training ground. Entering the tall iron gate, there is a very spacious open area, which is where the soldiers conduct physical training. Ridiculously big. They also didn't know how Jiang Yi built such a large training ground. There were soldiers training at this time, and they looked very professional. The performance of some soldiers even surprised them. They actually flipped a tire weighing nearly 1,000 pounds with their bare hands. Are they all strongmen? Suddenly, a wall of thermal weapons and equipment appeared in their field of vision. Various types of pistols, rifles, sniper rifles, etc. Many of them they have never seen before. Jiang Yi introduced. This is the hot weapons training area. What kind of gun is this? Why haven't I seen it before? Wang Yunyan is considered a semi-expert in this area. He was confused. When did so many new products appear internationally? Is he out of date? Oh, these are our own research and development, Jiang Yi explained. After these words were spoken, Wang Yunyan looked incredulous, as if he had seen a ghost. Independent research and development? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Firearms involve knowledge in multiple complex fields such as mechanical engineering, materials science, and ballistics. Given the educational level of Yemen, where does Jiang Yi get so many talented people under his command? Secondly, develop firearms. The structure of the firearm and the coordination of its components need to be precisely designed to ensure its reliability, safety, and shooting accuracy. This involves various complex industrial technologies. Even some powerful countries cannot guarantee that they can achieve completely independent research and development, and some parts have to be imported. It seemed that he saw through their suspicion. Jiang Yi took them to the outer area of the arsenal. The core cannot be shown to them, but the surface things are still fine. Inside, there were many sophisticated devices, but they had no idea what they were used for. But there is a feeling of inexplicable power. Finally, Jiang Yi led them to a wall with all kinds of weapons hanging on it. They were all system developed by Jiang Yi, new things they had never seen before. Wang Yunyan, Gao Xiangzhong's mouth was so wide open that an egg could almost fit in it. This. Wow, it's really Jiang Yi's independent research and development. It's okay to just develop it independently, but there are so many of them. Well, can I try it? Gao Xiangzhong suddenly asked in a humbly tone, as if he had never seen the world before. Maybe these research and developments are just for show but not practical? That would explain it all reasonably. It's just for show. Jiang Yi threw a 4162 Type pistol over. Gao Xiangzhong just took it, and his expression froze. It was light in the hand and had a perfect grip. He tried shooting at the target behind him. Bang! The bullet hit the heart accurately. This accuracy! Gao Xiangzhong's hands trembled slightly, feeling extremely shocked. Chapter 49. Popular all over the world, arms dealers are shocked. It's not that he is good at shooting, Gao Xiangzhong knows his own strength clearly. He has used almost every common pistol on the market. But the grip is so good. To be honest, this is the first time he has seen a pistol with such high accuracy. Factors that determine whether a gun is good or bad. Not much. For example, accuracy and stability, ammunition power and initial velocity, and weight and size. This determines whether users can get a better design experience. Then there is the manufacturing cost. The lower the cost, the more conducive it is to large-scale production and equipment, maintainability, easy disassembly, cleaning, repair and replacement of parts, durability, and the ability to withstand a large number of shooting without serious wear and tear or performance degradation. The former is particularly critical. Because the accuracy and stability of shooting, the power of ammunition is the core. He could feel all of this from the shot just now. All parameters are absolutely top-notch. Isn't this thing very expensive? If you want to know the latter, you have to study it slowly and analyze the pistol in detail to find out. He doesn't know yet. But his intuition told him that this gun had maximum attributes, and must have cost a lot. Not conducive to mass production. So much so that Gao Xiangzhong came up with such a guess at the first moment. What a pity. If such a good gun can be mass-produced, it will surely be popular in the market and among the armies of various countries. Especially in a beacon country that loves benevolence and freedom, where gunshot occurs every day, shouldn't everyone be equipped with one as standard? He didn't even dare to think if that was the case. How much money can Jian Yeguang make in a year as an arms dealer? Exporting all over the world. I'm afraid this industrial chain alone is enough to feed his entire army. The cost. Jiang Yi thought about it. Because the arsenal has a very interesting setting, that is, it is only at the beginning of construction. The numbers required are expensive. What's next? The cost is almost negligible, which is why Jiang Yi can continue production without any worries after the construction is completed. Jiang Yi picked up one at random. The cost is probably less than 300 yuan per stick. Jiang Yi gave a price that he thought was reasonable. What? When Gao Xiangzhong and others heard this, they were almost petrified. 300 yuan? Are you kidding? $300? No, I mean according to Dragon Country currency, which is easier for you to understand. Gulp. Gao Xiangzhong swallowed his saliva. My goodness, as a dragon citizen, he initially subconsciously thought it was dragon currency, but then he thought again, this is impossible, absolutely impossible. Because every pistol produced in the world, the average price is about 1,000 Dragon Country dollars. This is a recognized number. If what Jiang Yi said was US dollars, it would be much more reasonable, almost 2,000 Dragon Country dollars. The guns produced by Jiang Yi are good. Not to mention 2,000, he could even accept one within 3,000. Now you tell me. It is the Dragon Country currency. A gun that is so well made and has such great performance costs less than 300 Dragon national currency? What is the concept? As long as Jiang Yi successfully releases this pistol, he will sell it at a price several times higher than the market price. They can quickly make huge profits. Popular all over the world. It caused a sensation among arms dealers around the world. Jiang Yi saw the unprecedented surprise in his life on the faces of the envoys. Jiang Yi explained with a smile. It's nothing, actually. I just happened to be lucky enough to succeed in the research and development. Gao Xiangzhong and Wang Yunian looked at Jiang Yi with strange eyes. I believed your lies. Could this thing have been developed just by luck? Can we continue to tour the interior? Gao Xiangzhong's intuition told him that there was something good in there. They came this time. The first is to visit the Houthi armed forces, communicate with each other, and achieve win-win cooperation. But cooperation at the international level depends on strategic value. We will only cooperate with you if there is benefit. Otherwise, it's not charity. Therefore, the second purpose is also to find out the bottom line of the Houthi armed forces. Report back truthfully what you saw and heard this time. The level of cooperation will be determined above. Some lower level. Export and import some insignificant goods to symbolically promote the relationship between the two sides. More advanced. I can't go into detail about that. It can determine the economic direction of a country, not to mention that the Wuxia armed forces, strictly speaking, are not a country at present, but just an armed force. Okay, this way please. Jiang Yi himself decided to give the envoys a little shock. In fact, I had already thought about what to take them to see this time. Don't bring it up proactively. Let the other person speak first. Of course, it's so that when I pretend later, it doesn't seem so deliberate. As everyone walked in, they passed by a group of soldiers doing physical training. These soldiers were dressed in a special way, different from others. They were all big and strong. These people are? Gao Xiangzhong asked a question. They are tank soldiers. Jiang Yi explained. By the way, would you like to visit our self-developed tank? Jiang Yi was planning to show them the rocket launcher, but now he changed his mind. It won't be too late to show it later. Are there any self-developed tanks? The expressions of the envoys were shocked again. It seems that what they heard in the rumors, that the Wuxia armed forces have their own tanks, drones and other weapons, are all true. That legendary fighter jet that beat the enemy. Is that true too? Because this involved confidential information, he couldn't ask any questions and could only keep his doubts in his heart for the time being. But they still couldn't quite believe that a powerful organization could rise and develop so quickly. Even if we have our own tanks and fighter jets, compared with truly powerful countries, it should only be considered a defective product, right? Jiang Yi said that he was lucky and had developed a world-leading and sophisticated firearm, but they definitely didn't believe it. But he said that he was lucky in winning against Shaate, and that he won against Shaate by some coincidence. Then they won't doubt it. The battlefield is changing rapidly. For example, if Shaate makes a fatal mistake at a critical moment, anything is possible. After all, they are not soldiers of any country. They all have the qualities of the Dragon Country soldiers. There are news reports of foreign militaries getting into embarrassing situations. A simple search online will yield a ton of them. Moreover, fighter jets are the pinnacle of human technological achievement. The difficulty of research and development is no joke. Just any one of these production lines requires an investment of tens of billions or even hundreds of billions. Otherwise, why did a country as powerful as the Beacon country dismantle a fighter jet production line in its early years and has never been able to rebuild it afterwards? Among them, the design field is too many and too complicated. So in their opinion, it is impossible for the Wuxia armed forces to independently develop fighter jets. Being able to fly without falling is actually pretty good. Okay. Thank you very much. Of course, Gao Xiangzhong and others could not say these contemptuous words openly, but only thought about them in their hearts. This way, please. Chapter 50. The envoys were shocked. After a while, Jiang Yi led everyone out of the arsenal and came to the tank training base. Gao Xiangzhong and his colleagues were also very surprised by this. What about individual soldier training grounds, infantry training grounds, shooting ranges, special forces training grounds? There are all kinds of training grounds, and at first glance it really seems like that. Very comprehensive. The scale and level of professionalism exceed many countries he has seen around the world. When Jiang Yi arrived, Alpha had already arrived. Behind him, there are 3 VZ.58 armed tanks, a PL-01 stealth tank and a Y-58 land combat tank parked there. Take a closer look. The 3 tanks are huge in size, but they still exert an oppressive effect on people. For those who see this behemoth for the first time, it was definitely an unforgettable experience. Jiang Yi specially called Alpha to introduce and demonstrate the technology to Gao Xiangzhong and others. When Gao Xiangdong and others saw the 3 concept tanks, the eyes are subjected to some extremely powerful visual impact. Alpha bowed to everyone. Everyone, let me introduce to you these 3 tanks that we developed ourselves. The envoys nodded and listened attentively. These are all key points. I dare not be careless. Alpha pointed to the VZ.58 concept tank on the far left and introduced it first. This is a VZ.58 series strategic tank. Our design concept is to make it the strongest land-based killer. Therefore, we have optimized its firepower several times. It is now equipped with a 9-level 122mm gun, 440 single-shot and 4-round magazines, and fully automatic reloading takes only 3.5 seconds. Sees the young master? You mean duo shao? 3.5 seconds, or integrated automatic reloading? No one expected that the first thing they saw would be such a huge shock. That's the speed of filling. Any tank they knew of was out of reach. And that's something A Cannon Alpha was talking about. Can reach 440 single shots. This is too horrible. The normal tank's ammunition capacity is only about 40 rounds. Not to mention, it can be equipped with 4 magazines at a time. Just this one tank can match the firepower of an ordinary regiment. They couldn't imagine a monster of this level. What would the scene be like if a large number of them were deployed at the same time? Attack aliens? However, this is just the beginning. At the same time, in order to cope with different situations, the VZ-58 can also replace the 9-level 122mm gun with a 257mm AP shell, a new type of bomb, which is mainly used in large-scale coverage situations. In short, it was developed for bombing the ground with artillery shells. Everyone swallowed their saliva. I was so shocked that I couldn't utter a word because I didn't know what to say. As a delegation from the Dragon Kingdom, they consider themselves knowledgeable. Manhwa has been leading in all-round development in recent years. Even the technology from the Lighthouse country doesn't attract their attention. I didn't expect to be taught a lesson here today. But then again, it's the same question. We can talk about the data casually, but we don't know how practical it is. Alpha naturally understood why they would think so, and took out a tablet from behind him and handed it to Gao Xiangzhong and others. Everything has been prepared long ago. Everyone, please take a look. This is the test video we released not long ago. Gao Xiangzhong clicked on the video with trembling fingers. In the video, the VZ.58 is located in a desert and is operated by several soldiers. Ammunition was fired wildly. The firing speed was incredibly fast. They had never seen such a fast firing speed before. The tank with the fastest known firing rate is the T-14 tank produced by Big Goose. But it can only fire at most 12 rounds per minute. The firing rate of the VZ.58 in the video reached at least 50 to 60 rounds per minute. Close to 1 round per second. Is this the benefit of autoloading, replaceable magazines? The target of the bombing was a hill. Under this, inhumane bombing, the hilltop was soon flattened. Yes. In a few minutes, a tank flattened a hill. The hill was not very big, but it was exaggerated enough. This is something that no other tank of the same type can match. This horse. Are you sure it is a product of this era? Gao Xiangzhong, Wan Yunyan and others, along with all the members of the envoy group, suspected that they were dreaming. Then, Alpha began to introduce the PL-01 stealth concept tank and the Y-58 land battle tank. The data of both are even better than VZ.58 in some aspects. Shock. Shock to numbness. This is not the Houthi armed forces that they imagined. There is a huge difference. It's like the shock of thinking they are an agricultural civilization but turning out to be a star-level civilization. They began to doubt whether they thought the Houthi armed forces were not so effective and whether they were looking down on others. That's right. Alpha is carrying a sample of the Z-style portable bazooka. This was also Jiang Ye's order. So I showed it to Gao Xiangzhong and others. Rockets are different from tanks. In terms of operation, there are not many restrictions. I found an open space and gave them a live demonstration. As expected. During the 500-meter test, they were calm when the rocket launcher hit the target accurately. They were relatively calm when they achieved accurate hits at 1,000 meters with an error of less than 3 meters. But when the measurement was still accurate at 1,500 meters, with an error of less than 5 meters, they lost their composure. And in the end, when they saw the error value of less than 10 meters within 2 kilometers, there was collective silence. They didn't expect the seemingly ordinary bazooka. It's also such black technology. Okay, these are nothing to see. Jiang Yi looked at the time. It was the fighter jet cruise change time, so he could take them to have a look. When I heard that I could see fighter jets, Gao Xiangzhong and others were all excited. But at this time they were still holding on to hope, because tanks and rocket launchers were such high-tech. Is it really outrageous that the headquarters can be equipped with fighter jets? Strictly speaking, the technical content of fighter jets is not on the same level as the previous two. Air Training Base. With the warehouse door open, 7 Calavan model fighter jets lay there. This appearance, why does it look like something from a science fiction movie? Are you sure it's not a model? Gao Xiangzong and others were confused. A pilot wearing an air training uniform came to Jiang Yi holding a helmet. Report to the commander. Ready to take off at any time. Well, let's get started. Jiang Yi nodded, and the other party ran up to the combat cockpit. Gao Xiangzong and others stretched their necks, and if it were not allowed, they would have wanted to get closer to have a look. I still think it looks like a model machine. But the next second, as the driver starts, the cool sci-fi lights on the fighter plane lit up, making the cabin environment very dreamy. The fuselage awakens like a sleeping giant. Buzz! The roar of the engine suddenly sounded, like thunder, shocking everyone present. Then, everyone looked at him in surprise. A powerful thrust was ejected from the nozzle, and the hot airflow stirred the surrounding air wildly, forming a vortex of air waves visible to the naked eye. The airflow was so strong that I couldn't open my eyes. There was an expression of disbelief in everyone's eyes. This scene gave them the illusion that they were in a science fiction movie. Chapter 51. The Top Figures of Dragon Country. Cooperation is reached. That's when they finally confirmed it. This is not a model aircraft, but a real fighter jet. Only, can it really fly and bomb and fight like the fighter jets they imagine? It turns out, their thinking is still too one-sided. The fuselage flew out of the cabin like an arrow and into the sky. Jiang Yi took them outside. In the blink of an eye, the fighter plane disappeared. What is the maximum speed of this fighter? Gao Xiangzong asked in shock. 2.79. Jiang Yi didn't mention his unit. But as a professional, Gao Xiangzong knew that Jiang Yi was talking about Mach 2.79. Everyone just felt that their worldview had collapsed a little. The maximum cruising speed of the famous F-22 of the Lighthouse country is only 1.82, and the maximum speed is only 2.25. Jiang Yi's fighter jet is quite good. The cruising speed is almost 1 Mach higher than the F-22, which is higher than its maximum speed. Visual inspection. The maximum speed of the Calavan fighter is conservative at Mach 3. Sudden. The Calavan fighter reappeared in everyone's sight. Anyone who comes is a guest. Of course, Jiang Yi couldn't let them come for nothing. Next second, the Calavan fighter jets began to perform various difficult maneuvers at high altitudes. What for other fighters? This is already the upper limit of action. Such as somersault maneuvers, falling leaves, clock maneuvers, Immelman maneuvers, Pugachev's Cobra maneuvers, high-angle ascents, continuous rolls, etc. It's not easy for the Calavan fighter to perform. Moreover, it is a seamless performance, with almost seamless connection between movements. If the above difficult actions, other pilots flying other types of fighter jets were barely able to complete each task, then let them come with this kind of seamless performance. Gao Xiangzong and others understood that there was only one outcome. The plane crashed and everyone died. I can only say that the performance is good, it is so arrogant and willful. After visiting these, I'm tired too. Jiang Yi arranged for someone to take Gao Xiangzong and the others to the VIP lounge to rest. Inside the VIP room, after a moment of silence, Gao Xiangzong picked up his mobile phone and made a call back home. We'll all see and hear during this visit. Said it all again. When the higher-ups learned about all this, they were also shocked and immediately attached great importance to the matter. Not long after. Send a document. The superiors will assess the visit and their impression of the Houthi armed forces, and decide the level of cooperation based on different situations. Now it seems that the highest level of cooperation has been arranged directly. Get the cooperation content. Gao Xiangzong went straight to Jiang Yi's office and found Jiang Yi. Cooperation? Jiang Yi actually thought that the two parties would cooperate, but he didn't expect that the cooperation would come so soon. Jiang Yi clicked to view and quickly glanced at the content of the cooperation. After reading it, Jiang Yi was ecstatic. The contract content can be summarized as: the Dragon Kingdom will provide a large amount of industrial assistance to the Houthi armed forces at hand, such as assisting with infrastructure construction, export and import various industrial products, and exchange some industrial technology with Yemen, and guide some enterprises in Longwood to set up factories and create jobs in Yemen. So, the domestic living standard has risen sharply. There is one thing that must be mentioned. Want to control a country and unify a place. The most important thing is to gain recognition from local people. Otherwise, even if I take down the door myself, various internal conflicts and contradictions will continue to break out in the future. As the saying goes, he who wins the hearts of the people wins the world. That's the truth. And this directly improves the local living standards. I believe as long as it's not a bad idea, they would be willing to follow Jiang Yi. As the cooperation is implemented, Jiang Yi believes that he will soon be able to gain a large number of loyal people. People's will. It is also one of the keys to Jiang Yi's solid position in Yemen. Gao Xiangzhong thought that this cooperation would be carried out in the form of a long-distance mail contract. Who knows if the higher-ups got to know the news? Too much emphasis. So I decided to send someone to sign the contract in person. See the list of comers. Gao Xiangzhong and the entire delegation were shocked. They didn't expect that such a big shot would come. You know, this person is one of the top decision-makers in the country. Stamp your feet. It's an existence that has the whole country shaking. Not only Gao Xiangzhong was surprised, Jiang Yi was also shocked. Oh my god, this person is here? In this case, Jiang Yi naturally has to take it seriously. Decide. When signing a contract, use the avatar function and sign it in person. The next day, a special plane, escorted by several fighter jets, flew directly into Yemen. Jiang Yi received the intelligence as soon as he received it and began to prepare. At the same time, just in case. After communicating with the other party, Jiang Yi sent 3 fighter jets over to assist with security issues. Around noon, the special plane arrived safely. Jiang Yi breathed a sigh of relief. A big shot of this level would definitely not let him get into trouble. Jiang Yi found the advent function. Coming. The most urgent task is to get this cooperation without caring about prestige. I opened my eyes again and found myself in a familiar office. Jiang Yi did not go to greet him immediately, but went to wash his face first to make himself look more formal. This is not humble. It's a matter of attitude. When two parties meet for the first time, the first impression is very important. After finishing, Jiang Yi waited in the reception room. Soon the news came. People are here. Jiang Yi came to the door and saw an old man who looked to be in his 60s, wearing a Shongshan suit and reading glasses, walking towards this side under the escort of a crowd. Jiang Yi stepped forward and introduced himself. Shake hands. I didn't expect you to be so young. Su Jinghua looked at the young man in front of him with admiration. It is hard to imagine that Yemen is now doing such earth-shaking things. It was done by such a young man. Incredible. Thanks for the compliment. Jiang Yi smiled, turned around and gestured. Please come in first, and talk slowly. Big shots are big shots. Although he seems kind, the aura he exudes is obviously not comparable to that of ordinary people. Enter the hall. Jiang Yi asked someone to bring some good tea. The people of Long Country have a habit, especially the elderly gentlemen, who all like tea. Please. Yes, please. The other party was not polite either. Although he is old, he speaks with full energy and authority. Good tea. After taking a sip, Su Jinghua tasted that this tea was very special. Of course. This tea is the top quality tea that Jiang Yi exchanged through the system. It has unrivaled quality in reality. Finished tea. The topic gradually turned to business. To be honest, I couldn't believe what they said yesterday. It was only after seeing it with my own eyes that I realized it was really the case. You really made me see what it means to be young and promising. Ha! No. Jiang Yi said politely. Compared with my predecessors, my achievements are not worth mentioning. Okay, let's talk about the cooperation in detail. Have you read the contract? Jiang Yi nodded. For such an important matter, I read it as soon as possible and read it several times. The conversation lasted more than an hour. In the final stage, both parties write down their names in the signature area. The cooperation was successfully completed. Chapter 52, Earth-Shaking Changes. Looking at the contract, Jiang Yi breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that he was finally on the right track. It has been recognized by the Dragon Kingdom, one of the 3 permanent members of the United Nations. The road ahead in the international arena will be much easier. You will no longer be looked down upon. This conversation. It was smoother and more enjoyable than Su Jinghua had imagined. Don't underestimate Jiang Yi because he is young. But the experience and composure he displayed were far beyond the reach of his peers. Also, Jiang Yi seems to have a clearer grasp of the current situation than anyone else. Many international issues. Jiang Yi has his own insights and opinions here. In many places, he had to be convinced. A word came to his mind. Heroes emerge from youth. Very good. I am very happy to meet you here today, Su Jinghua said with a smile. These words surprised the accompanying personnel and they found it unbelievable. Who is Su Jinghua? Even the leaders of other countries that he usually meets are not qualified to make such remarks. As a result, I actually said this to a junior today. It's clear that this isn't a compliment. Mr. Su seems to approve of this young leader. Everyone was filled with awe. They rarely saw Mr. Su showing such a kind attitude towards others. It can be seen that he really admires the young man in front of him. Old senior, we are only in the initial stage, so in the future, if we encounter any international problems, please help us. Jiang Yi stood up and bowed to the other party. There are only benefits and no disadvantages in having a good relationship with such a big shot. Also a dragon countryman. Jiang Yi is not opposed to cooperating with Longhua. On the contrary, he feels an indescribable sense of intimacy with him. After discussing the cooperation, Jiang Yi asked someone to arrange a meal. Taking advantage of this time, Jiang Yi temporarily returned to the lounge and ended the advent function. This time, I used up almost 3,000 prestige points. It hurts. Fortunately, with the recent momentum, my reputation value has increased a lot without me noticing. Even if I spent more than 3,000 today, there would still be 7 or 8,000 left. Moreover, with the completion of this cooperation, the quality of life in Yemen will be improved in the future. The people in Yemen can also contribute a lot of prestige to themselves. Lunch in the afternoon. It was night. Su Jinghua returned to Longhua with the visiting delegation. Not long after, when Jiang Yi opened the game again, he found it in the system email. Many prompts appear. Longhua Tianxiang Steel Group invites you to cooperate. Cooperation content: build a steel plant in your territory. The host can obtain income through taxation, or cooperate to strengthen the domestic steel industry. Later, you can also obtain control of the group through acquisition, etc. Can provide jobs for your country, 7,000. Increase favorability with Dragon Nation, 0.7%. Increase prosperity, 1%. Increase international visibility, 1%. Increase trade, 3%. Jiang Yi was very happy. Just one steel plant can bring so many benefits to myself. Accept cooperation. There are steel mills in the country, but who would complain that their country's steel production is too high? Steel is like oil. It is also a hard currency all over the world. As long as we produce, we won't have to worry about selling. Not to mention, it can bring jobs, prosperity, and increase friendship with the Dragon Kingdom. These are what Jiang Yi lacks at the moment. After choosing to accept the cooperation, a banner prompt appears at the top of the screen. Tianxiang Steel Group has settled in your country. Please allocate a site for the steel plant. Jiang Yi chose to build this kind of factory in the suburbs. First of all, being too close to the city will affect people's quality of life. Secondly, it will also bring some pollution. In the suburbs, if pollution issues are dealt with properly afterwards, many problems can be made harmless. On the map, a construction prompt appears, and a group of little people are building a steel plant. Before long, the construction was completed. The steel plant is located on the map. Jiang Yi zoomed in and a dialog box appeared. The other party is the person in charge of the steel plant. Li Hua, dear President Yemen, hello, I am Li Hua, the person in charge of the steel plant. I am very happy that you are here to inspect. Do you need me to take you to visit our steel plant? Jiang Yi. Unnecessary. Jiang Yi just wanted to check the general data of the steel plant, so he clicked exit and re-entered. Tianxiang Steel Plant. Area, 12,000 square meters. Construction costs, $760 million. Number of workers needed, 16,500. Current number of workers, 400, recruiting. Production materials, iron ore, 50,000 tons per month, coal, 42,000 tons per month. Production capacity, 52,000 tons of steel per month. Energy consumption, 730,000 kilowatt-hours per month. Pollution emissions, 1,200 units of environmental pollution per month. Product quality, divided into 3 grades: ordinary, high quality and special, with proportions of 50%, 30%, and 20% respectively. Technology upgrade. By investing a certain amount of money, we can improve production efficiency, reduce pollution emissions, and improve product quality. Mode of transportation, transportation by rail and road, with its own freight stations and fleet. Security level high. Very good. The first factory was discovered and built smoothly without any unexpected incidents. Jiang Yi agreed to all the cooperation projects with Longhua in one breath. In mainly heavy industry, such as energy enterprises, machinery industry, chemical industry, building materials industry, etc. By the way, there is also transportation, such as the high-speed rail station and the new airport that Jiang Yi had not considered before. In order to facilitate export and import, new ports are being built. Because they are all major developments. It can contribute to the future development of Yemen. Brings great potential. Therefore, the construction efficiency is all based on wartime levels and scales. The efficiency is so fast. Of course, Jiang Yi also did not forget about the migrant workers and light industry, and he was making them better at the same time. Such as textile and garment industry, food processing industry, furniture manufacturing industry, electronic equipment manufacturing industry, stationery and sports goods industry. At the same time, there are some messy private enterprises. All of this is to improve the quality of life of the people of Yemen. Also, many businessmen have come from Longhua, which can boost the local economic level to a certain extent. With these new factories, new industries were added. Next, the whole world has undergone earth-shaking changes. Previously under the command of government forces. Because of the constant war. The government army is corrupt and does not care about the lives of the people, but we cannot say that the people are living in misery. But it's not much better. Many people have no idea where to eat, and cannot even guarantee their basic food, clothing, housing and transportation. And now, a large industrial plant can create tens of thousands of jobs. Jiang Ye's operation. This is equivalent to solving the employment problems of hundreds of thousands of people in the country, and providing them with a stable income. Jiang Yi checked the city data. It was found that data such as prosperity and residents' happiness index, which can directly reflect the situation of a city, are increasing rapidly. Tip: the city residents' happiness has reached level 2. Congratulations on getting Large Oil Field Exploration Device. Chapter 53, Attack by Surprise. Jiang Yi was stunned when he saw the prompt. It turns out that this could also have a reward? Very nice. Another oil detector, which means that Jiang Yi can have another oil field under his control. It is worth mentioning. Last time, considering the issue of wartime funding consumption, Jiang Yi exchanged a detector in the system and gave this task to Abdul. Not long after that, Abdul discovered an oil field. It's just because the reserves of this oil field are not very high. Therefore, Jiang Yi just let Abdul take care of the development and didn't pay much attention to it. It means that this detector can detect another oil field. Then in Jiang Yi's hands, we will own 3 oil fields at the same time, reaching the scale of 3-line operation. On Jianye's account, there are already tens of billions of funds. At another oil field. This is the rhythm of economic takeoff. This time, Jianye took action personally. Carrying a detector, scanning the entire Yemen territory. The territory is so large that there is no need to worry about whether the problem can be discovered. As the world's oil depot, the thing Dongao lacks the least is oil. Sure enough, it didn't take long. Less than 20 miles east of the west coast. Jianye got the hint. Unexploited oil fields. Reserves, approximately 90 million.00 tons. Development difficulty, 2.5 stars. Current situation mineable. 90 million tons. Jianye thought about it. Compared with the first discovered oil field with a capacity of 120 million tons, it is equivalent to 2/3 of the size. Not bad either. And this oil field has an advantage. Close to Hadida port. Port Hadida. Located on the west coast of Yemen, it is the second largest port in the country, and is well known for its advanced facilities and good management. It is an important distribution center for Yemen's maritime transportation, with warehousing and logistics centers to meet the needs of cargo trade. Close to Hadida port. The oil that will be subsequently extracted will be easier to transport, and can be considered for export first. Coincidentally, this port is one of Jianye's key targets after completing his military training. Jianye had already taken him down a few days ago. So for now, the four largest ports in Yemen are Aden Port, Hadida Port, Mukalla Port, and Hadida Port. 2 of them were captured by Jianye. As for the remaining 2, it is only a matter of time to take them down. Jianye exchanged a new set of oil extraction equipment from the system and asked people to prepare for the extraction work immediately. At the same time, sent troops. Today's target is Mukalla Port. Jianye plans to take over all 4 major ports so as to completely control the economic lifeline of Yemen. The Yemen government forces who lost these. They will soon be outspending their income. Even if Jianye ignores them, they will not be able to hold on for long and will collapse on their own. Ever since Jianye discovered the last plan. In recent days, the entire Yisili high-level leadership has been shrouded in a strange atmosphere. After all, he has dominated Dongzhou for so long. Whether it is a war of any size, or a war of public opinion. When have they ever suffered such a loss? Therefore, Lu Wen and others hated Jianye to the core. In particular, they recently heard that Gaza, which had always been under their firm control, had actually been in contact with the Wisher armed forces. It seems that some kind of cooperation has been reached between the 2 sides. It makes them even more anxious. I am afraid that the Houthi armed forces are secretly supporting Gaza. Give them a heavy blow at the critical moment. What on earth has Gasha been doing lately? A senior executive looked at the recent situation report of Gaza and said puzzledly. They found out. Gaza has recently been importing large quantities of commodities such as sugar, fertilizers, and steel pipes. Lu Wen shook his head. The entire senior management was confused. In short, we have to be careful. They are suddenly behaving unusually. They must be planning something. Or maybe. Is it confusing? That's right. At the meeting, Lu Wen put forward his own ideas. I have a plan. Maybe we can take advantage of the opportunity to defeat the Houthi armed forces. Do you want to listen to it? Although Lu Wen is the supreme leader of Yisli. But this is a major decision. It still needs to be approved by the majority of senior executives before it can be implemented. Of course, everyone was very interested. Nothing is more interesting to them than defeating the Houthi armed forces. They cannot let a group of Houthi armed forces affect their status as the little overlord of Dongao. As far as I know, Sarawak has decided to give up supporting the Yemen government forces because of their repeated defeats. What I mean is, now they are on the path to their demise. If we lend them a helping hand at this time. Lu Wen told his plan. After saying that, everyone's eyes suddenly lit up. Why didn't they think of it? The current Yemen government forces. To put it bluntly, it can be understood as a group of desperate criminals who are on their way to the end of their lives. Give them benefits, give them a chance to survive, and they will do anything. Otherwise you will be abandoned by Shatu. As their domestic territory was constantly being eroded, they were ultimately doomed to destruction. Very good, then shall we support the Yemen government forces? A senior executive looked at everyone tentatively. Lu Wen glanced around. After finding no one objected, the plan was quickly finalized. All from Yemen. The best strategy is to let them fight among themselves and destroy each other. What Yisli didn't know was, while they were thinking of ways to deal with the Hushur armed forces, Jiang Yi also decided to take the initiative. Jiang Yi contacted Han. Mr. Jiang, do you have any instructions? Jiang Yi has several preferential policies for Gaza, and his guidance to Gaza made Han know how to deal with Yisli. Jiang Yi's position in his heart is similar to that of his mentor. Although there is no obvious superior-subordinate relationship between the two parties. But Han took the initiative to lower his own status. After all, it's not Jiang Yi. They were still confused and like headless flies, but now they have a direction. I have a task for you. Are you interested? It's free, say lie. It's a no-brainer. Han wouldn't take no for an answer. Gaza has become the world's largest open-air prison because of its fierce violence. The humiliation of being imprisoned. No one with any dignity can stand this. Have. As expected, Han answered without hesitation and firmly. That's good. Jiang Yi smiled and told Han about his plan. A surprise attack on Yisli in 7 days? Han was a little surprised when he received the news. It was too sudden. Yes, do as I say, and I won't treat you unfairly. Jiang Yi nodded. He was preparing to take advantage of Gaza's surprise attack on Yisli to muddy the situation and attract the attention of all Dongzhou. The Yemen government forces were defeated in one fell swoop, completing the unification. Yes. Jiang Yi is ready to take action to complete the first step of unification. At that time, it will inevitably attract the attention of all forces in Dongzhou. Jiang Yi asked Gaza to make some noise. The main purpose is to divert attention. As the saying goes, take the enemy by surprise and attack when they are unprepared. Wait for everyone to react. It's over on my side. Chapter 54 Bombing Plan. Good. Han hesitated. The matter was of great importance, and he had his own considerations. He couldn't do it without scruples. But he soon realized. They have been preparing for so long, it is only a matter of time before they take action. The sooner the better. Otherwise, if Yisli noticed that they had recently imported large quantities of various goods and were secretly producing rocket launchers, he would be on guard against them. There will be no surprise attack effect. Jiang Yi showed an affirmative look. The child is teachable. It was indeed the right thing to do to cultivate Gasha myself. I discussed the plan with Han in detail, mainly about the timing and how to do it. Oh, right. Han thought of something, and he invited someone to join the meeting. This is a leader of Hamas. This organization was formed mainly to fight against ISIL. I believe he will be very interested in this operation. Hamas? Jiang Yi has some understanding of this organization, but not much. Jiang Yi pushed the exit interface on his phone and searched on the internet, and he quickly understood. The so-called Hamas has been established for many years. Always fighting for Gasha and against Yisli. If there is anyone in this world who hates sex the most, Hamas is definitely one of them. Hello, my name is Sal. In the conference video, a man with a haggard face appeared in Jiang Yi's sight. He looks to be in his 40s, but his mental state is not very good. Being in Gaza, I have been depressed for too long. The man's mind had been severely damaged by the despair of being unable to resist and do nothing for a long time. Sar said seriously, we are indeed preparing to bomb Gaza recently, and we will fully cooperate when the time comes. Jiang Yi saw from Sal's eyes. I saw full of fighting spirit. Afterwards, they continued to discuss the battle plan. With the addition of Sal, Jiang Yi believed that the plan could go much more smoothly. It will be just around the corner to completely take over Yemen. Sandy. After the last battle, when Shatu was defeated, Handy realized that something was wrong. Really. He had just been communicating with Sarawak President Salman, and the other party's words made him despair for a time. It was impossible for Shate to provide them with any more help. Because of the help several times. Not only did they not gain any benefits, but they suffered losses of hundreds of millions to billions. Even for a wealthy country like Sarawak, it is unacceptable to lose this amount of money in vain. This means the Yemen government army led by Hami is about to collapse across the board. Even the last bit of territory may be lost in a very short time. One can imagine what will happen to him then. Maybe Salman's group. Maybe they will hand him over for some benefit. When it comes to interests, human nature is complicated. Why did the Houthi armed forces suddenly become so strong? Is it just because of that dragon countryman? The enemy was extremely angry. The expression fully reflects the words envy, jealousy, and hatred. Who could have imagined that the Houthi armed forces, which were once beaten by them, would be suddenly took off? Become so strong? It was so strong that it made him doubt the authenticity of all this. It was too unreasonable. Mr. President, we can't go on like this, or we'll. A senior official of Yemen said angrily. If this continues, we will just wait to die in vain. Handi knew it without him saying anything. The fate of becoming a commander without troops. But he no longer had any other options. I know, but... Handi had a painful look on his face, feeling helpless as if his time was running out. But even Shate is unwilling to help us, what else can I do? Why not make peace? No, the other side knows that we have no resistance. If we ask for peace now, they will not agree. Even if they agree, I am still worried. Worried that the other party will take advantage of the situation. After they surrender, execute them. After all, no one would want their former enemy to be alive in this world and pose a hidden danger to them. The senior official remained silent. Nothing worked. Was there really nothing he could do but wait for death? One morning, the lounge where Handi was filled with a strange atmosphere. Hadi and all senior officials of the Yemeni government forces. In just one morning, I felt like I had aged dozens of years. The time came to evening. Handi received a phone call and was shocked to learn that it was from Issei Lai. What does Yisli want him to do? Mr. President, let's take a look at it first. Maybe things will turn around. All right. Handi had no other choice. Select Connect. At this point, he could only hold on to the last glimmer of hope that Yisli was negotiating cooperation with him to help them. Although the possibility of this is very small. No one will support a lone commander whose situation is hopeless. We want to discuss cooperation with you. I think you will be happy with it. How about it? Are you interested? The Italian senior executive spoke in a playful tone. Because they know. There is no way that the enemy would refuse the conditions he offered. What kind of cooperation? Hadi was shocked. Is this really cooperation? Is he saved? It's very simple. We will provide you with a large amount of resources. How about you continue to help me deal with the Houthi armed forces? Gulp. Handi swallowed his saliva. This moment. He was really moved. But he knew how powerful the Houthi armed forces were. Shate was defeated several times and was completely devastated. Even if Yisli offered help, with the limited power he had now, he would not be a match for the other party, right? Just wanted to refuse. Because if he continued to attract hatred, he knew that it would only make him die faster. But... No buts, why don't you listen to the resources we give you first? Hadi was about to refuse, but before he could finish his words, the other party interrupted him. Well, go ahead. Taking a deep breath, Handi's expression was more serious than ever. Forget it, you should just watch it yourself. The person on the other end of the phone sent him a picture directly through the mobile phone. On the picture. This is the equipment list for this aid. After reading it, Handi was stunned, his pupils shrank slightly, and his face was full of shock. Is this true? He asked in disbelief. 20,000 sets of advanced lighthouse country individual equipment, 3 billion in organizational reconstruction funds, and a large number of lighthouse countries' active land combat tanks. The other party laughed and said, Of course, I promise you that as long as you successfully complete the task, the subsequent benefits will be even more luxurious than this. Consider it and give me an answer within an hour. I promise. There was no trace of hesitation in his tone. So much equipment, so much money. Enough for him to equip a whole new armed force, plus battlefield killers like tanks. Maybe he can really rely on these weapons to regain control of the Yemen. Chapter 55, The Eve of the War. In the office, Jiang Yi looked at the preparation reports sent by Gasa, and then showed a relieved expression. I was not wrong about Hand. This guy is quite reliable. After a few days, everything Jiang Yi asked him to prepare was ready. During this period, Gaza mobilized almost all the underground forces that could be mobilized to carry out comprehensive processing around the clock. Just the imitation rockets that I taught them. The number reached more than 7,000. If all these bombs were dropped on Yisli, it would be a devastating blow. Certainly. Because Gasha's attack was just a cover, the one who really needed to prepare was Jiang Yi. Noon. Jiang Yi came to Alpha's lounge to check the information. Alpha saw Jiang Yi coming and stood up and said, Leader, good afternoon. Well, how are the preparations going? Jiang Yi nodded and sat on the sofa. This battle, because it is to completely take down Yemen, will be a major change for both himself and the world. So when Jiang Yi gave orders to Alpha, it is to let him prepare for a decisive battle. Alpha said, 100,000 soldiers are ready to go. All 10 fighter planes are deployed, including concept tanks and swarm drones. 400 of them can be used for reconnaissance and 1,200 can be used for combat. Just in case, we have also prepared self-destruct drones that can self-destruct at a critical moment and deal the final blow to the enemy. Jiang Yi thought for a moment. What about strategy? Alpha spread out a map, pointed at a city on the map, and continued. This is our final target, Aden. It is also the place that the Yemeni government forces are most heavily guarding. Taking this place is equivalent to completely destroying the government forces. So my strategy is to surround it from all sides and take it down at all costs. Of course, as far as I know, the enemy's current armed forces are too far behind me, so we can also use a turn-based method to consume the enemy. After a few rounds, it will be almost impossible for the enemy to hold on, which can also minimize our losses. Alpha is an authority and professional in combat. A special forces soldier rewarded by the system. The properties are very comprehensive. In reality, it is equivalent to the level of a super soldier king. He drew up a detailed battle map, including when which team attacks, which team provides cover, when to feint, when to provide fire coverage, etc. Jiang Yi was very satisfied after seeing it. Let Henry assist you. Henry is also a special forces soldier rewarded by the system. However, Jiang Yi has not reused him so far, so this is a good opportunity for him to show his abilities. In terms of attributes, Henry is no worse than Alpha. On the contrary, in some places, it is even worse. Both of them have their own strengths. Henry was called to Jiang Yi's office and given a task. The man was about 1.9 meters tall and nearly 2 meters tall. The muscles in his body are as hard as iron. Tough appearance. Even the Big Goose people, who are known as a fighting nation, mostly look small and delicate in front of Henry. Yes, leader, I won't let you down. Henry was grateful. Because for them, soldiers, being valued by their superiors is a great honor. Jiang Yi asked Alpha and Henry to communicate alone. Jiang Yi did not participate much in this battle. It is enough for them to discuss the battle plan. What Jiang Yi has to do is to wait for the good news that the Yemen government forces will be wiped out, and he will complete the unification. It's a little after 8 in the evening. Jiang Yi finally checked the team. 100,000 people were divided into different batches and assembled in different places. Even if it's just one of the teams, it's shocking enough. Moreover, they are basically equipped with the most sophisticated firearms, tanks, fighter jets, and a large number of swarm drones. In addition, Jiang Yi is also in the famed store. Some individual exoskeleton mechas were exchanged for use by the main force. Wearing this exoskeleton, a soldier can easily carry hundreds of kilograms of weight and move briskly on complex terrain. In short, very strong. At first glance, it has a sci-fi feel. Such a combat power configuration. It cannot be ignored anywhere in the world. The reason why it was so exaggerated was mainly because Jiang Yi wanted to be conservative just in case. So as to ensure that we can get the news of the completion of unification early tomorrow morning. Inspection completed. Jiang Yi returned to the office and just sat down when he received an email from Manhwa. Since the completion of the cooperation, Jiang Yi has been in frequent contact with senior officials of Long State recently. It is worth mentioning. The Long Kingdom knew about Jiang Ye's surprise attack and plan of unification. Jiang Yi attacked Yisli, but strictly speaking, he was not just going to war with Yisli. Because behind Italy are many Western countries, led by the Lighthouse country. After this war, it is bound to arouse the dissatisfaction of Western countries led by the Lighthouse country, and may even lead to their crazy revenge. Jiang Yi was worried that the situation would get out of control. A situation that cannot be stabilized occurs. Think about it. Jiang Yi decided to cooperate with Longhua on this matter. The reason is simple. The current world situation seems complicated, but strictly speaking, behind these many forces, there are only three forces that control everything. Dragon Country, Lighthouse and Goose. The current situation is Yisli is already supporting the Yemen government forces to oppose him. The remaining options. Naturally, there are only Big Goose and Dragon Kingdom. It goes without saying that between the two, choosing Longhua is the most convenient and beneficial for Jiang Yi. The Dragon Kingdom and the Lighthouse Kingdom have a long-standing grudge. Mr. Su Jinghua didn't even think about it. He held an emergency meeting and agreed to Jiang Yi's request. And promised to cover for Jiang Yi. For example, the Lighthouse country couldn't sit still and suddenly intervened in this matter. In exchange, Jiang Yi provided some conceptual technological weapons exchange from the system. Cooperation is a win-win situation, both parties benefit. City of Aden. The originally lifeless atmosphere in the city became lively again because of Yisli's assistance. Here. It is one of the most important bases of the Yemen government forces. Inside the underground warehouse, several officers were looking at the newly arrived goods and chatting. Great, really great. With these equipment, those armed men are no match for us. The person who spoke was a bearded man. His name is Hermes. Identity, one of the important leaders of Yemen. Second only to Hardy. In his opinion, the reason why they kept losing was not because they were weak in fighting. But the Houthi armed forces found a treasure from some desert. Purely relying on the equipment that is ahead of them. Otherwise, there is no way they would lose to the Houthi armed forces. The bald man next to him was all smiles. He took out a weapon from the box with his hands. His face was almost broken with laughter. That's right. I didn't expect that Isela would be so generous this time and give us so many good things. Chapter 56. The war officially begins. Although I don't know what happened. Yisli has become so generous. But they knew that their chance to turn things around had come. Just a while ago. They are still waiting for death and despair because the situation is hopeless and there is no hope in sight. But now it's different. With these equipment. Houthi armed? They can simply ignore it. Don't forget that just a month or two ago, the Houthi armed forces were forced into a desperate situation by them and the organization was almost completely destroyed. Speaking of which, they are really lucky, otherwise they would never be so successful today. But unfortunately, their good days are coming to an end. The bald man gave a sly smile. We must take back control of Yemen. Haramis raised his hand to signal the bald man to calm down. All right, our raid mission is almost over. We must catch them off guard. Give the orders and cheer up. As long as we win this battle, Yisli will promise us more benefits, and we can also regain the legitimate rule of the Yemen. The bald man and a group of his men beside him. Eyes shining. What does this mean? On their behalf, they can enjoy wealth and glory again. What they didn't know was that Jiang Yi already knew everything about Iselai's support. Jiang Yi was not in a hurry. Instead, he was waiting for the fish to take the bait. I can only say it's somewhat interesting. There is an undercurrent in Dongzhou. It seems that this is Dongzhou's chess game, but in fact, Jiang Yi knows that this is not the case for the participating players. All countries. At this time, everyone should be paying close attention to the changes in Dongno. Such as the lighthouse country, the white elephant country, the mountain country, the blue country, and even the dragon country. Especially the beacon country. As one of the main participants, the lighthouse countries should know that after this war, the situation in the entire East continent may change. From the perspective of the beacon country, they are in the same boat with Yisali and definitely hope that Yisali will win a complete victory. What a pity. Jiangyi is destined to disappoint them. The sea surface in the early morning is eerily quiet. There was no life, only the howling of the sea breeze. The pale moonlight scattered across the sky, looking a little desolate. Dark shadows kept passing by on the beach. SAR commands thousands of Hamas members and secretly deploys rocket launchers. They had been busy since hours ago. So far, most of the thousands of rockets have been installed and are ready to be launched at any time. Sal looked down at his watch, nervous. This was a real resistance on their part, and he hoped it would achieve good results and teach a lesson to the bandits who had seized their land. At the same time, don't let down the mysterious dragon leader who extended a helping hand to them. 5 more minutes! Thrall whispered. In order to cooperate more tacitly, Jiangyi even gave him the launch time accurate to the minute. Finally, 5 minutes passed. Sal gave an order. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Thousands of Hamas fighters started launching rockets at the same time. In the first wave of offensive, more than 1,000 rockets were launched into the air at the same time. Every shot carries the passion and hatred of the Hamas fighters. Bombing towards Yisli on the opposite side. The scene is spectacular. Not long after, in Yisli, air raid sirens sounded throughout the area, and all the top leaders were shocked and dumbfounded. What happened? Report, we were attacked by thousands of rockets. Hear the report from the visitor. It is impossible for Lu Wen and all the Yisli senior leaders to do it at the first time, absolutely impossible. Who has the ability to launch so many rockets at them? And who dares? Check it for me quickly, what's going on? The top leaders of Yisli were furious, gnashing teeth in anger. At the same time, in Yisli, a large number of Yisli people were at a loss in the face of the sudden attack. It soon became a mess. The streets and alleys. Everywhere you can see Italians wailing in fear. They looked at the continuous explosions and the destroyed houses or streets with horror. Not long after, the Italian government activated the air defense system, Takeover. However, because it happened so quickly and the rockets launched by Hamas did not rise as high as normal missiles, the interception efficiency can only be described as a mess. Well done. At the same time, Jiangyi was watching everything that happened in Yisili through the satellite map. However, now is not the best time to take action. Jiangyi decided to continue waiting, because it's a matter of great importance. Soon, within half an hour, the news that Yisli had suffered a major attack spread throughout Dongno. The internet is full of videos of Yisli being bombed. For a while, the entire Dongno know. It should be said that most countries in the entire blue planet are no longer calm. Who doesn't know that Yisli's biological father is the overlord of Blue Star, the beacon country of world supervision? Dare to attack Yisli, aren't you seeking death? There's going to be some good show to watch. At this point, Jiangyi realized that it was almost time to take action. Input box, Jiangyi gave the command. Alpha, Henry, it's almost time to start. Yes. Alpha and Henry commanded 2 different main camps respectively. After receiving Jiangyi's instructions, they took action. Located on a small hill less than 5 kilometers away from the city of Aden, Alpha brought his men to ambush here in advance. Jiangyi gave the order, which meant the mission officially began. The next moment, hundreds of unmanned reconnaissance aircraft took off and flew towards the city of Aden. The monitor in Alpha's hand showed the real-time images sent back by the unmanned reconnaissance aircraft, where the enemy has set up defenses and where is easy to break through. They were all exposed by unmanned reconnaissance aircraft. Okay, follow me! At Alpha's command, the more than 7,000 troops behind him, fully armed, marched towards the city of Aden. As for other branches, at the same time, attack from other directions. Jiang Yi was looking at Aiden City on his mobile phone at this time, a city which did not cover a very large area. There are 12 armies around, forming an encirclement. I can't imagine how desperate the other party would be if they knew this. Just take the troops commanded by Alpha. Looking from a distance, they are huge and powerful. Ground forces attack. Next is the Air Force. Jiang Yi suddenly changed his mind and decided to bomb the main areas of Aiden City first. Of course, it's not random bombing. As this would become his own territory in the future, Jiang Yi certainly couldn't bear to see Aiden City in ruins. Jiang Yi only selected a few places where the high-ranking officials of the Yemen government army were located. A decapitation mission in disguise. To catch a thief, you must first catch the leader. Once the leader is dead, there is no need to fight the rest. All fighter jets are dispatched. And at this time inside the city of Aden, Haramis and several high-ranking officials of the Yemen government army were still working on getting the equipment from Yisili. The dream of counterattack. Little did they know. Death is approaching. Chapter 57, Crushing Attitude. Oh no! Oh no! The originally peaceful city of Aden was suddenly broken by a loud shout. Haramis said in an unhappy tone, "What's wrong? You're yelling, don't you have any rules at all? Report to General Hera, please arm them." The person who reported the military intelligence was a young man. Obviously he has never seen the world. I was so frightened that my voice was trembling as I spoke. They called us on their own initiative. What? Haramis stood up from his chair in surprise. Are you telling the truth? They were just discussing how to raid the Huti armed forces. You tell me. They can't beat them all? Without waiting for the subordinate to answer. Boom! The sudden loud noise startled everyone present. Hermes looked out the window and saw blinding flames and thick smoke. In a building not far from their house. It was hit by a missile, creating a big hole. Hermes' face was filled with horror, and he couldn't believe his eyes. All the high-ranking officials of the Yemen government army present at the scene almost held their breath. Buzz! Suddenly, there was a loud noise above my head. Hearing this voice, Hermeth and others looked as if they had seen a ghost and their scalps went numb. They are so familiar. This sound. It's a fighter! Even fighter jets are coming? Hermes did not believe in evil. I plucked up the courage to look out the window, and sure enough, I saw two figures flying quickly through the air and dropping bombs. General Hera, now is not the time to be in a daze. We must quickly organize our forces to meet the enemy, a subordinate said. Haramis reacted, his eyes dull, and he said while panting, Yes, quickly organize the troops and fight the enemy. Aden City is our last headquarters, we must not lose it. He was so angry that he pounded his fist on the table. The weapons provided by SEAL are intended. He just didn't believe that they couldn't defeat the Huti armed forces. The other side has a fighter advantage. But they can save the situation from the ground and turn the advantage to their side. City of Aden. Under the command of Hermeth and several other senior executives. Tens of thousands of troops were quickly organized and assembled. Distributed throughout the city of Aden, they are conducting strict defense to prevent the Houthi armed forces from crossing the Red Line. Resist? What Haramis didn't know was that Jiang Yi borrowed the satellite map of Longwa, and their every move was actually under Jiang Yi's surveillance. Jiang Yi was wondering how long they could hold on. 10 hours? 8 hours? Or 5 hours? At this time, the game system showed that the first army led by Alpha encountered an ambush. Jiang Yi immediately went to watch the battle. Artillery! Alpha did not hesitate, and quickly adjusted the attack formation. A group of soldiers holding Z-type portable rocket launchers came to the front row. They raised the rocket launchers in their hands and bombarded the enemy troops who were blocking their way. Boom, boom, boom. Ultra-long effective range, coupled with almost negligible error. Dozens or even hundreds of people launched together. Under this kind of firepower, even steel would melt. Some enemy soldiers were lucky enough to have time to react and scream, but more of them were turned into ashes in an instant, without even having time to scream. Bazooka? Let's call it the equality device. This was the first time the Z-type portable rocket launcher was seen in action. Very good. Jiang Yi realized that he would have to continue mass-producing a batch. General Hera, the first row of our blocking troops have all been killed. In the city of Aden, Hermes once again received news that made him despair. His mind went blank. It has only been a few minutes since he mobilized his troops to start defending, right? The first column is 4. That's more than 2,000 people. How could they all be sacrificed? The enemy seems to have a high-precision, high-range rocket launcher that can fire continuously. We can't resist it at all, the subordinate said in a weak tone. High-range, high-precision rocket launcher? Hermes was in an extremely complicated mood. Order the second squad to hold on. If they continue to come in, we will all die. Do you understand? Hermes roared. On the battlefield. Alpha did not do any battlefield preparations and led his men deeper into the city of Aden. Commander, there are heavy troops guarding ahead, and they are relatively scattered. If we use rocket launchers, it will destroy the infrastructure of Aden City. What do you think? Alpha thought about it. We certainly cannot leave the leader with a city in ruins. Hunter drones are dispatched. Hunter drone. It is a type of swarm drone that can accurately survey battlefield terrain, scan enemies, lock on and finally kill them at a precise location. This is a precise killing method. The damage caused by the indiscriminate bombing by rocket launchers is much smaller. Rear team. Nearly 1,000 hunter drones took off. Alpha combined the terrain maps sent back by the reconnaissance drone and set the key strike range within a framework. In this way, the hunter drone will automatically attack all enemies within the target range. There is nothing to do next. Just watch the hunter drone show. An abandoned urban area near the outskirts of Aden. The Yemen government troops hid in the buildings, preparing to fight street battles here. Little did they know that something outside the window had locked them firmly. Hermes sent back a video here. In the video, their soldiers were hiding well, but suddenly, drones with guns appeared out of nowhere. These drones are like the Grim Reaper, going crazy on the battlefield, reaping the lives of their soldiers. A lot of times, their soldiers fell under the gun before they could react. How so? Hermes could not accept this fact. Send out the tanks! Hermes roared. In short, they must not be allowed to officially enter the city of Aden. The other side. The army led by Henry attacked in the opposite direction of Alpha. 3 squads have been wiped out. Looking at the big guy rumbling towards him, Henry smiled. Tank? The 3 teams just now were too easy. Are we finally going to do something more difficult? He asked several soldiers wearing individual exoskeleton armor to go to the front for reconnaissance. Then someone drove the VZ-58 out. As a Special Forces soldier, he really likes the domineering aura of a behemoth like VZ-58. Simple and crude violent aesthetics. I believe no man can refuse. Henry was driving himself. Turned the VZ-58's gun towards the enemy tank, and the sound it fired is earth-shaking. Directly blowed the opponent's tank into scrap metal. Crushing attitude. Henry curled his lips and smiled. It seems that the leader's tank thing is more powerful. Just when Alpha, Henry and the others were performing wildly and showing off their skills on the battlefield, Hercules knew what was at stake. Contact Yisli. You were beaten too? Lu Wen is overwhelmed. Bad things come in pairs? And why are the Houthi armed forces so powerful? Rocket launchers, drones, fighter jets. Where did the Houthi armed forces get these things, many of which are scarce for them? He can't figure it out. On this side, when Hermes heard Lu Wen's words, his expression paused. Why did he say that? He felt vaguely uneasy. But I only dared to report the situation and did not dare to ask more questions. That's enough. This must be the work of the Houthi armed forces. Don't panic. I'll send you reinforcements right away. Lu Wen gritted his teeth. Decided to intervene forcefully. He doesn't care about international law or not. Chapter 58. Gaza attacks. Yisli is furious. When Hermes heard what Lu Wen said, he looked excited. If Isai takes action, There will be no problem keeping them. After all, they have the lighthouse country behind them and have the most advanced weapons and technical support from the lighthouse country. The status of the beacon country in the minds of many people around the world. Not to mention world overlord. It has led the world's development for more than 200 years and has a solid foundation, making it invincible around the world. In the eyes of some people, the powerful strength demonstrated by the lighthouse country is invincible. Hang up the phone. Lu Wen quickly organized troops to support the Yemen government forces. As for the sudden attack on them, it's been figured out. Lu Wen never expected that the opponent would be Gasha, who had always been under their control. Lu Wen was shocked and angry. Little Gasha actually dared to attack them. He planned to suppress the matter first, and then punish them slowly afterwards. It's not that he doesn't take Gasha seriously. But as long as you are serious about it. Gaza's group couldn't resist for 5 minutes. With their first offensive, it seemed like it was over. I guess they have run out of ammunition and food. Since Gaza was usually under their tight control, Lu Wen knew that they didn't have many weapons on hand. Now they are most likely just a group of unarmed lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Just when Lu Wen was organizing his troops, the Italian ground forces officially entered the border between Gaza and Italy. The man in charge of commanding this battle was a man named Chekhov. This person is just a minor official in Yeisli. It is obvious that Yeisli is determined to deal with Gasha's resistance and capture Gasha, and does not take it seriously. So far, more than 1,500 rockets were fired from the Gaza Strip. Both Chekhov and the Italian upper echelons estimated. This is the limit of Gasha's ammunition. Chekhov said to the soldiers behind him. Cheer up, they are probably out of ammunition. We can end this battle as quickly as possible. Behind him, the soldiers were ready to fight. Eager to try. The ground forces continued to advance, and soon reached deeper areas. Chekhov looked puzzled. After such a long time, we didn't encounter any resistance. Those guys must be scared because of their vulgarity, ha ha ha. Chekhov smiled confidently. Little Gasha is really vulnerable. If Yeisli gets serious, he can easily destroy countless Gashas. However, just when Chekhov was getting carried away, countless spots of light suddenly appeared in the distant sky. These guys are finally here! Not far away, Thrall was hiding with his troops on a secret coast. It is located below a port. Under the cover of night, it is difficult for ordinary people to detect it. Just now, Thrall had sent another team to approach the border of Italy from other places and sneak into the western suburbs of Italy City. He is preparing to give Yeisli a big gift. Boom! Hearing the loud noise of rockets in the distance, Sal hurriedly looked over with binoculars. Comes into view. It was the horrified expressions of Chekhov and others. What's going on? A rocket landed not far from Chekhov, and the shock wave of the explosion knocked him to the ground. A piece of shrapnel lodged in his calf. Bloody. Chekhov's expression was distorted by the severe pain. Not far away, more than a dozen soldiers were hit head-on by rockets and died on the spot. Without waiting for Chekhov and others to react, countless rockets launched into the sky and bombarded them. And now they are just in the center of the bombing area, escaping. It's impossible anymore. Their legs can't outrun the flying rockets. Hand over to the west. Safin, the squad leader appointed by Sal, approached quietly with hundreds of Hamas fighters. The time is ripe. Order people to prepare rockets. He sent a dozen more people, carrying the Z-type portable rocket launcher that Han bought from Jiang Yi, to continue to go deeper into Yeisli. Rocket. It is powerful, but has low accuracy. So it's just cover. The Z-type portable rocket launcher is their real killing weapon this time. Emission! Safin gave the order to launch. Thousands of rockets were fired at a residential area in the west. Quiet night. Many Yeisli people are fast asleep and have sweet dreams. Suddenly, loud noises woke them up from their sleep. Welcoming there. It is the artillery fire that destroys everything. Office. Lu Wen had just assigned the attack troops and was ready to send them to Yemen for support immediately. If the Yemen government forces are really defeated, Then they will lose the only puppet they have. This is very disadvantageous to Yemenhuti. Ring, ring, ring. The phone rang, and Lu Wen answered it impatiently. Don't worry, our troops will be here soon. With our support, we guarantee that we can help you resist the attack of the Houthi armed forces. He was against Yemenhuti's military strength. Very confident. To put it bluntly, it was because Lu Wen looked down on the Houthi armed forces from the bottom of his heart. Fortunately, he agreed to join the Yemen government army and defeated Sarawak. Can we still defeat them? Compared to this, he believes more that a sow can climb a tree. No. No, Mr. President! A panicked voice came from the other side. I'm Anthony. The western city under my jurisdiction has just been attacked again. Dozens of people have died and hundreds have been injured. Lu Wen's pupils shrank sharply. His body froze instantly, as if he had been struck by an invisible lightning bolt, and he was frozen in place. Attacked again? Where on earth did the other side get so many weapons? Lu Wen almost yelled. For a moment, he even doubted whether this news was a false alarm. In the first round of bombing, the attack of more than 1,000 rockets was analyzed by their intelligence department. It was the maximum amount of ammunition of the other side. The rockets they used were not regular ones. Anthony's face was pale, and his palms were full of sweat. Preliminary identification shows that the other party used a homemade rocket made of gas, fertilizer, sugar, and other raw materials. This weapon is very powerful except for its uncontrollable accuracy. This news once again petrified Lu Wen. No wonder Gaza has been importing a lot of these goods recently. He thought there was a shortage of supplies there. They are just some daily necessities. What kind of trouble can they cause? So no one cares. Result. Are you planning this? Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, Lu Wen's body trembled slightly. Counterattack, capture all the participants and keep personnel alive, interrogate them slowly later, and kill the rest. He was furious. Never been so angry. Yes. After hanging up the phone, Lu Wen breathed a sigh of relief because he believed that the situation was still under control. But just over a minute later, a subordinate urgently reported military intelligence. Reporting to President Lu Wen, our northwestern city has been attacked. Hundreds of people have been killed and hundreds have been injured. Chapter 59, Raid on Aden. Complete despair. Upon hearing the news, Lu Wen almost vomited blood. Exactly the same plot. Why did he seem to have heard it just now? They were attacked again, but this time, they suffered greater losses. The death toll reached hundreds. The number of injured reached hundreds. He couldn't imagine that such a thing would happen to them. These damn guys, how many weapons do they have? Lu Wen was completely panicked and sweating profusely. I originally wanted to send troops to attack the Yemen government forces, but now I am unable to take care of myself. We attacked from 3 sides, and each side achieved considerable results. Oh, right. The bad news doesn't end there. The weapon used by the other side this time is a rocket launcher of mass destruction. Is there a video? Yes, Mr. President. The other party took out a video. In the video, Hamas attacked their city from the dark. Rockets hit the building hard. Under heavy bombing. Every tall building seemed to be crumbling, and ruins filled the entire street. This isn't some kind of homemade weapon. Where did they get it from? Lu Wen frowned. Things seemed to have exceeded his expectations. This is definitely not the power that a simple self-developed weapon could achieve. Why is there no news from Chekhov? Lu Wen's expression was solemn. Chekhov was the main force he sent to confront Gasha head-on, but he also lost contact. I don't know why. He had a bad feeling. Mr. President, we are unable to gather resistance forces in such a short period of time. You see. I see. Lu Wen looked grim and asked him to retreat. Then he quickly ordered the troops that had originally marched to Yemen to return for defense. There is no way. Even though their own house was on fire, they still sent troops to provide support. He was worried about supporting the successful Yemeni government forces. As a result, my home is gone. The candlelight outweighs the gain. And here is Gatha. But good news came frequently. Sal was filled with excitement, and his mood at this moment was difficult to describe in words. The shame of being oppressed by Italy and imprisoned in the world's open-air prison. At this moment. Finally released. Not only Sal, almost all Hamas warriors felt the same way at this moment. They were grateful that Jiang Yi gave them the chance for revenge this time. Report, the Yisili Defense Force has arrived at the scene. Thrall stood at the port, looking at the scene of Italian soldiers being bombed in the distance. I just find it pleasing to the eye. If you do too many evil things, retribution will eventually fall on you. Fire the remaining shells and then retreat. The orders Jiang Yi gave them were very simple. One is to create momentum for the attack and attract the attention of all parties. At the same time, if Italy has the idea of supporting the Yemen government forces, hold them back. Now Sal knew that their mission was successfully accomplished. There is no need to fight to the end. Oh? Good job, Sal. Everything went as Jiang Yi expected. Jiang Yi smiled and said, I'll give you some good stuff later. Thank you, Mr. Jiang. Sar said, It is an honor to work for you. If it weren't for you, we would have no chance to resist Escalating. That's not a compliment. But it's sincere. Now, Sal doesn't work completely for Jiang Yi, but he is always available at any time. He believed that following Jiang Yi would definitely not be a mistake. It is certain that Yisli cannot provide support. The next thing will be easy. The Yemen government forces are like a turtle in a jar. An existence that Jiang Yi could easily control. Alpha, Henry, let's make it quick, so as to avoid any more trouble later. Yes. No problem, Chief. Henry chuckled. This group of people is no match for us. Alpha, why don't we see who can occupy the temporary presidential palace in Aden first? No problem. Alpha agreed immediately. Sometimes a man's desire to win is so inexplicable. Jiang Yi smiled. These two people have their own ideas. However, Jiang Yi will not stop this kind of healthy competition. Fighting is boring, so just treat it as an entertainment program. Henry and Alpha respectively led the tank troops to clear the way. The next battle. Much simpler. After a crushing battle, they quickly broke through the defense line outside the city and officially entered the city of Aden. Seeing that the reinforcements were slow to arrive, Hermes became more and more anxious. He was making a phone call to Handi, who was far away in Sarawak, for help. Handi said in a serious tone, No matter what, since Yisli has promised you, he will definitely come. Hold on. We must not lose Aden. You know how important Aden is to us. Hermes had something in his mind that he didn't know whether he should say it or not. Hold on? It is easier said than done. As a general, he was commanding the troops and fighting hard, while the president, Hadi, was hiding in Sarawak and refused to come back. The city of Aden was defended. Hadi is still the president, if he loses. Those who were killed and captured were him and a group of high-ranking Yemeni government troops in Aden. Snort! Hermes snorted coldly. Mr. President, when the disaster is imminent, you choose to stay here all the time, leaving all the danger to us, and want to reap the fruits of our labor. If we win this battle, then you don't have to come back. Handi was furious. Hermes, how dare you talk to me like that? Doesn't what I said make sense? Hermes is not at all false. At this point, there is no need to continue working for the enemy. Then he resolutely hung up the phone. The sound of gunfire coming from outside the city. It seems to be getting closer. The troops led by Henry and Alpha, as well as other teams, had a smooth journey. With concept tanks leading the way and swarm drones carrying out precise strikes, they encountered almost no effective resistance. But they both knew. The real resistance is inside the city. When they reached the perimeter, the two reported the situation. Jiang Yi doesn't indulge them either. Fighter jets are dispatched. The bombing sites were set up in several main areas, including several government military strongholds, the temporary presidential palace in the city center, and military bases in the city. They may have set up a large number of ambushes. Outside Aden, the Calavan fighter roared towards them. Before, they were just oppressed and dealt a psychological blow. Well, this time, we're going to be serious. All the soldiers in the city felt despair, their faces were pale, and they had no desire to fight. The gap is too big. In front of fighter jets, they are nothing but cannon fodder and living targets. Boom, boom, boom. A few minutes later, in the city of Aden, small mushroom clouds were visible to the naked eye. Military facilities and bases, as well as the lives of many Yemen government troops, were reduced to ashes. After receiving the news in advance, Haramis and some senior officials who were hiding in the air raid shelter were in despair. Totally desperate. Chapter 60. The Huti Army, live broadcast of the founding ceremony? No suspense. The huge psychological pressure and mental torture made the Yemen government soldiers completely lose their resistance. Alpha and Henry both believed that entering the city of Aden would be the beginning of the real battle. The result was much smoother than expected. There was almost no effective resistance. Arriving at the presidential palace, Alpha and Henry led the troops and launched the final attack, breaking in. "We surrender, don't kill us, don't kill us!" Seeing this, the remaining forces inside surrendered without hesitation. Henry shook his head helplessly. "It's so boring, it's over now." "Ha!" Alpha's laughter came from the other side. "It's mainly because the leader's firepower is too strong. These people are no match at all. Yes, follow the leader and just win the battle." Henry really likes this kind of combat mode of violent advancement and violent attack. All over the world. Only by following the leader can you have such a combat experience, right? "By the way, Alpha, when did you arrive?" Henry heard the two competing. "Same time as you." Alpha ordered people to search and inspect the presidential palace while also starting the post-disaster cleanup work. "A draw?" "It seems so. We will have to wait until next time to decide the winner." Henry spread his hands. "All right." In front of the screen, as the battle ended, Jiang Yi took a big sip of iced cola. Cool. The cold cola flowed down his throat and into his stomach, making Jiang Yi feel refreshed. Tank troops, withdraw. Drone swarm, recycling warehouse. As for the ground forces, some of them are for defense, some are for clearing the battlefield along the way, and some are for post-processing. This battle went more smoothly than Jiang Yi had imagined. This is the benefit of fire suppression. Jiang Yi found the focus of development. Although military strength has always been listed as a key development direction. But after this time, Jiang Yi decided to continue to increase the priority in this regard. We can proceed to the next step. Founding a nation. Don't think that Jiang Yi has completely mastered the entire Yemen after this battle. But strictly speaking, what Jiang Yi controls is only an armed force. If we want to develop and build a country, it is necessary, and it is also the real way to get on the right track. This point, Jiang Yi had communicated with Longwe in advance. Longwe took into consideration that Jiang Yi was in the same group with them, and the two sides had close cooperation, so if they allowed Jiang Yi to develop, gain greater advantages and voice in Dongmo, that would only bring benefits and no harm to the Dragon Kingdom. Therefore, Longwe strongly supports Jiang Yi's plan to establish a country. The population, territory, economy, and official institutions needed to build a country. Jiang Yi has all of them. As for whether those Western countries recognize it or not, that's not what Jiang Yi needs to consider. Because it goes without saying that they would never admit that they were against Yisili. What a coincidence. Jiang Yi doesn't need their recognition. The takeaway arrived, and Jiang Yi chose to eat first since the scholarships sponsored privately by the principal had been distributed. Jiang Yi is now much more financially secure. Basically, you don't have to worry about daily expenses and can do whatever you want. I used to be reluctant to eat a big meal, but now I just order whatever I want. It's a small luxury. After dinner, restart the online operation. Contact Longwe in the game and tell Su Jinghua the battle report. Su Jinghua replied quickly. Well done, I didn't expect you to win so quickly, congratulations. Jiang Yi, it's nothing. They don't have much remaining strength. Senior Su, please give me more international support for my announcement of the founding of the country. I will be very grateful. Haha. Don't be polite to me. I will ask someone to arrange it. I hope our cooperation will get better and better. By the way, if you need any support in the future, you can tell me. In the future, our dragon country may also need your help with things in Dong-o. Jiang Yi knew it well. Internationally, interests come first. But you should still be polite when you should. Besides, I am a dragon country person. Jiang Yi feels a sense of familiarity when working with Longhua. Communicate well with Longhua. Next, Jiang Yi asked Abdul to prepare for the press conference. And release a gimmick. This time, I will announce a big news. This has attracted great attention from all major media in Dong-o. More than several hundred journalists went there. Jiang Yi temporarily arranged these reporters in the rest area. Find Alpha. Alpha, are all the battles recorded? Report to the leader, it has been recorded. Alpha handed the recorder to Jiang Yi. The record is very detailed. Henry has another part. Do you want me to get it? No. Jiang Yi gestured and handed the video recorder to Abdul. Let Abdul edit out some of the explosive clips separately as quickly as possible. Prepare to be used as materials for subsequent press conferences. Jiang Yi has been thinking about it. How can we make the founding of our own country more sensational and attract worldwide attention? One aspect is showing yourself to the world. Towards the world. On the other hand, you can also reap provincial-level technologies with prestige value. Think about it. I believe that nothing can be more interesting than a true battle record. I got the video again that was edited by someone Abdul had sent. Jiang Yi took a look. Very satisfied. Various high-energy explosion scenes make people's blood boil. And the soldiers charged bravely. The feat of taking over the presidential palace in one fell swoop. It can be said that the entire video is full of high-energy scenes, and these videos are released not just for the spectators. Even the top leaders of various countries can take notice. Around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Jiang Yi controlled the character and rushed to the press conference with the prepared video. The press conference was held in a hall. The scene was packed with people, already surrounded by reporters from all over the place. Jiang Yi's arrival immediately became the focus of the whole audience. Everyone, calm down for a moment. Jiang Yi stopped the chaos and noise at the scene. I called you all here today mainly to announce something. I plan to hold a founding ceremony in Sanaa City in a few days. At that time, I sincerely invite leaders of various countries to participate, and all media are welcome to come and report. Invitation or not is not important. They will come or not. It doesn't matter. The important thing is to get the message out. To put it bluntly, Jiang Yi's founding ceremony was just to notify them, not to seek their consent. When the news came out, all the reporters were stunned for 3 seconds. Oh. Jiangwo. What? Founding a nation? Jiang Yi ignored the reporter's surprise and continued. In addition, I will broadcast the entire founding ceremony live. Friends around the world who cannot visit can also participate in us through the live broadcast. Here, I warmly welcome everyone. The reporters almost had a heart attack after hearing this. Founding of a country, or live broadcast throughout. If this news is released, won't it cause a major earthquake in the global news industry? Chapter 61. Sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. Sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. You know. Since the end of the war several decades ago, the world situation has gradually stabilized. Although there were many open and secret struggles afterwards. But in the big picture, the world situation has been stable for a long time. Now the Houthi armed forces suddenly announced the establishment of a new country. It's still in Dong-o, a place that attracts attention from all over the world. Next, the situation in the entire world will change. What does Yeisli think? What do the beacon country behind Italy, and many Western countries think? They agreed and that was it. If you disagree, you will not recognize the new country established by the Houthi armed forces. So, all reporters know that this means that the Dong-o region will usher in a new round of war against the Wuxia armed forces from all over the world. The Dongzhou region itself is not peaceful. Now, there's even more fun to watch. Because the content released by Jiang Yi was so explosive, the reporters rushed to the front, their brains racing, thinking about how to write the release in order to attract the most attention. Almost certainly. This breaking news. It will trigger a global earthquake in the next period of time and attract the attention of countless people. The press conference ended successfully. Jian Yi left the scene in a dashing manner. Next, it was up to the reporters to perform, and Jian Yi only needed to sit back and reap the prestige points. After the reporters left, they immediately posted the written news reports and edited news videos online. Once the message is sent, immediately it caused an uproar around the world. It became popular. The press conference was a huge hit. The first one was Longhua, who knew the inside information in advance. On Su Jinghua's side, after seeing the news, he asked official personnel to edit and report the news, in order to further increase its influence in the country. The official action is very efficient. Dragon Country Internal Network. The news about Husi's armed nation building received over hundreds of thousands of hits in just 10 minutes, and over 1 million in 15 minutes. As one of the countries with the most developed internet, the speed at which Dragon Country netizens eat up melons is absolutely world-class. What the hell? It's not that I don't understand, but the world is changing so fast. Is Dongo going to add a new country? I am becoming increasingly confused by the situation in Dongo. Oh my god, the Houthi armed forces are so awesome. I really admire them more and more. They are tyrannizing the Yemeni government forces. Sarawak has also calculated that they are preparing to establish a country. Have the Houthi armed forces been given a shot of chicken blood? They are really too powerful. Something is wrong. Did they change their leader to complete the transformation? Who exactly is this new leader of the Houthi armed forces? I'm so impressed. How can he bring the Houthi armed forces to the point of founding a country? No, aren't the Houthi armed forces a bunch of rubbish? How come? Someone who loves the military. He knew a lot about Dongo and had heard of the Houthi armed forces a long time ago. I never thought that the Houthi armed forces would see such a day. This new leader. How insane must one be to achieve this? How poor are the Houthi armed forces? Don't they know? I just feel that under the leadership of this new leader, the Houthi armed forces have undergone recent changes. It is no exaggeration to describe it as a complete transformation. Free extranet. Not to mention, it has attracted great attention in countries around the world, especially in some Western countries. Lighthouse country. The public was delighted and the response was enthusiastic, while the top leaders were outraged. Who doesn't know? The Dongzhou region has always been firmly controlled by the Lighthouse country, and was once nicknamed the back garden of the Lighthouse country, and the oil field warehouse of the Lighthouse country. Many countries also have their military bases. It is enough to see that the Lighthouse country controls the East continent. And now, the founding declaration of the Houthi armed forces. This is equivalent to establishing a country in the Dongzhou region that is completely out of the control of the Lighthouse country. How great a threat will this pose to the Lighthouse country's status in the East continent? It goes without saying. This incident prompted the top leaders of the Lighthouse country to hold an emergency video conference. The whole company discussed for several hours how to deal with the Houthi armed forces. The kingdom of white elephants, the kingdom of black chickens, the kingdom of mountain eagles, the kingdom of French baguettes, the kingdom of sticks, the kingdom of the sun never sets, the kingdom of foot basin chickens, etc. In short, Jian Yi announced the news of the founding of the country. Shocked the world. In the dormitory, looking at the ever-increasing prestige value, Jian Ye's mouth was almost crooked with smile. Is this what it feels like to make money while doing nothing? I have to say. Cool. In just a short while, the prestige value has risen to tens of thousands. These prestige values can be used to upgrade the technology tree or purchase weapons and advanced technologies in the mall. It is enough for Jian Yi to have the strength at hand. Once again, a qualitative leap. Sandy. This incident has caused a great shock to the entire senior management of Shatte. However, they did not dare to act rashly. After several battles and being beaten several times, no one knows the true strength of the Houthi armed forces better than them. And Jian Yi secretly supports Gasha. Help Gasha deal with Israel. As for the fact that Yisli was secretly supporting the Yemen government forces, the people of Sarawak had heard something about it. No. Yemenhuti thought that it was impossible for him to just watch the Houthi armed forces successfully establish their nation. They will definitely intervene. So in the end, Salman and other Sarawak high-ranking officials decided to keep their troops in place and wait for the Yemenhuti and Houthi armed forces to fight in secret. They will take action when the time is right. Sit back and reap the benefits. Shate is very anxious and cannot let his opponents have it too comfortable, otherwise they will gain ground. It was a fatal blow to Shate. But Salman knew that compared to Shatu, Yemenhuti was more anxious after waiting for this news. Really. The top leaders of Yemenhuti were all furious at the first moment, and on the one hand, they were shocked by the military equipment of the Houthi armed forces. Too many unreasonable equipment appeared in their hands. On the other hand, they were shocked that the Houthi armed forces dared to be so bold. The concept of an armed force is different from that of a regular country. The former can all be understood as minor conflicts and petty quarrels. But the latter is a real international conflict. If the Houthi armed forces are not taken down later, Yemenhuti will lose prestige in front of the whole world. The nature of things is different. Lu Wen said earnestly. The only good news for us now is that guy Han Di is still alive. I know he is in Sarawak. With him here, the Orthodox Yemen here will never be the Houthi armed forces. We can use his name to continue to legitimately send troops to interfere with the Houthi armed forces. Yemenhuti can even hire mercenaries. You don't need to do it yourself. A senior executive stood up. We think so too. I just contacted the lighthouse country and plan to put international pressure on the Houthi armed forces. Want to establish a country? I think he is dreaming. Italy controls most of the world's media. Decided to use what they are best at. Public opinion war. They united with many Western countries to oppose it. They just didn't believe that Jiang Ye's founding of the nation could proceed. Chapter 62, Public Opinion War Breaks Out, Global Opposition. The press conference is over. Jiang Ye went to rest. In recent days, various strategic arrangements and combat commands have been high-intensity tasks. Prepare to have a good rest. The matter of nation building should be left to Abdul, Alpha and others. Jiang Ye doesn't need to worry too much. In addition, as for the handover work between Gaza and Hamas, Jiang Ye also asked Henry to temporarily take over from him. A flood plan to deal with Italy is being planned there. Jiang Ye is interested in anything that has a strong intention to strike back. Can't just let it go. Because of his strong emphasis on creativity, Jiang Ye is one of the beneficiaries. Wake up the next day. Refreshed. I don't know if it's the effect of the gene enhancer. Since that time, every time Jiang Ye woke up, he felt that his physical skills had returned to their peak state. Make a fist. It feels like I can kill a cow with one punch. Certainly. This may be a bit of an exaggeration. But it is certain that with the help of genetic enhancers, any punch Jiang Ye throws now will be as powerful as a world-class boxing champion. Had breakfast. Jiang Ye opened his cell phone while drinking his drink. The prestige value has increased by several thousand again. However, when Jiang Ye opened the Daily Hot News, he found something wrong. First, the hot topic. Houthi armed forces, true terrorism. Yemenhuti will oppose all terrorists for the sake of justice and morality. The Houthi armed forces are carrying out a massacre in Yemen. All right. All kinds of news have portrayed themselves as terrorists, labeled with various anti-human labels. It's just that many countries are still frantically forwarding this kind of nonsensical stuff and adding fuel to the fire. For example, in Western countries, the number of clicks on these news has reached extremely high levels. Comment below. I don't know if it was because of the internet trolls, or if they were misled by the content of the news. They are all criticizing the Houthi armed forces. Damn it, the Hussein armed forces here despise war, what a bunch of warmongers. Oh God, you must not allow such people to exist in this world. Contempt for human life is a blasphemy against life. These people deserve to die. I support all forces to unite and fight against the armed terrorist forces of Houthi. Jiang Ye was speechless. We soon realized that Yemenhuti was waging a public opinion war again. After all, this is what they do best. That is Longwa, and some countries are under the indirect influence of Longwa. These news did not cause much waves. Jiang Yi was not in a hurry either. If the other party wants to play, Jiang Yi has plenty of time to play with them. Not to mention, Jiang Yi doesn't care about the so-called public opinion. If you want to solve a problem, you have to start from the root. Since Italy and Western countries have jointly launched a propaganda war, then the next step is to continue targeting Italy. Public opinion continues to ferment online. It's getting worse. Most countries in the world have completely portrayed Jiang Yi as a terrorist. On an initiated referendum. Do you support the armed establishment of a nation by Houthi? The voting results showed that in many Western countries, the proportion of people who voted against was high. An astonishing 92%. That is to say, at least hundreds of millions of people are opposed to Jiang Yi's establishment of a country. Leader, these people are too arrogant. What does our founding a country have to do with them? If you don't accept it, we'll see you on the battlefield. Henry is a real person. Seeing this happen, everyone couldn't help but feel sorry for Jiang Yi. Ha! Jiang Yi smiled and said, Henry, how is Gatha doing? Henry reported. By the way, leader, Gatha has made some new moves recently and would like to contact you directly. Do you want to arrange a meeting? Well, let's set the time in the afternoon. Henry went to execute. As soon as the afternoon time comes, Jiang Yi met with Han, Sal, and representatives sent by Ilong in the conference hall. Also a new face from Gaza. When the other party saw Jiang Yi, he stood up excitedly and said, Hello, Mr. Jiang, my name is Khalid, and I am the real leader of Hamas. Oh? Jiang Yi frowned. It's like this. Because we at Hamas have to fight against Yisili, the top organization has to keep it secret. On the surface, we will promote some people to the top, but the real people in power rarely show up. Halide seemed to see through Jiang Yi's doubts. So he explained. Jiang Yi finally understood. Being the leader of Hamas is a high-risk activity, and one may face beheading at any time. Naturally, he couldn't show up easily. Jiang Yi didn't dwell on this issue. I called you here mainly because of the flood plan I mentioned before. Khalid nodded and said, We have already been planning this, but we haven't decided on the right time to do it yet. This side had just been attacked by Yisli. The other side is on full alert. What Halide meant was to wait until they let their guard down before taking action. However, Jiang Yi said, No, this is the best time to take action. Oh, what do you mean? The other party just suppressed you not long ago. The other party must have guessed the little trick you just mentioned, so they won't guard you tightly at this time, so now is the best time. This involves a psychological game. It was normal for Khalid to realize something was wrong. Jiang Yi's words were not groundless. Instead, the information was obtained by scanning the entire territory of Yisili through drones. What Yisili was betting on was that Gasha would not dare to attack them at this point. Herod swallowed her saliva and looked at Jiang Yi with doubtful eyes. So, Mr. Jiang, what you mean is... What I mean is, the sooner you act, the better. I will provide you with a batch of weapons. The last time Gasha attacked. For Italy as a whole. It just slapped their proud faces and humiliated their dignity. After all, the little overlord of Dongzhou is very determined. I never thought that one day I would be beaten by someone. But let's talk about the actual losses. In fact, it can be ignored. It's just a few houses that were blown up. Rebuilding Yisili is not a problem at all. So this time Jiang Yi decided to do something big. When Halide, Han, Sal and other representatives of Gasha heard this, their eyes immediately became excited. They really need such an opportunity. The last venting of resentment was not enough, far from enough. Thank you very much, Mr. Jiang. Halide stood up from her seat and performed the Dragon Country's bow to Jiang Yi. He knew that Jiang Yi was from Long Country. I didn't dare to be negligent and did my homework before coming here. This has to be mentioned. Jiang Yi's position now lies between Han, Sal, Khalid and others. Just a little pointer. Let them have the opportunity to fight against Ise Lai. Therefore, in their minds, Jiang Yi's status is no less than that of their big brother Ilong. In a sense. They were willing to be Jiang Ye's younger brothers. Who told Jiang Yi to really give the equipment and really teach the tactics? Chapter 63. Keep raising the stakes. Hamas's preparations. The representative of Elong standing by saw this. Mixed feelings. It can be seen that Khalid and the others admire Jiang Yi and the prestige that Jiang Yi holds in their hearts. There are already more than 100 million wolves. But there is nothing we can do about it. The fuss Jiang Yi has been making recently has been really huge. If Jiang Yi can successfully establish a country like this, then Jiang Ye's influence in the Arc of Resistance organization may gradually surpass that of the 100 million wolves. Looking at Herod and others who showed their loyalty to him, Jiang Yi smiled. I also want to take advantage of this opportunity. Collect little brothers. Gaza is a bit poor, but who can blame them for being brave and fighting? Just based on this, it is not something that other forces can compare to. Don't worry, as long as you do what I say, you will get the benefits. Several people were overjoyed. The look in his eyes when he looked at Jiang Yi was full of admiration. They are destined to be the younger brother. Jiang Yi took out a blueprint and said, The blueprint shows some individual exoskeleton armors. After wearing them, the combat effectiveness of individual soldiers will be greatly improved. In addition, I will also give you another batch of the rocket launchers I gave you last time. Jiang Yi had only one request. The sooner you act, the better. Such a good opportunity, Herod and the others would naturally not refuse it. The matter was quickly settled. It was more than an hour later when Halide and others left Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi asked them to prepare quickly. It is better to do it today than to wait for a day. Better to set the time today. After Herod and the others left, Jiang Yi urgently processed and produced a batch of individual combat weapons in the arsenal at the fastest speed. Various sophisticated firearms, rocket launchers, blasting grenades, drones, exoskeleton mechas, etc. There is enough time. Because it was a raid mission, too many people together would easily be discovered in advance. Therefore, the number of people for this operation is set at around 200. Don't look at these 200 people. After wearing the exoskeleton armor and equipped with the sophisticated weapons given by Jiang Yi, the combat effectiveness of these 200 people is no weaker than that of a force of 1,000 people. And Khalid sighed. After returning, they did not stop at all and immediately began to prepare their flood plan. Khalid was among the many Hamas fighters, carefully selected. Finally, 200 people were determined and assigned a combat account, Omar. Hari said earnestly. Everyone, I believe that everyone's hatred for Yeisli has been accumulated for a long time. Now, a good opportunity is in front of you. The mysterious leader of the Dragon Kingdom will provide us with a batch of advanced weapons. What we need to do is to attack Yeisli tonight. Let these bandits who have occupied our land and are doing whatever they want on our territory know that we Hamas fighters will never admit defeat. I will fight for our freedom. A heartfelt and passionate speech. The 200 people participating in the action were excited. The territory was invaded and relatives were massacred. All of these have happened on this land. They could only watch helplessly. But now, they have the opportunity to counterattack, the opportunity to avenge their previous shame. Some Hamas fighters even became furious. His eyes were full of murderous intent. Hamas fighters shouted their slogans. Drive out those bandits! Defend our freedom! Khalid watched all this with satisfaction. As early as when I joined Hamas. Everyone here is ready to sacrifice at any time, to fight for their loved ones and to fight for freedom. The deep night is like soft velvet, covering the earth. Everything became quiet and profound. At the junction of the coast and the ocean, huge waves are occasionally raised. Yusili defended the soldiers. They are fully armed and stationed at the border between Italy and Gaza. The last attack made the higher-ups furious. He ordered the surrounding area to be strictly guarded, and then organized forces to counterattack Gaza. However, when the order reached the subordinates, it was not taken so seriously. After all, they knew about Gash's situation. A bunch of useless Baal-Stan people, their weapons and equipment are not on the same level or class as theirs. It was just luck that they let their guard down. It was only a successful sneak attack. Just get serious. That bunch of rubbish is no match for them at all. A senior Italian commander was drinking wine and looking at a map in the command camp. He smelled badly of alcohol. He was slightly tipsy and said to another official next to him, "This is the direction of our next attack. We gave the Gaza group a chance to coexist peacefully, but they killed us instead. They are finished this time. The higher-ups are already formulating sanctions against them, ha 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 ha. This means there are no outsiders around. Otherwise, I would be shocked to hear such a bandit logic. The ups and downs will refresh your three views. They occupied other people's land, and sent all the Palestinians to the Gaza Strip, which was like a refugee camp, and then strictly controlled them like prisoners. Then say something and give others a chance to coexist peacefully. Shameless. It's so shameless to open the door for shamelessness. It's so shameless." What he didn't know was that at this time on the other end, the two Hamas warriors have assembled and are heading towards Yisili. Omar was indescribably excited at this moment. He looked back at the lineup. There were more than 200 soldiers wearing individual exoskeleton armors and holding firearms more advanced than those of the Lighthouse country. At first glance, I thought it came out of a science fiction movie. This batch of equipment is intended to allow them to fight against the world's top Lighthouse country commandos. He is confident that he can defeat his opponent. Too luxurious. I have never had such a rich account. This was unimaginable for them, who had once used outdated weapons from the last century to struggle against the fierce Italian invasion. There was excitement in the eyes of the Hamas team members. Can use these weapons. It's worth dying in this battle. Khalid is talking to Jiang on the phone. He didn't expect that this time Jiang would even send out that kind of weapon. Yes. Just now. Jiang raised the bet again. Don't worry, we will never let you down. Khalid expressed her highest respect on the phone. Mr. Jiang, after this battle, I will go through fire and water without hesitation, just for your word. Jiang smiled and said, There's no need for these. Just deal with these say lie well. Khalid is expressing loyalty. But Jiang doesn't like these fancy things. Let's get practical. Midnight breeze. With a little warmth, most of the Italian soldiers stationed on the border became lazy. Everyone stood at their own post and yawned from time to time. In their opinion anyway. There was no way Gasha would have the guts to attack again. Some soldiers leaned against the wall and even took a nap. Very good, go! Omar saw this through a telescope and ordered the action to take place. 200 soldiers carrying rocket launchers charged into the battle. Gunshots, artillery fire, explosions. The battle started at the Italian border. Chapter 64, Strong-willed and a Weakling. Defensive line. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of fierce artillery fire woke up the soldiers stationed in Yisili from their laziness. The flames from the explosion made the air scorching hot. The high temperature hits you in the face, bringing a strong burning sensation. Some soldiers who were closer to the center of the explosion were burned to death on the spot, their bodies wrapped in flames and emitting terrifying howls. The soldiers who were a little further away were not as miserable. But it's not much better. Fragments formed by the explosion flew around one after another. The soldiers who were hit fell to the ground and vomited blood. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. The Yisili soldiers were stunned. What greeted them next was more artillery fire. Boom, boom, boom. Because the explosion was too violent, a huge gap was blown out in the entire defense line, and countless soldiers died on the spot. Oh no, we're under enemy attack! Finally someone realized something, shouted in panic to the people around them, and quickly formed a defense. Only because the attack was too sudden. They never expected that Gaza would be able to break in despite their tight defense. Therefore, I never thought about how to deal with such a situation. It's a mess. The soldiers were in chaos, some were running away, some were howling. The commander was so anxious that he was sweating profusely, but he could only watch the soldiers lose their composure. Ha! Omar laughed. The first round of offensive was so effective that it far exceeded his expectations. Speaking of which, this weapon was given by the mysterious leader of the Dragon Kingdom. It's so powerful. Otherwise, use their outdated weapons and fight them off for a round. The other party didn't feel any pain at all. Omar's eyes showed immense hatred. The Yisli people, perhaps they never thought that they would end up like this. Continue attacking! Divide into 3 groups! Almi yelled at the soldiers. At this time, not only Omar, but almost all Hamas fighters were in high spirits. He swore to fight to the death with Yisli. There is a natural hatred between me and the fierce people. Because of Iseli. Soaked in the blood of their loved ones. The first unit, using the powerful performance of individual exoskeleton mechas, quickly approached the gap in the blown-up defense line. As soon as I came in, I found several seriously injured Yisli soldiers wailing in pain. Hamas fighters raised their guns. Do not hesitate to make up the shot. You guys! Not far away, a man stood next to a raging fire and shouted. You bunch of demons! We at Yisli are kind enough to coexist peacefully with you and give you the resources and opportunities to survive, but you treat us like this. You guys will go to hell. Oh? A Hamas soldier was amused by his shameless words. How are you going to settle the account of you occupying our land and killing our relatives? Dongo area. For thousands of years, it was occupied by the Bailstan people, who lived here for countless years. But since the last century, this group of robbers came. Their land was being occupied bit by bit. During this period, conflicts of varying sizes occurred. They also saw with their own eyes their loved ones being killed by these Yisli soldiers. They are just defending their territory. Now the situation has been reversed, and the blame is turned against us? Someone recognized that this guy was an Italian commander. We'll give you a chance to live. As long as you say that glory belongs to Bailstan, we'll let you go. The other person's pupils shrank. Then he said with a trembling voice, Glory to Bailstan. Ha! The Hamas fighters laughed collectively. What you just said is righteous. I thought the other party would do anything for the sake of Iseli. The result is a guy who is afraid of death and will do anything to survive. Don't waste time talking to him. The enemy's reinforcements will arrive soon. Before that, we must inflict as much damage as possible on Iseli. Omar, who arrived later, gave this reminder. Then, he shot the Italian commander dead with one shot. Yes! The Hamas fighters scattered and began to clear out the defeated Italian soldiers who were frightened to the point of peeing their pants. The other end. The Italian soldiers who were a little further behind had already formed a defense organization and were heading this way. Too sudden. Only a team of about 500 people was temporarily formed. But according to intelligence, the local attacking Hamas had only 200 men. That's enough. In the combat camp, Commander Zod was sober. He looked solemn and said, Preliminary judgment shows that the enemy's raid is not large, about 200 people. We will send out 500 people, which is enough to suppress them. On the other end of the phone, Yisli, a senior executive, said with an unpleasant expression, What's going on? Why didn't you find anything before they launched the raid? Feel sorry. Zod lowered his head. Because the other party must know that we will be on high alert against them at this critical moment. I thought they would be quiet for a while, but I didn't expect. No need to explain. Once this matter is over, pack up your things and get out. Yisli doesn't need a piece of trash like you. Please give me a chance. I will definitely suppress them successfully and make those Bailstans pay the price to make amends. Zod's breath trembled. He had worked so hard to climb to his current position, and he couldn't just be dismissed like this. Don't worry, no one from the other side will be able to escape this time. I think their attack this time is suicidal. Suicide? Yes, they have already penetrated deeply. It is impossible for them to retreat unscathed. They are obviously here with the determination to die. We can wipe them out completely. For the Italians, this is the best news. Bring their bodies back after the war, and give an explanation to all the Yisli people. Take care of things first. The other party lost his patience. Yes. After hanging up the phone, Zod put on his military coat, walked out of the barracks, and decided to go to the front line to command the battle in person. The top management of Yisli. Report to higher levels. The news soon reached the ears of Luwen and others. They were going crazy. With Hamas's strength, they wouldn't dare to fight us head-on. It must be that guy again. Luwen was so angry that he slammed his fist on the table. His fist was red, but the hatred overwhelmed the pain. Jiang Yi. It is definitely the Houthi armed forces behind the scenes, silently pushing all this forward. This time the defense line was breached. It is a shame for Yisli. If this gets out again, Yisli will really lose face. 2 attacks in a few days. And both achieved good results for each other. In the eyes of others, Yisli has almost become a soft persimmon that can be easily bullied. Snort! An old man with a white beard was furious. This guy keeps going against us. I think we should go to war with him directly. Chapter 65, Individual Exoskeleton Mecha. Boom, boom, boom. The chaotic sound of footsteps mixed with the sound of burning fire made the peaceful night uneasy. Zod brought more than 500 well-equipped soldiers with him. Rushed to the scene. He looked down at the time and said, I'll give you half an hour to complete the annihilation. The soldiers were collectively touched. He came to an important command post nearby, which had not been breached yet. Several commanders of lower rank than him. He is commanding the remaining troops to fight inside. Zod's face was dark, and when the other party saw Zod coming, he was so frightened that he dared not breathe. You bunch of rubbish! Zod kicked a commander away. Get out of the way, let me do it myself. Take the walkie-talkie from the other party. Now listen to me. The first part will face them head-on. You have the advantage of equipment and professional training. Don't embarrass me. The second part will encircle them from the rear. Don't let them escape. Not a single one is allowed. The third part will rescue the wounded. Remember, give priority to those who have new weapons of mass destruction. Don't increase the losses. Do you understand? Yes. Clear. Don't worry, General Zod, we won't let you down. In the war. Omar was filming a video with his mobile phone. In the video, there was a raging fire and the defense line that was blasted open by them was particularly conspicuous. Then there were the ruins of some buildings and the bodies of the ISIL soldiers. In short, just shoot it no matter how tragic it is. After finishing, Omar sent the video to Jian Yi and then rejoined the battle. The enemy reinforcements have arrived. Be careful, now is the time to take advantage of the individual exoskeleton mecha. Omar warned. If there is a head-on conflict, the two sides are too close. Not suitable for Z-style portable rocket launchers. Otherwise you might hurt your own people. In single-player combat, the role of individual exoskeleton mecha is reflected. Hamas fighters use individual exoskeleton armor to flexibly move around the battlefield. Everyone showed excited expressions. This exoskeleton mecha. The amazing thing about it is that after wearing it, people can do many things that they cannot do normally. If a single person travels at a speed of about 40 km per hour, almost 2 to 3 times that of an ordinary person, easily jump over a fence over 3 meters high. The high-strength nanocomposite material used can also effectively resist the impact of frontal explosions to a certain extent. Plus the sensors on the arms. Thermal imaging, radar, etc. Able to fully perceive the surrounding environment and quickly lock onto the enemy. You can say that. Wear this individual exoskeleton armor. It can turn an ordinary person who has no professional training into a death god who reaps lives on the battlefield. Several Hamas fighters use the cover of fire. Suddenly, like a ghost, he appeared in front of Yisli's reinforcements. The sensor quickly locks onto the enemy. They just have to pull the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets were fired wildly, and the Yisli soldiers fell down without even having time to raise their guns. The blood dyed the ground red and splattered on the remaining Yisli soldiers. Wang Defa? Some of the Yisli soldiers were stunned on the spot. Under their incredulous gazes, the Hamas warriors, with the help of the exoskeleton armor, almost catapulted into action. Disappear from their sight. Missing in the ruins? Hide quickly! The Italian soldiers frantically looked for a place to hide, their eyes fixed on a building. Rushed in like he was risking his life. Just what I wanted. Several other Hamas fighters had already been prepared for this moment. After seeing a large number of Italian soldiers hiding in the building, throw out 4 or 5 high-explosive grenades at the same time. A few seconds passed. Boom! Throughout the building, the shock wave and the scorching flames shattered the walls. 7 or 8 Yisraeli soldiers were found without a trace. Several corpses and debris were blown away from the windows, and fell here and there on the battlefield. The air was filled with the smell of burnt barbecue. Cool! See here. The Hamas fighters have never felt so happy. The battle didn't last long. On the battlefield, the screams of Yisraeli soldiers continued to be heard. What made them most desperate was the loss of so many people. They didn't even see the Hamas fighters. Every time I find the other party's trace, the opponent can use individual exoskeleton mechas to disappear from their sight in a flash. A messy, devastated battlefield. For the Hamas fighters, it seemed like walking on flat ground and the chaotic terrain had no effect on them. Instead, it was the Yisraeli soldiers. It was difficult to move forward in the ruins, and every step forward was a torture. Not to mention, the continuous raging fire has caused the temperature on the battlefield to soar. This makes the air thinner. Many people will suffer from hypoxia after staying in there for a long time. The situation gradually turned one-sided. Where are the people? You are dead! Zod was surprised to find that the company of soldiers he brought with him were losing contact one after another. He started to panic. More than 500 people. He thought he had a sure win. After all, their people were professionally trained. On the other hand, look at those Baltans in Gaza. Whether or not to shoot is a question. How could they be their opponents? Report! Finally, someone reported the situation on the scene. The enemy uses a strange exoskeleton mecha, which is very flexible on the battlefield. They have been fighting guerrilla warfare with us, and we can't catch them at all. In addition, they seem to be very clear about our situation. They can appear behind us and attack us accurately every time. Now we have lost more than half of our soldiers. If it continues like this. Bang! The other party hadn't finished speaking. Zod heard a loud noise and then the other party suddenly calmed down. Hey! Hey! Zod's forehead was bulging with anger. He shouted several times, but there was no response from the other side. His expression gradually became desperate. 500 soldiers. It's only been less than 20 minutes. How much does it mean to lose more than half of your money? Is the other party a fucking Superman? He couldn't accept it. He stumbled backwards and almost fell to the ground, but the 2 commanders caught him in time. General Zod. Are you okay? It's different from Yisraeli's situation where he is facing a great crisis. Jiang Yi was leisurely watching the videos sent back by Omar. Not bad, really good. I have to say that letting those who carry hatred fight will have a different efficiency. This result was beyond Jiang Yi's expectations. I believe that Yisrael's loss this time will be greater than any previous time. Close the video. Jiang Yi thought of something interesting and immediately began to contact the media company he had previously registered overseas. Prepared to help them publicize the matter of Yisrael. Chapter 66. The war is fierce and the world is shocked. Jiang Yi contacted the person in charge of the company. Send the video over and let the other party watch and edit it. The only focus. Tell the world. Yisrael was beaten tonight, and he was beaten so badly. I believe that there are so many countries and so many people in the world. There will be quite a few people who will be very interested in this. Finish explaining the matter. Jiang Yi began to wait patiently. I simply closed the game and started watching TV series. More than half an hour later, when Jiang Yi opened the game again, he clicked on the daily hot news. It was discovered that the news of Yisrael being beaten in the game had spread all over the world. The videos sent by Omar went viral on Twitter, Facebook, and other largest social networking sites in the world. This is the most popular videos so far. That's the part where the Yisraeli soldiers were blown away. The number of views has exceeded 300 million. The number of views is a bit scary. In reality, Jiang Yi has never seen such a thing. That's right. There is a difference between game time and real time, which Jiang Yi discovered very early on. But the difference won't be too big. For example, a piece of news that has just been released in the game and has become popular all over the world in half an hour, in reality, it will probably take several hours, or tomorrow morning, to cause a sensation. In addition to the sensation caused by many onlookers. The rest. It is something that many countries attach great importance to. For example, the Western countries led by the lighthouse country did not expect that there was a strong Italy supported by the lighthouse country behind them. It would make people be beaten so badly. What happened to Hamas? How did he suddenly become so powerful? He beat Yeisli so hard that he had to flee in panic? Although Yeisli's strength is unmatched throughout the world, it can only be said to be average. It is because of the beacon country that people feel a sense of hegemony. But in the Dongzhou region, Yeisli's strength has always been dominant. In several wars in Dongzhou, the two sides were fiercely opposed, with one against many. A crushing victory is the best example. In Yeisli's eyes, Agasha is just a second-rate existence. He actually turned around and beat Yeisli so badly? This cannot help but cause shock and deep thought in all countries. Something is wrong. Something is so wrong. Many countries are secretly conducting secret investigations into the matter. Legs special. Military fans all over the world are collectively excited. What the hell? What happened to Yeisli? Why was he beaten so badly by Gasha? Gasha is just a small area. Did they get help from some mysterious force? Yeisli must be really pissed off, ha ha ha. As a military fan for many years, I just want to say that Gaza did a great job. This is the fault of Yeisli. They are doing evil on someone else's territory and will eventually pay the price for their actions. Nonsense! We Italians love peace and have helped the people of Gaza develop and live. They are ungrateful and a bunch of dirty guys. Ha! Do you want to make me laugh to death? The Italians love peace. This is the funniest joke I have ever heard in my life. Learn some history. How did you Italians say such shameless words? Let me first tell you one thing. Since you love peace, can you get out of their territory first? You are so shameless that you are occupying people's land and labeling their just resistance as a terrorist attack. All I can say is that rational people still make up the majority. No one felt heartbroken. Instead, I feel that it is their own fault. Italian senior executives. They couldn't ignore the online sensation even if they wanted to. Facing accusations and abuse from all over the world. Lu Wen's face flushed. Who posted the video? Who on earth is it? Mr. President, this was reported privately by an overseas media company, and we don't know where they got the material from. Hurry up and ask them to delete it. Yes. Issei Lai, who controls the world's media, never expected that one day he would be caught up in public opinion. 10 minutes later. Mr. President, the other party rejected our request and claimed that they were not afraid of any threats from us. Lu Wen was so anxious that he almost broke the pen in his hand. Buy them for me, no matter how much money they cost. I want their person in charge to get out of here. He is ready to use his cash power. No, we tried, but no matter how much we offered, they refused to buy it. They also said they only speak out for justice. We suspect that the leader of the Houthi armed forces is behind this company. Puff! Him again? Lu Wen could no longer control himself, and a mouthful of blood spurted out of his throat. Mr. President, Mr. President! The entire presidential palace was in chaos, and medical staff rushed over in a hurry. Lu Wen's face turned pale, and he squeezed out a few words with difficulty. I'm fine. News that Yeisli wants to acquire it. Send it back to Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi shook his head. The idea of having money power has even come to you. Really? Yeisli is still used to being arrogant. He thought that a little money could solve everything. TSK. Jiang Yi was too tired to complain. Qian Jiangye didn't care at all. On the contrary, he was very happy to see Yeisli's arrogance being shattered bit by bit by him. Jiang Yi opened the expedition system. Fighter, go! We will first send 3 planes to carry out a symbolic bombing, mainly to allow Omar and his men to advance better. The enemy's radar cannot detect it. Afterwards, it was impossible for him to know that it was Jiang Yi who sent out the fighter jets, so he would not be in any trouble. This is where the benefits of technological advancement come into play. The lighthouse country urgently contacted Italy. Discuss countermeasures. At the same time, Lu Wen also received bad news that the soldiers they sent to suppress the rebellion were almost wiped out. We can only continue to send in reinforcements. At the same time, just in case, residents who were close to the defense line were evacuated. How many years? Even when facing the siege of the heroes from Dongzhou, Iseli was able to handle it with ease and without fear. But this battle made them sweat profusely. Sandy, Ilong and others only realized belatedly that a battle had broken out in Yeisli. They were taken aback by Gatha's advance. Know that Gatha relies on her own strength. It is impossible to achieve such results. It is clear who is pushing behind this. Ilong were very excited about this. If Yeisli was taught a lesson, it would greatly weaken their voice in Dongzhou. Ilong will be able to regain his position as the number one in Dongzhou. But Shate is different. The top leaders were in a collective panic. Because they have realized that Yeisli can't handle it. If the same thing happens to them, wouldn't they be more passive? A certain moment. Salman and other senior Saudi officials even came up with the idea of offering benefits and seeking peace with the Hun Thani armed forces. Compared to the panic of other countries, some are gloating. This side of Longhua. He behaved much calmer. Perhaps the only surprising thing is the fighting power displayed by Gasha this time, which is truly amazing. Chapter 67, The Great Cause of Founding a Nation. Jian Yi and Longhua did not have any prior communication about this matter, but Longhua knew it without even thinking about it. This is the main reason why Gasha's combat effectiveness can be improved so greatly in a short period of time. It must be related to Jiang Yi. Su Jinghua even contacted Jiang Yi specifically for this purpose. On the phone. After the two sides exchanged a few pleasantries, Su Jinghua said, Jiang Yi, tell me the truth. Does this matter have anything to do with you? Jiang Yi did not hide it. Admitted it. Yes. Haha. I knew it. This is something you did beautifully. The positions of Longhua and Yeisli have always been at odds with each other. I've been annoyed with Iseli for a long time. Now I just feel very happy. Su Jinghua also had a somewhat new respect for Jiang Yi. After all, Italy is a powerful country. But Jiang Ye's actions caused an uproar in the whole city and made it so embarrassing. Most people really can't do this. By the way, your next step is... Next, I want to build a country. When the time comes, I hope Senior Su can take care of me. Jiang Yi smiled. Su Jinghua had known this news a long time ago. He promised, That's no problem. We support you. Also, you don't have to worry about the Big Goose. Big Goose is an ally of Dragon Kingdom. Now the two positions. Basically the same. Since Longhua agreed to Jiang Ye's founding of the country, there is no way they would object. After all, Jiang Yi founded the country. As a staunch ally of the Dragon Kingdom, Big Goose can be found. Let's work together to help stabilize the situation in Dongzhou. Especially the lighthouse country, which has been trying to stir up trouble recently. He wanted to start a war in Dongzhou and make a fortune from it. The appearance of Jiang Yi can effectively prevent the lighthouse country's plan from succeeding. Another thing is the strong intention. In recent years, Yeisli's expansion in Dongzhou has become increasingly unscrupulous. It has begun to change from secret operations to open robbery. If this continues, the intention is to make the world go wild. Jiang Ye's founding of the country will fundamentally curb Yeisli's development and shatter Yeisli's spring and autumn dream of completely occupying Dongzhou. Originally, Su Jinghua called. Just wanted to ask casually about Gasha's fierce firepower. Who knew the topic would suddenly change? The conversation lasted for more than an hour. Su Jinghua is also not stingy. After all, he is a senior. Teach Jiang Yi a lot of experience in dealing with Yeisli and the other side, the lighthouse country. Jiang Yi took it to heart, and felt that some of the content was still very useful to him. Thank you, Senior Su, for your reminder. I will definitely pay attention to it. I know Su Jinghua is sincere in helping me. At the end of the call, Jian Yi also expressed his sincere gratitude. Hang up the phone. Su Jinghua contacted Big Goose. I briefly talked about Jian Yi's founding of the country. The Big Goose really had no objection and agreed with it wholeheartedly. Then Su Jinghua immediately conveyed Day's opinion to Jian Yi. Jian Yi's founding of the country. It can be said that it has completely obtained the approval of 2 of the 5 permanent members. The rest are the Lighthouse Country, the Mountain Eagle Country, and the Baguette Country. Actually, it doesn't matter whether these countries agree or not. What Jian Yi needs is orthodoxy and legitimacy in international status. We have to find a way to follow the formal procedures to establish a country and get recognition from those in the United Nations. After all, this world. After all, the 5 good men of the United Nations have the final say. As for the reason, Jian Yi thought about it for a long time. First of all, if you do not get the approval of the United Nations, after you establish your own country, it will not be recognized by the international community, and will only be defined as a non-governmental armed force, or terrorist. Public pressure is one aspect. These countries can also legitimately unite various forces to put pressure on themselves. That would be too much of a disadvantage for me. The difficulty of development will increase a lot. Therefore, legitimacy is very important for a country. Secondly, only by entering the international order and joining the world chessboard can Jian Yi gain more benefits. The so-called international struggle. In terms of military strength alone, Jian Yi is not inferior to anyone. As subsequent technology trees are gradually upgraded, Jian Yi will be able to compete with the world overlord, the Lighthouse Country. But a complete country. Military strength is only part of the story. Other aspects such as economic strength and voice are also crucial in the international arena. In short, the world is a complex chessboard. Before Jian Yi became truly powerful enough to ignore everything alone, I still can't play this game well. It requires participation from other players to help it develop. In the call just now, Su Jinghua talked about one point that benefited Jian Yi a lot. That was what Longhua was committed to doing back then, gaining a voice in the international arena and getting the position of one of the 5 great good men. In fact, it is because of this consideration. The results are obvious. Today, Dragon Country is developing rapidly, from lagging behind the rest of the world, to being on par with the rest of the world, and then to being ahead of the rest of the world. All are showing. The decisions and plans made by Longhua over the years have all been correct. Jian Yi doesn't need to find another way. Because the perfect answer is right in front of you. After this battle, it will be difficult for Yeisli to raise his head in the short term. They suffered heavy losses and lost face internationally, so they had to find a way to make up for it. Supporting the Yemen government forces. It can only be put on hold. Jian Yi knew that they absolutely hated him. But so what? Jian Yi doesn't care. Nor do I worry about Yeisli's revenge. Jian Yi didn't intend to continue paying attention to them. Completing his great cause of building a country was the top priority. Next step. Contact the Lighthouse Country to discuss the establishment of a nation. Lighthouse Country. Obama looked puzzled. Leader of the Houthi armed forces, you want to see me? What to see him for? A senior official of the Lighthouse Country said disdainfully. Recently in Dongzhou, the Houthi armed forces are gaining momentum. They probably think they have some weight, and can get close to us. Humph. Do they think they are worthy of it? The guy who was speaking was named Xavier. A squid? Politically, he has always sided with Yeisli. Recently, Yeisli was beaten so badly by Gaza, and he knew that it was the Houthi armed forces that were behind it. Naturally, I don't have a good impression of the Houthi armed forces. Obama hesitated again and again, and finally ignored the letter of request at the instigation of Hod. Jian Yi was not surprised by such a result. If you don't accept my toast, I'll drink the wine for you. Jian Yi smiled. I originally wanted to negotiate and avoid hurting each other. It seems that the other party doesn't think so. After thinking for a while, Jian Yi sent a new letter requesting a meeting, but in this letter, Jian Yi added a photo. Click send. Next, Jian Yi went about his own business. He believed that after seeing the photos, the people in the lighthouse country would be more anxious than he was. It's not that I want to see them. But the lighthouse country wants to see me. Really? The letter quickly reached the lighthouse country. Obama saw the letter again, clicked it, and took a quick look. When he found that the content was the same as last time, he was about to continue ignoring it. But suddenly, he was attracted by the photo at the end of the letter. Obama was horrified. Chapter 68, Meeting Obama. How come they have something like this? Obama said incredulously. Logically speaking, this thing is absolutely impossible to appear in Houthi armed forces. But the facts were before him, and Obama had to believe it. In the end, I had to agree to Jiang Ye's request for a meeting. Mr. President, are you crazy? Is it worth it for you to meet him, a local armed force? When Harvey heard the news, he was furious. Jiang Yi strikes back at the extremely aggressive behavior. Let him stand against Jiang Yi no matter what. He was worried that Jiang Yi would take advantage of this opportunity to interfere. If anything happens again, it will be detrimental to Yeisli. You'll know after you look at this. Obama said helplessly and released the photo in the letter. Harvey took a look. If struck by lightning, you will be petrified on the spot. Impossible. How could they possibly have something like this? Obama shook his head. Now you know? It's not that I want to see him, but I have no choice. Now think about it in a positive way. I hope that he wants to see me for the benefit of both of us, instead of being stubborn and having any extraordinary ideas about us or Yeisli. Harvey fell silent. Received a positive reply from Obama. Jiang Yi immediately asked people to prepare the equipment, and prepared to start a video conference with Obama in an hour. The meeting lasted only half an hour. But for Jiang Yi, it was enough. Have previous experience. Now my subordinates are much more efficient and professional in their work. Not long after, a set of world-class equipment was prepared for Jiang Yi. The commissioner from the lighthouse country contacted us. The communication took more than half an hour. No way. Video conferences like this one between world-class leaders are generally classified as top secret and of utmost importance. Every step and every detail must be taken seriously. Make sure there are no surprises during the meeting. Jiang Yi originally wanted to use the descending function to send down a substitute, but in the end he gave up. It's just a video conference. Don't take it so seriously. It is enough to convey what you want to express and let the lighthouse country understand what Jiang Yi is conveying. It's not too late to use the advent function when we meet in real life. Everything is ready. The meeting officially begins. The video was opened, and Jiang Yi met the leader of the beacon country, Obama, for the first time in the video. The other person was wearing a suit and had a serious expression. Don't be nervous, Jiang Yi said. My coming to you may not necessarily be a bad thing. Maybe my idea can benefit both of us. Obama was silent for a moment. Don't be nervous. Normally, he should be the one talking to others when he meets them. It sounded strange when these words came out of Jiang Ye's mouth today, or when they were spoken to him. It's like this meeting. Jiang Yi, who is on the other side of the video, is the one in a superior position. Ahem. Obama adjusted his tone and said forcefully, Tell me, that thing in the video, how did you get it? Why do you have that kind of thing in your hands? Oh, we were lucky. We just found it in the desert, along with the corresponding transmitter. Jiang Yi smiled. Why did Obama suddenly agree? It's because he saw the nuclear warhead that Jiang Yi sent. Otherwise, how could Obama agree to Jiang Ye's request so easily? I have to say, the instrument of equality for all beings is easy to use. Even a powerful country like the lighthouse country has to obey the arrangements obediently. The corners of Obama's mouth twitched. Found it in the desert? Are you kidding me? Can nuclear warheads grow in the desert? Is it really necessary to be so outrageous? Knowing that Jiang Yi didn't want to reveal it, and that it was useless to ask again, Obama could only say, Tell me, what do you want from me? Ha! Jiang Yi smiled and said, Can we have a good talk now? Obama's face darkened, and he finally uttered a word through gritted teeth. Yes. Jiang Yi has a nuclear warhead in his hand. He really couldn't do anything to Jiang Yi. After all, once that kind of weapon is launched, no matter you are the president or an ordinary person, you will be reduced to ashes in an instant. That is the god of death who can take away the lives of hundreds of thousands, or even millions of people in an instant. First, agree to my plan for nation building. What if I don't? You have no choice. Oh? Are you threatening me? Obama's tone was very unhappy. Such a thing had never happened since the founding of the lighthouse country. Jiang Yi, on what basis? What if I threaten you? Jiang Yi didn't care whether Obama was angry or not. Besides, I'm just telling the truth. If you agree to my plan to build a nation, it will benefit both you and me. Don't you want to listen? Okay, then go ahead and tell me. I'll give you 10 minutes to convince me. Obama rested his chin on one hand, his eyes defensive. TSK. Jiang Yi shook his head secretly. He was indeed a native of the lighthouse country. This arrogant temperament was just right for him. But Jiang Yi was very curious. When they watched with their own eyes their own arrogance being shattered bit by bit. These foreigners. What expression would that be? After we establish our country, we will definitely stand together with Ilong. At that time, this will inevitably usher in a joint boycott from other Anlab countries. In this way, Yisli, Anlab, and Yemen Ilong will form a three-way confrontation. I believe you know what this means better than me, right? The current situation in Dongmo. Ilong is the only dominant company. With the big brother Ilong around, other forces cannot cause any trouble. This is not good news for the beacon country. Everyone knows. The lighthouse country made its fortune through war. The reason why wars are started all over the world is to profit from them and make money from war. So what they actually want to see is a chaotic Dongmo, not a stable Dongzhou. The three-way balance of power after Jiang Yi founded the country. It is in the interests of the beacon country. Obama fell into deep thought for a moment. What Jiang Yi said is indeed true. This is what they want to see. At a certain moment, Obama was really shaken. You seem to be very knowledgeable about the world situation, Obama said suddenly, implicitly acknowledging Jiang Yi's strength. Thank you for the compliment. Go on, I want to hear your other reasons. Obama stretched out his hand and motioned for Jiang Yi to continue. I think you are very clear about the situation in Yemen. We have many ports, all of which are the necessary places for the Suez Canal to enter the Asian Ocean. Jiang Yi cited the second reason. If I establish a country, I will guarantee and maintain the normal operation of major ports and the Suez Canal. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee that the shipping routes will continue to operate stably in the future. You. Obama just started to look at Jiang Yi with new eyes. Unexpectedly, Jiang Yi just came with a big one. It was just a matter of wielding the knife in front of him and forcing him to agree. Don't be nervous, I'm not threatening you, I'm just telling the truth. Jiang Yi smiled. He spread his hands and spoke in a calm tone. Chapter 69 No Choice. Obama was very restrained. My own gaffe and the other party's calmness. Obviously in this meeting. He was defeated. Well, we need to hold a meeting. If the majority agree with your request for nation building, I will agree. It has come to this. He knew he had no choice. Jiang Yi's second reason is too fatal to them. If you don't agree. If Jiang Yi cuts off the Suez Canal route, it will cause them huge economic losses. Besides, Jiang Yi's founding of the country did not cause any substantial harm to their interests. No problem. The half-hour meeting video ended. Jiang Yi decided to log off first and wait for news. Jiang Yi wasn't worried that the other side wouldn't agree. At worst, they wouldn't have a good time. The beacon country advocates interests first. Jiang Yi just didn't believe that they would be willing to give up the Suez Canal. For any ship passing through the Indian Ocean, the Suez Canal is often the only way to go. The beacon country abandoned this route. It is equivalent to giving up countless trade exchanges. The beacon country is like a vicious dog seeing a bone when it sees profit. How could they be willing to give up such a huge profit? Lighthouse country. The development of things was far beyond everyone's expectations. Everyone thought that no matter how powerful the Houthi armed forces were, it's just in Dongao. Who would have known that the lighthouse country did not go looking for them, but Jiang Yi took the initiative to reach out to the lighthouse country. This conference hall. Gather all the top leaders of the lighthouse nation. Everyone, I believe you all know that the Houthi armed forces want to establish a country, which has caused a lot of noise. We must make a decision. Should we support them or... Some of the team's senior executives who were determined to stop it immediately stepped forward. No, we must not allow such a terrorist force to become a country, otherwise it will cause us endless troubles. Yes, this is undoubtedly raising a tiger to cause trouble. We should think of a way to get rid of them as soon as possible. They have been too arrogant recently. If they continue to make trouble, it will be disadvantageous to us. I agree that it is best to nip them in the bud before they mature and are just in the initial stage. Everyone, don't you think that if the Houthi armed forces continue to grow and develop, it will sooner or later threaten our position in Dongao? I know. I know that this is a meeting of the top leaders of the lighthouse country. Don't know. I thought it was a group of old men arguing on the street. There are many different opinions. But to sum up, we must not allow the Houthi armed forces to continue to develop, we must strangle them in the cradle. Nonsense. The Houthi armed forces secretly obstructed. Those who support Gaza just defeated their Yaisli father. How could they allow the Houthi armed forces to complete the establishment of their country so smoothly? Even if Obama agreed, they would still strongly oppose it. This round of persuasion made Obama begin to doubt. At this time, someone else said, "Don't forget, once the Houthi armed forces establish a nation, it will likely be beyond our control. At that time, it will become a thorn in Dongao, and it will be difficult to remove it." This point. Ilang is a good example. In the beginning, the lighthouse country intended to support Ilang to become puppets. The results proved it. After many places of Ilang became powerful, they were no longer under the control of the lighthouse country. Besides, seeing that Obama was completely shaken, Hod said, "Besides, the Houthi armed forces also have connections with the Dragon Kingdom. Are you sure that the Houthi armed forces will not establish a country and secretly help the Dragon Kingdom to deal with us?" Obama narrowed his eyes. Indeed. Rumor has it. The leader of the Houthi armed forces is a Long countryman, as shown in the meeting video just now. He also saw that the other person did have a Dongya face. For a while, the meeting reached a deadlock. Obama said helplessly, "But there are a few points that you may need to pay attention to. On the one hand, they control most of the ports in the Yemen area and the waterway of the Suez Canal. If we do not agree to their establishment of a country, we will definitely lose the right to use these ports and waterways in the future. How much economic loss will this cause us? I don't need to say more, right?" This. The opposition was collectively silenced. Indeed. They stand on the side of Italy, but if it harms the interests of the lighthouse country, it will be a loss. Not cost-effective. You must know that the economy is the lifeblood of a country. Okay, let me put it this way. We must agree to their establishment of a country. Obama finally made the decision in one breath. The opposition was upset. "Are you so careless? Why don't you give it some more thought?" "I've thought about it." Obama twirled the pen in his hand. "We have no choice. Besides, they have nuclear bombs." "What? Nuclear bomb?" The opponents were almost scared to death. Because they just learned about this news. Yes, a direct war is not realistic. The lighthouse country must not quit at this moment, because war costs money. Once the war breaks out, if the attack fails, it will not only have a fatal impact on the economy of the beacon country. The other party got anxious. "What would you do if I gave you a few nuclear bombs and destroyed you all?" Obama expressed his views. "After all, we are in control of the current international situation. Bringing them into order will actually make it easier for us to control the Houthi armed forces." He has been president for so many years. To deal with one force, war is actually the most brainless way. There are also many aspects that can be addressed at the same time, such as economy, public opinion, rules, etc. Hutai armed a new force. No matter how strong you are, you don't have as deep a foundation as them. In short, pull him into the circle and then torture him slowly. The Houthi armed forces may not be able to hold out for long. Taking a big step is not always a good thing. Just think about it, it only took them a few months to go from being a local armed force to establishing a country. Obama lowered his head, thinking, and continued. They have no experience in governing a country, so their regime must be very bad, so he decided to stick to his old ways. After the Houthi armed forces established the country, slowly build up your own strength within them and disintegrate them from within. The lighthouse country has used this trick in many countries over the years. It works every time. Effective, fast, simple, and crude. Taking over from within would also allow the lighthouse nation to gain more influence in Dongzhou, which would be much more beneficial than directly defeating them head-on. After listening to Obama's opinion, the opposition also fell silent. It has to be the president. You hit the nail on the head. Upon seeing this, Obama didn't want to continue talking nonsense and started the voting directly. Come on, those who agree or disagree, let me see how many people there are. Final. The pro-party won by a narrow margin and the meeting ended. Obama had a piece of news released. In order to stabilize the development and peace of the Dongzhou region, we insist on standing on the side of justice with the Yemenhuti armed forces, jointly safeguarding the interests of all parties, stabilizing Dongzhou, and ending the war. See the message? Yeisli was so angry that he almost vomited blood. The lighthouse country is their backer, but it also supports the establishment of a Houthi armed nation. And in terms of the world, once this message was sent, it caused quite a stir. Because almost everyone believes that the lighthouse country will not recognize the establishment of the Yemen state. Chapter 70. The United Conference has attracted worldwide attention. The relationship between Yisili and the lighthouse country is there. In a sense, isn't the lighthouse country betraying Yisili by doing this? Not to mention, almost anyone who knows a little about world affairs knows this. The country of lighthouse. From many years ago, it was gradually controlled by the squid, and now most of the top leaders are on the side of Yeisli. Many people subconsciously think that this must be a false alarm when they see the news. However, many world-class media have reported on this. Even the official account of the lighthouse country come out and clarify as well. This dispelled the doubts and suspicions of people all over the world. Lighthouse country. I really support Yemen's call for an armed nation building. What the hell, what's going on with the lighthouse country? Why did they agree to establish a country? Yeah, that's weird. Aren't the Houthi armed forces against Yisili? I want to know how Yeisili feels right now, ha ha ha. Stop talking. You must be so angry that your mouth must be crooked. Everyone knows that the lighthouse country and Yeisili have always been one family. The lighthouse country agreed to the establishment of the Houthi armed forces, which is equivalent to a stab in the heart of Yeisili. What is the charm of the Houthi armed forces? How did they convince the lighthouse nation? The world is boiling. Countless people are speculating what exactly happened. I just guess that in the end, there is no definite answer. All I know is Houthi armed forces to establish a nation. The situation in Dongzhou has changed completely. The entire world pattern will change because of this. The tempo of change is about to begin. I didn't expect you to take over the lighthouse country so quickly. Su Jinghua got the news. Very surprised. Contact Jianyi as soon as possible. To be honest, he believed that the biggest difficulty in Jianyi's founding of a country was not the military, not the countries in Dongzhou, and not anything else, but among the 5 great good men. In addition to Longwei and Dai, there are 3 other good people. At first Su Jinghua thought Jianyi persuaded the lighthouse nation in a short time. Not likely. The lighthouse country will not allow such an unstable factor as the Houthi armed forces to appear on the Dongzhou battlefield in the form of a regular army. It wasn't long after that. Done. I just gave them a few reasons they couldn't refuse, such as the route of the Suez Canal. If they don't agree, the Western countries, led by the lighthouse country, will completely lose this route in the future. Jiang Yi raised his lips and smiled. Ha! This time, Su Jinghua called not to ask how Jiang Yi had convinced him. This may be due to personal strength. Maybe it comes from personal charm. It has nothing to do with him. I came to you this time mainly to congratulate you. The nation-building plan can proceed smoothly. The Lighthouse Nation agrees. The remaining Mountain Eagle Kingdom and Baguette Kingdom are not a problem. As a lackey, can they still do things against the ideas of the Lighthouse country? When the founding ceremony is held, please pay more attention, Mr. Su. That's no problem. I'm just very busy recently. If I can't go there in person, I will watch it through your live broadcast. Oh, and I've prepared a founding gift for you. I'll have someone deliver it to you when the time comes. Thank you, Mr. Su. We need to communicate and interact more in the future to promote the development and peace of both sides. There's no need to say thank you or not. It's too polite. You can see it. In Su Jinghua's heart, at least he regarded Jiang Yi as his own. The phone was hung up. Not long. Someone came to the door. Abdul came to Jiang Yi with his phone in hand and said, Leader, the Mountain Eagle country has something to talk to you about. Oh? Jiang Yi frowned and immediately answered the phone. Opposite him is the Prime Minister of the Eagle country, Cameron. As expected, Jiang Yi already knew what the other party wanted to say. Hello, let me introduce you, Cameron, the Prime Minister of the Mountain Eagle country. Cameron said with a smile. We are contacting you this time to celebrate the country's founding plan. We at Shanin strongly support this. During the founding period, we will send people to participate. We also hope to cooperate more in the future. It's an honor to have your support. Jiang Yi knew. The other party most likely came for this matter. I believe that the Lighthouse country contacted the Mountain Eagle country immediately after it agreed to establish its own country. I discussed this matter with the Mountain Eagle Kingdom. The Mountain Eagle Nation knew that the Lighthouse Nation agreed with this opinion. Dare not object. Just wanting to do a favor, he took the initiative to call Jiang Yi to express his congratulations. After all, it is the Suez Canal. It is also very important to the Mountain Eagle Kingdom, and is an indispensable trade route at sea. On the other hand, considering the Houthi armed forces, they were able to get the Lighthouse country to agree to the nation-building plan even though they had a hatred value bonus with Yeisli. He must be quite good at this. There are only benefits and no disadvantages in trying to maintain a good relationship with the Houthi armed forces for the time being. Yes. The mighty Mountain Eagle Nation, the former empire on which the sun never sets. At this time, he actually took a flattering attitude and took the initiative to contact Jiang Yi. After a brief exchange of greetings, there's nothing to talk about. The Mountain Eagle Nation mainly expresses its attitude. Now the attitude is delivered. There is nothing much to say. The call lasted only a few minutes. Jiang Yi was thinking, since the Mountain Eagle country has expressed its stance, the remaining Baguette countries shouldn't take long either. Sure enough, the call ended more than 10 minutes later. The Baguette Kingdom also sent a congratulatory message to Jiang Yi. Although it was not the top leader of the French country who called personally, he was still an important senior official in their government. They all take it very seriously. Is this the benefit of having a say, status, and power? These are the top powers. One after another, they took the initiative to express their goodwill. In a single apartment, Jiang Yi put down his phone, lay on the soft big bed, and looked at the ceiling. It was the first time he realized the benefits of status. Superiority brought by strength. When you have no power, everyone can look down on you and bully you. But when you have the strength, even the top people in this world dare not look down on you. On the contrary, they will try their best to please you. Oh! Jiang Yi could only say one thing. Reality. But it's so realistic. With the consent of the 5 great benefactors, the next step is to formally establish the country. But before that, there is one thing. After the 5 great benevolent men held a joint meeting, they decided to let Jiang Yi, the new king of Dongzhou. Before establishing a country, show yourself to the people of the world. Make yourself familiar to others. Jiang Yi agreed without thinking. After so long, It is indeed time to show it to the world. 3 days later. United Nations General Assembly. Because of the importance of this conference, all the well-known media outlets from all over the world, big and small, were present. Plus various preheating in advance. The venue was also packed. Not to mention military fans all over the world, half an hour or an hour before the joint conference begins. Countless people were waiting in front of their TVs. Most of them were out of curiosity about Jiang Yi. I want to see this mysterious man who is about to break the world order, change the situation in Dongzhou, overwhelmingly, and make the lighthouse country bow its head and compromise. Who on earth is this person? Chapter 71 Voting Results, Unanimous Approval. Before the press conference begins, Jiang Yi prepared seriously. However, since he just wanted to show up and make himself known, Jiang Yi had no intention of using the Advent function. It consumes too much prestige. But suddenly, host's glorious moment. The system rewards you with a free Advent function. Detected the glorious moment free arrival? Is there this function? Jiang Yi was a little surprised. Later, when it came to the Advent function, Jiang Yi discovered that there was an additional introduction behind the Advent button. Advent, currently free. I have to say, this game is really user-friendly. Isn't it obvious that he wants to force this opportunity to show off into Jiang Yi's mouth? Alright. This is a show in front of people all over the world. Don't miss the opportunity to show off given by the system. In the game, Jiang Yi has already controlled the game character and arrived at the United Nations General Assembly in advance. Jiang Yi pressed the Advent button. My eyes went dark, and when I opened them again, it was almost the same as the last time, but the scene around me had changed. Catch the eye? It is golden in color, with magnificent and luxurious decorations, famous paintings on the walls, and carpets underfoot. Each one of them is something that ordinary people will never be able to access in their lifetime. Jiang Yi looked around. Not far away, there are several maids in uniform. They are the waiters here, and you can call them if you have any questions. Jiang Yi had heard about it a long time ago. Those high-ranking officials and wealthy people are the ones who spend the most money. Now it seems to be true. That's right. Jiang Yi was accompanied this time by Alpha, Henry and Max. The three are among the world's top players. The best of all the best. The person who came this time is Jiang Yi's bodyguard. Jiang Yi snapped his fingers, asked for a glass of juice, and then waited quietly for the joint meeting to begin. About half an hour passed. Finally, preparations were complete, and the meeting was officially convened. Jiang Yi walked out of the lounge under the guidance of several staff members. When passing through a corridor along the way, suddenly, many reporters from all over the world appeared. When these people saw Jiang Yi, they went crazy and interviewed Jiang Yi in the Longhua language. Quite professional. Do you know the rumor that you are from Longhua, so you use Longhua language exclusively? Alpha, Henry and others. Thousands of reporters were dispersed. As a professional soldier who had been on the battlefield, he could scare everyone away with just a few glances. Jiang Yi shook his head. It seemed that this joint conference was even more popular than he had imagined. Mr. Jiang, the whole world is watching this joint conference. The current back-end data shows that more than 1 billion people are watching at the same time. Please take it seriously. Before going on stage, the staff gave their blessings specifically. I will. Jiang Yi replied. He straightened his suit and walked out of the backstage door. This moment, when the billions of military fans around the world who were watching TV saw Jiang Yi's young face. Collective shock. In their opinion, the person who can lead the Houthi armed forces to control the situation in Dongzhou, secretly defeat Yeisli, and negotiate with the lighthouse country. At least he should be a calm, middle-aged man in his 40s, right? The result is so young? Billions of people are no longer calm. Oh my God, I didn't expect she was so young. It's incredible. It's him. He has led several wars in East Continent recently and won every one of them? Damn it. This guy is too strong. Although he is young, judging from the recent events in Dongzhou that he led, he is a qualified leader. Except for the audience watching the live broadcast. Many senior officials from various countries in the audience met Jian Yi for the first time. I was also very surprised. Jian Yi was bathed in the surprised gazes of everyone, and for a moment he felt very proud. Then, Jian Yi delivered a speech. Here, a simple speech was made, mainly to get the world to support the establishment of the Yemen nation. We will protect the whole world, build a new, peaceful world within the rules, and jointly create a harmonious ecological chain that is beneficial to all mankind. Not much content. But every word is important. The expressions of the senior officials from various countries below the stage changed subtly. But for those who were watching the live broadcast, they were surprised. To sum it up, Jian Yi is not very old, but he has great ambitions. Especially when saying this in front of so many big shots, it is clear that he is telling everyone what will happen in the future. He will occupy an important position on a global scale. Even reach the point of being a leader. Of course, no one thinks this is a big deal. Being young and ambitious is not necessarily a bad thing. Besides, the strength shown by Jian Yi proves that he is qualified. The speech is over. Jian Yi is out. It's just a show. Jian Yi doesn't need to do anything afterwards. Return to the lounge. Jian Yi enjoyed the service provided by the top maid. It's good to be rich. The service is good, the only thing missing is that they have to chew the food into pieces and feed it into their mouths. Buzz. The phone is ringing. Jian Yi picked it up, and saw that it was brought by Wang Hai. What does this guy want to do with me? As soon as the call was connected, Wang Hai's voice came from the other end. What the hell? Jian Yi, you went to the United Nations meeting? Don't tell me that the dragon countryman who was causing trouble in Dongzhou was you. You look so alike, so alike. Jian Yi. All right. It seems that as a military fan, he is probably also watching the live broadcast. I found that the people in the meeting were more like me. Don't say that. Jian Yi took a closer look and found that the image created by the system was indeed very similar to himself. The image is fine, but the main thing is the charm. People who don't see it often may not notice it. Because Xingyun is something that only those who come into contact with it frequently can easily notice. Jian Yi believed that this was the system's way of protecting itself. Otherwise, if you do exactly the same thing, it will be too easy to expose your real self. Don't make a fuss. I go to school every day. How can I have time to go to the United Nations? Jian Ye's mouth corners slightly raised. I understand exactly how this guy feels right now. Who can stand the fact that classmates who spend every day together suddenly go to the United Nations for a meeting? Yeah, ha ha ha. Wang Hai smiled. I knew it couldn't be Jian Yi, but he looked too similar, so I thought about calling Jian Yi. I chatted with this guy for a few words and then hung up. Next, there is one more procedure. Please vote on behalf of others. Needless to say, the 5 great philanthropists agreed, and the rest naturally knew how to fight. The 5 good men cast their votes in favor, and the rest either voted in favor or abstained. When it was Yeisli and Shatuo's turn, the scene was particularly exciting. Their delegation, in front of everyone's gaze, cast their vote in abstention with gloomy faces. Result: there was no suspense, and it was passed almost unanimously. No way. This is the influence of the 5 great good people. How else can we say that the United Nations is the United Nations of 5 great good men, and the others are just supporting roles? Throughout the ages, how many people live a life of drunkenness and despair for power? Jian Yi couldn't help but sigh in his heart. It feels so good because I have power in my hands. The whole world has to revolve around you. I don't know when I can reach this step and replace it. Chapter 72, The Founding Gift Package. Joint Conference. This conference that shocked the world officially came to an end shortly afterwards. The end of this meeting. It means that Yemen is about to get back on track and enter a new chapter. Jian Yi has already thought of a name. In Yemen, let's just call it the Yemen Kingdom. As for national policy, the system is a monarchy, so Jian Yi has to concentrate the power in himself. The news quickly spread around the world. The rise of melaneating among the spectators in various countries. But the most exciting thing is still Yemen. Ever since Jiang took over Yemen, various developments in Yemen have been booming, solving problems such as living environment, employment, infrastructure, and transportation. Residents' happiness in life has risen sharply. So inside the door, there have long been countless people who are supporters of Jiang Yi. Learn that Jiang Yi will become the Orthodox of Yemen. Countless people cheered and celebrated by marching in the streets holding banners. Another thing. At the joint conference, the recognition of the 5 great benefactors made other countries realize the extraordinary nature of the Houthi armed forces. Therefore, after the meeting, he found Jiang Yi privately. Send a request to establish diplomatic relations. Jiang Yi didn't refuse either. When you are just starting out, the more allies you have, the better it will be for your future development. Don't underestimate many countries, they have little presence in the international arena. But you must know, if the world can be compared to a chess game, then each country can be understood as a chess piece. You never know when a chess piece will happen. It will play a crucial role. Congratulations on obtaining permission to establish a country. Award. Main City Promotion Authority. Founding of a Nation Gift Pack. Jiang Yi opened the game again, and a striking prompt appeared on the screen. Jiang Yi was stunned for a second. I didn't expect there would be rewards for founding a nation. Does the system here also believe that only the founding of a country that is recognized can be considered as the founding of a country? If you establish your own country, you can have fun on your own. Wouldn't we miss out on this great gift package for the founding of the nation? Jiang Yi was overjoyed. This is also an unexpected gain. Main City Promotion Authority? Jiang Yi began to check the rewards. Because this reward is quite special, Jiang Yi pays more attention to it. After opening, the main city can be promoted to the host's capital. The system gives an explanation. Jiang Yi quickly understood. Look at the ancient dragon kingdom. This is like an emperor building a capital somewhere and proclaiming himself emperor. Capital. A national political center, as well as a cultural center. The former main city. In fact, it is at most the core of local power. And the capital city can truly represent a country. Jiang Yi took a closer look to find out more. The infrastructure, culture, finance, and scale required to build a capital are now in place. Promotion! Jiang Yi pressed the promotion button. In the game screen, a flash of light flashed by, as if adding some indescribable changes to the entire city. In short, it seems to have added a touch of prosperity. Also on the buildings page, Jiang Yi discovered that many new buildings had been unlocked. For example, various RD centers. For example, the Enterprise RD Center includes various technology RD, collaboration-oriented, market-oriented research. University Research Center, including basic research, talent training, academic research. There are also various government research institutions. Public services, policy support, strategic research, etc. In addition to these basics, buildings that enrich urban development. There are also various black technology research centers. This is amazing, even a supermodel. The technologies being researched are cutting-edge technologies such as quantum technology, biotechnology, energy research, and nanorobots. Certainly. To build these, huge amounts of prestige are also required, which is what Jiang Yi has been promoting recently. Plus the impact of the founding of the country. Although I already have tens of thousands of prestige points, overall, I still can't afford it for the time being. Jiang Yi could also understand. After all, these are things in the field of black technology. Once built, any one of them is a huge reform and technological innovation that can easily change all of humanity. There is a reason why things are expensive. In addition to this, there is also a founding gift package, and Jiang Yi hurriedly chose to check it out. Check. A cutscene of a gift package being opened appears on the screen. Then a series of rewards appeared in front of Jiang Yi. Congratulations on receiving ICBM. Exclusive Special Guard, top special team dedicated to serving the host. Economic benefit plus 3%. Soldier combat power plus 1%. The host's subsequent prestige value increases by plus 5% overall. National Elite Think Tank. The generosity of system rewards. Jianyi didn't expect this. First, intercontinental missiles. Needless to say, in addition to nuclear bombs, this can be used as a national treasure. Jianyi took a quick look. The effective launch range reaches 15,000 kilometers. This range can cover almost any area in the world. I'll think of Yemen Kingdom in the future. You have to think about it first. Can I withstand these intercontinental missiles? Secondly, there is a special operations team of 500 people. Individual combat capability is world-class. Especially serving Jianyi. His loyalty is the same as Alpha and the others, he will never betray. The 3 system reward teams combined have nearly 1,000 people. Jianyi teased with a smile. 1,000 of the world's top special operations teams have terrifying combat effectiveness. What if we equip these people with individual exoskeleton armor? Jianyi believes that under the same number of people, this small team of 1,000 people can easily end a war involving tens of thousands of people. System rewards must be of the highest quality. The remaining attribute improvements are generally good. Because as it grows and develops, the base number has increased. This profit increase of a few percent is also huge. The last one. National Elite Think Tank. Jianyi paid special attention to this. Discover. It turned out to be a team of top experts with rich experience in national management. Can help Jianyi govern the country. In some important decisions. Provide professional advice to help Jianyi make the right choice. The first country was established. No experience whatsoever. Jianyi really needs such a think tank to help him solve his problems now. As a complete country, a strong think tank is indispensable. Check your rewards. Jianyi found that his strength had greatly increased again. Among them, intercontinental missiles are the most critical. Especially the neighboring East Asian countries such as Sarawak and Italy. You have to be more prudent in the future. Rested for a while. Jianyi contacted his overseas media company. Released the news. The founding ceremony is about to begin. The founding ceremony can be watched by the whole world through live broadcast. Certainly. In order to attract traffic to his own media, Jianyi deliberately gave instructions. Can only be viewed through own media. In this way, the company under his control can gain traffic and gradually appear in the public eye. What news will be released later? It will also get more attention. Jianyi wants to fundamentally break the situation where the world media and public opinion are guided by the squids. Chapter 73. The founding ceremony attracts worldwide attention. After the news was released, the matter continued to ferment online. The next 2 days, Jianyi also gained a lot of prestige. The hot topics achieved were all quite good, and Jianyi was surprised. It seemed that the outside world's attention was greater than he had imagined. After all, it is very likely to change the situation in Dongno. Even things about the world situation. Senior officials from more than 200 countries around the world also sent congratulatory messages and gifts. Nation building is not yet complete. Some small countries have already begun to curry favor with Jianyi and actively seek to establish good relations with him. Because there are rumors outside. This time, Jianyi was able to announce the successful founding of the country with the permission and approval of the 5 great benevolent men. Because it's in Jianyi's hands. Is there any deadly weapon that is enough to threaten the 5 good men, or even the entire world? There are also reports that Jianyi picked up alien weapons or something like that from the desert. The rumor is getting more and more weird. In short, for some weak countries, having a good relationship with Jianyi seems to have only benefits and no disadvantages. In addition, the situation in the Dongno region underwent some subtle changes as the founding ceremony progressed. Sha Te, Issei Lai and the others have all become obedient. Some countries that originally received the news opposed Jianyi's establishment of a country at the first moment. Aliankyu, Qatar, Dubai, etc. The voices of opposition gradually faded away. He took the initiative to claim that he would establish diplomatic relations with Jianyi after Jianyi completed the founding of the country. The face is real. There is nothing we can do about this. Because many countries did not think that the Lighthouse Congress agreed with Jian Ye's plan to establish a nation at the beginning. Follow the opposition. They want to show off to their masters in the Lighthouse country. At the same time, I am worried about Yemen's founding of the country. It's not good for them. We are all in Dongo, and no one wants to have a tall and strong man as their neighbor. It would be fine if there is no conflict, but once a conflict breaks out, what can they do? And now that the Lighthouse country has agreed, they can't say anything. There is no backing from Western countries such as the Beacon country. They clamored against it. They are just a bunch of clowns, no one cares. On this point, Jian Yi could only say that they were self-aware. Yemen's nation-building plan made the city of Yemen quickly become popular on the internet. Previously, there were only some people who paid attention to military affairs. I know there is a country called Yemen. And now, a large number of onlookers, even those who never paid attention to the news in this regard, knew about it and started paying attention to this city. Indirectly, it also brought some tourism to Yemen. Jian Yi realized this was a good opportunity. Direct declaration. We will ensure the safety of all tourists entering Yemen and assign personnel to conduct 24-hour patrols. This has further boosted the tourism industry. At the same time, Jian Yi contacted Longwa and decided to unilaterally exempt Longwa from visa requirements. As long as you are a citizen of Dragon Country, you can enter Yemen with your documents. Jian Yi is a Dragon countryman. I am still very reassured about the current security situation in Longwa. Then, under the official promotion of Longwa, a large number of tourists from Longwa began to enter Yemen, boosting the local economy. Many people also found that the infrastructure conditions in Yemen were different from what they learned on the internet. Not at all different. Here is very prosperous. This is because much of the information about Yemen on the internet is still from a few months ago. And in the past few months since Jian Yi arrived, the world has undergone tremendous changes. Online news, no time to update. Looking at the increasingly prosperous Yemen, Jian Yi was very pleased. Looking forward to it. On the day of the founding of the country, a large number of visitors came to the vicinity of the main city to participate in the founding ceremony. In addition to the residents of Yemen, there are tourists from all over the world. Just soldiers to maintain order. Jian Yi sent out more than a few thousand people. Large troops were stationed at the border and some important areas to prevent Sarawak and Italy from causing trouble during the founding of the country. The weather is hot. The air was filled with scorching heat. However, this still could not stop the enthusiasm of the audience who came to attend the founding ceremony. After all, ordinary people may not have a chance to participate in the founding ceremony even if they live for several decades. At the same time, senior executives from Jian Ye's media company, Global Media, flocked to Yemen to participate, and brought a professional live broadcast team, with countless people looking forward to it. Live broadcast starts. Jian Ye's office. How is the live broadcast effect? The general manager of Global Media, a middle-aged man in a neat suit, reported. The effect is very good. As soon as the live broadcast started, the number of people in the live broadcast room exceeded 2 million. This number is already a miracle in the live broadcast industry. But because it is aimed at the whole world, so this number is still continuing to rise. Final estimate of the number of people who watched the founding ceremony. At least over 100 million. Report to me at any time if there is any situation. Good leader. By the way, let me inform you that this founding ceremony will show some of our internal strength to the outside world. Yes. The founding ceremony is a good opportunity to establish authority. Jian Yi decided to hold another military parade to intimidate the world. From now on, no one will look down on Yemen anymore. At the same time, further gain prestige. Flex your muscles a bit. It can also make those countries that are hostile to Yemen quiet down secretly. Jian Yi doesn't want to be in the starting stage. We engage in intrigue and conspiracy with these countries every day. Boring. Getting development on the right track is what Jian Yi needs most right now. For this live broadcast, Global Media has the sole live broadcast rights. The attention of all media companies continues to rise, and the daily visits to the homepage have now exceeded tens of millions. Today, after the founding of the People's Republic of China, there are signs that the number will exceed 100 million. Global media released the news issued by Jiang Yi on the anchor. For a while, the world is paying attention again. It has sparked discussions among countless military fans. Great! I can actually witness Yemen's military strength during this founding ceremony? Yoshi! I want to see what strength Yemen has. God, I'm so excited. Yemen has an armed force that is not weaker than the lighthouse country. I wonder if it's true. This time, I think the world will be shaken and shocked by the power of Yemen. Looking forward to it. Is this a surprise? This news. It made the already popular founding ceremony even more popular. Background display. The number of people watching the founding ceremony online has just exceeded 50 million. And just over half an hour later, this number soared to 100 million. It is no exaggeration to say that it has attracted global attention. Under the watchful eyes of the public, the founding ceremony officially begins. First, Jiang Yi asked Alpha, as his representative, to greet people all over the world. Dressed in formal Alpha, he appeared in the camera. Everyone, welcome to the live broadcast room on this special day to celebrate the founding ceremony of the Yemen Kingdom. Chapter 74: A historic moment. The Kingdom of Yemen. Countless people cheered in front of the screen. I've waited so long, just for this moment. It's obvious at first glance that this guy is not an ordinary person. He must be an ace special forces soldier or something like that. His tone was solemn and his eyes were resolute. With such soldiers, it's no wonder that Yemen is so powerful and has defeated Shah Tay several times. I feel like he can beat 10 of me. 10? Be more confident and add another 0. When Alpha performed the opening ceremony, Jiang Yi is here. Left the office and appeared in the reception room a few minutes later. There are quite a few people sitting inside at the moment. Pick any one of them at random, they are all senior officials from various countries in the world. In his own country, he is second only to the emperor and above everyone else. There is even a level below 0. In short, these people just stamp their feet. The whole world will tremble. Everyone, thank you for coming all the way here. Jiang Yi welcomes you. Everyone stood up immediately and exchanged greetings. Something like it's not hard or difficult. There are also some sayings, it is an honor to be able to participate in Jiang Yi's founding ceremony, etc. Jiang Yi didn't bother to be polite with them. Someone was asked to greet these people and take them to the main city hall to sit down. Senior officials from various countries sat down one after another. The opening ceremony at Alpha has also been completed. At this moment, audiences around the world, looking at the group of big guys that appeared in the camera, they were all shocked. In particular, many people saw the senior officials sent by their own country. Wang Defa? Did our country actually send such a heavyweight? What a luxurious lineup. What is the card face? This is the card face. What would happen if we threw a grenade into this group of people at this time? Go ahead and try it. Don't worry, it's not dead. The cards are full. It can be seen that all countries really give face to Jiang Yi by sending such heavyweight figures over. A burst of amazement. Jiang Yi came on stage and said a few simple words. Once again, thank you to everyone who has participated in our founding ceremony at this time. Afterwards, we will work hand in hand with other countries to stabilize the situation in Dongao and jointly build a harmonious home for all mankind. Please believe in us and we will not let the world down. Thank you all for your support and trust. In addition, we have prepared some small gifts for all the visitors. As for the viewers in front of the screen, you can also receive a small gift through our official channel, Global Media Company, Ltd. Declaration of Independence. Don't forget to advertise. Jiang Yi admires his own business acumen. This wave of operations continues. The visibility of global media companies will at least rise to a higher level. Expected. It will soon be comparable to the world's top media and news companies. Jiang Yi will officially have his own voice in the international arena and will initially have the ability to control public opinion. Leader. When Jiang Yi came down, Charles suddenly called Jiang Yi and motioned Jiang Yi to come over. Charles. One of the national think tank figures awarded to Jiang Yi by the system. Jiang Yi checked their personal abilities. It was discovered that Charles was the best among them. So he was made the main person in charge of the group. What's up? We have already written the national rules and regulations and national laws you asked us to write. Would you like to take a look? Let me take a look. When a country is established, all necessary rules and regulations must be in place. Jiang Yi simply handed this task over to the think tank. After all, they are professionals in managing the country. Leader, since the country you want to establish is a complete monarchy, we have written it according to your requirements. If there is anything that needs to be improved, you can also tell us. When Jiang Yi looked at it, Charles warned carefully. Don't be so scared when talking to me. As long as you do your job well, I won't treat you unfairly. Jiang Yi noticed Charles's restraint. So he said, maybe it was because it was the first time someone was doing something under my control, and I didn't understand myself well. Good leader. Charles's tone was much more relaxed. The country Jiang Yi wants to establish is a complete monarchy. The specific manifestations are: the monarch has supreme power, and his will is the law, which is not subject to any constraints. The monarch is a lifelong monarch. As long as Jiang Yi wants to stay in this position, he can stay in this position. In this country, Jiang Yi's words are everything, and any action of Jiang Yi will be unrestricted and unsanctioned. In every aspect, Jiang Yi is the center. Jiang Yi has the right to decide on everything, as well as the right to execute anyone. In short, everything in the Yemen kingdom revolves around Jiang Yi. Here, Jiang Yi is the absolute center of power. No one is allowed to disobey. This is the basis for Jiang Yi to ask Charles and others to legislate. They did write their national laws from these starting points. After seeing it, Jiang Yi was very satisfied. Very good. Hand it over to Alpha. Have him read out the core principles of our kingdom in front of the whole world. Jiang Yi returned the state law to Charles. After getting the management law, Alpha began to read it to the world. Jiang Yi is the host. Returned to the main seat in the audience, and watched the founding ceremony. Everything went smoothly afterwards. However, when Alpha announced that the Kingdom of Yemen would be a monarchy, it was met with a lot of doubts and discussions. After all, with the development of civilization, the monarchy is viewed with suspicion and controversy by many people. But Jiang Yi didn't care. This country was built by ourselves, so of course we should be the center of it. Look at what this country was like before you came here. What is it like now? It can be said that Yemen's current prosperity and worldwide recognition are all brought about by Jiang Yi. Another country only needs one center of power. Otherwise it will easily cause inconsistency. A situation of internal division. Even in a country as powerful as the Beacon State, conflicts often break out between each state. Therefore, doing this is for Jiang Yi's good. It is also for the future prospects of Yemen. Let's take a step back. Is there anyone inside who can be on par with Jiang Yi? Alpha? Abdul? Even if Jiang Yi gave them the right to be on an equal footing with himself, they would not dare to accept it. Finished. Alpha looked at Jiang Yi in the audience, and the two looked at each other. Jiang Yi used his eyes to tell him that he did a good job. Alpha smiled and said to the live camera, "Next, we will have the coronation ceremony. Everyone please don't leave." Coronation ceremony. It is considered the most grand project in the founding of the country. It has great political and symbolic significance. It also symbolizes the true birth of the Yemen kingdom, and Jiang Yi thus becomes the king. At this time, hundreds of millions of people in front of the screen were excited, because they knew they were about to witness a historic moment. Chapter 75. The founding ceremony of the People's Republic of China shocked the world. I am fortunate to witness history once again, and the world has changed. I will leave my name in this world. He is also a historical figure, family members. It seems like this day is destined to go down in history. In the history textbooks of elementary schools, There will definitely be an article about the birth of the Yemen kingdom today, right? My goodness! I wonder which pope will crown the king of Yemen? Be crowned king? Oh my, that's really exciting. By the way, didn't you notice that King Yemen looks a lot like us Koreans? Could it be that? Here we go again, the stick origin theory of all things. Oh God, I hope that under this leader's leadership, peace will come to Yemen, and the world will be free from war and suffering. Careful preparations are being made backstage. The coronation ceremony begins. Jiang Yi finally used the Advent function. After all, it was the moment of being crowned king. Still have to experience it. After becoming a stand-in, Jiang Yi walked out from the backstage and came to the center of the stage. Senior officials from various countries in the audience applauded and expressed their blessings. This is the benefit of power. Even the world's top bosses have to cheer and celebrate for you. A hostess wearing luxurious clothes. He came up holding a crown covered with a red cloth. Jiang Yi personally lifted the red cloth. Jiang Yi spent more than 100 million to exchange this crown from the system. The material is made of various precious gemstones and pearls. The gems sparkle with deep and mysterious colors, and the pearls are like precious bright moons under the light, radiating a brilliant and holy light. However, the appearance is not the common Western style. Rather, it is similar to the style worn by the ancient emperors of the Dragon Kingdom. Therefore, it is better to call it a tiara rather than a crown. The meaning is similar. But there is only one in the whole world. Wait, is this planning on crowning yourself? Yeah, why is it that the coronation ceremony has begun, but there is no pope? Isn't that too crazy? Wang Defa? I didn't expect this. What kind of coronation ceremony is this? Oh God, this is just nonsense, so rude. Even if people recognize you, without the Pope's coronation, it is meaningless. Crown yourself? Shit, this guy is really crazy. I remember that Yemen has its own religious beliefs. Why is this happening? Amen. Please forgive this frivolous boy. Interesting, this new king seems a little different. I like it. What do you mean by Pope or not? Isn't it rumored that the new king is from Dragon Country? We dragon people don't believe in religion, so those people upstairs should get out of here. Coronation ceremony. It caused an uproar again. Because everyone was surprised to find that Jiang Yi actually planned to crown himself. You know, there are many countries with faith and religion. Their administrator was promoted to king and the coronation ceremony took place. A pope-like figure will appear. It doesn't really matter whether there is a pope or not. What matters is that the Pope is at the coronation ceremony. It represents the God they worship. Or faith crowns it. It expresses God's approval. Power is handed over to the crowned person and the blessing of God is given. Jiang Yi did this in the eyes of some people. It's simply blasphemy. Unforgivable. In particular, Dongzhou is a place where many religions are rampant. The way the senior officials from various countries looked at Jiang Yi changed. But they dare not say it. On the surface, there are still smiles and instructions. However, in everyone's mind, there came to mind an emperor who had done the same thing before. Napoleon! Jiang Yi put on the crown very naturally, not caring about faith or not, or gods or not. Jiang Yi didn't believe this nonsense. Besides, both a god and God. Jiang Yi just wants to ask God, how many masters do you have? The coronation is complete. Jiang Yi let out a long sigh and felt relaxed all over. The Kingdom of Yemen. It is established. The most important task at present has been completed, and a few polite words were said. Step down. Prepare for the next project, a show of muscle to the whole world. Parade. Jiang Yi instructed Max and Henry about this matter in advance to prepare for it. After so long, they are almost ready. Live screen. Switch to exterior view. Everyone, are you interested in going out with me? Jiang Yi stepped down and invited senior officials from various countries. Interested, of course. Still very interested. The coronation ceremony and the founding ceremony are not important to them. Participation is the main thing. But participating in the military parade can give you a real-life witness of Yemen's military strength. What they are most curious about is how many high-tech weapons Jiang Yi has in his hands, right? Everyone followed Jiang Yi and walked out of the hall. There were reporters crowding outside, but the security team dispersed them. The reason is simple. Not accepting any interviews now. The military parade has begun. Hundreds of millions of viewers watching the live broadcast held their breath and stared intently for fear of missing anything. The first person to walk into the scene is the soldier Fang Xian. There's nothing to see here. However, the guns carried by the soldiers made everyone's eyes light up. Why haven't you seen this kind of gun before? I heard that the Houthi armed forces have already mastered their own RD production line, and all the weapons they use are self-developed. What the hell, is it true? Next, a row of soldiers wearing exoskeleton armor appeared. Once it appears, it attracts countless eyeballs. Holy shit? Science fiction troops? Isn't this a bit out of touch with reality? So damn handsome. The so-called mecha. How many men have this dream when they are young? It was the first time for them to see a country officially unveil this kind of equipment. The top leaders obviously broadcast live on the internet. When they saw this, they fell into collective silence, with faces becoming terribly gloomy. Because that was a while ago. The kind of mecha that had given them countless nightmares when Gasha attacked them. Their experts are still conducting secret research. Jiang Yi did this. Equal to brand name. Tell Yisli that Gaza is supported by the Houthi armed forces. But Yisli had no way to deal with it. Then, they are the VZ.58 armed tank, the PL-01 stealth tank and the Y-58 land battle tank. It is worth mentioning. Jiang Yi has spent a lot of prestige points since the last surge in prestige points. I purchased another wave of the 3 concept tanks. The current size of the tank group. The number has reached more than 300. Seems like a lot. But in fact, for a country, 300 tanks cannot be said to be a lot, but rather a small number. That's right. Fighter aircraft. Jiang Yi also expanded it. The scale has reached more than 80 aircraft. After all, they are the main force on the battlefield. In modern warfare, air superiority is of great importance. To have air superiority is to have the right to win the war. Otherwise, why so many countries? We have been committed to developing new fighter jets for many years. Every time a new generation is released, the nation is excited and the world is shocked. Chapter 76. Show off your strength. This military parade. The appearance of fighter jets is the real highlight. Countless people stretch their necks, wishing they could raise their heads to the sky to see. People from all countries. Whether it is ordinary people or senior officials from various countries, they are all feeling extremely nervous and excited at this moment. Even the think tanks behind various countries. They all stared at the screen, watching very carefully, afraid of missing any details. They want to see the details of the armed fighter jets from this parade. Then we can further analyze the military strength of the Yemen Kingdom. Lighthouse Country. Technical Department. Throughout the department, hundreds of professionals in white RD uniforms were standing in front of the screens. Have a pen and paper in hand to record data. There are also many testing instruments with flashing lights placed next to it. No one could have imagined it. In order to obtain the Yemen Kingdom, the Lighthouse Congress mobilized such a large force. A senior official of the Lighthouse Nation walked into the data room and asked, "How is it?" "I'm ready," the engineer replied. "Very good," the senior official said solemnly. "After receiving the test data, immediately compare it with our fighter jets. If there are any abnormalities, report to us at any time. Do you understand?" "Clear." The data obtained by analyzing the on-site footage from the military parade may not be accurate. But at least it can provide a reference direction for the beacon country. What the outside world doesn't know is, the Lighthouse Nation did agree to the establishment of the Yemen Kingdom. But after this incident, they felt somewhat regretful. The biggest concern is the military strength of the Yemen Kingdom. They are worried that allowing them to establish their own country would be like releasing a beast that would threaten the world. What a mess. No one can bear this responsibility. Of course, threatening the world has little to do with the Lighthouse country. What they are most worried about is that the establishment of the Yemen kingdom will threaten their interests. The world is not at peace. It has nothing to do with them. Haven't they started enough wars? But they will never allow anything to happen that harms their interests. All I can say is that the Beacon country advocates benevolence, peace, and freedom. Anyone who understands knows. Complete bullshit. This time, the fighter's appearance was arranged by Maxon and others. There were 10 crosses in total. The first parade used was one in which 5 planes took off, and as for the content, it was undoubtedly those few things. Demonstrate high maneuverability in the air and perform some difficult flying maneuvers for fighter jets. You can't. How about firing a few test shots into the crowd at the scene? Soon, under the attention of everyone, the first batch of fighter jets came with a roar that sounded like a dragon's roar and was full of oppression. It makes people feel scared. In order to make it easier for others to see clearly, Jiang Yi asked people to fly at a low altitude. At the same time, the speed is also reduced appropriately. Wow! Is this the fighter jet of the Yemen kingdom? Why does it look like the one in a sci-fi movie? It's incredible. Damn it! Our Eagle country's fighter planes are so weak in comparison. This is a real fighter jet, exactly like what we imagined in our minds. It's so shocking. The roar can really make a man's blood boil. I'm glad we're not the enemy, otherwise if we saw a monster like this on the battlefield, I don't know how we would deal with it. TSK. Although, compared to our Indian fighter jets, they are still a bit weaker. Asen, did you drink too much water from the Hengi River again? I think Korean designers must have participated in the design of this fighter. Netizens from all over the world perform normally. At this time, the fighter jet made a difficult vertical takeoff in the air. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The roar once again made countless men's blood boil and their emotions instantly became excited. Then, as one fighter plane finished, another fighter plane unfolded and continued the performance. 5 fighter planes. Just like performing acrobatics, he caused the audience below to scream. This made the people watching the live broadcast online very envious. I want to see such a scene in real life. Live broadcast audience. The number of people online is increasing rapidly. A few 100 million more. This directly broke the historical record of the number of people online in the live broadcast industry. Hundreds of millions of people watched a military parade at the same time. This scale is simply unimaginable for ordinary countries. Yusuli looked at the fighter jet, showing off its power in front of the whole world. I almost vomited blood because of anger. Look at the good things you have done! Lu Wen looked at a high-ranking official of the lighthouse country with resentment in his eyes. You let them establish a country, which is equivalent to releasing a beast in Donglo. Let's see how you will end up in the future. This military parade. It caused a huge sensation. After seeing such a powerful armed force, who in the East continent would take Yusuli seriously in the future? The other party was silent for a moment, then said, Let's put it this way, we will be responsible for our actions. Last time, didn't we give you a batch of the latest fighter planes? How about taking them out and destroying their prestige? Lu Wen gritted his teeth and said, Okay. The Yemen kingdom is in its heyday. At this time, they sent the latest fighter jets given to them by the lighthouse country not long ago, and openly entered the territory of Yemen to show off in front of the whole world. Think about what the picture will be. Yemen will lose all face in front of the whole world. The other party asked about it afterwards. Just indicate that it was carelessness, and the driver made an error in operation. Look at international relations around the world. When faced with such things, countries can only swallow their anger, because once a fight breaks out, it would be tantamount to a direct declaration of war. No country dares to do this. Otherwise, it will face severe public pressure, and other countries will use its name to launch wars. The candlelight outweighs the gain. Therefore, a certain tacit understanding has long been reached among countries. When faced with such provocative but not serious behavior, only verbal condemnation will be given. Then he broke his teeth and swallowed them. And for the outside world, they won't think so much and will just see Yisli invading Yemen's territory. Yemen had no way to deal with this and lost all his dignity. At such an important moment in the founding of the country, They want to embarrass Yemen and bring shame upon themselves in front of the whole world. This move is unsolvable. They just don't believe it. Will Jiangyi be able to directly deal with them at that time? There's no way he would have the guts to do that. With this plan in mind, Yisili acted quickly, and the parade did not last long. Several fighter jets that were cruising along the border received the news and changed direction, flying towards Yemen. Strictly speaking, the two families are neighbors not too far away. Not long. The pilot arrived at the border of Yemen, and then entered the Yemen airspace under the orders of Lu Wen and other senior officials. Because they came with the purpose of showing off their power. Several Italian pilots had provocative expressions on their faces, already imagining the scene when Yemen would be shocked but helpless after discovering them. Ding ding ding! On this side, Jiangyi received the news first. At this critical juncture, Jiangyi knew very well what Yisili was going to do. Very good. Jiangyi also has a bad temper. If you come, I will make sure you don't turn back. Chapter 77, Just hit him. I knew you guys weren't honest, so you came so soon. Jiangyi sneered. Knowing this, Jiangyi ordered strict defense of the border area before holding the founding ceremony. I really didn't expect that they had the courage to come. Excuse me, everyone. Jiangyi smiled and said something, then turned around and left the crowd and returned to the office. Max, someone is invading. Arrange fighter jets to shoot them down directly. Fighter aircraft. Now it is basically managed by Max. Shoot it down directly? Max thought he had heard wrongly. Leader, don't you need a warning first? No need. The other party is here to provoke us on purpose. He thinks we dare not fight. So I will fight him to show him. Jiangyi is calm and composed. Only a few fighter jets have arrived. It is impossible for the other party to start a war. They can only come to provoke us. I want to fly around in front of the whole world and leave in style. Embarrassing Yemen. Jiangyi will not indulge them. Yes. Max came to the flight base and randomly selected a few elite pilots. The leader's meaning is very simple. Shoot them down directly and leave no one alive. Do you understand? Clear. Max nodded and watched several pilots roaring into the sky in their Calavan fighter jets. This time, the fighter jet sent by Italy is the most advanced F-35 fighter jet of the lighthouse country. But Max knew. In front of the Calavan fighter plane that is beyond human technology, the F-35 has no chance of winning. It all depends on how you fight. The more beautiful and cleaner you fight, the better. After arranging everything, Jiangyi returned to the military parade site. When everyone saw Jiangyi coming back, their attention shifted back to him. Everyone. I'll be watching a good show next. Jiangyi gave a mysterious smile. Good show? What's the show? Could it be that this military parade has a highlight yet to come? Everyone became excited. The audience watching the live broadcasts were also whetted their appetite and made many guesses. What is the good show that Jiangyi was talking about? As luck would have it, just after he finished speaking, the roar of fighter jets was heard in the distant sky. And fighter planes? Everyone subconsciously thought that this was also part of the military parade. But suddenly, everyone realized something was wrong. On the other side of the sky, 3 Calavan fighter jets that had already appeared in public appeared again. Just when everyone was curious about what was going on. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The Calavan fighter jets directly attacked several F-35s. This scene shocked everyone present. What's going on? The onlookers in front of the screen thought they had accidentally switched to the channel. Live air combat? Next second. Countless people were shocked and looked on in disbelief as an F-35 was hit head-on and exploded in the air. With a bang, it blew into countless pieces and fell down. At the same time, several other F-35 pilots were attracted by the huge movement, and their expressions were distorted as if they had seen a ghost. The radar didn't detect any enemy planes along the way? When did it appear? What they don't know is their crap radar. It would be strange if the Calavan fighter could be detected. Jiangyi showed a relieved expression. Good job. Thank you. Just consider it as a way to liven up our founding ceremony. Even if a few F-35s come, it may not be too expensive. Jiang Yi smiled at the camera. Yes. Knowing that Yeisli must be watching the live broadcast, Jiang Yi said this to the top leaders of Yeisli. In front of the screen, Lu Wen and Yeisli's top leaders, as well as the high-ranking officials of the lighthouse country who had previously asked Lu Wen to come and provoke. The expression was one of shock, and the mouth couldn't close. I feel confused and mixed. Wang Defa? Jiang Yi really dares to hit them? Not only did they fight, but they also shot down their fighter planes in front of the whole world. We agreed to show off our strength. Let Yemen suffer in silence. As a result, it was a pity that the other party didn't get any benefit at all, but instead got his face slapped swollen by the other party. Not good, let the remaining people retreat, quickly! The F-35 was shot down without detecting the enemy, knowing that the battle was a foregone conclusion and they could not be the opponent. How could the other party have such advanced stealth capabilities? The senior officials of the beacon country turned green in the face. Their F-35 is equipped with the most advanced radar in the world. But it was too late. Lu Wen was about to give the order. Then the live broadcast suddenly turned to the remaining 3 F-35s. The Caliban fighter jet even circled around the F-35 in a blatant show of skill. The firepower launched last. With a few loud bangs, the remaining F-35s fell in flames without any suspense. Lu Wen fell back and sat down on the chair. I feel numb. The military parade site. A live broadcast room with hundreds of millions of people. There was total silence at this moment. Yes. Everyone was stunned when they saw several F-35s being shot down one after another. Only then did they realize that the highlight Jiang Yi was talking about was this. I've seen arrogant ones. I've never seen anyone so arrogant. An ordinary person might not even see a fighter jet being shot down once in their lifetime, right? Live broadcast room. Netizens from all over the world were excited, and the barrage of comments surged like a tide. Fortunately, Jiang Yi had people prepare a large number of servers in advance to ensure operation. Otherwise, the live broadcast will crash. My goodness, this is so shocking. Although we don't know which country the fighter jet belongs to, could it be shot down just like that? Too cruel, Dongzhou is truly ruthless. I've never seen anyone act so decisively and efficiently. So fierce, it's worthy of being shot. I guess that's an F-35, right? Is it the pace of going to war with the lighthouse country? It can't be the lighthouse country. It wouldn't be so fast to get from the lighthouse country to Dongzhou. It can only be Yeisli. These two countries are in the same boat. Why did the Yeisli fighter appear here? I guess he wanted to show off and put pressure on me, but ended up making things worse? Ha! Isn't the point that this is an F-35 fighter, the world's most advanced fifth-generation aircraft, and yet it lost in seconds? This scene. It was soon forwarded and reported crazily by major media outlets around the world. All platforms. Overwhelming popularity, ranking first on the list. That's the F-35, the world's most advanced fighter jet, but it was crushed by dimension in front of Caliban. There are rumors that Jiang Yi has mastered alien technology, and many people just treat it as a joke. Now it can't be true, right? The effect is achieved. Jiang Yi didn't care about the rest, and the military parade continued. Everyone, this is just a small episode. Don't be surprised. Next, I declare that the military parade will continue. Next. There are hidden Easter eggs. Henry personally escorted Jiang Yi's national defense artifacts, nuclear warheads and various supporting launchers from one side. Chapter 78. The myth of the lighthouse country is broken. Hearing Jiang Yi say this, everyone's mouth twitched. Look at the history of wars around the world. What just happened can be called a historic scene. Will it become a famous historical scene in the future? You call this an episode? Before everyone had time to recover from their surprise, the nuclear peace team slowly appeared in everyone's sight. No one cared at first. The more I looked at it, the more something seemed wrong. This thing. Why does it look so familiar? Immediately afterwards, a screen full of question marks flashed across the public screen. Is this a mushroom bomb? Am I seeing things? Am I dazzled? The audience reacted. My brain seemed to have been hit by some strong impact, and I couldn't believe my eyes. Nuclear bomb. The Kingdom of Yemen actually even has this thing? Ahem. Jiang Yi coughed and introduced in front of countless people. This is our self-developed model, which adopts the launch method of land mobile launch. The coverage range is about 18,000 kilometers. The equivalent carried each time can be freely adjusted between 50,000 and 800,000. Just a brief introduction. Any more would be confidential. At this time, everyone around the world who saw this scene felt extremely complicated. They seemed to understand something. No wonder even the lighthouse country agreed to the establishment of Yemen. So, they have grasped the truth. It's not just the onlookers who are uneasy. The top leaders of various countries, too, can be described as sensational. Mountain Eagle Country, Lighthouse Country, Baguette Country, Black Chicken Country, White Elephant Country, Hairy Bear Country, and even Dragon Country. All after listening to Jiang Ye's introduction, fell into silence. Not ordinary silence. This is a kind of silence where the brain goes blank for a short time because of excessive emotions. The Lighthouse Country had the news in advance. But at that time, they only saw a photo, and they didn't know whether the gate really existed. Uncertain. But now it's confirmed. It's true. This side of Longwa. Emergency meeting. Because Jiang Yi had kept this news secret before, no one in Longwa knew about it. This is no small matter. Once this thing is possessed, it will be a huge threat to the world. In addition, we know very little about the Yemen kingdom. The future development situation has become an unknown, and it is possible that the Yemen kingdom will become a time bomb. The nuclear peace team walked by. Journalists from around the world were snapping photos like crazy. I wish I could press the shutter button till it breaks. Some senior officials of various countries could not help but take out their mobile phones and take pictures of the scene. After all, there is this thing called the equality device. There are not many countries in the world that have it. The finale walked through the entire venue. The military parade officially ended. The nation was established. The Yemen kingdom was born, and from that day on it entered the stage of history and onto the chessboard of the world. The staff on site set off fireworks to celebrate. Jiang Yi stretched and felt a little tired. Get ready for a break. However, senior officials from various countries came forward to celebrate and surrounded Jiang Yi. Hi, Your Majesty. We sincerely congratulate the birth of the Yemen kingdom. Your presence will surely lead the countries of Dongzhou to prosperity. Your Majesty, I am the King of Persia. I hope that we can increase cooperation in the future, achieve mutual benefit and common development. By the way, if there is anything that the international community needs us for, please feel free to let us know. We will definitely help. I am the President of Manhwa Kingdom, Your Majesty the King. I have prepared a gift for you to celebrate the birth of the Yemen kingdom. Please don't be shy and accept it. Our country mainly exports natural gas. I don't know if the Yemen kingdom needs it. If you do, please let us know and we will give it to you at the lowest price. The birth of the Yemen kingdom must be God's will. Looking at the people around him with a flattering face, Jiang Yi was speechless for a moment. I know. These people are top figures who can make the world tremble with just the stomping of their feet. Don't know. I thought they were a group of old guys who came from nowhere. Jiang Yi raised his hand to signal everyone to calm down. Then they all replied in unison. Everyone, I appreciate your kindness. I have prepared a sumptuous dinner for everyone tonight. It is in the hall next door. Please give me some face. You may take your seats now. Also, to all the visitors who came to watch, I'm glad you can come to participate in the Yemen National Founding event. To celebrate, I'll treat you to a midnight snack tonight. Damn! So heroic. Our king is awesome! Awesome! Everyone at the scene is impressed. I want to go too. Too arrogant, there must be at least tens of thousands of people here, right? This made those who were in the live broadcast room but not on the scene very jealous. Jiang Yi did this for a purpose. Win people's hearts. Establish a persona in the eyes of the world. Compared to these, it's nothing for a kingdom to spend tens of millions to treat a group of people to a meal. The hype created and the subsequent traffic attracted. It will only bring more income to the Yemen kingdom. Dragon country. The meeting discussion is over. They could only admit that the Yemen kingdom possessed nuclear weapons. No way. I didn't know at first. But now, the interests of both parties are too deeply intertwined. It is about state relations and the various cross-border industrial cooperation that the two sides have recently launched. There is no other way except default. You can't just turn your back on someone. Besides, even if they fall out, the Yemen kingdom's nuclear weapons cannot just disappear out of thin air. What should be there is still there. The good news is that at least the Dragon Kingdom and the Yemen Kingdom are in a cooperative relationship and are allies. The one who should be worried now is the Beacon country. Who made Yemenhuti want to cause trouble at the founding ceremony this time? The supporter behind it is the Beacon country. The whole world knows that the F-35 fighter jet comes from the Beacon country. Things turned out exactly as Manhwa had expected. Obama and other senior executives were almost worried. First, the F-35 was beaten. This shows that the fighter jet technology of the Yemen kingdom is far ahead of them. And we have mentioned before the importance of air supremacy in war. They are afraid of the myth of the invincibility of the lighthouse nation. It will be broken and shattered step by step by the Yemen kingdom. Then came the official debut of the nuclear bomb. Just based on this. In the future, they want to suppress the development of the Yemen kingdom, or take advantage of the opportunity to do something. But you have to think about it carefully. What does a launch range of 1,800 kilometers mean? It can almost cover the entire mainland of the lighthouse country. With Jiang Ye's personality, he dared to openly shoot down an Italian fighter plane during the founding ceremony. Who can guarantee that if you make him angry one day, he won't throw 2 mushroom bombs into your house and die with you? For a founding ceremony, Jiang Ye was not aware of the matter that had caused the entire lighthouse country to be uneasy. The founding ceremony is over. Jiang Ye found the representatives sent by Manhwa to attend the founding ceremony alone. Zhao Jin. He is also a top figure, holding real power and a very high status. Congratulations. Zhao Jin congratulated him while walking towards the office with Jiang Ye. What do you want to talk to me about? Jiang Ye glanced at him and said calmly, There is something I think you will be very interested in. It is related to the peaceful development of the entire Donggo. Oh? As soon as these words were spoken, Zhao Jin's eyes lit up. Chapter 79 Tripartite Peace Talks. Over the years, Dongzhou has always been an important strategic location for the world. Because there are abundant natural resources here. War is raging almost everywhere in the world. Why is the East Continent War attracting so much attention? Actually, this is the reason. This place is very important for any country, especially a country that has the power to make moves in the world chess game. And as we all know, the lighthouse country has invested a lot of effort in Donggo during its 200 years of planning. Their efforts were, of course, rewarded. Relying on Donggo, we have formed a global US dollar hegemony that will win over the world. Countless benefits were reaped from it. If anyone can break this situation, that would be a heavy blow to the Beacon country, and it would also help it break away from the US hegemony system. And it is destined to be. The Dongzhou that the lighthouse country wants to see and the Dongzhou that the dragon country wants to see are completely different. What the lighthouse country wants is a chaotic Dongzhou. Only when Dongzhou is in chaos can they take advantage of the opportunity to interfere and seek benefits. The Dragon Kingdom wants to break this situation by stabilizing Dongzhou and getting it out of the control of the Lighthouse Kingdom. Crush their conspiracy. But over the years, Manhwa has put in countless efforts to achieve this. There is no effect from constantly trying to reconcile them. Different ethnic groups are still fighting each other, major religions are in constant friction, and grievances are erupting. The Lighthouse country continues to secretly add fuel to the flames. It can be said that we want to achieve stability in the Dongzhou area. This road will take at least another 10 years. This is also the reason why Zhao Jin was interested when he heard that Jiang Ye had a way to achieve peace in Dongzhou. Jiang Ye didn't say it directly. Instead, he walked quickly and invited Zhao Jin into his private meeting room. Sit down and talk. Jiang Yi gestured with his hand. After Zhao Zhen sat down, he couldn't wait to ask. Tell me, what do you have in mind? Jiang Yi said slowly. The current situation in Dongzhou has three forces, represented by Yi Se Lai, Unlawbo country, and Yi Lang, which formed an organization to resist the United States, the Arc of Resistance. I think you know all this, right? Certainly. Bao Zhen nodded affirmatively. He is one of the important people who has secretly pushed Dongzhou towards stability in recent years. It can be said that the situation in Dongzhou is understood better than ever. But what does this mean? Zhao Zhen looked at Jiang Yi in confusion. Now, except for the leaders of Yaisli and Shatuo, they are all here with me, which means both parties have come together. Why not seize this opportunity to promote the relationship between the two families and put an end to the war and confrontation in Dongzhou? Sha Te is here too? Zhao Zhen only knew Sarawak has fought with the Yemen kingdom, and it seems that he did not attend the founding ceremony this time. I have invited them to be present. Jiang Yi crossed his legs and adjusted his sitting position. Just before the founding ceremony, I sent them an invitation letter in my personal name, and they agreed. Although Sha Te was beaten several times by Jiang Yi. But they also see the current situation clearly. The former Yemen government forces are gone forever. Now Jiang Yi is the Orthodox of Yemen. And no one knows better than them the strength that the Yemen kingdom has demonstrated today. Knowing that the conflict continues, it's not good for them. So he also wanted to take this opportunity to participate in the founding ceremony to negotiate and make peace with Jiang Yi. When other countries say they want to attack you, they may be trying to scare you. But Jiang Yi is different. Jiang Yi's personality is such that he dares to fight. Why don't you reconcile when you can? Are you waiting to be beaten and abused again? They are not masochists. Zhao Zhen swallowed his saliva. He didn't expect that Jiang Yi had already planned out this situation. Only, Zhao Zhen said helplessly, we have tried many times, but there is no way. You mean to make Ilong and Shate reconcile, right? We have tried many times. These two families are enemies for generations, and grudges are not so easy to reconcile. He thought Jiang Yi had some clever tricks. The result is that they have used a method that has been overused. I feel a little disappointed. No. I think the previous mediation was unsuccessful. Maybe it was because of the wrong method. It wouldn't be a bad idea to try again, right? All right. Anyway, this is an opportunity. If it succeeds, everyone will be happy. If it fails, we can just start over. There are not many opportunities for Ilong and President Shatu to get together. Jiang Yi smiled and asked someone to invite President Sha Te and President Ilong. President Sarawak arrived first. He greeted Jiang Yi. Please bear with us for the previous grudges. We didn't understand the situation clearly at that time, so... Jiang Yi waved his hand. There's no need to talk about the past. Harmony is the most important thing. War will only bring meaningless sacrifice and death, and cause great losses to both our countries, isn't it? Yes. Salman agreed again and again. As he was speaking, Lu Hani, the president of Ilong, walked in from outside the meeting room. Come to think of it, we are all old acquaintances. Jiang Yi has seen them all. Just when I was about to ask him to sit down, when Lu Hani and Salman saw each other, the air immediately became tense. Why are you here? The two looked at each other with hostility. You two, please sit down and talk first. Seeing that the situation was not right, Jiang Yi quickly interrupted the two and motioned for Lu Hani to sit down. Since Jiang Yi was around, the two of them couldn't get angry. There are also representatives from the dragon country next to them. After Lu Hani sat down, the two turned their heads away and ignored each other. Feeling the tension between the two sides, Zhao Zhen put his hand on his forehead. I knew it would be like this. You two, I invited you here this time mainly to say something, so that you can put aside your grudges and build a peaceful Dongzhou. Are you interested? Jiang Yi understood that he had to step up and take charge of the situation. Lu Hani said, It's not that I don't give you face, but I think they know what Sha Te did back then. It may not be that easy to make peace. Salman was not happy either. What did we do? I was going to ask you what you did. Forget it. I came here today to give face to King Yemen. I don't want to argue with you. Ahem. Jiang Yi coughed, interrupting the quarrel between the two. I think you need to think clearly. The relationship between you two does not necessarily mean that you are enemies, right? What's the meaning? Salman and Lohani looked at Jiang Yi at the same time. I mean, for so many years you two sides have attacked each other, had disputes and blamed each other, but think about it, who is the real winner behind all this? Both of them had serious expressions. From being indignant to being silent. See some results. Jiang Yi continued. Perhaps there is an invisible big hand between you, silently manipulating all this. I hope you can see clearly who the real enemy is. To use the words of Longwa, don't let others sell you out and help them count their money. Zhao Zhen's pupils shrank. It seemed that he understood Jiang Ye's intention of inviting them together. It's high, really high. Chapter 80. The action is clear and the mastermind is behind it. After all, Ilang and Shadow are sworn enemies. It is not easy to resolve the hatred over the years. But it is difficult to resolve hatred. It is so easy to create a new hatred for them, a common enemy. A simple principle. When both parties have a common enemy and are bound together by interests, there is no need to resolve their conflicts, they will resolve themselves. Zhao Jun couldn't help but look at Jiang Yi with admiration. Not very old. But the depth of sophistication and ability to consider the overall situation he displayed were truly astonishing. Why didn't he think of this? Otherwise, it wouldn't have taken so many years for Ilang and Shadow to sit down and negotiate successfully. Only, Zhao Jun still couldn't figure out how Jiang Yi was going to implement it. He didn't say anything, but just watched quietly. Suddenly I feel. It doesn't make sense that Jiang Yi can achieve such amazing things today. Salman and Rehani seemed to have taken a tranquilizer. Sitting in the seat motionless. But his mind was rapidly calculating the meaning of what Jiang Yi had just said. Salman suddenly spoke up. No, I know very well what kind of people the werewolves are. Only they could do such dirty things, and yet they refuse to admit it. Lu Hani exploded immediately. Nonsense! We Ilang can admit what we did, but what about you, Shatu? You say one thing and mean another. You are a bunch of hypocrites and liars. Salman slapped the table. If Jiang Yi hadn't been there, he would have really taken action. The sudden outburst wiped out all the rationality that had just been there. I just felt that what Jiang Yi said was nonsense. The other party is a group of shameless people. That's enough. Jiang Yi spoke out to stop them. Knowing that words were not enough, he said, how about this? Since you don't believe what I say, I will let you stay with me for a few days. During these few days, you can communicate well and check with each other. Are the various military actions and attacks against each other over the years intentional or directed by someone behind the scenes? Isn't that the truth? What Jiang Yi said makes sense. Plus, this is Jiang Ye's home court. The two had to agree. That's fine. Today is Mr. Zhang's founding ceremony. I don't want to disturb his mood and make everyone unhappy. Lohani was the first to speak out. Emotional intelligence is still online. Jiang Yi has given them a way out, so they should use it as soon as possible to avoid a situation in which both parties will be embarrassed, and it will be bad for no one. Salman could only pretend to be magnanimous and said, Okay, I agree too. In recent years, many things have been questionable to both sides. Just because the two families are feuding. I was so overwhelmed by hatred that I couldn't think calmly, nor did I want to think calmly. Flatter someone, and he will be beaten. Otherwise, the conflict would not have continued for so many years. It's a good opportunity to reflect on this. Both parties left the field. They checked it separately. Taking advantage of this time, Zhao Jun couldn't help but say, I have to say, this is a really smart move of yours. Are you planning to turn your attention to the lighthouse country? Yes. Jiang Ye's smile deepened. To add, there is also Ise Lai. Ha! Zhao Jun laughed loudly. Yes, these two are in the same boat. The lighthouse country is nothing, and Yisli is even less interesting. The subject suddenly changed. Zhao Jun continued. By the way, if this works, do you need any help from us? in order to stabilize the situation in Donglo. In recent years, Longwa has been putting a lot of effort into it. I don't know how much manpower and material resources were spent. If Jiang Yi could really accomplish this with just a few words. In Zhao Zhen's eyes, Jiang Yi is simply a god. He will cooperate with Jiang Yi at all costs. Fighting against the US dollar hegemony in the beacon country depends on this crucial step. I really need it, Jiang Yi said. Go ahead. Zhao Zhen expressed it generously. Once they check, they will definitely find something wrong. However, because the hatred between Sha Te and Yi Lang is too deep, even if they find the problem, the most they can do is end the dispute. It will still be difficult to shake hands and make peace. So what you mean is, of course, we need some interest hubs to connect them together. Zhao Zhen paused for a moment, his eyes lit up. I understand. He really didn't expect it. Jiang Yi was able to think so comprehensively that he even planned out the follow-up steps. I will apply for some projects in Sha Te and Yi Lang. If nothing unexpected happens, the higher-ups will definitely approve it. Countries fought wars against each other. Isn't it all about profit? If they can gain benefits and develop the country without fighting, that would be a good thing for them. It will be a huge temptation. On the premise that the conflicts and misunderstandings are resolved, I believe Sha Te and Yi Lang will not refuse such temptation. The matter is settled. Jiang Yi invited Zhao Zhen to stay as a guest. Good, wait for the main event to happen. As a family feud, if the Yemenhuti reconciles, it will mark the beginning of a change in Dongno. It is also a historic moment. In subsequent textbooks, you might be asked, in which year did the reconciliation between Yemenhuti take place? After Salman and Rouhani left. This is a serious matter. Without any pause, they immediately reviewed and investigated what had happened in recent years. Then check with the other party. Because many things happened for too long. Plus the information is incomplete. You have to adjust it slowly. This delay lasted for several days. And during this period, Shatu and Ilang gradually made important discoveries. A lot of information was discovered after both parties checked it. In recent years, almost all conflicts, big and small, between the two sides were deliberately guided and created by the beacon country behind the scenes. Over 80% of attacks were carried out by both parties. It is the lighthouse country that is obstructing and deliberately creating conflicts between the two sides. The matter is clear. Salman and Rouhani only then realized that they had been led by the lighthouse country for so many years. The entire Shatu, both sides of the Ilang faction, were collectively furious. So they fought for so long. There is such a deep hatred between the two sides. Have you always been helping the lighthouse country? These beasts should go to hell. Salman roared angrily, found Jiang Yi, and greeted all the 18 generations of ancestors of the lighthouse country. Jiang Yi smiled and said nothing. Not long after, Salman also came to the door. Said the same thing as Rouhani? Jiang Yi told Zhao Zhen the news. Zhao Zhen was overjoyed, and said he would come right over. Jiang Yi kept the two of them. Now, can we sit down and talk? Rouhani and Salman looked at each other, and finally agreed silently. After Zhao Zhen came. He was carrying several stacks of important documents. These are the implementation plans for several major projects in Sha Te and Ilang approved by the Dragon Country in recent days. The two sides reached a settlement today. Then tomorrow, these heavyweight projects will be implemented in the two countries of Shatu and Ilang. Chapter 81. Storm is coming, wrong decision. You too, these are Dragon Country's project plans to promote the harmonious development and common prosperity between the two countries. How about it? Are you interested? Zhao Zhen sat down on his own, with a calm smile on his face. Over the years, Longwa has put forward many conditions for their harmony. It was stated before that they would receive huge benefits. But the hatred remains. They refuse to reconcile. Now that the misunderstanding has been resolved, if they say they are not moved, that would definitely be a lie. Jiang Yi said, You now have two choices. The first is to choose a reconciliation and ceasefire, then get the project plan from Dragon Country and increase your domestic development. The other one will continue to act as a puppet of the Lighthouse Nation and be their thug, disrupting the situation in East Continent, and using his own interests to fulfill the lighthouse nation. Jian Yi considerately gave them two choices. Believe it as long as you are not a fool. Everyone knows what to do. It goes without saying that the lighthouse nation has been secretly disgusting us for so long. If it weren't for you, my mother wouldn't know the inside story. Lohani was furious. Very good. Jiang Yi patted him on the shoulder and said, There is an old saying in Longwa that a man who knows the current affairs is a hero. Knowing it will improve things greatly. It doesn't matter if you made the wrong choice before. Just follow up with the right person. Then, he looked at Salman. Salman was unable to utter a word. After a long pause, he finally uttered two words. Reconciliation. He was angry. I feel unhappy when I think about how I have been made a fool of myself all these years. If domestic conditions do not allow it, we have to go to war with the lighthouse country. Sit down and talk. Zhao Jun appeared calm on the surface, but he was actually very happy inside. He quickly asked both parties to sit down and talk in detail. More than 3 hours later, this brief meeting ended. Various projects from Longwa will enter Chatua and Ilong next month. Jiang Yi as the middleman. Zhao Jun knew that he couldn't treat him unfairly. Therefore, a lot of benefits were applied for Jiang Yi. To sum it up, Sha Teilang reconciled. Point the finger at the beacon country. With the establishment of the Longwa project, both parties benefited directly, and Jiang Yi benefited indirectly as a middleman. The great cause of harmony in Dongzhou, which the Dragon Kingdom has failed to achieve for many years, will also be accomplished. It can be said to kill 4 birds with one stone. A win-win-win situation has been achieved. Browse the contract. Several parties signed. That's how it was confirmed. Next, Salman and Rahani each held a video conference in their respective countries. Zhao Jin temporarily returned to Longwa with the good news. As for Jian Yi, he was temporarily relieved because he could have a good rest. Don't think it's just operated by mobile phone. It's really very brain-intensive to go through all the details. Made an appointment with Wang Hai and others. Let's play basketball together in the evening. The situation in Dongzhou is stabilizing. And online. But suddenly things became turbulent. Since the birth of the Yemen Kingdom, discussions about the Houthi armed forces have never stopped on the internet. Billions of people in the world. There are all kinds of people. From the very beginning, everyone was celebrating the birth of the Yemen Kingdom, but the trend suddenly shifted. I don't know whether Yisili has used the power of public opinion again. Many people believe that the birth of the Yemen Kingdom will pose a threat to the world. It's easy to imagine what a country made up of a group of militants will become. That's right. It's too bad that a group of warmongers were able to successfully establish a country. I think this is the world's mistake. They dared to openly shoot down fighter jets from other countries in front of the whole world. This is undoubtedly a declaration of war. Yes, such armed forces should be humanely destroyed. The reason? The main reason is that since Jian Yi took charge of the Hushi armed forces, he has fought several battles that shocked the world in a short period of time. He also openly shot down Italian fighter planes. Considered by many to be a war fanatic and warmonger. Jian Yi was also speechless. Is my own image, that so scary? Various remarks. I'm almost turning myself into the villain in the movie who wants to destroy the world. But the good news is, there are also some voices defending the Yemen Kingdom. Who made Italy so fierce? The lighthouse country has done too many disgusting things and attracted hatred from the whole world. And the birth of the Yemen Kingdom. It can contain the lighthouse country, especially Italy, which is also in Dongzhou. In addition, on the Long Kingdom side, people are also intentionally or unintentionally helping Jian Yi maintain the image of the Yemen Kingdom. You've said so much. Although they fought a war, no innocent people were harmed. Unlike the lighthouse country, which started wars everywhere for profit, how many innocent people died each time? Have you ever counted them? Isn't that talking about war fanatics? You are so hypocritical. Haven't you killed enough people because of your father lighthouse? I haven't seen you speak out for justice like this. In my opinion, the boss of the Yemen Kingdom is your master, so you are not happy, right? If you keep barking and howling here, be careful that I might break your dog legs. If we implement a real name system, these people won't be called anymore. Ha ha ha, that's right, the Yemen kingdom has such a bad temper, they are sure to kill you, ha ha. Many people think so. It's the Yemen kingdom that dares to fight and has a violent temper. Open a real name system online. Even if I can't beat you across the border, I have to hire a killer to teach you a lesson. In a word, the haters have lost their temper. This is the lighthouse country. It's even more lively. Jiang Yi has not had a peaceful life since he appeared at the founding ceremony of the People's Republic of China and demonstrated the equality of all beings. They specifically look for experts to identify it. The result is that most of the nuclear bomb dated Jiang Yi has are real. It can cover the entire territory of the lighthouse country. If a war really breaks out, how many bullets can they withstand? It is impossible to start a war to suppress the Yemen kingdom. But not launching a crackdown does not mean there will be no suppression. We still have to find ways to carry out the suppression. Otherwise, the development of the Yemen kingdom would become the biggest obstacle for them in Dongno. Mr. President, after the founding ceremony, President Sarawak and President Ilong stayed in the Kingdom of Yemen for several days. I don't know what they were doing. I think they might be planning something that would be detrimental to us. The female secretary in black uniform reports to Obama. Obama put his hand to his forehead. Headache. I asked you to find out the military strength of the Yemen kingdom. How is it going? For now, apart from what they showed at the military parade, we have not yet obtained any other data. The female secretary said weakly. One of the current plans is against the Yemen kingdom. Place undercover agents and train your own people. But it takes too long to place people in place and gain their trust. They simply can't wait. Harvey, on the other side, had a blank expression on his face and a somewhat unhappy tone. I have long said that I cannot agree to their plan to establish a nation. Now, things are irreversible. Let's think about how to end it. Obama glanced up at him. At first, Harvey strongly opposed it. Obama was hindered by the nuclear threat and his misjudgment of Jiang Yi's personal strength. He made the opposite decision. Now, even he increasingly feels that allowing the Yemen kingdom to successfully establish itself was a wrong decision. Chapter 82 Joint Sanctions. Yeah, it's too late to say anything. Obama's face was filled with worry, and he tapped his thumb on the table from time to time. But don't worry, I will find a way to solve the decision I made. Then, Obama leaves from office. That night, a piece of good news reached the intelligence bureau of the lighthouse country. This time, President Ilong stayed in the Yemen kingdom for several days. Seems to have found it. That is, the Dragon Kingdom and the Yemen kingdom seem to be promoting relations between the two sides, seeking peace, and organizing conflicts between the two sides. If that's the case. So, Obama and the entire top leadership of the lighthouse country were not so worried. They have been planning in Dongzhou for decades. The feud between the two families did not arise in one day, but was the result of years of accumulation. It is unlikely that the Dragon Kingdom and the Yemen Kingdom can reconcile with just a few words in a few days. There's no way they can do it. In addition, this incident reminded them that they should focus their attention on the situation in Dongzhou. Continue to muddy the waters so you can fish in troubled waters. Everyone, don't worry about Sha Te and Ilang for now. I have already sent people over. As soon as President Sha Te and President Ilang come back, our people will start to sow discord and continue to make the situation chaotic. Obama called a meeting. Several high-ranking officials representing Yisli immediately said, "This is easy. We can contact Yisli later and conduct some military operations on both sides at the same time." So many years. They have always done this. I know this. The main reason I called you here this time is to discuss how the Yemen kingdom should deal with the conflict after it is provoked. Obama said in a deep voice. We can't just do nothing. Their establishment has been confirmed to be beyond our control. Don't strangle it in the cradle early. The Yemen kingdom grew recklessly, and it was only a matter of time before the fire burned them. They have just started and are still in an important stage of development. They must need a lot of things, and what they don't have can only be imported. Why not start from this aspect? A senior official from the lighthouse country made his suggestion. The lighthouse country controls the world, most of its resources and international relations. Go against them. It won't end well. The three old things, sanctions, discord, and public pressure, were put on him. He just didn't believe that the Yemen kingdom could develop. Opinions put forward. Vote. The voting results were surprisingly unanimous, especially for Yemenhuti, who all voted in favor. Obama had nothing to hesitate about. Okay then. I'll have someone draw up a sanctions list, and then contact the French Baguette country, the Mountain Eagle country, and others to sanction them together. The meeting is over. Obama did not rest at all and continued to contact the leaders of various Western countries. Let's continue talking about sanctions. This made many Western countries look very unhappy. They openly celebrated the birth of the Yemen kingdom at the founding ceremony. And then in the blink of an eye, you let them follow you in imposing sanctions? Isn't this expression changing too fast? Due to pressure from the beacon country, most countries had to agree. Be prepared to impose symbolic sanctions when the time comes, which can be regarded as cooperating with the beacon country's big show. The Italian side represented by Hod. Then they began to contact Italy directly. When Lewin received the call, he knew that something was going to happen again, and he was very excited. Leave this to us. There will be no problem. I will deepen the hatred between the two sides. Lewin said calmly. You just need to contain the Yemen kingdom. Remember, you must not let them continue to do whatever they want. He acts as a troublemaker in Dongzhou, but claiming that others are misbehaving to maintain the peace. This shows how shameless the IC's people are. That night, a special plane landed in Italy and Javier visited in person. Decided to command and implement the next plan together with the top leaders of Italy. The next day, the sanctions list of the beacon country has come out. The official announcement was made by the lighthouse country. Sanctions letter. Since the Kingdom of Yemen has violated international conventions and possessed weapons of mass destruction, which may pose a threat to the world and create instability in the East continent, our country has decided to impose sanctions on it. The sanctions are as follows. Trade sanctions. Economic sanctions. Import and export sanctions. Various sanctions projects took up several pages. I wish I could add everything that can be written down. But to sum up, it can be divided into several main items, including a ban on the export of weapons and equipment to the Yemen kingdom. It is forbidden to export various high-tech equipment to the Yemen kingdom. Various financial sanctions, increased tariffs, and various strict audits, etc. Once the news was announced. Before Jian Yi even received the news, an uproar had already occurred on the internet. No way. Recently, the Yemen kingdom has become the focus of the world, the focus of the whole world. The heat is just too high. No, wasn't the Lighthouse Kingdom celebrating the founding ceremony of the Yemen kingdom a few days ago and claiming to support the founding of the Yemen kingdom? Why did it suddenly change? I am dying of laughter. This is the usual expression of the Lighthouse Nation. How disgusting! How could you turn against me so quickly? Just wait and see, allies of the Lighthouse Nation. One day they might turn around and stab you. Fuck, this damn Lighthouse country is really disgusting. He said one thing in public and another behind the scenes. I don't want to scold him anymore. What are you talking about? Yemen has weapons of mass destruction, and you don't want anyone to stop it? Let a time bomb exist in Dongzhou and develop at will. What do you think? The Lighthouse country is doing this for the sake of the whole world. Please don't talk nonsense. TSK. The remote breeding technology of the Lighthouse country is as amazing as ever. I admit that it will take other countries hundreds of years to catch up. There was a heated argument online. It is roughly divided into two factions. Defenders and accusers. Jian Yi received the news shortly afterwards, and after reading the content of the sanctions, he felt no emotion at all. The country with which he mainly cooperates is not a Western country, but Dragon Country. The Dragon Kingdom is large in size. The various industries are very comprehensive, and the resources are abundant. It is completely sufficient for domestic circulation and to supply other countries. With the support of Longwe, Jian Yi does not have to worry about being sanctioned. Besides, if all else fails, I can go to the Reputation store to redeem it. Can they stop me from using the Reputation store? Jump! Jiang Yi threw his phone aside with disdain and closed his eyes. Since the other party did this, I decided to reciprocate. Also give the other party a big gift. Not long after, sanctions lists of other Western countries also appeared. Once again, it shocked the world. Faint smell. The lighthouse country is preparing to unite many countries to strangle the Yemen kingdom. But just when netizens were discussing it crazily, Jiang Yi also made a big move. Chapter 83, Reconciliation of the Century. In the hall. This time, several heavyweight executives from Ilong and Shatu were all present. Salman and Rahani shake hands. I'm really sorry that both of us have been doing favors for the Lighthouse Nation for so many years. It's time to reconcile and crush their conspiracy. Lohani nodded, and the two sides gave each other a representative hug. Other senior officials from both sides began to introduce themselves to each other and shake hands in peace. Jiang Yi watched this big show. A relieved smile appeared on his face. It's different now that we have a common enemy. Zhao Jun was also there. He flew all the way from Dragon Country specifically to witness this historic moment. Very good, Zhao Jun said excitedly. This is the armistice agreement and the subsequent cooperation content between the two sides. Please sign it. After this settlement, we need to jointly issue a statement. Is that okay? No problem. Sure. Salman and Rahani agreed without thinking. Signed. Jiang Yi asked his media company, Global Media, to prepare. In the afternoon, a joint statement will be made public to the world. So at noon, a notice of announcement was released. The content is roughly that Sarawak and Ilan reached an agreement to restore diplomatic relations, strengthen bilateral cooperation, reopen embassies and send ambassadors. Taking into account the security and stability of the Dongzhou region, a ceasefire agreement was reached. Together we maintain regional stability. In addition to Shatu and Ilang, the joint statement was also signed. There is also the Kingdom of Yemen and the Kingdom of Dragon. This is a serious matter. Jiang Yi asked people to confirm again and again, and after confirming that there were no problems, he released it to the official website of the global media. As soon as the news came out, the world was shocked. All countries in the world are dumbfounded. What? What? Wang Defa? Are you serious? Military fans all know that Dongzhou has been unstable for so many years because of the frequent infighting between Sha-Te and Ilang. The two families both wanted to drink each other's blood, eat each other's flesh, and tear out each other's tendons. Hate to this extent. Just reconcile if you say so. Unbelievable. Shocking. Everyone knows what is going on behind this, just look at the statements of the other two countries. If you look at the Dragon Kingdom and the Yemen Kingdom, you will know. There is a warm-up with the preview. When the four parties made a joint statement live in the afternoon, the number of people in the live broadcast room exceeded 100 million in half an hour. Before it even started, hundreds of millions of people were already waiting frantically. Hasn't it started yet? Isn't this fake news? Damn it! If this is really a reconciliation between Sha-Te Lang, then it's not an exaggeration to say that this is the reconciliation of the century. I want to know what the Dragon Kingdom and the Yemen Kingdom did. Yeah, it's a bit unlikely that this resolves the conflict that has lasted for so many years. I'd rather know what the lighthouse country is feeling right now, ha ha ha. Yeah, their faces are probably turning green. No, their top executives will be scared to death when they see this news, right? Ha! Self-media from all over the world. There is also crazy reporting. Reprinted from global media, the statement released is a preview. Because it's advertising for yourself. Jiang Yi did not stop it. The more people forwarded it, the better. And on the internet, netizens affectionately referred to this settlement as a joint statement. Call it the reconciliation of the century. Jiang Yi felt that this description was quite apt. This group of netizens is really talented. I smiled and the joint statement press conference was about to begin. The meeting won't be too long because it will end with just a statement. The process is just to read out the contents of the settlement. Several parties signed. Finally, here is a group photo representing friendship. Jiang Yi used the advent function again. Even though it costs at least 2,000 or 3,000 for a single use, Jiang Yi doesn't care about it at all now. Because every time there is an event like this that shocks the world, will bring a lot of prestige to Jiang Yi. You can earn back the 2,000 or 3,000 prestige points in a few minutes. United Life begins. The number of people online in the live broadcast room exceeded 500 million. They all come to join in the fun. Jiang Yi appeared in front of the screen with Zhao Yan, Sha Te and President Ilong. The host read out the content of the settlement. Period. Countless people are no longer calm. The barrage of comments was flooding like crazy. Oh my god, this is actually true? They really reconciled. Oh my god, I won't say anything more. The Dragon Kingdom and the Yemen Kingdom are awesome. Oh god, I wonder what the Dragon Kingdom and the Yemen Kingdom did to make these two reconcile. This directly affects the interests of the Lighthouse country. I think the Lighthouse nation must be furious right now. Their top brass are also watching the live broadcast, right? Haha, stop talking. If people see the comments you posted, wouldn't that be murderous? Kneel down, kneel down. Nothing to say, just bragging. The situation in Dongzhou is really going to undergo a major change because of the birth of the Yemen Kingdom. Netizens were excited and thrilled. The founding ceremony is a historic moment. This moment is no exception. In the future, Dongzhou will inevitably undergo major changes in the next century. The situation in the world will become confusing because of the birth of the Yemen Kingdom. This move is a king bomb. It depends on how the Lighthouse country responds next. Not good response. Or if the beacon country cannot come up with any corresponding trump card. This is the hegemony of the Lighthouse country in Dongzhou. It will be a fatal blow. At the same time, under the great news of the century reconciliation, the beacon country joined forces with Western countries to use sanctions. It's just like playing house and having fun. After all, they have used this trick too much and too frequently. Maybe for Yemen, their sanctions may not hurt at all. And the Lighthouse country? There will definitely be heavy bleeding this time. At last, Jiang Yi stood in the center and took photos with Zhao Yan, Salman, Lohani and many senior executives from Sha Te and Ilong. Record the historic moment. Countless group photos floated by in the barrage. A whole live broadcast. The peak number of online viewers exceeded 800 million. In a sense, this is also a historic moment in the live streaming industry. After all, the number of viewers of the highly anticipated election in the beacon country is huge. Not even 1/3 of this. Details to follow. Jiang Yi, the person in charge of global media, shared some inside information about the cooperation and jointly maintaining the stability of Dongzhou. Keep letting it out. The news continues to ferment. At the same time, some special videos were made, mainly for viewers who were confused. Popular science on the relationship between Sha Te and Yilang. And how the Lighthouse country interferes. Certainly. In order to continue promoting his own media company. Other companies wanted to authorize and report related content, but Jiang Yi rejected them all this time. After a series of operations, global media traffic is making a lot of money. The number of visits to the official website exceeded 300 million in one day. The number of fans also skyrocketed. From being unknown at the beginning, to having tens of thousands of fans, and then to millions of fans now. It can be said that global media has completely appeared in the public eye. Become a world-class media platform. Chapter 84, Killing the Chicken to Scare the Monkey. When the person in charge of the company, he handed the active data table to Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi was very pleased after reading it. Aren't the beacon country and Italy the best at controlling public opinion and controlling the media? Jiang Yi was very curious. How will they respond to the emergence of global media? Besides, it's different now that you have the right to speak. You can let the world see what you want them to see. Jiang Yi also experienced the thrill of controlling everything behind the scenes. In addition, it reports news from Dongzhou area. Authoritative media. The influence of global media will only increase dramatically and will continue to expand in the future. Will Yisli and Jianyi from the Lighthouse Kingdom engage in a public opinion war in the future? I'm afraid it won't work. Just like what the outside world thinks. The top leaders of the Lighthouse country and Italy were furious and in chaos. They didn't expect it. In just a few days, the Yemen kingdom can actually promote reconciliation between Sha-Te and Ilang. For this chess game. They have been planning this and operating behind the scenes for decades. And now. But Jianyi shattered everything in just a few days and unraveled all their efforts over the years. The hearts of the top leaders on both sides are bleeding. After years of hard work, all wasted. I've said it before, this group of people is a disaster. They will seriously damage our interests. A high-ranking official from the Lighthouse Nation was furious. I suggest declaring war directly and teaching them a lesson. You could say the lighthouse is broken. But it can never be called lighthouse cuisine. For so many years, they have always been the world's hegemon. In terms of military strength, it also stands out from the crowd. He just didn't believe it. Faced with the overwhelming force of the Lighthouse Kingdom, can the Yemen Kingdom not surrender? And as long as the other party gives in once. Next, the Lighthouse Nation will be able to legitimately take over the control of Yemen, gradually place internal personnel to cultivate a puppet government, and undermine the strength of the Yemen Kingdom. No! But as soon as this idea was proposed, it was opposed by a large number of people. Their weapons are very advanced. You saw it last time. Our F-35 fighter jets were shot down before their radars even detected them. Obama looked haggard. It has been several nights, and I haven't slept much. If we go to war, we won't be able to crush the enemy, but we'll expose our cards. At the same time, our military expenditure will be huge. Who can afford this money now? As soon as Obama said this, everyone lowered their heads, their faces filled with sorrow, unable to utter a word. More than a minute passed. Harvey said, "The Lighthouse country really cannot leave. The Beacon country is now seen by many people. Still invincible. They have to preserve the myth. Only in this way can people around the world continue to maintain awe of the Beacon country. Otherwise the myth will be broken. It would be really difficult for the Lighthouse country to maintain its current hegemony." Harvey continued, "But the Lighthouse nation cannot do that, but Italy can. We can let Italy put pressure on Yemen, and the Lighthouse nation will provide assistance from the rear." But as soon as this statement was made, it was opposed by many people. "No." An old man with a white beard and reading glasses said, "Aren't you worried that if Yisli attacks the Yemen kingdom, it will develop into a full-scale war?" Other countries. You don't have to care. But for the kingdom of Yemen, this has to be taken into consideration. After all, they dared to openly shoot down Italian fighter jets at the founding ceremony in front of hundreds of millions of people around the world. If it were any other country, would he dare? He doesn't dare. This shows that the Yemen kingdom was fully prepared for an all-out war. In the event of an all-out war, the Yemen controlled an important strait leading to the Earth Sea. If they cut off the Lighthouse country's supply to Italy, Italy and the Lighthouse country will have no way to deal with the problem. This doesn't work either. That won't work either. Both sides were almost worried. The former world hegemon. I never thought that there would be such a cowardly and humiliating day. The group of people wanted to skin Jianyi alive and pull out his tendons. What to do? My strength does not allow it. The next day, the intelligence department of the Lighthouse country continued to conduct excavations. The top management got the news. Ilang and Shatuo have probably already checked all the large and small attacks that have led to the feud between the two sides over the years. Because only when the misunderstanding is completely resolved, only then can the two sides reach reconciliation. This time, Jianyi is genuine and dealt a vital blow to their famous family. Black Palace. After several hours of discussion, Obama and a group of senior executives finally came to the conclusion. Dongzhou cannot be lost. The benefits of this place are too great. Losing Dongzhou would mean the end of their lives. Obama took out the plan that he had urgently customized last night. Our first plan is to stabilize Sha-Te. compared with Ilang, Reshape has a closer relationship with them. Although it's a falling out. But there is still old affection, which makes it easier to incite and win over. Obama paused and continued. How to do it specifically? I think at this time, only huge profits can make people tempted. We decided to give them some benefits. Even if the sand doesn't fall towards them. At least keep Reshape neutral. Everyone had no objection and remained silent, listening to Obama continue. This is already a helpless move. If there are other ways, they will not give in to the point of sacrificing their own interests to stabilize Sarawak. Obama finished. Another senior executive said, even if we can't do either of these, we still have the delaying tactic of dividing them internally. Yes. The lighthouse country has placed its own people in Sarawak and other Anlabian countries. In addition to providing top-secret intelligence on a regular basis. And this moment, create internal divisions. This is also an old trick of the lighthouse country. The several hours of continuous high-intensity meetings made the top leaders of the lighthouse country look exhausted. Obama had to forcibly adjourn the meeting. Everyone took a break. Night. The meeting continued. The theme this time: how to fight back against Yemen. Yemen had done a lot of things that gave them a headache, even though they couldn't open Yemen directly. Something needs to be done too. For example, kill the chicken to scare the monkey. As for the target, some people choose to fight for some countries in the Dongzhou area, which will not bring any impact but can show the power of the beacon country. But suddenly, the Italian representatives joined voting. If we're going to fight, why not start with Gaza? Gaza? Yes, there is an armed group over there called Hamas. As far as I know, their organization has some relationship with Yemen. It was them who attacked the border of Italy last time, causing huge losses to Italy. This Yisraeli representative was indignant. There are so many big things happening. They haven't had time to avenge this grudge yet. Now is the time. Obama let out a breath and waited for the Yisraeli representatives to tell him the specific information about Hamas. Obama agreed. The plan is officially finalized. Chapter 85, The Best in the World. As the founding ceremony came to an end, peace gradually returned to Yemen. But prosperity remains. The number of tourists who visited Yemen in the past week alone exceeded the total number of the previous 6 months. Economic indicators are rising sharply. Many local people in Yemen also got a piece of the pie. Just set up a stall on the street and make a good income every day. Measures whether a country is strong. One of the indicators of whether an economy is strong is to look at GDP. Jiang Yi had a hunch. The total GDP of Yemen this year is at least 10 times that of the previous time when Yemen's government forces were in command. It just so happens that Yisraeli and the others have been quiet recently. Jiang Yi also wanted to take advantage of this time. Seize the time and develop it. At present, various industrial constructions are already very complete, but are far from perfect. Put up. Opening the construction system, Jiang Yi scanned the pages one by one, and many of the buildings were truly exciting. But build now. The price/performance ratio is not high. In the end, Jiang Yi set his sights on a large industrial park. Let's build another industrial park. This thing. It also plays a great role in the development value of a country. And in some ways, it can highlight the characteristics of the country of Yemen. Why didn't Yemen develop before? Except for the incompetence of the Yemen government forces. A big part of the reason is that Yemen's presence is too low compared to countries like Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and Russia. Increase your popularity. Solve this problem first so that you can find the right remedy later. Certainly. Jiang Ye's recent actions have attracted a lot of attention from people all over the world. But the thing about fame. Who would complain that it's too much? Click on construction, a cutscene will appear, and a group of little people will start construction. Jiang Yi continued to check the construction. The territory of Yemen is very large. If you count it in detail, it is a full 530,000 square kilometers, including 21 provinces and 1 municipality. It has 1,906 kilometers of coastline. Don't underestimate the fact that Jiangyi has built a lot of light industry, heavy industry, and various projects in cooperation with Longhua. In fact, looking at the map, most places are still open and have a wide range of usable areas. Oh, right. Jiangyi suddenly thought of something. Why didn't he consider the main industries for a country's development? Real estate? Although the world economy has always been bad, if we take a long-term view, the world economy will improve in the future. People became wealthy. The requirements for real estate will be very high. By then, the demand for real estate will definitely exceed supply, so we can lay the groundwork now. Jiangyi found a property in the community under construction. Subsequently, some unnecessary landscapes in the city center were demolished. Is it under construction? Yes. Under construction. This location is almost the best area in Yemen, close to the city center. Later, we will create some momentum and have people advertise to raise the reputation of this community. Status. Jiangyi is thinking of benchmarking against Longhua's Tangqing Yiping in the future. I am afraid it will also attract many wealthy foreign people to invest. Think of this. Jiangyi started the promotion and then spent a lot of money to place several advertisements. At the same time, let the global media help promote it worldwide. Title. It is reported that Yemen Kingdom is about to invest a huge amount of money to build a new eco-city community in China. The community will focus on high-end and luxury, and is committed to serving top people in various industries. High-end. Luxurious. Serving the top people. Jiangyi understood. As long as the level is raised, there will be rich people who are willing to pay for this vanity. And there is no shortage of rich people in this world. Sure enough, shortly after the advertisement was released, Jiangyi is here. I received a lot of emails from large companies, many of which are among the Fortune 500. The content of the email mainly wanted to know about the project that Jiangyi invested in this time. Some even came here with the purpose of making friends with Jiangyi. No questions asked about the project content. You have to give money to invest. Investment projects of this level often cost tens or even hundreds of billions. If Jiangyi agrees, it represents another huge amount of income. Certainly. Big fish are always easier to catch the further they are in the future. Jiangyi temporarily rejected these investments and prepared to continue whetting his appetite. When the fish get fatter, whether to keep them in captivity or harvest them is just a matter of a word from Jiangyi, right? Afterwards, Jiangyi began to plan and build supporting shopping malls, pedestrian streets, central parks, various entertainment venues, etc. around the community. This can also indirectly improve the happiness of nearby residents. An iconic square cannot be forgotten. But just when Jiangyi was preparing to build, suddenly I remembered that there was an email from Longhua in the email just now. Wanda? Open it again and take a look. It's really the huge Wanda group. All right. Jiangyi is very familiar with this group. The once famous richest man in Dragon Country. He is the chairman of Wanda Group. Wanda Plaza occupies a leading position in this regard in Longhua. Jiangyi contacted the local authorities. This cooperation project was accepted. Just consider it as promoting the relationship between the two sides. As for the benefits, just split it in half when the time comes. Jiangyi's main business is not to make money from this. Oil exports and trade are the main focus. Speaking of which, such a long coastline. There are only a few well-known ports. Considering the increase in business in the future, the demand for imports and exports will continue to increase. Jiangyi decided. At appropriate ports at suitable locations along the coastline. Open a map. Several places attracted Jiangyi's attention. One is close to the port of Aden and close to the south of Yemen. It is a must-pass place for sea voyages and passing through the High Sea. But because there is already a port of Aden, it can only temporarily serve as a sub-port of the port of Aden and a supply port for passing ships. If the port of Aden is too busy in the future, only by building a port here can it play its role. Let's get it first, just in case. 2 other locations. They are located at the westernmost and northernmost parts of the Yemen coastline respectively. Special attention is paid to the westernmost port. Here, the distance across the Suez Canal is very close. From now on, if ships from all over the world want to pass through here, they will have to depend on Jiang Ye's mood. Construction completed. Jiang Ye directly dispatched troops to garrison there, considering the metropolises as benchmarks for the world's first tier cities as rewards. It also has to have its own iconic building. Jiang Ye searched for a long time in the construction site but couldn't find a suitable one. Finally, I can only DIY. Adjust the parameters yourself and draw the construction drawings yourself. Jiang Ye searched it on the internet first. Today, the tallest building in the world is the Burj Khalifa in Egypt. The total height is 828 meters. Every year, a large number of tourists come to visit. Jiang Ye simply built the world's tallest building, with a total height of 1,000 meters. The best in the world. All of them are labeled as world-class. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and finished the operation. Jiang Ye noticed that the city prosperity in the upper right corner rose again, slowly expanding towards the scale of a first-tier metropolis. Chapter 86 Huge Profits. After dinner, came back from playing ball with Wang Hai and others. Jiang Ye took a hot bath, opened the game and continued the infrastructure construction. Dongzhou has been unusually quiet these days. Jiang Ye was somewhat uncomfortable with having nothing to do. What's left to do? It's about operating infrastructure, improving facilities and so on. Civilian use is similar, all are being built and updated. Consider military use. Jiang Ye enriched the military bases in various places and divided his soldiers into 4 war zones, guarding 4 positions respectively. Another very important point. The Yemen kingdom continued to expand, but the army under its command was not enough. There are only about 200,000 at present. Too little. Unlike many peaceful countries, being located in Dongzhou, it is destined to be plagued by constant wars. Having more soldiers will only do good and no harm. To prevent future troubles, Jiang Ye issued a conscription notice and offered many good welfare conditions. Not like the Korean country. Joining the army is like digging up your ancestors' graves. The Koreans all resisted joining the army. After all the operations, throughout the day, Jiang Ye's conscription announcement achieved good results. More than 30,000 people applied. The next day, the army expanded to about 250,000. It's not enough. Jiang Ye expected that he would have at least 350,000 or even 400,000 troops on hand to cope with the large-scale war that may occur at any time. Italy, the beacon country. Both of them have been eyeing the Yemen kingdom covetously. Close the game. Jiang Ye woke up the next day. Got another good news. The medical research company that I had built previously had achieved good results. Successfully developed a new type of beauty product that is not available on the market. After using this product, it can effectively maintain skin moisture and has many functions such as antioxidation, anti-aging, whitening, soothing and repairing. Tested based on real data. It works better than any other beauty product on the market. You know, in today's world, the female market is much larger than the male market. There is a hot topic on the internet. The first consumer is women, the second is children, the third is the elderly, and the fourth is not a man, but a dog. Because the fifth one is male. Beauty products are aimed at the huge market of women. Jiang Ye found the product manager. Your Majesty, we have done research and found that this product is fast-acting and long-lasting. Most importantly, it is suitable for all people and has no negative effects. I think it will be very popular after it is promoted. The other party personally gave the reward and demonstrated it. The effect is really good. Immediate results. The original intention of medical research is to study drugs to treat diseases. Developing beauty products can be considered a blessing in disguise. Start production. I'll put out an ad and release a batch first to see how it works, Jiang Ye said. The product manager was excited. Thank you, Your Majesty. Jiang Ye spent money to buy advertisements, and let entertainment companies under global media to promote the company. Yes. To control the media, you have to control it from many aspects. The headquarters can always report on military affairs. The reason why squids can control global public opinion is because of various media, all of which are involved. Jiang Yi is also ready to take this path. Unconsciously. Build a global internet network. So military, entertainment, people's livelihood, advertising, in short, Jiang Yi is ready to participate in all kinds of news. Break down the public opinion myth about squids bit by bit. With global media investment, the advertisement achieved good results. In the evening, Jiang Yi tried to release a batch of pre-ordered products. The result is 10,000 tubes of essence. Each bottle costs $459. It was gone in a few tenths of a second. It seems that there are still many rich people in this world. Jiang Yi sighed. At first, we were worried that the price was too high, but there was no other way because the RD costs were a huge amount of money. Earn back the RD expenses first. The subsequent costs are actually not worth mentioning at all, and all the profits from the sales are pure profit. But I didn't expect that he would buy it for more than $400. Jiang Yi felt a little regretful. The price is low. Next, a factory is opened and large-scale production begins, while pre-sales of the next batch of products are released. Jiang Yi asked someone to set up an official beauty website overnight. Tiame Beauty Essence. As a result, the number of visits exceeded 3 million overnight, and background data showed that the number of users who added items to their shopping carts also reached more than 100,000. This is for a new product. It's simply a mythical miracle. Jiang Yi opened the game data background. Tianmei Beauty Essence. Cost price, $57. Export cost, $4 to $6. Shipping cost, $1.50. Retail price, $459. Profit, $396.50. The profit for each unit sold was about $400, and the first batch of units sold was 10,000. Profit of $4 million. The income is considerable. Jiang Yi came to the factory to inspect. The person in charge will receive you personally. How much can we produce per month for this product? Jiang Yi asked. The output is about 50,000, but with the continuous development of subsequent production lines, I think it will soon exceed 100,000. Not for now, keep it at 50,000. The person in charge showed a puzzled expression, but did not dare to ask more questions, so he could only nod and say, yes. This involves a marketing method. Hunger marketing. If there is an oversupply of a product, and too many people can get it easily, it will become a household name. Not worth the money. Jiang Yi wants to create a high-end brand of his own in the future. We can earn less now, and the main thing is to establish our high-end reputation first. Besides, the company cannot have only this one product, there will be others in the future. Each product generates tens of millions of US dollars in profit every month. I don't know how many beauty companies would be so jealous that they would cry. Currently, we have oil revenue, tourism revenue, export of various goods, import of overseas materials, tax revenue, and now we have the revenue from beauty products, etc. The most difficult economic problem a country faces. Jiang Yi solved the problem. And the head of the medical research laboratory told Jiang Yi that there was a drug that could treat Alzheimer's disease. This is also known as Alzheimer's disease drug. Development is about to be completed. You know, Alzheimer's disease is a problem that the whole world has not yet solved. Once it comes out, it is enough to shock the world. When the time comes, it will be listed again. Jiang Yi didn't dare to imagine how terrifying the profits would be. I'm afraid even the Fortune 500 companies can do it. Subsequently, several ports were opened one after another, and Jiang Yi hired a team of overseas merchant ships. Help export the light industrial thermal weapons produced by the Yemen Kingdom. There are more than 30 countries that have started preliminary cooperation. Orders come one after another. We really can handle it all with the existing transport ships. Then look at the funds in the treasury. Jiang Yi opened the game investment column and conducted a risk assessment. Jiang Yi started investing. The main investments are in companies that are not well known or small in scale, but have good prospects. This kind of company is losing money. The loss of funds was not a big deal to Jiang Yi. But if you earn, the income it will bring in the future will be a considerable amount.